The Theory of Monopoly Capitalism. An elaboration of Marxian political economy. John Bellamy Foster. Contents. Preface to the new edition. Preface to the first edition. Introduction to the new edition. 1. The monopoly capital debate. 2. The economic surplus concept. 3. Free competition and monopoly capital. 4. Accumulation and crisis. 5. The issue of excess capacity. 6. The state of the economy. 7. Imperialism and the political economy of growth. 8. Some notes on socialist construction and post-revolutionary society. Appendix, the early introduction. Preface to the new edition. The publication of a new edition of The Theory of Monopoly Capitalism 30 years after it made its first appearance as a doctoral dissertation, and 28 years after its expansion into a book, is testimony both to the power of the tradition of political economic thought that it sought to elaborate and to the deepening stagnation of the capitalist economy to which that tradition owes its continuing relevance. In 2004, John Kenneth Galbraith critically observed in The Economics of Innocent Fraud that the phrase monopoly capitalism, once in common use, has been dropped from the academic and political lexicon. Today concerns regarding monopoly capital have re-emerged, along with stagnation, financial instability, the reserve army of the unemployed, imperialism, class struggle, the fiscal crisis of the state, economic/ecological waste, and the future of both capitalism and socialism. Such phenomena are all regularly addressed in both mainstream and radical outlets in response to the undeniable structural crisis of our age. The result has been growing interest in the theory of monopoly capitalism, and in the debates that it engendered within Marxian theory in the 1970s and 1980s, as discussed in this book. Nevertheless, theory in social science is historically specific. The last 3 decades have seen massive economic, geopolitical, and environmental changes. Monopoly capital has evolved, in its more advanced phase, into global monopoly finance capital. This new edition of The Theory of Monopoly Capitalism therefore includes an extensive introduction to the new edition on the changes in history and theory that have taken place over the last 30 years. The intention is to bring the argument up to date at least in outline form, and to point to analyses that succeeded this one. However, aside from a few corrections in the original text and the addition of this new preface and the lengthy new introduction, the book remains in its essentials unaltered. In this respect, I made a conscious decision to leave the theory of monopoly capitalism as it came into the world, with all its limitations, but also added historical meaning associated with the specific time and conditions under which it was written. In this edition, I would like to underscore my continuing debt to my current colleagues at Monthly Review Foundation, Scott Borkert, Brett Clark, Susie Day, Hannah Hallman, R. Jamil Jana, Fred Magdoff, John Mage, Martin Patio, John Simon, Spencer Sunshine, and Michael Yates. I would also like to thank Robert W. McChesney, who has shared in these ideas since the 1970s. My father, William E. Foster, taught me much of what I know about the socialist view of the world at an early age and continues to teach me even today. To Carrie and Namov I owe all that is most important, written on every page. Eugene, Oregon. July 20, 2013. Preface to the first edition. This book is a revised and expanded version of my doctoral dissertation, defended at York University in Toronto in October 1984. Although its main concern is with the work of Paul Barron and Paul M. Sweezy, this is mainly a vehicle for examining an entire tradition of thought, loosely associated with the magazine Monthly Review, to which numerous theorists, some of no less importance, have contributed. In this respect, Barron and Sweezy belong to what might be referred to after Gramsci, though not precisely in his way as a collective intellectual. I would like to thank Gabriel Kalko, Paul M. Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, Henryk Flakierski, Robert Albertin, Leo Panich, and Susan Lowe's for help related to the writing of this study. I have also benefited from correspondence on issues discussed here with Henryk Zlachfer, Jacob Morris, Howard Sherman, Lynn Turgeon, Victor Lippert, and Michael Lebowitz. Bob McChesney and Len McComb provided the initial inspiration for this line of research. Kathy Gage, Griff Cunningham, David Lumsden, Bridget Maheux, and Laura Tamkin helped provide the necessary motivation. Lastly, I would like to indicate my debt over the years to Kara Baxter, for her forbearance and much else besides. Eugene, Oregon. January 1986. Introduction. To the new edition. The present-day world can only be described to present-day people if it is described as capable of transformation. Bertolt Brecht 1. The theory of monopoly capitalism, an elaboration of Marxian political economy, was initially written 30 years ago as my doctoral dissertation at York University in Toronto. It was expanded into a larger book form with 3 additional chapters and published by Monthly Review Press 2 years later. Point 2. The analysis of both the dissertation and the book focused primarily on the work of Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy, and particularly on the debate that had grown up around their book, Monopoly Capital, an essay on the American economic and social order. Point 3. In this respect, the theory of monopoly capitalism was specifically designed, as its subtitle indicated, as an elaboration of their underlying theoretical perspective and its wider implications. My original motives for the analysis were twofold: to provide a more thoroughgoing explanation of the economic surplus concept and the theory of accumulation to which it was related, and to correct certain misconceptions of Baran and Sweezy's analysis that had arisen as a result of the Back to Marx intellectual movement of the 1970s and that had led to various traditionalist or fundamentalist Marxian criticisms of their work. The theory of monopoly capitalism was an organic product of my own formative intellectual development. For me, the late 1960s and early 70s were dominated by opposition to U.S. imperialism, particularly the Vietnam War and the U.S.-backed coup in Chile, and by the economic storms of this period that culminated in the crisis of 1974 to 1975. I first read Monopoly Capital in 1974 when I was studying economics at the Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington, and like other radical students that I was associated with at the time, the immediate effect of encountering Baran and Sweezy's analysis was profound, and, as it turned out, long-lasting. No other work was so influential among left political economists in the United States at that time. I found the historical depth and breadth of monopoly capital astounding. We read Monopoly Capital back to back with our neoclassical economics texts, but also alongside other works in Marxian political economy such as Ernest Mondel's Marxist Economic Theory, E. K. Hunt and Howard J. Sherman's Economics, Mainstream and Radical Views, Sherman's Radical Political Economy, Andre Gunder Frank's Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, Harry Magdoff's The Age of Imperialism, Sweezy's The Theory of Capitalist Development, James O'Connor's The Fiscal Crisis of the State, and Harry Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capital. Point 4. But it was monopoly capital that constituted, both for myself and for those with whom I was most closely associated, the essence of the Marxian political economic view in the early to mid-1970s. One small book that we read in our classwork at the time, Assar Lindbeck's influential The Political Economy of the New Left, engaged in a polemic against the radical economics that had arisen in the United States associated with the founding in 1968 of the Union of Radical Political Economics and centering its criticism on monopoly capital. Point 5. My fellow students and I traveled to an URPE conference in 1975 to hear some of the new developments in radical political economy firsthand. Later, as a graduate student specializing in political economic studies at York University in Toronto in the late 1970s and early 80s, I was to study Marx's Capital much more intensively than I had previously and was attracted for a short time to the more fundamentalist analyses of thinkers like Ben Fine, Lawrence Harris, David Yaffe, and Paul Maddock. Point 6. All of these writers had criticized Baran and Sweezy's monopoly capital for its rejection of the significance under monopoly capitalism of Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The falling rate of profit theory had not occupied a central place in Marxian political economy prior to that time, but in the 1970s it was increasingly adopted by fundamentalist Marxists as the final word in economic crisis theory at all stages of capitalist development. 7 After an attempt to apply this theory to present-day economic reality in a paper I wrote at the time, I decided that there were a host of theoretical, empirical, and historical problems that made the analysis largely inapplicable to the problems of late 20th century monopoly capitalism. Although Marx's critique of political economy remains the necessary starting point of all thoroughgoing analyses of capitalism, a realistic treatment of the 20th century economy required the additional assessment of conditions specific to monopoly capitalism, without which there could be no analysis of the present as history. It was then that the historian Gabriel Calco, with whom I was studying U.S. political economic history, introduced me to the debates that were taking place on excess capacity statistics in the United States, relating this to Joseph Steindel's Maturity and Stagnation in American Capitalism, a new edition of which had just been published by Monthly Review Press. 9 I discovered in Steindel's work, and that of Michael Kalecki dating back to the 1930s, the real basis of much of Barron and Sweezy's argument. In monopoly capital, and with that a powerful tradition of Marxian political economy, rooted in Marx but connected to current monopoly capitalist conditions, and to what could be referred to as an overaccumulation theory of crisis. 10 I wrote a 100-page manuscript for my course with Calco entitled, The United States and Monopoly Capital, The Issue of Excess Capacity, which I sent to Sweezy. He responded enthusiastically, and I soon became a regular contributor to Monthly Review, then edited by Magdoff and Sweezy, beginning with Is Monopoly Capitalism an Illusion? In 1981. I was eventually to join Sweezy, Magdoff, and McChesney as an editor of Monthly Review in 2000, a position that I continue to occupy today. 11. Barron and Sweezy had made their most original contributions in monopoly capital in their introduction of the concept of economic surplus. The concept was rooted in the labor theory of value and in Marx's concept of surplus value. But it was also intended to extend the analysis, making it easier to address the questions of waste in monopoly capitalism. 12 It was this topic, inspired in part by the work of the Polish political economist Henryk Zlachfer, with whom I edited The Faltering Economy, The Problem of Accumulation Under Monopoly Capitalism in 1984, that was to become the central focus of my work in the early 1980s, leading to the theory of monopoly capitalism. 13. Other developments in Marxian political economy were occurring at the same time. One of these was the growing fundamentalist criticism of the concept of monopoly capitalism, which had long been a central category in Marxian theory, dating back to the work of thinkers such as Rudolf Hilferding, Rosa Luxemburg, and Lenin, and prefigured by Marx's own analysis of the concentration and centralization of capital. Increasingly traditionalist Marxists in the early 1980s argued that the notion of monopoly capitalism had no basis in Marx, and that there had been no lessening of competition even with respect to price competition, which was presented as an inviolable condition of capitalism. The trends toward concentration and centralization of production and monopoly profits, it was said, had been exaggerated. 14 Related to this was a misguided critique of Barron and Sweezy as crude underconsumptionists. This criticism was based both on the systematic neglect of the historical development of this term, and of the evolution of Barron and Sweezy's later analysis, which led, as Sweezy indicated as early as the 1950s, to a theory of overaccumulation. 15 Another frequent criticism was that Barron and Sweezy had abandoned the labor theory of value in developing the concept of economic surplus. 16 Still further disagreements had to do with criticisms that some left thinkers had launched at Marxian dependency theory, directed even against its most sophisticated versions as represented by Barron and Samir Emin, questioning the notion that the countries at the center of the system exploited and hindered the development of those in the periphery. 17 Finally, there were debates about the fiscal crisis of the state and the role of the state and class in actually existing socialism. All of these issues were taken up in the book. 3 decades later, much has changed, in ways that make the reissuing of the theory of monopoly capitalism in a new edition seem useful and timely. The scholarly research into Barron and Sweezy's monopoly capital has expanded enormously in the intervening years, most notably with the publication of the two missing chapters of Monopoly Capital, one on the theoretical implications of their analysis for economics, the other on culture and communications and through research into their joint correspondence. The great financial crisis and the resurfacing of economic stagnation have engendered new interest in this tradition of thought. Under this historical impetus, the theory itself has advanced to address new developments, particularly with respect to the understanding of stagnation, financialization, and the globalization of monopoly capital. No less important is the expansion of the political economic critique associated with monopoly capital to other realms, such as communications, the environment, and to a reemerging class struggle. All of this can be seen as reflecting a general historical analysis of global monopoly finance capital, understood as a new phase of the monopoly stage of capitalism. The missing chapters. When Monopoly Capital was published in 1966, Paul Sweezy indicated that two of the chapters drafted for the book had been left out of the final manuscript, due to Barron's death in March 1964 and questions regarding the drafts which had not yet been resolved. 18 In August 2011, these missing chapters were located, nearly a half-century after they were written. Some Theoretical Implications was published in the July-August 2012 issue of Monthly Review 19. The Quality of Monopoly Capitalist Society, Culture and Communications appeared in the July-August 2013 issue of Monthly Review. 20. Some Theoretical Implications demonstrated how Barron and Sweezy connected their central concept of the economic surplus to Marx's labor theory of value. 21 More specifically, it provided an explanation of the relation of wages to the value of labor power under monopoly capital. It thus helped solve the main theoretical conundrum raised by the chapter on the absorption of surplus, the sales effort in monopoly capital. If unproductive labor/waste penetrated into the production process itself under monopoly capitalism, what was the effect of this on the Marxian theory of surplus value? 22. Barron and Sweezy's chief theoretical innovation in Some Theoretical Implications was to utilize Marx's concept of profits by deduction in order to answer this question. Marx had used this category on various occasions throughout his writings. In the third volume of Capital, he explained that monopoly price could be accounted for in part by the power of capital to press wages below the value of labor power, but only if they previously stood about the physical minimum. In this case, the monopoly price is paid by deduction from real wages and from the profit of other capitalists. 23. According to Barron and Sweezy in Some Theoretical Implications, Marx's use of profits by deduction here offered a basis for understanding the problem of the relation of wages to the value of labor power under monopoly capital. Workers, partly through the action of trade unions in the monopolistic sector of the economy, were able to raise wages above the value of labor power or the level necessary under given historical conditions to guarantee the supply of labor. However, this increase of wages above the value of labor power was hardly a straightforward progressive development, since this primarily took the form of the incorporation of unproductive labor/waste, i.e., specifically capitalist use values aimed at absorbing surplus, into the production of wage goods in ways that diminished whatever real gains workers experienced. In effect, all wage goods under monopoly capitalism incorporated to varying degrees two components, WV, reflecting genuine use values to workers and corresponding to the historically determined value of labor power, and WS, corresponding to specifically capitalist use values incorporated into the wage goods and thus constituting a form of waste that served only to realize surplus. 24 Under these conditions, real wages could increase, while at the same time a shift could take place from WV to WS, leaving the workers worse off than before. In Some Theoretical Implications, Barron and Sweezy thus indicated their broad agreement with Cambridge economist Piero Sraffa's notion that wages contained an element of surplus. 25 However, they explained this in terms derived from Marx, in the form of the systematic incorporation of waste into wage goods themselves, or WS. In this view, it was WV rather than wages as a whole that corresponded to the use values necessary to reproduce the value of labor power, and hence the real value of labor power. Point 26. At the same time, workers were not able to extricate themselves from the specifically capitalist use values built into wage goods and constituting WS. This provided a much deeper critical standpoint, highlighting the indispensable role of the economic surplus category as a supplement to surplus value. Point 27. Looked at from this standpoint, workers could be seen as more heavily exploited, and the real surplus or social accumulation fund actually and potentially available to society could be perceived as increasing even if the wage share remained stable or even rose, provided that any upward shift in the wages of workers took the form of the relative growth of WS. Under the regime of monopoly capital, more and more of what was counted as costs of production were actually elements of the sales effort, such as car model changes, package design, and advertising. These were forms of wasted surplus that the workers had to pay for in purchasing a commodity simply to get the portion of the product that consisted of genuine use values. All of this reflected the fact, as stated in the theory of monopoly capitalism, that under monopoly capitalism a growing proportion of workers employed within production itself are, to borrow a phrase from Marx, useful and necessary only because of the faulty social relations they owe their existence to. Social evils. 28. Indeed, from the very beginning the most difficult problem raised by the conceptual apparatus of monopoly capital was conceiving the various forms of waste in the economic process, and the role of unproductive labor in the system. As Sweezy had written in a letter to Barron as early as 1956, 10 years before the publication of their book. The real problems, it seems to me, are to get a good working idea of what is surplus, and for this the first essential is to understand that it is related only indirectly to ordinary distribution of income data. Lots of wages are paid out of surplus, i.e., whole categories of workers absorb surplus, likewise whole industries like advertising and finance. The trouble is that this creates very tricky problems and paradoxes. One has to go back to classical Marxian ideas of productive and unproductive labor and adapt them to modern conditions and statistics. This is a crucial branch of theory which does not exist for the Keynesians and other neoclassics. Analysis of the production sector. The institutional capitalist laws of operation, relation to class structure and behavior, etc. Price policy, wage policy, technological compulsions, etc., etc. Analysis of the unproductive sector. The different categories of absorbers, luxury consumers, unproductive industries, government, etc., including complex transfer relations. The interactions of the productive and unproductive sectors full of unexplored problems. In an underdeveloped capitalist economy, e.g., it might do to assume that wages and profits in the unproductive sector are determined in the productive sector. But obviously that won't do in an economy like the US today, in which the unproductive sector may well be larger than the productive. The crucial contradiction, i.e., that working well for a system of this type means, indeed necessitates, a growing departure from the possible attainments of the system's resources in the line of welfare, abolition of exploitation, freeing civilization from the poison of wealth fetishization, etc. What we have is a progressive degradation of civilization instead of its progressive improvement. Point 29. The theory of monopoly capitalism was centered on precisely this core conceptual structure of Barron and Sweezy's analysis, the treatment of economic surplus and waste, while also seeking to correct misinterpretations of their work. The economic surplus was understood as the full social accumulation fund potentially available in a rationally organized society, much of which was systematically wasted away under monopoly capitalism. Point 30. I ended my book by noting, only Barron and Sweezy extended the concept of waste into the consumption basket of wage goods. And it seems probable that this is the missing link in understanding the evolution of class relationships under monopoly capitalism. The enigma here, however, was not one that I could solve, and the basic question remained. 31. The discovery of the hitherto unknown some theoretical implications has confirmed the interpretation of their work provided in the theory of monopoly capitalism, while offering a definitive answer to the frequent criticism of their work for having rejected the labor theory of value, as well as the closely connected criticism that their analysis had no theory of wages at all. 32 With Baron and Sweezy's analysis of the role of profits by deduction under monopoly capital linking their analysis more explicitly to Marx's surplus value, now finally available, new and potentially fruitful lines of inquiry within Marxian political economy are opened up. Not the least important of these new developments, as we shall see, is the linking of Baron and Sweezy's concept of waste under monopoly capital to the Marxian ecological critique. The publication of Baron and Sweezy's other missing chapter, The Quality of Monopoly Capitalist Society, Culture and Communications, helps resolve another anomaly related to monopoly capital. In the 1970s, in particular, a new critical literature on the political economy of communication arose in universities in Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere. One of the founders of the political economy of communication, Dallas Smythe, singled out monopoly capital in particular for critique in his formative article, Communications, The Blind Spot of Western Marxism. 33 Such criticisms of their work for neglecting communication in their analysis in monopoly capital have continued to the present day. However, the discovery of the missing chapter on culture, focusing on book publishing and broadcasting when coupled with their work on advertising and Leo Huberman and Sweezy's critique of the Federal Communications Commission and broadcasting dramatically altered the picture in this respect. In this missing chapter, Baron and Sweezy introduced a critique of the cultural apparatus of monopoly capitalism growing out of the analysis of Brecht and the Frankfurt School, and at the same time closely related to foundational work in the political economy of communication by such thinkers as C. Wright Mills, Raymond Williams, and Ralph Miliband. The work of Baron, Sweezy, Mills, Williams, and Miliband in this respect was aimed explicitly at the political struggle over the cultural apparatus at a time, in the early 1960s, when the issue was not conceived primarily as an academic one. Today, when technological change, including the whole digital revolution along with renewed concentration and centralization of media, have brought the issue of radical communication reform back into the public eye, these works can be seen as acquiring renewed importance. Labor and monopoly finance capital. If Baron and Sweezy's monopoly capital appeared on a surface reading to have ignored the whole question of the value of labor power and wage determination, an issue that was not entirely clarified until the publication of some theoretical implications, their neglect of the labor process itself was explicitly highlighted by them as a self-imposed boundary of their essay sketch, as they called it. As they wrote, "We do not claim that directing attention to the generation and absorption of surplus gives a complete picture of this or any other society. And we are particularly conscious of the fact that this approach, as we have used it, has resulted in almost total neglect of a subject which occupies a central place in Marx's study of capitalism, the labor process. We stress the crucial role of technological change in the development of monopoly capitalism, but make no attempt to inquire systematically into the consequences which the particular kinds of technological change characteristic of the monopoly capitalist period have had for the nature of work, the composition of the working class, the psychology of workers, the forces of working class organization and struggle, and so on. These are all obviously important studies which would have to be dealt with in any comprehensive study of monopoly capitalism. 34. This omission was in large part repaired within a decade of Baron's death by Harry Braverman in his Labor and Monopoly Capital, published in 1974. Braverman's work consisted of a brilliant resurrection of Marx's labor process analysis, placing this in the context of Frederick Winslow Taylor's theory of scientific management and the new conditions represented by monopoly capital. 35 Baron and Sweezy contended in the closing chapter of their book that the revolutionary momentum in history had shifted from the industrial proletariat in the advanced capitalist economies to the emerging proletariat of the periphery. The main hope of revolt in the center at that time seemed to be occurring on the margins, particularly the resistance of people of color and students, but with the larger part of the working class left out of the struggle. For Baron and Sweezy, however, the issue of the working class in the center remained crucial and was at the heart of their long-term analysis, despite its quiescence at the time. 36. Braverman's work thus began a long process of incorporating the analysis of the working class within the center of the political economic critique of monopoly capital. Magdoff and Sweezy's articles in Monthly Review in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s dealing with rising unemployment played more than a small part in this. A bigger role in this respect, however, was represented by the work of Michael Yates, who has written a series of critical analyses linked to the general monopoly capital tradition, in such works as Why Unions Matter, Longer Hours, Fewer Jobs, Naming the System, and More Unequal. 37 Yates's work stands out, not only in the clarity of its political economic perspective, but also in its presentation of the real working class, with race, gender, ethnicity, and sexual orientation occupying a central place in the analysis, along with the consideration of the international setting of working class struggles. However, for Sweezy, the most important weakness of the theoretical perspective introduced in monopoly capital lay elsewhere, in its failure to integrate the financial structure of the system into its central theme of the absorption of the economic surplus. As he stated in 1991, on the 25th anniversary of his book with Barron, this failure was the result of weaknesses in the whole way in which capital accumulation has been traditionally conceived. Why did monopoly capital fail to anticipate the changes in the structure and functioning of the system that have taken place in the last 25 years? Basically, I think the answer is that its conceptualization of the capital accumulation process is one-sided and incomplete. In the established tradition of both mainstream and Marxian economics, we treated capital accumulation as being essentially a matter of adding to the stock of existing capital goods. But in reality, this is only one aspect of the problem. Accumulation is also a matter of adding to the stock of financial assets. The two aspects are of course interrelated, but the nature of this interrelation is problematic to say the least. The traditional way of handling the problem has been in effect to assume it away. For example, buying stocks and bonds is assumed to be merely an indirect way of buying real capital goods. This is hardly ever true, and it can be totally misleading. This is not the place to try to point the way to a more satisfactory conceptualization of the capital accumulation process. It is at best an extremely complicated and difficult problem, and I am frank to say that I have no clues to its solution. But I can say with some confidence that achieving a better understanding of the monopoly capitalist society of today will be possible only on the basis of a more adequate theory of capital accumulation, with special emphasis on the interaction of its real and financial aspects, than we now possess. 38. Monopoly capital had not entirely ignored the role of the financial sector, but rather had included a brief section at the end of the chapter on the sales effort dealing with fire as a means of utilizing surplus. In fact, Sweezy had recognized the problem of incorporating finance into the argument as early as 1956, in his letter to Barron quoted above. Moreover, Magdoff, who joined Sweezy as co-editor of Monthly Review following Huberman's death in 1968, had underscored the issue of the rising debt structure in the U.S. economy in an article he wrote for the Socialist Register in 1965.39. I thus on one occasion indicated to Sweezy that I thought his criticisms of monopoly capital for failing to address financialization were too severe. To point to the importance of a development prior to its historical ascendancy as their book had, in the section at the end of the sales effort chapter was remarkable in itself. However, he did not choose to take this way out. His concern was not so much with the book itself but with the basic theory, which he thought remained deficient in this respect. He did not know how to answer this question, nor did anyone else. As he said at one point, I sometimes have the feeling that economics now is in need of a general theory, in the sense that physics seems to be in need of a general theory, i.e., that there are a lot of things that are going on that don't fit into the standard physical theories. And they are looking for a general field theory which would unify all of it. They don't have it yet. In economics, we need a theory which integrates finance and production, the circuits of capital of a financial and a real productive character much more effectively than our traditional theories do. I don't see that anyone is actually producing it. Some people are beginning to become aware of the need for it, but it's terribly complicated. And I'm sure that I'm too old to be able to think of those things. I can get snatches, insights here and there, but I can't put it together into a comprehensive theoretical framework. I think it will take somebody who starts differently and isn't so totally dominated by MCM, the industrial circuit, with the financial circuits always being treated as epiphenomenal, not part of the essential reality. Point 40. All of this related to the political economic history that followed the re-emergence of the stagnation tendency in the mid-1970s. Initially, the economic crisis of the 1970s seemed fully to confirm Barron and Sweezy's argument in Monopoly Capital. Magdoff and Sweezy, writing in Monthly Review, interpreted this as the development of stagnation, or slow growth and rising unemployment and excess capacity, due to the effects of monopolization and industrial maturation on accumulation in the advanced capitalist economies. This made it harder and harder to expand the capital goods sector. The system constantly threatened to sputter out due to the effects of capital accumulation in the past and the vast amassing of productive capacity, much of which lay idle, discouraging new investment. Military spending could help soak up some of the excess surplus, but short of a truly epoch-making innovation capable of driving the whole capital accumulation process to new levels, there was no escaping the fundamental trap. If the system did not actually sink into a deep stagnation, Magdoff and Sweezy were quick to conclude, it was mainly because more and more surplus was flowing in a paradoxical way into the realm of the financial superstructure of the economy, lifting the system by indirectly stimulating production, through employment in that sector and the effects of wealth creation on capitalist class expenditures, particularly luxury consumption. Point 41. The main political economic project, pursued both empirically and theoretically, in Monthly Review, beginning in the 1970s but increasingly becoming the overriding focus of the editors in the 1980s, was the financial explosion, what Sweezy in 1997 was to call the financialization of the capital accumulation process. The fundamental analysis was laid out in Magdoff and Sweezy's 1987 book, Stagnation and the Financial Explosion. Point 42. The Theory of Monopoly Capitalism, published on the 20th anniversary of Monopoly Capital, made not the slightest mention of this problem beyond pointing out that Barron and Sweezy had seen finance as one form of the diversion of economic surplus, given the stagnation of investment. Point 43. This reflected a conscious decision that I made when I wrote the book. In 1975, when I attended my first Union for Radical Political Economics conference, Magdoff and Sweezy's Bank Skating on Thin Ice article had just been published and was quite the rage. Point 44. In the early 1980s, as I entered more directly into these discussions, I became acutely aware of the central focus on the financial explosion and its significance for accumulation. Magdoff, in particular, continually encouraged all of the younger political economists associated with Monthly Review to make this their central area of research, and Sweezy seconded this at every opportunity. A few individuals, most notably Robert Pollin, followed this advice. Point 45. My own response was different. Neither mainstream nor Marxian economics offered any real basis for a theoretical understanding of the questions then being raised with regard to the financial explosion. I studied, in addition to Magdoff and Sweezy's own work on the subject, the writings of Hyman Minsky on financial instability. I tried also to see how the financial explosion might be connected to Steindel's theory. But in 1984, at the time I wrote my dissertation, I could see no way of dealing adequately with the problem of exploding finance and its relation to monopoly and stagnation, and, rather than float some loose hypotheses, I left it out of the analysis. I was unable to appreciate fully the challenge of analyzing problems that, although real, seemed unanswerable at least in the historical present. Hence, my basic reaction to discussions of the financial explosion was similar to those of most of my peers. This could only mean a financial bubble, followed by a financial crisis or meltdown. All of this had happened innumerable times in the history of capitalism. The deeper questions raised by financialization as an economic trend possibly lasting for decades, which Magdoff and Sweezy were beginning to pose, and the relation of this to the transformation of the capital accumulation process hardly penetrated my consciousness at the time. And to the extent that such questions did in some dim way enter into my thinking, I could see no meaningful theoretical way of approaching them. In the early to mid-1980s, the big build-up of private debt and the rapid growth of financial innovation still had the feel of a new historical development, and the concrete bases of analyzing it in terms of the present as history were scarcely available at the time. It was not until the great stock market crash of 1987 that it was clear how much the system had changed as a result of financialization. It was at this time that Magdoff and Sweezy began to articulate the first real outlines of a theoretical analysis of the changes in the capital accumulation process due to the financial explosion. 46 Sweezy made this most explicit in 1994 in The Triumph of Financial Capital, where he pointed to the development, in the last 20 years or so, of a relatively independent relative, that is, to what went before financial superstructure sitting on top of the world economy and most of its national units. It is made up of banks, central, regional, and local, and a host of dealers in a bewildering variety of financial assets and services, all interconnected by a network of markets, some of which are structured and regulated, others informal and unregulated. Such an entity is multidimensional, and there is no conceptual unit that could be used to measure its size. But that it is very large and growing is not only intuitively evident but clearly reflected in statistics that relate to measurable aspects of the whole. I said that this financial superstructure has been the creation of the last 2 decades. This means that its emergence was roughly contemporaneous with the return of stagnation in the 1970s. But doesn't that fly in the face of all previous experience? Traditionally, financial expansion has gone hand in hand with prosperity in the real economy. Is it really possible that this is no longer true, that now in the late 20th century the opposite is more nearly the case, in other words, that now financial expansion feeds not on a healthy real economy but a stagnant one? The answer to this question, I think, is yes, it is possible, and it has been happening. And I will add that I am quite convinced that the inverted relation between the financial and the real is the key to understanding the new trends in the world. 47. One result of financialization, he stated, was a shift in power within the capitalist class. The locus of economic power has shifted along with the ascendancy of financial capital. It has long been taken for granted, especially among radicals, that the seat of power in capitalist society was in the boardrooms of a few hundred giant multinational corporations. But in the late 1990s this was no longer the case in the same sense. Real power is not so much in corporate boardrooms as in the financial markets. 48. What distinguished Magdoff and Sweezy's analysis from all other discussions of financial instability was precisely the fact that they saw financialization as a trend arising from long-run stagnation of capital formation in the center capitalist countries, as opposed to mere financial bubbles and crises that appeared sporadically, usually at the peak of a production boom, over the history of the system. As the stagnating accumulation process became more and more dominated by the growth of financialization in the 1980s and after, the nature of the system was transformed, altering the relation between the productive and financial circuits of capital in ways that were difficult to discern. Nonetheless, financialization carried with it its own limits and crises, leading to financial implosions that reverberated back on the real economy. When I became co-editor of Monthly Review in 2000, the first article I took the main responsibility in drafting was on working-class households and the burden of debt, focusing specifically on the increasingly debt-ridden condition of the lower-income quintiles of the population, including the potential consequences in terms of laying the grounds for cascading defaults and the advent of a serious financial crisis. 49. The next year I wrote an article together with Magdoff and McChesney that focused on the new economy, myth and reality, and pointed to the structural weaknesses of the financial speculation linked to the expansion of high technology. 50. While we were working on these articles, the high-tech stock market crash occurred, followed by a deeper stagnation and working-class defaults. In subsequent years we returned to these problems, referring in passing as early as 2002 to the possible bursting of the real estate bubble. 51. However, It was not until 2006 that I realized the full magnitude of the housing bubble when I took up the subject of working class debt once again in an empirical analysis of the household debt bubble. Fred Magdoff followed this up later that year with a statistical treatment of the explosion of debt and speculation. With this as the background, I wrote my article Monopoly Finance Capital in 2006, on the 40th anniversary of Monopoly Capital, where I returned to the basic theory attempting to synthesize the arguments on stagnation and financialization that had been developed, primarily by Magdoff and Sweezy, over the previous 4 decades, and articulating this as a new phase of the monopoly stage of capitalism, or what I called Monopoly Finance Capital. A central concept that emerged from this work was the notion of the stagnation financialization trap. Although financialization was in many ways a response to the long-term economic slowdown that began in the 1970s, it was unable to overcome the atrophy of accumulation within the real economy, creating instead a system that was more unstable, unpredictable, and more difficult to control. This underlying conception was at the root of the articles that Fred Magdoff and I wrote on financialization and crisis before and after the bubble popped in 2007 to 2008, leading to the publication of The Great Financial Crisis in January 2009, only a few months after the collapse of Lehman Brothers. 52. 3 years later, in 2012, McChesney and I wrote The Endless Crisis, explaining that the stagnation now clearly afflicting the capitalist core of the world economy, while surfacing only as a result of the financial crisis, was in itself the underlying problem, out of which financialization had emerged as a countervailing factor. It followed that there was no visible solution in sight for the system at present other than further financialization with the accompanying financial bubbles, leading to still bigger meltdowns down the road. According to this interpretation, what is known today as neoliberalism represents the dominant political economic strategy of capital in the phase of monopoly finance capital. The diversion of cash flow to the financial sector and the preservation and enhancement of financial assets have become in many ways more important than production or employment, requiring that the state be increasingly subjected to the needs of the plutocracy. 53. The Endless Crisis also included 3 other innovations within this theoretical tradition. First, it explored the continuing concentration and centralization of the economy both within the United States and internationally, demonstrating that monopoly power, marked by the growth of what Sweezy had called a community of oligopolies dominating over the economy as a whole, had continued to grow within both the U.S. and world economies. 54. By the beginning of the new millennium, the top 200 corporations in the United States accounted for about 30% of gross profits in the economy. While at the world level the top 500 global corporations received nearly 40% of total global revenue. 55. Second, building on the early work of Stephen Heimer, The Endless Crisis showed how the internationalization of monopoly capital had globalized production through a divide-and-conquer system of global labor arbitrage. This shifted production to those global export platforms with the lowest unit labor costs, taking advantage of a vast global reserve army of labor that outnumbered the world's active, formal labor army. Third, this general analysis of the globalization of production under the hegemony of monopoly finance capital was extended to the rapidly expanding Chinese economy and the growing contradictions associated with both its internal labor force exploitation and its lopsided integration within the world economy. 56. Imperialism, continuity and change. Undoubtedly, changed world conditions, with the advent of a more globalized production system, make the treatment of imperialism and dependency in the theory of monopoly capitalism appear dated 3 decades later. But the continuities with the past, where imperialism is concerned, loom larger than those changes that distinguish the present. Since the beginnings of capitalism, the dominant context at the international level has been that of an imperialist world system. The chapter on imperialism in the theory of monopoly capitalism was concerned with criticisms of Marxian dependency theory by more traditionalist Marxists who rejected it for its alleged third-worldism, focus on exchange rather than production, lack of class analysis, and contention that third-world countries could not economically develop. Most such criticisms at the time were aimed at the early work of Frank, particularly capitalism and underdevelopment in Latin America. The argument that I put forward in the theory of monopoly capitalism was that Frank's work in this respect, while it attracted a lot of attention due to the forcefulness of his contentions, and constituted an important contribution, was not the strongest version of the Marxian theory of imperialism and dependent accumulation. The more sophisticated analyses could be traced to the earlier, more foundational work of Baron, in particular, and also Samir Emin, representing more dynamic approaches rooted in class analysis, the Marxian theory of accumulation, and the treatment of economic surplus. Where thinkers of the caliber of Baron and Emin were concerned, the sometimes doctrinaire criticisms leveled against Marxian theories of imperialism and dependency fell short of their targets. At the time that I was writing the theory of monopoly capitalism, I tended to think of the broad dependency perspective as having arisen primarily in Latin America, with Baron and Emin as Marxian outliers who nonetheless had played critical roles in its development. I was ignorant of the extent to which the dependency approach to imperialism, and with this the extent to which Baron's theory, had emerged in a fairly straight line out of the efforts of the early Comintern under the leadership of Lenin to formulate a theory of imperialism that captured the full dimension of the imperialist exploitation of Third World countries. As the research unit for political economy in Mumbai, India has demonstrated, Baron's perspective can be traced back to the theses advanced by Lenin and representatives of peripheral capitalist countries at the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920 and in its Sixth Congress in 1928. Mao Zedong developed these theses further in relation to Chinese conditions beginning in 1926. Other major figures in these debates in the 1920s were M. N. Roy in India and José Carlos Mariátegui in Peru. 57. As a Russian-born and educated Marxist, Baron was undoubtedly well aware of these debates, which influenced his own systematization of the Marxian dependency theory. What Baron brought to this debate that was unique was an analysis focusing on the utilization of actual, potential, and planned surplus, a perspective drawn from socialist planning that established the theoretical basis for Third World Revolution, influencing figures like Che Guevara. Developing his own analysis independently and in parallel ways, between the late 1950s and the early 80s, Samir Emin crafted a theory of accumulation on a world scale that explored such issues as unequal exchange/super-exploitation, the role of monopoly capital in imperialism, autocentric versus disarticulated accumulation, delinking, and economic self-reliance in post-revolutionary societies. In my view, this was the most authentic and developed Marxian theory of imperialism in the late 20th century, deriving not from a set of sterile formulae, but rather the product of historical analysis and historical contingency. Sweezy's later writings on imperialism were deeply influenced by Emin, emphasizing the much higher rate of exploitation in the periphery. Meanwhile, Magdoff provided a powerful historical approach to the evolution of imperialist relations as they arose in the center capitalist nations, coupled with an understanding of the economic aspects of this, including a critique of the growing debt trap imposed on the periphery. But how relevant is all of this today, in the age of neoliberal globalization and with the growth of emerging economies? Has not development in the global south taken off? Here it is necessary to take a hard look at reality. Although a handful of emerging economies, mostly in East Asia, have achieved high rates of growth in recent decades, the continuance of the imperialist world system as a whole is scarcely in doubt. The gap between the richest and poorest regions of the world in the last quarter of the 20th century rose from 13:1 to 19:1.58 from 1970 to 1989. The annual average per capita GDP of the developing countries was a mere 6.1% of the per capita GDP of the G7 countries. From 1990 to 2006 this dropped to 5.6%. Meanwhile, the average annual GDP per capita of the 48 least developed countries as a share of average G7 GDP per capita declined from 1.4% in 1970 to 1989 to 0.96% in 2000 to 2006.59. Given that income inequality is rapidly increasing almost everywhere in the world in the age of globalizing monopoly finance capital, the gap in income and wealth between those at the top and those at the bottom of the world hierarchy is widening by leaps and bounds. In 2008, the richest 10% of the world's population consumed 59% of world output, in contrast to the poorest 10%, which consumed a mere 0.5%. 60. Indeed, appearances today can be extremely deceptive. The more globalized capitalist economy of the 21st century, in which the giant corporations based in the center of the capitalist world have shifted much of their production to the periphery, has altered the shape of the world economy in ways that appear to contradict classical theories of imperialism rooted in the exploitation of the global south by the global north. 61 Yet, while it is true that a handful of emerging economies, led by China, are catching up in terms of measured GDP. With the countries of the Triad, the siphoning off of economic surplus from the global south as a whole is nonetheless expanding rapidly under the system of global arbitrage unleashed by the giant multinationals. For example, in 2006 Apple had a gross profit margin of 52% on its iPod production subcontracted overseas. The main reason for these exorbitant profits was the fact that the 12,500 Chinese production workers received a wage rate that was only 3.2% of the hourly wages of U.S. production workers for what was undoubtedly even more intensive labor. Overall gross profit margins on iPhones in 2009 were 64%, reflecting the fact that the wages of Chinese workers assembling the iPhones represented only 3.6% of the total manufacturing cost of the phone. 62 Such enormous surplus value captured from abroad magnifies problems of overaccumulation in the core. In recent years, Samir Emin has expanded the analysis of imperialism by developing a theory of imperialist rent based on what he has called the emerging law of worldwide value. Explaining the origins of this analysis, he writes, Baron, Sweezy, and Magdoff have brought about a qualitative advance in this domain. They alone allow an understanding of the nature of capitalism in our time, both its tendency to stagnate and the ways in which it tries to overcome that tendency. Extending that analysis, I have put forward the thesis that the advanced degree of centralization of capital, henceforward characteristic of contemporary capitalism, made it worthwhile to speak, for the first time, of a system of generalized, globalized, and financialized oligopolies, the basis for the crystallization of a collective imperialism of the triad of the United States, Europe and Japan. 63. This new imperialism of our time, led by a resurgent U.S. hegemony, albeit now increasingly reliant on a global NATO, has resorted to enhanced military spending and outright war to consolidate its power. This can be seen in the wars in the Balkans, the Middle East, and surrounding regions since the fall of the Soviet Union, representing the advent of a more naked imperialism. 64 Meanwhile, the same triadic formation has been at the forefront of neoliberal globalization aimed at weakening all points of resistance to monopoly finance capital, while reducing unit labor costs globally and siphoning more surplus to the benefit of the core. In these circumstances, the continuing need for revolution in the global south is shown by the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela, long under the U.S. thumb in alliance with a small local ruling class, but now free to redistribute its considerable surplus to meet the needs of its population and forge a more sustainable development path. Hence, despite changed circumstances, it remains true that for most of the population of the periphery, genuine progress in terms of the creation of a society of substantive equality and sustainable human development must be revolutionary, as was argued in the theory of monopoly capitalism. The state in capitalism and socialism. The state in capitalist society, Baron and Sweezy insisted in monopoly capital, was a capitalist state, one that was democratic in form and plutocratic in content. Although the people exercise sovereign power, in reality a relatively small oligarchy rules supreme. This did not mean that the rule of the capitalist class was an unmediated one. Rather, in the U.S. case, all sorts of structures had been built into the U.S. Constitution by its founding figures and had evolved further since, designed to ensure that the state would primarily serve propertied interests rather than popular sovereignty. Moreover, there was a latent contradiction in the system. 65 Any success in the realm of democratic action and the assertion of popular sovereignty, insofar as it meant shifting economic and social power significantly in favor of the populace, tended to generate a crisis of class power, in which the ruling class quickly moved to rein in the possibilities for meaningful change. Progressive reform movements, if and when they triumphed, found their political practice narrowly confined within the limits of what could be accomplished without compromising capital accumulation or the political economic rule of the vested interests. Written in the 1980s, the discussion of the state economy in the theory of monopoly capitalism focused on the issue of the fiscal crisis of the state from the standpoint of the debates engendered by the supply-side economics and neoliberal policy of the Reagan period. My analysis pointed to deficiencies in both O'Connor's fiscal crisis theory and Barron and Sweezy's earlier treatment of state spending in monopoly capital. The critique in this sphere, I argued, had to start with the fact that the tax state was a capitalist state with the attendant political economic limitations on its capacity to tax concentrated income and wealth, while, conversely, taxation of working-class income tended to increase the surplus and worsen the underlying tendency to stagnation. This analysis was built on the work of Schumpeter, Kalecki, Steindl, Barron, and the later writings in Monthly Review by Craig Medlin, along with Magdoff and Sweezy. 66 Regressive tax policies of the kind increasingly advanced by capital worsened the problem of overaccumulation. Given the inherent long-term limits of deficit financing, taxation of profits and wealth was necessary to stabilize the economy. The crisis of the tax state that was rapidly emerging in the 1980s was thus attributed directly to the long-term decline in corporate taxation and taxes on higher income brackets. Today this argument is even more relevant with the further development of neoliberal monopoly finance capital. Regressive tax cuts accompanied by cutbacks in welfare state spending and increased subsidies to capital have created a perpetual fiscal crisis of the state. The result has been the diversion of more and more cash flow into financial sectors, heightened unemployment, expanded military and penal spending, stripped down education, circumscribed access to health services, and a further disciplining of the working class. All this is in line with what Naomi Klein has called disaster capitalism. 67. A later chapter dealt with the problems of the state and socialist construction in post-revolutionary societies. If the capitalist class in monopoly capitalism masqueraded as an economic elite devoid of political interests, the party bureaucrats or nomenklatura in the former Soviet-type societies masqueraded as a political elite devoid of economic interests. In both cases, the nature of class power over or through the state was denied. The analysis of Soviet-type societies in the theory of monopoly capitalism was written only months after Gorbachev's historic rise to power and well before the historical implications of that rise were clear. I adopted Sweezy's post-revolutionary society thesis that these societies were, as I put it, class exploitative societies of a new kind, neither capitalist nor identifiable as socialist in the sense of moving towards socialism. 68 In post-revolutionary societies the inherent drive to accumulation was lacking and the utilization of the surplus was politicized. But this had not prevented the rise of a new ruling class, whose position, however, was more tenuous than that of the capitalist class in the West. Nor did it prevent the proletarianization to a large extent of the workers, who, though lacking in some crucial freedoms, also enjoyed certain guarantees in terms of employment, housing, welfare, etc. not present under the dominant forms of capitalism at a similar level of development. Two things seemed clear: Soviet-type societies by the 1980s were stagnating socially and economically, and the very politicization of the utilization of surplus meant that there were only two choices: the demise of the system from above or its regeneration from below. The future of the system would not be determined, I suggested, by economic laws, but by a struggle over the state direction of the economy and the role of the state class. Beyond this it appeared difficult at the time to say anything. Hence, the analysis of these contradictions was tacked onto the end of the book and the treatment was short and indeterminate. History would decide. 5 years later the Soviet Union was no more, not as a result of a revolt from below, but due to a transition to capitalism initiated and carried out from above. In China, too, the full extent of the shift to the capitalist road introduced from above or, As William Hinton called it, the great reversal was made clear by the events at Tiananmen Square. 69. Today the lessons of the defeat of the first great revolt against the capitalist system have been incorporated into subsequent revolutions, leading to a renewal of socialism as the necessary historical alternative in the 21st century. 70. What I consider to be the foremost analysis of socialist transition, taking into account both the nature of monopoly capitalism and the failures of actually existing socialism, and indeed representing the most comprehensive theoretical appraisal of Marxism in its time, appeared in 1995 in the form of Istvan Mazaros's monumental work Beyond Capital. 71. The owl of Minerva had flown. Socialist strategy and practice were being reinvented for the new millennium. 72. Communication and the environment, new critical areas. In the early 1960s through the early 70s in both Britain and the United States, a critical juncture arose in which the cultural apparatus of society broadly, and specifically the monopolistic media systems, were being challenged politically. 73. Baron, Sweezy, and Huberman, along with other figures, such as C. Wright Mills, Raymond Williams, and Ralph Miliband, all wrote critiques of communication in these years, though in the case of Baron and Sweezy's chapter on culture and communications this had remained unpublished, and in the case of Mills, what he left behind in this respect consisted of a few critical talks, while his planned work on the topic of the cultural apparatus remained unwritten. In the 1970s, a tradition of the political economy of the media arose in the academy on a basis quite different than what had occupied the 1960s radicals. What resulted was in some ways a more far-reaching critique, but in a context where the issues were seen as less concrete, political, and strategic. What was lost was the real, immediate movement for change. Nonetheless, such founding figures of the political economy of communication as Dallas Smythe and Herbert Schiller made major contributions that paved the way for others to follow. 74. However, it was McChesney, coming later, who was to play the leading role in integrating communication theory with the critique of monopoly capital, in such works as Rich Media, Poor Democracy, Communication Revolution, The Political Economy of the Media, and Digital Disconnect. 75. The speed with which the entire digital realm, including the Internet, has been transformed into an oligopolistic sphere undoubtedly dumbfounded those who had been blinded by the dominant myths, such as Bill Gates's prediction of a friction-free capitalism. 76. Today we are in a new critical juncture where a political struggle over communication is taking place that makes the early work of Baron and Sweezy, along with that of Huberman, Mills, Miliband, and Williams, of crucial importance. As McChesney writes in the conclusion to Digital Disconnect, when the dust clears on this critical juncture, if our societies have not been fundamentally transformed for the better, if democracy has not triumphed over capital, the digital revolution may prove to have been a revolution in name only, an ironic, tragic reminder of the growing gap between the potential and the reality of human society. 77. For some of us studying Baron and Sweezy's monopoly capital in the 1970s, in the era of a rising environmental movement, their work with its emphasis on waste and the real potential to reshape society in more rational ways that met human needs was deeply ecological. Indeed, their work inspired some of the early critical syntheses in environmental sociology. 78. Sweezy's 1973 article Cars and Cities and his later Capitalism and the Environment were pioneering contributions to Marxian ecology. 79. In 1994 I wrote The Vulnerable Planet, a short economic history of the environment in an attempt to provide both a historical materialist interpretation of the emerging global ecological disruption, and an analysis that integrated environmental issues with the theory of monopoly capital as witnessed by the connections drawn between the work of Barry Commoner, criticizing the synthetic age, and Baron, Sweezy, and Braverman. 80. However, like others in the first generation of what is sometimes called ecological Marxism, I found myself grafting historical materialist conceptions onto what was essentially the general green theory of mainstream environmentalism. Since the main currents of Marxist thinking had for generations been largely divorced from ecological considerations, I eventually concluded that it was necessary to go back to classical Marxism in this respect in order to reconstruct the basis of a full-fledged critique. Paul Burkett, in Marx and Nature, and I, in Marx's Ecology, carried out this task separately in 1999 and 2000 from different but complementary perspectives, launching what could be called a second stage in ecological Marxism. 81 It is only more recently, however, that the necessary first attempts have been made to connect this developing Marxian ecological analysis to the reality of monopoly finance capital, as in my article The Ecology of Marxian Political Economy 82. The revolutionary confrontation of reality with reason. What made Baron and Sweezy's analysis in monopoly capital so important is that, to paraphrase Brecht, it described present-day reality in the only way that it can be described, by pointing to the potential for its transformation. In The Political Economy of Growth, Baron wrote, "The development of capitalism in general and its last phase monopoly capitalism in particular, while nowhere near creating anything resembling a good society, has produced the objective potentialities for the emergence of such a society. The prodigious expansion of the forces of production which has taken place during the period of imperialism, although a byproduct of war, exploitation, and waste, has indeed laid the foundations for the truly affluent society of the future. But such a society cannot evolve under the rule of an oligarchy administering society's vast resources for the benefit of a few hundred giant corporations and with the all-controlling purpose of the preservation of the status quo. Such a society can become reality only when its abundant resources will be administered by a human association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 83. It was this potential for a different kind of society which Baron and Sweezy discovered in the waste and irrationality of the monopoly capitalist order that constituted the uncompromising realism of their analysis, the annihilation of all reification. 1. The monopoly capital debate. The economic crisis controversy. With the turn for the worse in the U.S. and world economy in the early 1970s, a majority of mainstream economists turned their backs on reality and the Keynesian revolution and reverted to the supply-side perspective that had always been the preferred liberal response to crisis. Thus, when Paul Samuelson told his readers in 1983 that Keynes's prescription in its most simple form, self-destruct, as the obligation to run a full employment humanitarian state, caused modern economies to succumb to the new disease of stagflation, high inflation along with joblessness and excess capacity, he was simply giving further evidence of the general about-face of received economics, which had endeavored to blame the new period of severe economic distress on the overindulgent attitude toward the poor and unemployed that had supposedly characterized the earlier, Keynesian era. 1. The only way out of the present crisis, according to this viewpoint, was through a direct assault on employment and wages, the granting of additional tax concessions to corporations and the wealthy, and massive cutbacks in state welfare spending. That mainstream economists should reverse themselves in this way, in response to the return of stagnation, was of course to be expected. More surprising was the fact that many economists on the left turned around at about the same time and began to argue that the chief constraints of the system were to be found on the supply side, with high costs at the point of production squeezing profitability. Among radicals, this shift in perspective frequently took the form of criticism of monopoly capital, an essay on the American economic and social order by Paul Baron and Paul Sweezy, which in the years immediately following its publication had received widespread recognition as the leading attempt to bring Marx's Capital up to date, describing those laws of motion that constituted the differentia specifica of advanced accumulation. 2. In Baron and Sweezy's conception, the concentration on lowering costs and maximizing profits, under the reign of giant corporations with significant monopoly power, had contributed to the widening gap, at any given level of production, between output and socially necessary costs of production. This gap we call surplus. 3. The main problem of accumulation under monopoly capitalism was therefore to find ways in which this increasing surplus could be absorbed. Capitalist consumption, which constituted one possible outlet for the surplus, tended to account for a decreasing share of capitalist demand as income grew, while investment itself was held down by the fact that it took the form of new productive capacity, which could not be expanded for long periods of time independently of final, wage-based demand. Thus the system became increasingly dependent on the promotion of economic waste, both through the private channel of the sales effort and the public channel of military spending. Even then, the surplus was not entirely absorbed, with the unrealized or unabsorbed portion leaving its statistical trace in actual unemployment and excess capacity. Hence what could be called the relative overexploitation of labor power under monopoly capitalism manifested itself in a realization crisis, or in Keynesian terms a shortage of effective demand. Monopoly capital had pointed to a strong tendency towards secular stagnation under advanced capitalism, reflected in a widening underemployment gap. But with the re-emergence of stagnation only 3 or 4 years later, this type of analysis increasingly lost ground to two forms of radical supply-side theory: the classical Marxian law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and the underexploitation theory of the neo-Ricardian profit squeeze school. For those who turned to the former, which gained numerous adherents following the publication of Paul Maddox Marx and Keynes and David Yaff's The Marxian Theory of Crisis, Capital, and the State, the issue had less to do with changing historical conditions or transformations in liberal ideology than with what were viewed as the categorical imperatives of Marxian political economy. Point 4. Since Marx himself had devoted 3 whole chapters of Capital to this tendential law, according to which any increases in the rate of exploitation of labor power, as accumulation proceeds, will be overshadowed by a rising organic composition of capital, thereby decreasing labor's production of new value per unit of constant capital, and had advanced demand-side or under-consumptionist notions of crisis, like those of Baron and Sweezy, only in a scattered way. The falling rate of profit theory was seen by many to be the most definitively Marxist approach to the question of crisis. Moreover, while Baron and Sweezy had referred to the tendency of the surplus to rise as a new law of monopoly capitalism, replacing the classical law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the growing turbulence surrounding profits in the 1970s gave the impression to those with only a superficial understanding of their theory that they had spoken too soon. Point 5. Finally, the more traditionalist Marxists were inclined to view the substitution of the surplus category for the concept of surplus value in monopoly capital, along with the emphasis on monopoly and the location of economic contradictions within the exchange process, as indications of fundamental departures from Marxism. Similar reservations were to be raised with respect to the dependency theory of imperialism, which Baron had helped to introduce into the Marxian discussion on the basis of the same analytical framework. Nevertheless, as the debate lingered on, it became increasingly apparent that there was absolutely no empirical evidence whatsoever to indicate that a rising organic composition of capital was a major factor contributing to crisis tendencies in the 20th century. Theorists continuing to stress the direct importance of the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit therefore either contended that it was simply a tendential law that never had to materialize, or resorted to ever more eclectic formulations in which the falling rate of profit theory played a secondary, and highly ambiguous, role. Point 6. Hence, discussions of crisis within this tradition seldom if ever got beyond the mere repetition of Marx's original ideas of a century before. The falling rate of profit theory had argued that the shift in the organic composition of capital away from variable capital and toward constant capital was endangering profits at the point of production, thereby causing a capital shortage. The logic of the crisis, from the standpoint of the system, therefore demanded a supply-side strategy that would intensify the exploitation of labor and redistribute income from the poor to the rich. But since the rising capital intensiveness of production was presumed to be an inherent feature of technological progress under capitalism, the rate of exploitation was constantly rising as well, and a revolutionary response could sooner or later be expected from the working class. Such a strategy was bound to fail in the medium and long run in the eyes of most fundamentalist Marxists. Point 7. In contrast, the profit squeeze interpretation of contemporary economic distress that emerged within the neo-Ricardian left in the 1970s and 1980s in such works as Capitalism in Crisis by Andrew Glynn and Bob Sutcliffe, and Beyond the Wasteland by Samuel Bowles, David Gordon, and Thomas Weisskopf saw the problem as one of a rising wage share in national income and a decline in the rate of growth of labor productivity. Point 8. Since the cause of the crisis, in this case, was presumed to be a relative underexploitation of labor power, resulting from the growing strength of labor during the long post-World War II boom. The type of policy solutions adopted by President Reagan in the United States and Prime Minister Thatcher in Great Britain were thought to improve the underlying conditions of accumulation, though such policies were to be resisted on the left, and countered by either revolutionary strategy, or radical industrial policy initiatives, including the reorganization of class relations within the labor process. 9. Within the United States, profit squeeze theorists argued against the stagnation theory of neo-Marxian, under-consumptionist thinkers like Michael Kalecki, Joseph Steindl, Paul Barron, and Paul Sweezy by pointing to what appeared to be an increasing share of wages in national income during the Vietnam War period. 10. However, for theorists within the neo-Marxian tradition, this simply confused the wage and profit shares in national income accounts with the rate of exploitation at the level of production. Thus for Barron and Sweezy, the rate of exploitation could be rising rapidly within production even if the wage share was increasing in national income accounts, as long as the potential surplus had its statistical trace in various forms of waste production, as well as unemployment and excess capacity. As Barron said in his reply to the same argument when utilized by Nicholas Calder to attack Marxian theory in the 1950s, treating productive and unproductive labor indiscriminately as labor and equating profits with surplus obviously obscure this very simple proposition. 11. By 1985, profit squeeze theorists such as Bowles, Gordon, and Weisskopf were forced to admit that the main economic constraints of the system had, in the United States at any rate, shifted back to the demand side, and therefore had to supplement their original analysis with the heroic observation that there can be little doubt that the familiar supply-side contradictions of the 1970s will re-emerge in the 1980s, unless the Reagan administration chooses instead to put the economy through the ringer once again. 12. As can be seen from the foregoing discussion, the profit squeeze argument was related to the modern, neo-Ricardian rejection of the labor theory of value, and thus of any theory of the rate of exploitation along strict Marxian lines. Hence Bowles and Gintis were to declare that, the labor theory of value, once the centerpiece of Marxist thought, has become its embarrassment in a 1985 essay abandoning the proposition that labor values, or more technically, the socially necessary abstract labor time embodied in commodities, is the foundation of the Marxian theory of exploitation and accumulation. 13. Barron and Sweezy's law of the tendency of the surplus to rise, in sharp contrast, had been based on a radical extension of the surplus value category, emphasizing such elements as the upkeep of the state apparatus, the incomes of unproductive workers, and the expenses of circulation, elements that Marx had considered secondary under freely competitive capitalism but that had come to play an important part in what Sweezy called the protective reaction of the system under monopoly capitalism. 14. The present study is concerned with demonstrating that the basic analytical approach adopted in monopoly capital, which was also utilized by Barron to investigate imperialism and by Sweezy to investigate actually existing socialism, was rooted in a deep appreciation of Marxian methodology, one that leads to conclusions that are radically opposed not only to modern supply-side theories of capitalist crisis in the advanced states but also to vicious circle of poverty explanations of underdevelopment in the periphery and to economistic explanations of the laws governing post-revolutionary social formations. Since the purpose of what follows is to elaborate upon a particular Marxian methodology, the main focus is on various methodological criticisms raised by the more traditionalist Marxists, although the relation to neo-Ricardian and neoclassical perspectives is always implicit and occasionally explicit. The areas of contention can thus be grouped into 6 categories: the value status of the surplus concept, the issue of competition and monopoly, the theory of accumulation and crisis, the theory of the state, the problem of imperialism, and the meaning of actually existing socialism. Economic surplus and surplus value. What is at issue with respect to the economic surplus concept employed by Barron and Sweezy is best elucidated by referring to one of the most frequently quoted passages in Monopoly Capital. Pointing out that in a highly developed monopoly capitalist society, the surplus assumes many forms and disguises, they added in a footnote that It is for this reason that we prefer the concept of surplus to the traditional Marxian surplus value, since the latter is probably identified in the minds of most people familiar with Marxian economic theory as equal to the sum of profits plus interest plus rent. It is true that Marx demonstrates in scattered passages of Capital and theories of surplus value that surplus value also comprises other items such as the revenues of state and church, the expenses of transforming commodities into money, and the wages of unproductive workers. In general, however, he treated these as secondary factors and excluded them from his basic theoretical schema. It is our contention that under monopoly capitalism this procedure is no longer justified, and we hope that a change in terminology will help to effect the needed shift in theoretical position. Point 15. This passage makes it clear that for Baron and Sweezy the use of the surplus concept, rather than surplus value as such, had to do with the necessity of dealing with the various forms of economic waste, namely, realization costs and unproductive labor that are central to the entire accumulation process under monopoly capitalism. Yet they also imply that an inquiry of this sort could be conducted in terms of surplus value itself, although presumably with greater difficulty. Thus the reasoning behind their preference for the surplus value concept over Marx's key category remains obscure and difficult to grasp when viewed solely from the vantage point of their own explanation. However, the whole question is radically transformed once one realizes that Baron and Sweezy's use of the surplus concept is tied to theoretical considerations which suggest that much more than a mere change in terminology is actually at stake. This can be understood through the critical assessment of a comment by the fundamentalist Marxist economist Mario Kogawai. Writing of the passage from Monopoly Capital quoted above, Kogawai states, "In complete contrast to this, all those who are familiar with Marxian economic theory know that for Marx, the best points in my book are, the treatment of surplus value independently of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. The treatment of the particular forms by classical political economy, which always mixes them up with the general form, is a regular hash. Monopoly capital was therefore, likewise, a regular hash, and it remains difficult to understand the reasons for the needed shift in theoretical position. Point 16. The present study will argue that the reasons for this needed shift in theoretical position had to do with the very methodological point that Kogawai has raised. In a monopoly capitalist economy, according to Baron and Sweezy's framework, produced and realized surplus value increasingly becomes a particular form of the social accumulation fund potentially available for expanded reproduction. This is not only due to the problem of a chronic effective demand gap, but also relates to the fact that specifically capitalist use values, of a socially irrational character, are integrated into the structure of production as essential costs. Thus the economic surplus category becomes a means of extending the analysis of the social accumulation fund so as to encompass its most general form. This outlook, basic to Baron and Sweezy's entire theory, has been refined in the recent work of the Polish economist Henryk Zlachfer, which, along with important insights on the role of unproductive labor in both Marx and Baron and Sweezy that can be found in the work of Ian Goff, provides the essential basis for a reinterpretation of monopoly capital as a whole. Point 17. At this point, suffice it to say that Zlachfer's argument demonstrates that the concept of economic surplus, as introduced by Paul Baron and Paul Sweezy, forms an absolutely necessary complement to the traditional calculus of surplus value under conditions of monopoly capitalism. 18. In this context, Sweezy's insistence in response to one of the most persistent criticisms of monopoly capitalism, evoked by such theorists as Kogawai, Paul Maddock, Ernest Mondale, P.H. Herzog, and David Yaffe, that he and Baron never even considered the possibility of rejecting the labor theory of value, takes on added meaning. Point 19. Competition and monopoly. For Baron and Sweezy, the rise of the giant firm is responsible for important changes in the modus operandi of the system in the 20th century, requiring modifications in the theory of accumulation if it is to stay abreast of historical reality. This interpretation has been challenged ever more frequently of late by radical political economists on both theoretical and empirical grounds. The theoretical argument developed by James A. Clifton, Willie Semler, John Weeks, James Becker, Paul Maddock, and others contends that Barron and Sweezy took their conception of monopoly from the imperfect competition theory of neoclassical economics, in opposition to the classical and Marxian theory of competition. Semler has called into question not only the analysis of competition in the theory of monopoly capitalism, but also the empirical basis of monopoly profits. 20 and Weeks has gone so far as to state that the monopolies that stalk the pages of the writings of Barron and Sweezy have no existence beyond the work of these authors. For these monopolies, which at will set prices, control and suppress innovation, and the like, are idealistic resurrections of feudal monopolies before competition. 21. These strictures, related to century-old issues within the Marxian paradigm, have been contested, in one way or another, in recent works by Sweezy, the present author, Michael Lebowitz, and Howard Sherman. These, along with brief considerations of Marx's own position, the relevant views of Rudolf Hilferding and Lenin, the early contributions of Sweezy, and a recent examination of the empirical literature by Joseph Boehring, will form the basis for the interpretation of competition and monopoly capital provided in Chapter 3. This will lead to a reaffirmation of the conclusion, long taken for granted within Marxian thought, that the modern corporate monopolies with their surplus profits, far from being idealistic resurrections of feudal monopolies or the abstract byproduct of the methodology of bourgeois economic theory, 22 are instead the main manifestations of the process of concentration and centralization of capital that Marx was the first to describe. This line of thought will be accompanied by the theoretical observation, arising out of Braverman's analysis in Labor and Monopoly Capital, that the changes in the system's laws of motion during the monopoly stage are of a secondary order, relating mainly to the utilization of potential surplus product. 23. Overaccumulation and modes of surplus absorption. In Barron and Sweezy's theory, the growing intensity of monopoly in the economy as a whole is reflected in the widening profit margins of the giant firms. They therefore argue that the classical Marxian law of the falling rate of profit must give way, in a highly developed monopoly capitalist system, to the law of the rising surplus and the problem of surplus absorption. The majority of methodological objections to this theorem on the left put forward by critics like Michael Bellamy, Anwar Sheikh, David Yaffe, Ben Fine, Lawrence Harris, and Anthony Brewer have focused on the underconsumptionist elements in Barron and Sweezy's thought. 24 Hence fundamentalist Marxists commonly stress the scattered attacks on crude underconsumptionism to be found in the work of Marx, Engels, and Lenin as an authoritative basis for rejecting any approach along these lines whatsoever. This criticism loses much of its persuasive power, however, once one becomes cognizant of the fact that theoretical strictures of an identical kind can be found in the work of Rosa Luxemburg, Sweezy, Barron, and Harry Magdoff. 25 Chapter 4 will therefore suggest that the applicability of this type of criticism, even in relation to Sweezy's early study, the theory of capitalist development, is highly dubious. Still, it will be emphasized that Sweezy's original underconsumptionist approach, although not wrong in the sense of presenting a crude underconsumptionist perspective, was much weaker than it could have been since it constituted little more than a logical proof of a basic contradiction in the accumulation process. Attention will be given to the important critiques of Sweezy's early theory developed by Evsey Domar and Joseph Steindl. 26. The core of Chapter 4 will then be devoted to demonstrating how a more sophisticated theory of advanced accumulation emerged out of the fusion of the underconsumptionist strand in crisis theory with the analysis of monopoly capitalism. Thus Barron and Sweezy's joint sketch of contemporary economic reproduction will be viewed in three stages: the basic conception of realization crisis and monopolistic accumulation arising out of classical Marxism and the contributions of Kalecki and Steindl, the incorporation of the secondary determinants of accumulation, associated with the category of unproductive labor, within the central framework of economic analysis, and the complex interconnection between the tendency toward overaccumulation under monopoly capitalism and the larger historical dilemma of capitalist maturity. The pivotal point in the modern, neo-Marxian theory of crisis, it will be stressed, is the notion that investment itself, under monopoly capitalism, becomes a function of the large-scale enterprise's careful regulation of present and prospective output. Point 27. In line with this interpretation, I will argue that the theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism revolves around the issue of surplus productive capacity. This is so for two reasons. First, excess capacity is one of the chief indicators of the realization gap, and thus of the shortfall of actual surplus from potential economic surplus. Second, the degree of capacity utilization is perhaps the most important factor determining investment in the short run. Point 28. Hence Chapter 5 will review some of the data in this area, and the methodologies upon which they rest, based partly on a study by Ron Stanfield. Point 29. The main purpose will be to clarify certain broad theoretical and historical questions. No attempt will be made to prove the empirical validity of the theory, but merely to suggest that it is based on a relatively plausible interpretation of the facts, and thus to reinforce the analytical framework at hand at a more concrete historical level. The crisis of the tax state. Barron and Sweezy argued that, given the existence of vast amounts of idle productive capacity, it was possible for state spending to play a major role as a bulwark to the imperiled economic system. Hence, under modern capitalist conditions, there was no reason to suppose, in line with classical and neoclassical theories of public finance prior to the Keynesian revolution, that anything government might take from total output of society would necessarily be at the expense of some or all of its members, with the main burden falling on the surplus receiving classes. 30. Instead, increases in state spending could be expected to narrow the gap in demand left by insufficient consumption and investment. It was at the level of the state, therefore, that the question of the protective reaction of the system came entirely to the fore. The most influential radical work on the state in the United States is James O'Connor's important book, The Fiscal Crisis of the State. O'Connor presents the thesis that there is a structural gap in state finance, based on a faster increase in state outlays than in state tax receipts. The weaknesses of O'Connor's argument, as Hugh Moseley points out, are a failure to connect the theory of fiscal crisis in a systematic way to the more general theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism, and an inadequate analysis of the revenue side of the fiscal crisis. 31. The main part of Chapter 6 is therefore devoted to providing an elaboration of the very different theory of the crisis of the tax state, one that concentrates on the problem of state revenue, that is embedded in the analysis of Kalecki, Steindl, Barron, Sweezy, Magdoff, Paulo Silos Labani, and Craig Medlin. 32. The discussion of state spending in monopoly capital was not so much concerned with the fiscal crisis of the state as with the actual composition of government spending. In the United States, government purchases had increasingly taken the form of military spending, and of projects primarily of benefit to capital. But was this necessarily the case? Could not the state just as well devote the bulk of its revenue to welfare and housing for the poor, and to public investment designed to meet the needs of society as a whole? And could not the state also introduce a massive program of income redistribution designed to smooth over the contradictions emanating from what Schumpeter called the civilization of inequality and of family fortune? 33. In the wake of the Keynesian revolution, some theorists on the left answered the last two questions in the affirmative. 34. For Barron and Sweezy, in contrast, the possibility of effecting major reforms of this kind within capitalist boundaries was largely precluded by the class structure of society and the ultimate subordination of the state to the imperatives of capital accumulation. Constructing their argument in concrete historical terms, they proceeded to deal with this general problem in three ways: the issue of formal versus substantive political power in the highly structured class environment of the capitalist state, the forces opposed to significant increases in civilian government spending, and the economic and social contradictions of capitalist state planning. 35. This will form the subject matter in a further section of Chapter 6. The underdeveloped world. At the core of most objections to dependency theory as a mode of understanding imperialism is the argument, perhaps best expressed by John Weeks and Elizabeth Dorey, that the surplus extraction thesis of theorists like Barron and Samir Emin is divorced from all notions of class-based accumulation at the level of production, and thus falls prey to many of the same illusions as liberal thought. 36 After a brief consideration of these charges, Chapter 7 provides a careful reading of the relevant chapters in the Political Economy of Growth by Barron, as well as a fairly detailed discussion of a means theory of unequal exchange. This eventually leads to a point-by-point rejection of the criticisms most commonly leveled at their analysis, and to a reaffirmation of the liberating aspects of this tradition. Although sharing much of the same understanding of accumulation and crisis in advanced capitalism as Barron, Sweezy, and Magdoff, Albert Szymanski nevertheless argued against the analysis of imperialism that they had provided on the grounds that it failed to demonstrate the necessity of imperialism, and it was contradicted by empirical evidence, since the net transfer of value in the 1970s was from center to periphery rather than the other way around. 37 An additional part of Chapter 7 is therefore devoted to these questions, and to Magdoff's closely connected discussion of the reverse flow process affecting loans to third world nations. Actually existing socialism. The political economy of growth, as understood by Barron, obtained its full meaning only in the context of the discussion of economic planning in post-revolutionary societies, provided in a tightly compressed argument at the very end of his book. The first part of Chapter 8 is concerned with extracting the main outlines of his argument in this respect. This is followed by a discussion of the further application of Barron's methodology in work on socialist construction in post-revolutionary countries of the Third World by Victor Lippert and Clive Thomas. 38. From here the argument turns to the problems posed for Marxist theory by post-revolutionary societies of the Soviet type. A short sketch of 4 possible positions is followed by an elaboration of Sweezy's argument that these states constitute an altogether new social formation, neither capitalist nor socialist in character. 39. In the end, the enduring contribution of Barron and Sweezy is their ability to employ a common critical method, emphasizing the production and utilization of potential surplus product, to uncover the interlocking imperatives that govern the advanced capitalist, dependent capitalist, and post-revolutionary societies that make up the modern world system. It is only through this kind of unified understanding of contemporary social struggles, as a reflection of a shared history, that there is any real hope of transcending the growing threat to humankind that increasingly overshadows our age. 2. The economic surplus concept and Marxian value theory. Common criticisms. Paul Maddock, representing the traditionalist Marxist perspective, has suggested that Barron and Sweezy's substitution of the concept of economic surplus for surplus value in monopoly capital merely reflected the fact that they had switched from Marxian to bourgeois economic analysis, which does not operate with class terms such as value and surplus value but with the amalgam national income, the concept of effective demand, and Keynesian remedies for capital stagnation. 1 Ph. Herzog has likewise remarked that Barron and Sweezy remain prisoners of the bourgeois problematics of surplus. 2 While Ernest Mondale has argued that by jettisoning the field of value production for the field of monetary aggregate demand, Barron and Sweezy obscure, simple basic relationships. 3. On the other hand, as Henrik Zlachfer has pointed out, orthodox economists, while also assuming that Barron and Sweezy abandoned the labor theory of value, were almost universally opposed to the concept of surplus, which they saw as a direct threat to their own methodology. 4 This is clearly revealed in a statement by Raymond Lubitz. Barron and Sweezy linked the large corporation to the central theme of their work, the generation and absorption of surplus under conditions of monopoly capitalism. The use of the term surplus is one of major ethical significance. If you want to argue that an economic system is based on exploitation, then merely pointing to an unequal distribution of income or wealth is not enough. It is always possible that these inequalities might be shown, in some sense, to have been earned. If certain incomes can be defined as surplus, those who get the surplus can establish no economic right to it. 5. Neoclassical economics had arisen out of an attempt to demonstrate that all incomes were earned, in this sense, and Lubitz's remarks only highlight the fact that Barron and Sweezy's surplus category was derived from classical rather than neoclassical theory. This means that if Barron and Sweezy's category can be legitimately characterized as bourgeois, in line with the argument of Maddock, Herzog, and others, it has to be traced to the classical political economists other than Marx, Adam Smith, Thomas Malthus, David Ricardo, and John Stuart Mill. Thus Anthony Brewer, also representing the fundamentalist Marxist view, has asserted that in utilizing the surplus category in the political economy of growth, and later with Sweezy in monopoly capital, Baron reverts, essentially, to the classical, i.e., the pre-Marxist, definition, and this for very much the same purpose as those of the classical economists. He wishes to discuss the nature and causes of the wealth of nations. 6. In the labor theory of value of classical economics, the surplus was a residual above both wages and material capital carried over into the value of the product. Actual prices of production, or natural prices, were determined through a percentage markup on cost price, so as to obtain the socially average rate of profit. 7 In neoclassical economics, which has no concept of capital independent of the prevailing price structure, each factor of production is said to receive an income equal to its marginal productivity. According to this framework, the concept of surplus in the classical sense is virtually meaningless, since interest and rent are both classified as necessary costs of production equivalent in theoretical importance to wages in determining the rate of profit. 8. The characterization of Baron and Sweezy's use of the surplus concept as bourgeois is therefore at best misleading. Today's liberal economists almost invariably adhere to neoclassical theory, and the classical argument is largely confined to theorists on the left. Moreover, Baron and Sweezy themselves make it clear that their approach is derived not from classical economics in general but from Marx. 9 In the preface to the second printing of the Greek translation of Monopoly Capital, Sweezy explained that he and Baron had made an error of omission in not emphasizing the relationship of their theory of monopoly capitalism to Marxian value analysis, which they had taken for granted. Given the importance of this admission, it is well worth quoting the relevant paragraph in its entirety. Many of our Marxist critics have stated, as though it were a self-evident fact, that Baron and Sweezy reject the Marxist theory of value. This is not so. At no time in our long period of association and collaboration did it ever even occur to us to reject the Marxist theory of value. Our procedure in monopoly capital was to take the labor theory of value for granted and go on from there. I can now see that this was an error. We should have begun our analysis with an exposition of the theory of value as it is presented in Volume I of Capital. We should then have proceeded to show that in capitalist reality, values as determined by socially necessary labor time are subject to two main kinds of modification. First, values are transformed into prices of production, as Marx recognized in Volume 3, and second, values are transformed into monopoly prices in the monopoly stage of capitalism, a subject which Marx barely mentioned, for the obvious reason that Capital was written well before the onset of the monopoly capitalist period. At no time did Baron and I explicitly or implicitly reject the theories of value and surplus value but sought only to analyze the modifications which became necessary as the result of the concentration and centralization of capital. If we had pursued this course, I believe many misunderstandings could have been avoided. This is not to argue, of course, that our analysis of the modifications made necessary by monopoly is necessarily complete or even correct. That is for the critics to judge. But I insist that they cannot form a useful or valid judgment unless they first have a clear understanding of what we are trying to do. To the extent that lack of such understanding is the fault of the authors, I am truly sorry and offer sincere if belated apologies. 10. In utilizing the surplus concept, Baron and Sweezy therefore had no intention of rejecting Marxian value theory by reverting to pre-Marxist classical political economy, as Brewer, Maddock, Herzog, Mondale, and numerous others have suggested. But although Sweezy has made essentially the same point on several occasions, neither in the above passage nor in any of these other attempts to clarify the issue does he explain, in so many words, why he and Baron believed that the change in terminology would help effect the needed shift in theoretical position associated with the changeover from freely competitive to monopoly capitalism. 11 One may agree that the analysis provided in Monopoly Capital is compatible with the main thrust of classical Marxism, while nevertheless failing to perceive any substantive reason for the change in terminology. Point 12. Until this question is answered, the criticism of Baron and Sweezy's surplus concept, as a source of unnecessary analytical confusion, retains considerable force. Hence the remainder of this chapter will be devoted to demonstrating that Baron and Sweezy's terminological innovation was a necessary part of their larger endeavor to extend the scope of Marxian political economy in order to deal with those problems that distinguished the monopoly stage of capitalism. Economic surplus and the political economy of growth. The beginnings of an answer as to why a change in terminology seemed appropriate to Baron and Sweezy can be provided by looking at Baron's earlier use of the surplus concept in the political economy of growth. As Zlachfer has pointed out, Baron's employment of the surplus category in this work was greeted with enthusiasm by nearly all Marxist economists. Point 13. Since the main influence of the book derived from its second half, which dealt with the causes of underdevelopment in the Third World, this response to the reintroduction of the surplus category is understandable. To utilize the surplus value concept in relation to societies where the capitalist system is poorly developed, and where the law of value has never been fully operative, would go against the basic principles of Marxian political economy. Point 14. Moreover, some of those acquainted with Marx's thought were no doubt aware that he himself had employed the surplus category when dealing with the Indian social formation of his day. Point 15. Only Anthony Brewer appears to have been critical of Baron's methodology. In this respect, apparently believing that the mere use of the surplus concept, even in a third world context, was an unfortunate reversion to pre-Marxian thought. Point 16. In other words, Baron's methodology, insofar as it pertained to the Third World, seemed to be predicated on a recognition of the fact that the notion of economic surplus was a more general category than surplus value, which, in Marx's theory, was specific to a capitalist mode of production, where the law of value had the upper hand. The surplus concept allowed Baron to focus directly on the problem of the social accumulation fund in the Third World, while preserving the historical integrity of Marx's most important concept. Point 17. But the use of the surplus concept also had more positive theoretical implications. As a more general concept than surplus value, it provided the basis for a comparison between alternative social orders. Thus, in relation to the political economy of growth, Michael Kalecki wrote that the most important and original contribution of the book is certainly the characterization of various economic systems by the way in which the economic surplus is generated and utilized. 18. To accomplish this, Baron defined three forms of the surplus: actual, potential, and planned. Actual economic surplus was equal to current savings, consisting of difference between society's actual current output and its actual current consumption. Potential economic surplus was the difference between the output that could be produced in a given natural and technological environment with the help of employable productive resources, and what might be regarded as essential consumption. Planned economic surplus, which related to socialism, was defined as the difference between society's optimum output attainable under conditions of planned optimal utilization of all available productive resources, and some chosen optimal volume of consumption. 19. The method, as he pointed out, was one of comparative statics, which ignored the paths of transition from one economic situation to another, considering these situations, as it were, ex post. 20. While the concept of actual economic surplus presents no difficulties of interpretation, this is not the case for the potential and planned economic surpluses. Point 21. Potential economic surplus, Baron wrote, refers to a different quantity of output than what would represent surplus value in Marx's sense. On the one hand, it excludes such elements of surplus value as what was called above essential consumption of capitalists, what could be considered essential outlays on government administration and the like. On the other hand, it comprises what is not covered by the concept of surplus value, the output lost in view of underemployment or misemployment of resources. Point 22. Baron's revision of Marx's surplus value calculus with respect to socially necessary consumption, incorporating essential outlays on capitalist consumption and government administration, in addition to wages themselves, seems to have had the object of determining more precisely the size of the investment fund realistically available to a given society under conditions of rational employment. his revision in terms of output takes into consideration both the existence of structural unemployment and the systematic promotion of non-productive expenditures. Barron endeavored to make this framework still more explicit by pointing to 4 headings under which the potential surplus currently appeared, when judged from the critical standpoint of a more or less drastic reorganization of the production and distribution of social output, implying far-reaching changes in the structure of society, society's excess consumption, the output lost through unproductive labor, the output lost because of the irrational and wasteful organization of the existing productive apparatus, and the output foregone due to systemic underemployment. 23 Victor Lippitt has noted that in formulating this more precise notion of the potential surplus, Barron considered only waste, leaving existing investment out of his calculation, and thus made a major oversight. 24 However, since Barron did not make this mistake elsewhere, and since his main purpose was to highlight the surplus available for investment, this in fact creates no difficulties of interpretation. A more important criticism is that there is considerable overlap between Barron's 4 criteria for adducing wasted surplus. In fact, the first, second, and third categories refer to much the same thing viewed from slightly different perspectives. 25 Therefore, these categories represented differences in emphasis with regard to qualitative factors, rather than strict quantitative distinctions. Finally, it is crucial to recognize, as Zlachfer has stressed, that in devising the concept of potential economic surplus, Barron introduced the external criterion of socialist rationality, making it difficult to discern the dividing line between that concept and planned economic surplus. Planned economic surplus, for Barron, reflected the considered judgment of a socialist community guided by reason and science rather than the profit-making considerations of individual firms or the income distribution, tastes, and social pressures of a capitalist order. This implied a far-reaching rationalization of society's productive apparatus. Moreover, the optimum level of consumption and economic growth pursued in such a society would be determined by rational considerations of human welfare, leaving open the possibility that the planned surplus would be smaller than the potential surplus under capitalism if preference was given to current as opposed to future consumption. 26. Despite this quantitative distinction with respect to the planned and potential surpluses, however, the lines of demarcation between these two forms of surplus remain difficult to discern qualitatively, since both are formulated in terms of the external criterion of socialist rationality. While there is no difficulty with the category of planned surplus, according to Zlachfer, the concept of potential surplus is methodologically imprecise. 27 He therefore contends that the range of the potential surplus concept should be restricted so as to sharpen the critical force of Barron's entire analytical framework. The basis for distinguishing between the 3 types of surplus then becomes the 3 standpoints of individual capital, global capital, and society as a whole. 28 From the perspective of individual capital, it is impossible to perceive advertising expenditure, to take just one example, as a form of waste as long as it enhances surplus value for the individual firm. But from the standpoint of global capital, it is quite apparent that this constitutes a form of unproductive consumption in a very broad sense. We can determine more precisely what is meant by the perspective of global capital by looking at 2 general historical situations. The ideal of the capitalist economic order from the standpoint of the capitalist class as a whole is that of a system in which, say, so-called law that supply calls forth its own demand formally applies, with the constraints of the system lying entirely on the supply side. This means that there is full utilization of productive capacity, a seller's market, a shortage of savings in relation to investment opportunities, and a basic need to minimize luxury consumption. Generally speaking, these conditions pertained during the 19th century era of free competition and early industrialization. Hence, in neo-Marxian theory, the competitive stage of capitalism is often taken as a gauge of capitalism in its most rational form, adequate to its own concept and adhering to the standards of global capital. The advent of monopoly capitalism is therefore viewed as a departure from capitalism's own standards of rationality. 29. The other way in which the outlook of global capital can be concretely ascertained is in terms of a capitalist war economy, where the interests of the individual capitalists are subordinated to the interests of the capitalist class as a whole. 30. Under these circumstances it becomes necessary to maximize overall output and to minimize luxury expenditures. Herein lies the critical potential implicit in Keynesian economics, which emerged historically as the economics of depression, on the one hand, and the economics of war, on the other. Still, it need hardly be said that the critical outlook obtainable from the vantage point of the capitalist class as a whole in both of these historical situations remains strictly limited and does not permit a thoroughgoing scrutiny of the structure of production itself. Hence in Zlachfer's reformulation of Baran's theory all questions involving the external criterion of socialist rationality are confined to the concept of planned surplus. The significance of this change in formulation will become more apparent in relation to monopoly capital itself. For the moment, it is enough to point out that by restricting the range of potential surplus to the standpoint of global capital, Zlachfer has tried to make it equivalent to potential surplus value, while planned surplus, which involves far-reaching changes in the structure of production, eliminating waste built into the use-value structure of a monopoly capitalist economy, goes far beyond the traditional calculus of surplus value. 31. Thus, insofar as the question of planned surplus is involved, it is necessary, in conformity with the method generally employed in Sweezy's later writings, to refer to potential surplus product rather than potential surplus value. 32. Although differing with Baran's definitional framework, Zlachfer's approach seems more closely attuned to the logical requirements of Baran's theory as a whole, and thus can be treated as a refinement of the core analysis. Unless otherwise indicated, therefore, the terms potential and planned surplus will be employed in Zlachfer's sense in the following pages. The evaluation of the economic surplus concept according to the external criterion of socialist rationality has its counterpart in Baran's conception of unproductive labor, which has continued to be the most controversial feature of the political economy of growth within the left. Unproductive labor is defined by Baran, in terms reminiscent of Rudolf Hilferding, as all labor resulting in the output of goods and services the demand for which is attributable to the specific relationships of the capitalist system, and which would be absent in a rationally ordered society. 33. It would appear at first glance that this is radically opposed to Marx's own notion of unproductive labor, the most famous definition of which is that labor which is exchanged against revenue rather than capital. Matters, however, are neither so simple nor so entirely adverse to Baran's model when judged in terms of Marxian orthodoxy. In the most systematic discussion of Marx's theory of productive and unproductive labor to date, Ian Goff has argued that Marx approached the question from two standpoints. The first was whether the labor was exchanged against capital and directly enhanced surplus value. The second had to do with whether the labor was technically necessary with respect to the production of a given use value. In the latter case, an external criterion of rationality was applied, according to which certain economic forms could be adduced as deriving entirely from antagonistic class relations and from conditions of production that were specifically capitalist in nature. 34. As Marx wrote, it is only the apologetic endeavors of the vulgar economist that perceives commercial capital and money-dealing capital as forms arising necessarily from the process of production as such, whereas they are due to the specific forms of the capitalist mode of production, which above all presupposes the circulation of commodities, and hence money, as its basis. 35. This referred merely to circulation, but Marx also used the same approach in relation to supervisory workers. One part of the labor of superintendents merely arises from the antagonistic contradiction between capital and labor, and from the antagonistic character of capitalist production, and belongs to the incidental expenses of production in the same way as 9/10 of the labor occasioned by the circulation process. 36. Hence it was Marx's view that certain incidental expenses that were to some extent built into the very cost structure of capitalist production and constituted an inescapable feature of generalized commodity production could be considered irrational from the critical standpoint of society as a whole. For Marx, writing in the middle of the 19th century, this problem of technically useless circulation costs and supervisory personnel was a relatively minor matter, to be noted merely in passing. However, in the age of scientific management, advanced marketing, and financial control, this type of distortion of the cost structure of the system is no longer incidental. 37 And although Marx, as Goff explains, did not carry this external, historical criterion for determining the labor necessary to produce a given use value to the point that he actually questioned the productive worth of use values themselves, it seems completely in accord with his general method given the historical reality of a monopoly capitalist economy to follow Baron and Sweezy in doing exactly that. 38. This can be accomplished in a fairly rigorous manner by recognizing that the three perspectives of individual and global capital and society as a whole are equally applicable to the issues of economic surplus and economic waste. 39 With this as a clue, it is possible to retain the essential features of Marx's notion of unproductive labor while extending its critical range, by distinguishing between unproductive, unreproductive, and socially useless expenditures. Thus unproductive labor proper is labor that is not organized under the direct domination of capital and does not produce surplus value for the capitalist. 40 The concept of unreproductive labor brings the further element of luxury production within the category of waste. 41 Whereas useless labor incorporates still another form of waste, discernible only from the external vantage point of socialistically defined use values and technical necessities. 42 Although the second category of waste expenditure falls within the critical range of potential economic surplus, as delimited by Zlachfer, the last category of waste can be seen only from the standpoint of planned surplus. What should be apparent by now, in any case, is that this general approach, associated most notably with Baron, Sweezy, and Zlachfer, represents a critique of present-day capitalist reality, not only in terms of the system's internal logic, but also in terms of the higher, external logic of a rationally planned society. Economic surplus and monopoly capital. In monopoly capital, Baron and Sweezy approached the question of the economic surplus in a somewhat different way than Baron had in the political economy of growth. As we have seen, Baron utilized a method of comparative statics in his earlier book, with each of the main concepts being directed at determining the social accumulation fund actually, potentially, or optimally available for productive investment. In monopoly capital, in contrast, Baron and Sweezy employed a method of successive approximations, starting from a position in which the economic surplus was simply equal to aggregate profits, with the implicit assumption of full capacity utilization, and gradually moving to a developed notion of economic surplus, which was supposed to be equal to total surplus value. 43 The intended relationship to surplus value was indicated much later by Sweezy himself, in an article on the Japanese economy, where he pointed out that the fully developed version of the surplus in monopoly capital was conceived as being an equivalent to total surplus value, deviating from the textbook version of the latter as aggregate profits. 44 Hence, in beginning with the notion of aggregate profits or the difference between sales revenue and costs of production as a first approximation to a fully developed concept of economic surplus, Baron and Sweezy were simply starting with what had become the conventional textbook version of surplus value as a first step toward determining the potential social accumulation fund, which under monopoly capitalism increasingly takes on the labyrinthine character of economic waste of various kinds. 45. Before following out the logic of their analysis further, it should be mentioned, parenthetically, that in the dozen or so years prior to Zlachfer's initial contribution on the subject, none of the critics of monopoly capital seem to have fully appreciated the fact that the method adopted in the book was one of successive approximations. While some of the critics appeared to take the first approximation of the concept of economic surplus as the definition in the book, others, such as Otto Nathan, Michael Lebowitz, and M. Salvati, complained about the multiplicity of definitions. 46 Needless to say, this widespread failure to comprehend the method employed in monopoly capital, generated a great deal of added confusion and prevented radicals and non-radicals alike from perceiving some of the more subtle implications of Baron and Sweezy's approach to political economy. In the first 3 chapters of the book, Baron and Sweezy generally based their argument on the category of aggregate profits in national income, as a first approximation to the concept of economic surplus, while tacitly assuming the full utilization of productive capacity. 47 Nevertheless, where necessary for their argument, they introduced variations in the level of employment as a factor determining the actual quantity of gross profits. This is particularly evident in their response to an argument by Nicholas Calder, attacking the Marxian theory of exploitation, and therefore calling into question the tendency for the surplus to rise, on statistical grounds. In a famous essay entitled A Model of Economic Growth, Calder had argued that all statistical indications suggest that the share of profits in income in leading capitalist countries such as the United States have shown a falling rather than a rising trend over recent decades, and is appreciably below the level of the 19th century, despite the extraordinary severity and duration of the depression of the 1930s. The problem of realizing surplus value appears no more chronic today than it was in Marx's day. 48. In reply, Barron and Sweezy pointed out that the actual share of profits, or the surplus, as they had generally referred to it up to this point, while abstracting from the problem of unused productive resources, was in fact only part of the total surplus, since existing unemployment and excess capacity constituted a sizable component of the surplus, potentially available. Thus it is in the actual figures on unemployed workers and idle plant and equipment that much of the profit-making potential of the economy leaves its statistical trace rather than in final income accounts. 49. In the fourth chapter, on the role of the capitalist's consumption and investment as a means of absorbing the surplus, Barron and Sweezy drop their tacit assumption of full utilization of productive capacity. 50. This can be seen in their discussion of profitability schedules for monopolistic enterprises. Using data on the U.S. Steel Corporation compiled by John Blair, they showed that the profitability schedule for U.S. Steel shifted dramatically in an upward direction after 1955, with higher rates of return on stockholders' investment at every given level of capacity utilization, and a lower rate of capacity utilization at every given level of profit. They argued that this upward shift in profitability schedules for monopolistic firms provided additional support for their contention that not only would the potential surplus tend to rise, but that its investment-seeking portion would rise even faster. As Sweezy was to write later, at anything approaching full employment, the surplus accruing to the propertied classes is far more than they can profitably invest. 51. In any case, Barron and Sweezy managed to reconfirm the fact, central to Keynesian theory, that the profits of firms are dependent in the short run on the level of capacity utilization and employment. But in doing so they switched rather abruptly from an approach that implicitly assumed near full employment to one that operated in the real world of unemployment, underemployment, and excess capacity. It is scarcely surprising that this bewildered some of their readers. 52. Nevertheless, there was nothing illogical or even haphazard about their mode of procedure in these pages, since it made perfectly good sense to move from a concept of aggregate profits in national income accounts, with the simplifying assumption of full capacity utilization, to the historically concrete observation that the existence of unemployment meant that part of these aggregate profits were merely potential. By dropping the assumption of full capacity utilization, they did not alter their assessment of the size of the surplus up to this point, but merely uncovered one of its many forms and disguises. 53. Only in the fifth chapter, on the sales effort, did they introduce the second approximation to a full developed concept of the surplus, now defining it as the difference between total social output and the socially necessary costs of producing it, but without indicating that this was indeed a second approximation. 54. It is significant that when forced to provide a single, succinct definition of the surplus in their early introduction to the 1962 drafts of chapters 2 and 10, they had defined it basically in line with this second approximation in the final version of their book as the steadily widening gap, at any given level of production, between output and socially necessary costs of production. 55. It is clear, however, that in contrast to this 1962 definition, the second approximation, like the first, is formulated at the outset with the tacit assumption of full capacity utilization. What served to distinguish the second approximation, then, was the fact that the more developed definition incorporated a critical assessment of the cost structure of a capitalist economy. Thus their conception of socially necessary costs, as Slachfer has stressed, deducted interest, ground rent, excessive depreciation, selling costs, and wages of non-productive workers. 56. Given this outlook, Barron and Sweezy were also able to rephrase the second approximation as the difference between the aggregate net output and the aggregate real wages of productive workers. 57. It would seem that the more developed definition of economic surplus is very close to that of Marx's surplus value, which undoubtedly was Barron and Sweezy's intention. But it is in the chapter on selling costs that they actually depart from what Zlachfer has called the traditional calculus of surplus value. As Sweezy was later to acknowledge, it was at this point that elements of the planned surplus enter into their definition. 58. This is important in two respects. It underlines the difference between their conception of surplus and Marx's concept of surplus value, and it provides us with the additional critical perspective on monopoly capitalism, one from outside the system. Barron and Sweezy began their discussion in this chapter by pointing out that Marx had clearly recognized that there were other modes of utilization of society's economic surplus besides that of the capitalists' consumption and investment. 59. In this context they list the expenditures of state and church, the wages of unproductive workers, and what Marx called the expenses of circulation. In relation to this last factor they quote from Marx himself. The general law is that all expenses of circulation, which arise only from changes in form, do not add any value to the commodities. They are merely expenses required for the realization of value, or for its conversion from one form into another. The capital invested in those expenses belongs to the dead expenses of capitalist production. They must be made up out of surplus product and are, from the point of view of the entire capitalist class, a deduction from the surplus value or surplus product. 60. As Sweezy was to say of this same quote 5 years later, in his 1971 Marshall Lecture at Cambridge University, it seemed to Barron and me and still seems to me that this provides the needed conceptual framework to bring the whole problem of selling costs within the framework of Marxian theory. 61. The difficulty that they were to face in attempting to do so, however, derived from the fact that, while following Marx in assuming that expenses of circulation could be criticized from the point of view of the entire capitalist class, they also believed, along with Veblen, that under monopoly capitalism the sales and production efforts interpenetrate to such an extent as to become virtually indistinguishable. 62. Hence the very logic of their argument carried Barron and Sweezy beyond the traditional confines of the surplus value calculus by calling into question the system of needs incorporated within the cost structure of production itself. Insofar as the sales effort and the production effort have become inseparable under monopoly capitalism, the problem of selling costs is no longer amenable, as was the case in Marx's day, to full-fledged critical treatment from the standpoint of the capitalist class as a whole. It is therefore necessary to rely ever more directly on the principle that capitalism is a transitory historical formation. The sales effort, in Barron and Sweezy's terminology, was conceptually identical to Marx's expenses of circulation. 63. They did not, however, investigate all aspects of this broad phenomenon but mainly confined their discussion to two of its manifestations, advertising expenses and spurious selling costs built into the product mix of a monopoly capitalist economy. It is of course in relation to the latter, and not the former, that problems arise for the theory of surplus value. Barron and Sweezy approached the fundamental dilemma by concisely summing up the way in which socially necessary costs were conceived in the classical model of free competition. In the competitive model, only the minimum costs of production, combined with the minimum costs of packaging, transportation, and distribution, could be recognized by the market and by economic theory as socially necessary costs of purveying a product to its buyer. The product itself, although under capitalism not produced with a view to its use value but as a commodity with a view to its exchange value, could be legitimately considered an object of utility satisfying a genuine human need. To be sure, even during capitalism's competitive phase, to which this model approximately applies, socially necessary costs exceeded what they would have been in a less anarchic system of production, but there was no real problem of selling costs and certainly no interpenetration of the production and sales efforts. Socially necessary costs could be unambiguously defined, and at least in principle measured, as those outlays indispensable to the production and delivery of a given output. And once costs had been defined, the social surplus was easily identifiable as the difference between total output and costs. 64. But if it could be reasonably assumed under freely competitive capitalism that the structure of production, despite the exchange value basis of a commodity economy, had socially useful labor and serviceable use values as its real content, this is not true to the same extent under monopoly capitalism, where the very output mix of the economy is increasingly subject to the irrational exigencies of the system. Here it is important to follow Zlachfer in noting that Marx had, in effect, employed the concept of a specifically capitalist use value lacking any intrinsic worth from the standpoint of production in general in relation to gold. 65. With this as a methodological clue, Zlachfer goes on to argue that in the monopoly stage of capitalism the giant corporations strive to promote purely formal use values of all shapes and sizes, for the sole purpose of absorbing the potential economic surplus. To this we need only add that such spurious labor and commodities often have the peculiar use value for capital alone of being completely useless with respect to social reproduction. 66. Obviously, all of this enormously complicates the problem of determining what constitutes essential labor and socially necessary costs. The issue is not difficult, in principle, where non-reproductive luxury commodities are concerned, since this form of waste is easily discernible from the perspective of global capital. 67. However, it is no easy matter to determine the extent to which expenses of circulation penetrate into the consumption basket of workers, or even into capital goods production. As Baron and Sweezy put it, the question is, what are socially necessary costs when, in Veblen's words, the distinction between workmanship and salesmanship has been blurred? This question does not arise from the mere existence of selling costs. As long as the selling industry and the sales departments of producing enterprises are separate and do not impinge upon the production departments, everything is plain sailing. In that case, selling costs, like rent and interest, can be readily recognized as a form of surplus to be subtracted from aggregate costs in order to arrive at the true socially necessary costs of production. But how should we proceed when selling costs are literally indistinguishable from production costs, as is the case, for example, in the automobile industry? How can the productive workers be distinguished from the unproductive? How can selling costs and production costs be separated? 68. It would be difficult to avoid the conclusion that such questions are not easily asked, much less answered, within the classical Marxian framework of surplus value analysis. To raise the issue of the productiveness or non-productiveness of labor within the deep structure of industrial output itself is to transcend the entire immanent critique of the capitalist mode of production. Yet in an irrationally constituted system, where planned obsolescence is built into key commodities like the omnipresent automobile, it is scarcely possible to avoid asking these questions if part of one's purpose is to ascertain the manner in which the social accumulation fund potentially available for the satisfaction of human needs is wasted, and thus to gain a rough indication of the degree to which monopoly capitalism obstructs social progress. What is more, it is well worth underlining the fact that even though these contradictions are only clearly visible from outside the system, as it were, it is nevertheless true that they have a direct bearing on the entire disarticulation of the capitalist mode of production in our time. According to Baron and Sweezy, then, the only meaningful way of analyzing the distortion of costs at the level of production is to compare the actual product mix for a commodity such as the automobile to a hypothetical product mix that excludes all non-essential expenses of circulation. A similar approach, they pointed out, had been employed in very broad theoretical terms by the classical political economists, who had confronted prevailing reality with the reason and science of a nascent social order when they criticized the hybrid feudal mercantilist capitalist system against which they fought their ideological and political battles. 69. Thus with respect to the automobile, Baron and Sweezy argued based on findings by economists Franklin M. Fisher, Zvi Griliches, and Karl Kaysen that more than 25% of the purchase price in the 1950 to 1956 period was accounted for by unnecessary model changes, and a further $968 million per year over the period by the added gas consumption that went hand in hand with these innovations in car design and construction. The point is driven home once one realizes that none of this included the economic costs associated with the well-known accelerated obsolescence of particular repair parts and of the vehicle as a unit. 70. What was true of automobiles, Barron and Sweezy suggested, was also true, albeit in a less dramatic sense, in other areas of basic industry where waste had invaded the production process, taking the form of sumptuous packaging, unnecessary changes in product design, an excess of supervisory personnel, etc. Given the universality of the phenomenon, and the sheer guesswork involved in determining a hypothetical product mix conforming to the dictates of science and reason in the context of the present social order, Barron and Sweezy argued that a full-scale computation of useless labor integrated into the production of actual use values in the economy was virtually impossible at that time. Still, there was no doubt about the key conclusion. What is certain is the negative statement which, notwithstanding its negativity, constitutes one of the most important insights to be gained from political economy, an output the volume and composition of which are determined by the profit maximization policies of oligopolistic corporations neither corresponds to human needs nor costs the minimum possible amount of human toil and human suffering. The concrete structure of a rational social output can only be established in the fullness of time by a process of groping, of trial and error in a socialist society where economic activity is no longer dominated by profits and sales but instead is directed to the creation of the abundance which is indispensable to the welfare and all-round development of man. 71. Hence, if the quantitative impact of the penetration of the sales effort into production itself could not be measured in any comprehensive way, there could be no doubt about the qualitative issues involved. It was no longer valid to believe that production consisted entirely of socially necessary labor, when judged from the perspective of a rational socio-economic order. 72. Analytically, the general method employed in the chapter on selling costs seems similar to the one Marx himself used when briefly considering the expenses of supervisory labor, at least part of which can be viewed alternatively as socially necessary costs in the determinate historical environment of a capitalist economy with an antagonistic class structure, and as socially unnecessary costs from the standpoint of society as a whole. Faced with this contradiction, Marx adopted the latter point of view, while treating it as a minor qualification to the theory of a purely capitalist economy, based on the concrete historical conditions of his day. By merely raising the same general issue a century later, however, Barron and Sweezy were inexorably driven to the conclusion that Marxian political economy had to be extended beyond an imminent critique of the system if it was to retain any direct historical relevance. Under monopoly capitalism, a growing proportion of workers employed within production itself are, to borrow an appropriate phrase from Marx, useful and necessary only because of the faulty social relations they owe their existence to social evils. 73. Needless to say, this cannot be entirely understood within the narrow historical confines of capitalist reasoning, even in its most generalized form. The chapter on the sales effort as a mode of surplus absorption, in which the second approximation to the concept of economic surplus was introduced, was followed by a chapter on civilian government as still another form of surplus absorption. From this point on, the tacit assumption of full capacity utilization, adopted initially with respect to the first approximation and then subsequently relaxed, only to be renewed in introducing the second approximation, was finally rejected altogether. Since the traditional, pre-Keynesian criticism of government spending had been based on the assumption, in accordance with Say's purported law, that the capitalist system tended to draft to the full its available productive capacity, Barron and Sweezy began their discussion of state spending by stressing the everyday reality of excess capacity, as a fundamental characteristic of accumulation under monopoly capitalism. 74. Government expenditures in a modern economy, according to this outlook, were to be understood as part of the protective reaction of a system that was no longer self-sustaining in the strict economic sense. Hence the remaining chapters of Monopoly Capital were concerned with the real world of unused productive resources, compensatory state spending, and potential economic surplus. While the second approximation represented the fully developed concept of economic surplus in a quantitative sense, it is only with the explicit recognition of the fact that in reality much of this surplus finds its statistical trace in unemployment and excess capacity that the concept is fully developed in a qualitative sense as well. The various components of Barron and Sweezy's final version of the economic surplus concept were summarized by Joseph D. Phillips in the statistical appendix to Monopoly Capital. The totals of these three major categories of economic surplus: property income, waste in the business process, and government expenditure were added together to obtain our grand totals. It should be noted, however, that these totals still do not include all elements of surplus. Some could not be estimated on a year-by-year basis because of inadequate data. One of these elements is the penetration of the productive process by the sales effort, but some data for recent years have been assembled to indicate its order of magnitude. Another element which might reasonably be incorporated in the surplus, but is omitted here, is the output foregone owing to the existence of unemployment. 75. It will be noticed that of the five components of the economic surplus mentioned here, the first, property income, is basically equivalent to the first approximation, or the difference between what a society produces and the costs of producing it, while the next three components, waste in the business process, government expenditure, and the penetration of the sales effort into the production process, form the additional elements making up the second approximation, or the difference between total social output and the socially necessary costs of producing it. 76. The fifth component, as previously noted, is initially abstracted from in both the first and second approximations, which, for the sake of simplicity, tacitly assume full employment by ideal capitalist standards. Here it bears repeating that the category of economic surplus can be considered fully developed in a qualitative sense only insofar as it explicitly recognizes the harsh reality of underemployment, and the didactic device of assuming near full employment must obviously be abandoned in any statistical endeavor to measure potential surplus product. In grouping these five components of the economic surplus into three distinct sets, in the statement quoted above, Phillips was no doubt expressing more than a mere problem of measurement. 77. As Slashfer has noted, in relation to the first of these sets, the sum total of income from property, waste in business, and state spending is equivalent to the notion of produced and realized surplus value. 78. In contrast, both the penetration of the sales effort into the production process and output lost through unemployment, when considered as elements of surplus product, go beyond the traditional surplus value calculus. This should be clear enough by now in the case of the former. But it is also true that it is rather awkward from the standpoint of the traditional calculus to include, as part of total surplus value, the potential surplus product lost through unemployment. Moreover, although the waste associated with idle capacity is visible from a global capitalist perspective, which has no difficulty with the idea of a full employment surplus, this is not the case with respect to Marxian unemployment, that is, the industrial reserve army that invariably remains when all plant and equipment is fully employed, since this also extends beyond the historically limited perspective of global capital to that of society as a whole. In all of these various ways, Barron and Sweezy's approach to political economy seems to be predicated on an intellectual standpoint external to the system itself. The figures provided by Phillips indicated that the total surplus for 1963 equaled 56.1% of GNP. 79. Some critics have contended that there was a certain amount of double counting in the determination of these results. 80. And, since the figures were compiled by taking certain elements from both the income and expenditure sides of the national product accounts, it is easy to see how this could have occurred. Thus it seems undeniable that a certain portion of government expenditures are counted as well in property income. 81. Much of this has to do with the intrinsic difficulty of ascertaining the relevant Marxian categories and quantities in national income accounts designed for quite a different purpose. In any case, there can be little doubt about the sheer magnitude of the surplus, or about its tendency to rise in relation to income as a whole, as Ron Stanfield and Edward Wolff have demonstrated with somewhat different methods of measurement. 82. Moreover, it is absolutely essential to recognize that the Phillips estimates were conservative in several crucial respects. Although Phillips did attempt to develop rough estimates for the penetration of the sales effort into the production process, which amounted, in rough order of magnitude, to something like 10% of GNP, he was unable to compute year-by-year estimates and therefore left this component out of the grand totals of the economic surplus. 83 In addition, the further element of output lost through official unemployment, amounting during the years 1953 to 1960 to some $252 billion, was also excluded. 84. In other words, the total surplus as estimated in the Phillips tables was only meant to represent produced and realized surplus value, and did not include those additional elements of the potential surplus product that represented the differentia specifica of Barron and Sweezy's analytical framework when compared to the classical surplus value approach. History and theory. The foregoing analysis of Barron and Sweezy's concept of economic surplus should make it clear that their intention was to modify and extend the Marxian cognitive perspective in accordance with what they perceived as important historical changes, rather than to abandon the core components of value theory. It would appear that the economic surplus concept was introduced, at least in part, to deal with phenomena that could not be incorporated through a mere mechanical broadening of the surplus value notion. 85 In this sense they were, at the same time, defending the theoretical integrity of the Marxian perspective by conforming to what Karl Korsch had called the principle of historical specification. 86 The notion of surplus value, like nearly all of the key categories in Capital, was conceived by Marx as being specific to the capitalist mode of production and could not be applied to phenomena that lay outside of the purview of capital in general. 87 The concept of economic surplus therefore became a necessary complementary category for comparing alternative social orders. Ironically, what was undoubtedly the most pointed attempt to refute Barron and Sweezy's methodology ended up asserting the very methodological principle that lay at the core of their study. As we have seen, Barron and Sweezy had argued that certain secondary determinants of accumulation, such as the revenues of state and church, the expenses of transforming commodities into money, and the wages of unproductive workers, had been considered by Marx but were largely excluded from his core theoretical schema. 88 Under monopoly capitalism, they argued, this procedure was no longer satisfactory, and these factors had to be brought into the very center of politico-economic analysis. For this purpose, the broad notion of economic surplus, rather than the more historically concrete and theoretically delimited concept of surplus value as such, was thought to be most appropriate. In direct response to this, Paul Maddock, anticipating an argument later to be employed by Mario Kogoi, wrote, "Because for Marx the relation between wage labor and capital determines the entire character of the capitalist mode of production, his capital analysis is in terms of value and surplus value. Even the division of surplus value into profit, interest, and rent disappears in his value analysis. The best points in capital," Marx wrote to Engels, "are the twofold character of labor, according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, and the treatment of surplus value independently of its particular form of profit, interest, ground rent, etc. If there is no point in considering interest and rent in the value analysis of capitalist development, there is even less in considering the additional items enumerated by Barron and Sweezy into which surplus value is divided in capitalist society." 89. It would be difficult to gainsay the fact that a fundamental misunderstanding of Barron and Sweezy's analysis is revealed in Maddock's argument. The only reason for developing a framework that explicitly accounts for the additional items of unproductive labor, expenses of circulation, underemployment, unused capacity, and the distortion of the use-value structure of the economy is to obtain a more complete notion of the social accumulation fund potentially available for economic expansion. Thus Barron and Sweezy were not interested in these secondary determinants of accumulation in themselves, but were simply attempting to obtain a notion of the potential surplus product as a whole. If they departed from Marx, it was only in their belief that under the increasingly deranged system of monopoly capitalism, produced and realized surplus value no longer encompassed the entire potentially available social accumulation fund and thus had to be supplemented if the historical limitations of the system were to be understood by the more general category of economic surplus. Another objection of a more serious kind was leveled by William Barclay and Mitchell Stengel, who charged that in appealing to an abstract concept of socialism when formulating the category of economic surplus, Barron and Sweezy adopted a position outside of history. 90 David Yaffe has put forward a similar criticism, suggesting that Barron and Sweezy relied on the sort of abstract recourse to reason characteristic of the Frankfurt School, rather than on classical Marxian notions of historical necessity. 91. The trouble with all such criticisms, particularly when made by those on the left, is that they are self-defeating. What distinguishes the Marxian outlook is the perception of capitalism as a transitory historical system. This demands an intellectual standpoint that is in some respects outside of capitalist history, with respect both to the known pre-capitalist past and the still largely unknown post-capitalist future. In relation to the latter, it is not all utopian to conceive of a more rational order in the broadest possible terms, as one in which many of the class-based contradictions of the profit system have been negated. 92 Such a perspective would of course be ahistorical and crudely utopian if thought of as a definite description of the future as history. It is anything but ahistorical, however, insofar as it allows us to perceive the historical limitations, and unfolding contradictions, of the present social order. To the Marxist, as Sweezy wrote in The Theory of Capitalist Development, the specific historical character of capitalism is a major premise. It is by virtue of this fact that the Marxist is able, so to speak, to stand outside the system and criticize it as a whole. 93. The fundamental principle of historical materialism, Barron argued, was the continuous, systematic, and comprehensive confrontation of reality with reason. But this was not to be understood in an idealistic sense. To Marxism, the meaning of reason and the nature of reality are closely interwoven, inseparable aspects of historical development. In terms of the long run, of the entire historical process, the content and the injunctions of reason are relative. They change with the changing forces of production, they enrich themselves with the expansion of our knowledge. 94. Marxism, Barron contended, must remain realistic through a thoroughgoing scrutiny of existing historical conditions, but it must also retain the courage to be utopian, setting its sights on the not yet realized but already visible potentialities of the future. 95. The confrontation of reality with reason, he wrote, is by no means an abstract, intellectual undertaking. In every society that is split into classes, i.e., based on the exploitation of man by man, the exploiting class is vitally interested in the preservation of the existing pattern of social relations, and in administering the affairs of society it will seek to admit of only such change as will not endanger this pattern. The point is therefore unavoidably reached when the progress of reason and the expansion of our knowledge of reality are impeded, when existing and maturing possibilities for society's further advancement, for further growth and development of all its members, are sacrificed in favor of the interest of the dominant class in the continuation of the established social order, when, in other words, the particular interests of society come into conflict with the interests of society as a whole. At such historical junctures the confrontation of reality with reason reveals the irrationality of the existing social order, turns in the words of Marx into ruthless criticism of everything that exists, ruthless in the sense that the criticism will not shrink either from its own conclusions or from conflict with the powers that be, and becomes the intellectual expression of the practical, existential needs of the entire society, and in particular of its overwhelming majority, the oppressed and exploited classes. 96. To deny any aspect of what would be rational from the standpoint of society as a whole, even if this can only be intellectually ascertained from a position, as it were, outside of the capitalist system, and thus by going beyond the categories appropriate to the analysis of that system in and for itself, to deny any part of this human potentiality, is to shy away from a ruthless criticism of everything that exists and to restrict the range of the confrontation of reality with reason to that which is defined by the status quo. For Barron, it is the very refusal to cooperate with establishment ideology by artificially limiting the scope of social inquiry in this manner that constitutes the most essential characteristic of the Marxian outlook. From this vantage point, it can be argued that Baron and Sweezy's approach to political economy and much of what has all too often been condemned as mere critical theory as well belongs to the classical tradition of historical materialism, placing its emphasis on history as a creative process. Although there is, to take just one example, little room for criticism of the use-value structure of the economy in terms of the internal logic of capital itself, it seems entirely appropriate to rely on the perspective of society as a whole to carry out this all too necessary task of revolutionary reason. 97. Yet if Baron and Sweezy's approach to political economy can be defended as being consistent with the leading principles of historical materialism, one is nonetheless forced to acknowledge that their attempt at a reformulation of Marxian economics for the era of monopoly capitalism tends to leave radical political economy in a state of conscious disarray. Thus it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that the day-to-day workings of the law of value, quite apart from the issue of monopoly profits in themselves, are far less clear-cut in the society of monopoly capital, as pictured by Baron and Sweezy, than in the atomistically competitive system of Marx's time. According to Sweezy, what Marx called the law of value summarizes those forces at work in a commodity-producing society which regulate the exchange ratios among commodities, the quantity of each produced, and the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production. The basic condition for the existence of a law of value is a society of private producers who satisfy their needs by mutual exchange. The forces at work include, on the one hand, the productivity of labor in the various branches of production and the pattern of social needs as modified by the distribution of income, and, on the other hand, the equilibrating market forces of competitive supply and demand. To use a modern expression, the law of value is essentially a theory of general equilibrium developed in the first instance with reference to simple commodity production and later on adapted to capitalism. 98. More generally, the law of value, as Thomas Ekine has written, simply states that the value of a commodity is equal to the quantity of socially necessary labor directly or indirectly spent for the production per unit of that commodity. 99. The law of value, then, is a kind of shorthand expression for the central gravitational tendency of a purely capitalist economy, through which conditions of market equilibrium and technical efficiency are established on the basis of labor values. The penetration of the sales effort into the production process and the promotion of what Zlachfer has called formal use values, or use values that have social utility only for capital itself, obviously destroys much of the logical coherence of the law of value insofar as it pertains to concrete capitalist conditions. Thus it is much more difficult to assume, on anything like realistic grounds, that there is a developmental tendency for socially necessary labor alone to be incorporated into the structure of output. 100. And this means that much of the potential surplus product may be concealed through waste built into the cost structure of variable capital itself. When added to better known distortions in the operation of the system under monopoly capitalism, such as the modifications in transformed values induced by monopolistic UPS and the increasing degree of control that individual giant firms are able to exercise over the technological traits of the system, it is only realistic to conclude that the law of value no longer works in an orderly fashion. But does this mean that value theory should be abandoned? This is a question that Baron and Sweezy did not answer directly. Nevertheless, if they had done so, as Sweezy has since made clear, their answer would have been an emphatic no. As Zlachfer has stated, it is just at this point that Marxian value theory proves to be absolutely supreme over any other theory of profit and distribution. 101. In the first place, the very principles that allow us to perceive the distortions at the level of production provide us, at the same time, with the basis for a further synthesis. Thus it is possible to activate the secondary determinants of accumulation in the Marxian scheme, involving the question of unproductive labor in the widest possible sense, as a conceptual bridge between the theory of a comparatively rational order, based on 19th-century conditions, and its comparatively irrational successor in the 20th century. In the second place, it is possible to make sense of the present as history by looking forward from the past and backward from the future. The relatively irrational world of monopoly capitalism, in which the law of value asserts itself only in the most general terms, need not be viewed solely by looking forward from the era of free competition, but can also be discerned by looking backward from a rationally ordered socialist society. And in this way one is better able to perceive the extent to which surplus value is becoming an ever more antagonistic form of the surplus product. 3. Free competition and monopoly capital. Competition. Much of the stagnation of Marxian social science, Baron and Sweezy contended in the opening pages of their book, could be attributed to the fact that, notwithstanding the contributions of Hilferding and Lenin, the Marxian analysis of capitalism still rests in the final analysis on the assumption of a competitive economy, and thus real history could be expected to diverge to an ever greater extent from the world of Marx's capital within the crucial realm of competition itself. We must recognize that competition, which was the predominant form of market relations in 19th century Britain, has ceased to occupy that position, not only in Britain but everywhere in the capitalist world. Today the typical economic unit in the capitalist world is not the small firm producing a negligible amount of a homogeneous output for an anonymous market, but a large-scale enterprise producing a significant share of the output of an industry, or even several industries, and able to control its prices, the volume of its production, and the types and amounts of its investments. The typical economic unit, in other words, has the attributes which were once thought to be possessed only by monopolies. It is therefore impermissible to ignore monopoly in constructing our model of the economy and to go on treating competition as the general case. In an attempt to understand capitalism in its monopoly stage, we cannot abstract from monopoly or introduce it as a mere modifying factor, we must put it at the very center of the analytical effort. Point 2. All of this was very persuasive since it accorded with the dictates of common sense and drew on a long-established tradition in Marxian economics. But from a radical standpoint, the realm of appearance, to which competition belongs, can be deceiving. To many of their critics, Baron and Sweezy gave the impression of having derived their entire analysis of modern capitalism from the forms of competition, while ignoring the innermost essence of the capitalist system. Point 3. Thus a long debate on the status of competition and monopoly within the classical Marxian framework was to emerge, the full dimensions of which have only become apparent in the last few years. For Marx and the classical economists in general, competition did not create the basic laws of accumulation. Nor, however, was competition a phenomenon to be regarded lightly. In the first place, it was only through this means that the law of value was enforced. As Marx put it in the Grundrisse, competition executes the inner laws of capital, makes them into compulsory laws toward the individual capital, but it does not invent them. It realizes them. For, in the second place, it was through competition that prices of production, as transformed labor values and centers of gravity for market prices, were introduced. Unlimited competition, to quote from another passage in the Grundrisse, is, not the presupposition for the truth of the economic laws, but rather the consequence, the form of appearance in which their necessity realizes itself. Competition therefore does not explain these laws, rather it lets them be seen, but it does not produce them. Point 5. Hence Marxian theory, focused on the inner logic of capital, abstracting from those aspects of the competitive process that related to the diversity of phenomena. And as long as it could be reasonably assumed that free competition between capitals would become in every way more intense as the system evolved, there was no particular reason to give a great deal of attention to the actual functioning of competition as the enforcer of value relations, a role that could be taken for granted. It is important to understand just how much this approach differed from the neoclassical theory that was to follow. Since the new liberal orthodoxy denied the very existence of labor values as such, the inner essence of the capitalist system in the Marxian outlook, it ended up relying on a very rigid, and mathematically stylized, notion of competition as an external assumption from which everything else followed. Point 6. John Eliot has summarized the conditions of perfect and pure competition as they evolved in neoclassical theory as follows. The conditions of pure competition essentially are two: a large number of small households and firms, none of which is large enough relative to the others and/or to the market as a whole to exert significant control over the quantity and, thus, the price of any good or resource, homogeneity within groupings or categories so that no buyer or seller has control over prices through differentiating what he has to buy or sell in the seller's or buyer's minds. For pure competition to be characterized by conditions of market perfection, two additional qualities are required: perfect knowledge of market conditions, and mobility and freedom in the movement of households and firms from purchase, production, or sale of one good and/or resource to another. 7. Obviously, such degrees of purity and perfection are not to be met with in reality. Thus Eliot adds in a footnote, "It is doubtful that the intellectual giants of economic individualism, men like Adam Smith, David Ricardo, John Stuart Mill, and Alfred Marshall, had very precise concepts of competition and monopoly in mind in their theories of capitalism. Nor is it clear that capitalism's philosophical rationale requires complete purity or perfection of competition. However, the institutional basis for economic coordination and control in capitalism is some form of competition among economic units, and if competition is to be workable, it must involve a relatively large number of buyers and sellers, a high degree of substitutability among products, services, and productive services, a reasonable amount of knowledge among buyers and sellers, and reasonable freedom or mobility in the movement of resources. 8. If this is the case, then why do orthodox economists insist so strenuously on the importance of absolutely perfect and pure competition in their base-level analysis? The theory of imperfect competition, after all, has never been more than a minor qualification. The answer seems to be that general equilibrium theory, and thus the notion that all factors of production receive an income equal to their marginal product, is entirely dependent on perfect and pure competition as an a priori assumption. Thus no less an authority than John Hicks has remarked that it has to be recognized that a general abandonment of the assumption of perfect competition, a universal adoption of monopoly, must have very destructive consequences for economic theory. Under monopoly the stability conditions become indeterminate, and the basis on which the economic laws can be constructed is therefore shorn away. Not only is falling average cost consistent with monopoly, falling marginal cost is consistent with monopoly too. There must indeed be something to stop the indefinite expansion of the firm, but it can just as well be stopped by the limitations of the market as by rising marginal costs. 9. The destructive consequences for economic theory that Hicks sees are, however, specific to the neoclassical paradigm. The whole idea of the productivity of capital is dependent on the axiom of rising marginal costs, but once the assumption of perfect competition is generally abandoned, this axiom is called into question. 10. This is not a problem for neo-Marian theory, which argues that marginal costs are fairly constant, and even decreasing, over the relevant range of output, and in a manner consistent with the underlying valorization process. 11. But for neoclassical theory there is no easy way out, as Hicks goes on to explain. It is, I believe, only possible to save anything from this wreck, and it must be remembered that the threatened wreckage is that of the greater part of general equilibrium theory, if we can assume that the markets confronting most of the firms with which we shall be dealing do not differ very greatly from perfectly competitive markets. If we can suppose that the percentages by which prices exceed marginal costs are neither very large nor very variable, and if we can suppose that marginal costs do generally increase with output at the point of equilibrium, then the laws of an economic system working under perfect competition will not be appreciably varied in a system which contains widespread elements of monopoly. At least, this getaway seems well worth trying. We must be aware, however, that we are taking a dangerous step, and probably limiting to a serious extent the problems with which our subsequent analysis will be fitted to deal. Personally, however, I doubt if most of the problems we shall have to exclude for this reason are capable of much useful analysis by the methods of economic theory. 12. In other words, the choice is a stark one, between dealing seriously with the problem of monopoly as a growing factor in the modern economy and thus undermining neoclassical theory, or denying the essential reality of monopoly and therefore preserving the theory. Quite in keeping with their primary role as apologists, establishment theorists have generally followed Hicks in choosing the latter course. Unworldly assumptions about competition are therefore particularly characteristic of neoclassical theory. But one should not underestimate the extent to which economists in general are constantly driven toward the postulate of unbridled competition. As John Stuart Mill remarked, it is only through the principle of competition that political economy has any pretension to the character of a science. 13 Thus the recent revival of classical economic theory in certain quarters has gone hand in hand with an attempt to redefine and re-establish the centrality of free competition, resulting in attacks on both the neoclassical theory of perfect/imperfect competition and neo-Marxian monopoly capital theory. Working primarily within the neo-Ricardian paradigm, theorists like James Clifton, John Eatwell, and Philip Williams have tried to distinguish the range of characteristics associated with competition in the classical and neoclassical views. Somewhat paradoxically, this has led to the conclusion that the conception of competition employed by the former was narrower in certain crucial respects than is presently the case for the former. Thus it is argued that the classical theory of competition included notions of the high mobility of capital and widespread access to information, but did not include the idea that competition would be more severe where firms were small and numerous, or that the anonymity of the individual enterprise was an essential condition. 14 Not surprisingly, the weak point in the argument arises where Marx is concerned. The fundamental contention is that Marx did not go substantially beyond Ricardo's principles with respect to competition, in spite of his analysis of the concentration and centralization of capital. Thus it is argued that for Marx as well, firm size and numbers had little to do with competition. 15 Moreover, Marx's theory of concentration and centralization of capital, we are told, did not relate to competition within particular industries, but was directed simply at aggregate concentration. 16. These arguments seem to be sufficiently contradicted by Marx himself, who wrote, "The battle of competition is fought by the cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities depends, caeteris paribus, on the productiveness of labor, and this again on the scale of production. Therefore, the larger capitals beat the smaller." It will further be remembered that, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, there is an increase in the minimum amount of individual capital necessary to carry on a business under normal conditions. The smaller capitals, therefore, crowd into spheres of production which modern industry has only sporadically or incompletely got hold of. Here competition rages in direct proportion to the number and in inverse proportion to the magnitudes of the antagonistic capitals. It always ends up in the ruin of many small capitalists, whose capitals partly pass into the hands of their conquerors, partly vanish. 17. Marx not only argued that the number and magnitudes of capitals within an industry were important factors conditioning the level of competition, but was also the first to suggest that economies of scale in production would give large capitals an advantage over smaller ones, accelerating the concentration and centralization of capital both in the economy as a whole and within individual industries. Thus, as he wrote in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, competition is only possible if capitals multiply and are held in many hands, while large capital accumulates more rapidly, in proportion to its size, than does small capital, quite apart from deliberate competition. 18. Theorists like Clifton, Eatwell, and Williams are not unaware of these and other similar passages in Marx, but find various ways of downplaying their importance. Clifton, for instance, writes that, the concept of competition used by the classical economists and Marx did not require the atomism of individual agents, the essential perfection of perfect competition. 19. But to make this contention acceptable, in the face of statements by Marx like the ones just quoted, he finds it necessary to argue that there is an inconsistency in Marx's argument. In the first volume of Capital, Clifton admits, Marx had pointed to the importance of numbers and size as a limitation on the process of competition in its pure sense. But in the third volume, Clifton argues, Marx had suggested that competition, like all other economic laws, has been assumed by us for the sake of theoretical simplification. In theory, it is assumed that the laws of capitalist production operate in their pure form. In reality, there exists only approximation, but this approximation is the greater, the more developed the capitalist mode of production and the less it is adulterated and amalgamated with survivals of former economic conditions. Point 20. In the face of this supposed theoretical inconsistency, Clifton claims that the clear-cut implication is that the second view has priority, the presumption apparently being that the third volume necessarily represents a more developed theoretical view than the first. Point 21. However, Marx's position is better understood if we recognize that in presenting the argument on economies of scales, and indeed on centralization itself, in the first volume, he carefully prefaced his remarks by stating that the laws of this centralization of capitals, or of the attraction of capital by capital, cannot be developed here. A brief hint at a few facts must suffice. 22. This seems to be in conformity with Marx's general methodological approach, in which he almost invariably argued from the standpoint of the strengths of the capitalist system in the present context, by assuming that competition operated in its pure form. One might reasonably conclude, then, that the problem of the concentration and centralization of capital, though it originated within the essence of the capitalist system and thus appeared within the first volume, was nonetheless left to be considered in its entirety at a later stage of Marx's unfinished theoretical system. Be that as it may, one cannot simply get around the issue by implying, as Clifton does, that the third volume is, in some sense, Marx's last word, and that the centralization process was therefore entirely compatible with unlimited competition, since the third volume was written before the published version of the first, and represented a lower level of abstraction. Point 23. In effect, Clifton adopts George Stigler's contention that the Marxian theory of the increasing concentration of capital was a minor and inconsistent descent from the main position in the classical theory of competition. 24. Eatwell merely continues Clifton's argument in this respect, and suggests that the centralization of capital leading to the foundation of joint stock companies, in Marx's analysis, simply pointed to the greater mobility of capital and thus to a purer concept of competition. Thus we are told that the analysis of competition provided by Marx is essentially unchanged from the formulation of Smith and Ricardo. Point 25. Perhaps the most cogent argument along this general line is provided by Williams. After referring to Marx's thesis that larger capitals beat the smaller, and that competition rages in direct proportion to the magnitudes of the antagonistic capitals, Williams cautions us against thinking that this means what it seems to mean, since there is no indication that Marx had read Cornot's book. Hence there is no real reason to believe that Marx's views extended to the problem of concentration in particular industries. Point 26. It is much more plausible to interpret Marx's writing on monopoly and competition, Williams tells us, as being in the tradition of English classical economists. Such an interpretation suggests that Marx's notion of the concentration of capital has very little a great deal to do with his understanding of competition. 27. But then how are Marx's comments on the number and size of capitals to be explained? Williams argues that Marx used the term number of capitals as a proxy for the extent to which funds are committed to the market. 28. This is rather specious reasoning, to say the least. On the surface, it would seem much more plausible to conclude that Marx's notion of the concentration of capital has a great deal to do with his overall understanding of competition. Given this background, it is ironic that certain fundamentalist Marxists have used the ideas of Clifton, in particular, to launch an attack on Baron and Sweezy. Point 29. After describing the neoclassical approach as the quantity theory of competition, because of its emphasis on the number and size of firms, John Weeks declares to suggest, as Sweezy and Baron do, that competition is the existence of many competitors, and the absence of monopolized and centralized production, is to use bourgeois ideology as theory. Numbers are not the key, nor is the size of the competitors, the key is the social relations that determine the interaction of producers. Point 30. It is true that Baron and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, as distinguished from Sweezy's earlier work, the theory of capitalist development, left themselves open to the criticism that their notion of competition was a superficial one, since they did not relate it directly to a value theory basis, and thus to the imminent development of the system. However, it is quite a different matter to disparage their approach for its emphasis on the number and size of firms as a central factor conditioning competition in capitalism. As we have seen, Marx had a much wider conception of competition than his classical predecessors. 31 For Marx, the magnitude and quantity of individual capitals was a key factor in the competitive struggle, although not by any means the only, or even the most important, one. It is therefore reasonable to suppose that any historical alteration along these lines would also alter the historical conditions of competition in a material way, modifying the accumulation process at a secondary theoretical level. Monopoly. The foregoing considerations with respect to the theory of competition can only be understood if we turn our attention to the other side of the coin, the issue of monopoly at its highest level of abstraction. In neoclassical theory, any departure from the four interrelated conditions of perfect competition, an indefinitely large number of small enterprises, homogeneity of products, perfect information, and perfect mobility of capital involves market imperfections, and what amounts to the same thing, elements of monopoly. 32 In the newly fashionable approach to competition associated with the current revival of classical economics, it is frequently asserted that only the last two factors properly belong to a general theory of competition, and that product differentiation and the rise of highly concentrated capital do not in themselves imply an increase in monopoly power. 33 It is in this rather convoluted context that Weeks can write, with Baron and Sweezy especially in mind, that it seems to be the view, among Marxists and non-Marxists alike, that while Marx broke new ground in other areas, his treatment of competition was the same as that of the bourgeois theorists. 34 Since Weeks himself defines the bourgeois approach as the quantity theory of competition, in line with the work of Clifton and others, he finds it incomprehensible that this element might have entered into Marx's theory as well, even though recent discussions of classical theory have, somewhat inadvertently, added credence to the view that this is one of the ways in which Marx did in fact break new ground. To put the matter differently, it would seem that Weeks is quite right in suspecting that where the specific issue of the relative importance of firm size and numbers is concerned, Baron and Sweezy's perspective on competition and monopoly is much closer to the neoclassical approach than it is to the currently popular neo-Ricardian, and fundamentalist Marxist, view. But the same could be said of Marx, Engels, and Hilferding. What serves, first and foremost, to distinguish the neo-Marxian outlook from that of the neoclassical economists is that the former are able to acknowledge the monopoly element as a factor modifying the law of value at a secondary theoretical level, without abandoning any core assumptions. 35 In contrast, neoclassical economists, who derive virtually their entire analysis of capitalism from perfect competition as an external assumption, are faced because of the indeterminacy of the fundamental cost curves where a substantial monopoly element is concerned by what Hicks has described as the threatened wreckage of the greater part of general equilibrium theory, encouraging them to downplay the importance of market imperfections to an absurd degree. Despite all the recent attempts to conflate the classical liberal and classical Marxian theories, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the notion of monopoly capital develops quite naturally out of Marx's theory of accumulation. Capital, by its very nature, is self-expanding value. The individual capitalist experiences the compulsion to enlarge his capital as both an objective and a subjective necessity. In the cutthroat world of the capitalist order, both survival and success are largely a function of the rate of accumulation of individual capitals. Moreover, the logic of this process is synonymous with the monopolization of productive resources by an ever-diminishing number of capitalists. Capital accumulation presupposes both a growth in the size of individual capitals and the fusion together of many capitals into a huge mass in a single hand. The latter process occurs primarily through economies of scale in production and the growth of the credit system. The competitive struggle therefore results in the destruction of many small capitals and their centralization into a few giant capitalist concerns controlled by a small number of corporate owners and managers. It was on the basis of this analysis that Marx and Engels, in sharp contrast to all of their forerunners and contemporaries, were able to shift quickly and easily to the concrete analysis of joint stock companies as the rising element in the accumulation process during the latter half of the 19th century. 36. In Capital, Marx does not consider whatever modifications in the competitive process might be brought about by the concentration and centralization of capital. Nevertheless, this does not mean that we have to conclude, as many of the traditionalist Marxists have, that Marx believed that this dual process simply increased competition and did not generate monopoly power. Instead, it seems more plausible to argue that Marx generally abstracted from any possible effects of the uneven development of the capitalist firm in his analysis of a purely capitalist economy. And in this way the supposed inconsistency between Marx's analysis of concentration and centralization, on the one hand, and his basic assumption that competition would develop in a purer and more unbridled form, on the other, which theorists like Clifton and Williams have pointed to, simply disappears without denying any single part of his general theory. All of this is indicative of the fact that Marx's political economy cannot be critically interpreted from the same standpoint as is appropriate in the case of the other classical theorists. Marx's system, in its very conception, was historically specific and was thus consciously modeled after conditions pertaining to the freely competitive stage of capitalism. It was therefore entirely consistent with his overall method to perceive secondary historical tendencies that logically pointed beyond the system, while initially abstracting from such secondary contradictions and tendencies in order to get closer to the system's own internal logic and current historical forms. Moreover, it was certainly realistic in the mid-19th century, when Marx was preparing Capital, to presume, for the sake of analysis, that capitalism was evolving in the direction of a full realization of the bourgeois ideal of free competition. The first definite signs of the emerging order of monopoly capitalism, clearly complicating the competitive process, only appeared in the last quarter of the 19th century. Apparently believing, as Baron and Sweezy put it, that the overthrow of capitalism would occur well within the system's competitive phase, Marx tended to view the new, large-scale, corporate enterprise as a manifestation of the socialization of production within the very womb of capitalist society. 37 Hence, while Marx's vision of the future of capitalism, as Baron and Sweezy also remarked, certainly included new and purely capitalist forms of monopoly, he provided little systematic analysis of this phenomenon. 38. Still, Marx does tell us, in a quite different context, how the general problem of monopoly price and its relation to value is to be solved. In a chapter entitled Illusions Created by Competition near the end of the third volume of Capital, he examines this issue in terms of two possibilities. If equalization of surplus value into average profit meets with obstacles in the various spheres of production in the form of artificial or natural monopolies, and particularly monopoly in landed property, so that a monopoly price becomes possible, which rises above the price of production and above the value of commodities affected by such a monopoly, then the limits imposed by the value of commodities would not thereby be removed. The monopoly price of certain commodities would merely transfer a portion of the profit of the other commodity producers to the commodities having the monopoly price. A local disturbance in the distribution of the surplus value among the various spheres of production would indirectly take place, but it would leave the limit of this surplus value itself unaltered. Should the commodity having the monopoly price enter into the necessary consumption of the laborer, it would increase the wage and thereby reduce the surplus value, assuming the laborer receives the value of his labor power as before. It could depress wages below the value of labor power, but only to the extent that the former exceed the limit of their physical minimum. In this case the monopoly price would be paid by a deduction from real wages and from the profit of the other capitalists. 39. Since the introduction of monopoly price would leave the limits imposed by the value of commodities and by surplus value itself unaltered, it is clear that its effect lies mainly in the area of distribution, with the additional monopoly profits representing either a transfer of surplus value from other capitalists to those enjoying the monopoly position, or from wage labor to the monopolists through a general reduction in the level of real wages. These two possibilities obviously do not preclude each other, and as far as commodities consumed by workers are concerned, both types of redistribution are likely to be involved. A deeper understanding of Marx's argument here, however, is dependent on the recognition of three additional facts, Marx has in mind merely a local disturbance in the distribution of the surplus value and not a more generalized phenomenon of monopolistic pricing. 40. The argument is an ex post one, in the sense that the amount of surplus value is already determined. 41. It is assumed that any redistribution from wages would take the form of a reduction in real wages rather than a decrease in labor's relative share of income. 42. It is therefore necessary to reinterpret Marx's argument in wider and more dynamic terms. This has been done by Paul Sweezy. The reasoning can be extended to encompass a more generalized spread of monopoly, i.e., of industries able to charge prices above the price of production or value, whichever is higher, and a continuing process of concentration and centralization. In addition to a redistribution of surplus value from more competitive to less competitive sectors, there could take place an increase in total surplus value at the expense of real wages, if workers are unable to protect themselves against monopoly prices for wage goods. To this it might be objected that monopoly prices cannot raise the rate of surplus value except through depressing wages below the value of labor power, and that this would be essentially an unstable and temporary effect. This objection, however, fails to see monopolization as a process that must be viewed historically and as an ongoing part of the accumulation process. While at any particular time the value of labor power can be treated as a given, over a period of time it tends to rise. In this context, growing monopolization must be seen not as depressing wages below the value of labor power, but as slowing down the rise in the value of labor power. To this extent, it favors capital against labor by raising the rate of surplus value above what it would otherwise have been. 43. In this way, as reformulated by Sweezy, the general nature of the link between monopoly price and value in a modern capitalist context becomes clear. But what determines monopoly price in the first place? To this question there is no simple and straightforward answer. As Sweezy has put it, there are no general rules for relating monopoly prices to prices of production as there were for relating prices of production to values. About all we can say is that monopoly prices in various industries tend to be higher than prices of production in proportion to the difficulties new capitals have in entering those industries. And of course a corresponding hierarchy of profit rates will emerge, highest in the industries most difficult to enter, lowest in those where entry is free. 44. The indeterminacy of the solution is connected to the fact that the law of value does not operate in an unobstructed fashion under monopoly capitalism. At the same time, this does not require a repudiation of the labor theory of value. The source of value is not disturbed, only its equilibrium solution. No doubt this is somewhat incomprehensible from a neoclassical economic standpoint, which generally reasons in a huge circle, beginning and ending with the concept of general equilibrium. 45. From the perspective of historical materialism, however, this is less of a problem since it is possible to perceive economic reality as increasingly irrational. The monopoly stage. This notion of increasing irrationality has of course been at the core of monopoly theory from the beginning. And since the whole idea of a monopoly stage of capitalism, particularly as conceived by Baron and Sweezy, has been called into question of late in the work of many of the more traditionally minded Marxian theorists, partly on the basis of recent neo-Ricardian conclusions about the theory of competition, it is important to reconsider some of the major tenets of this train of thought. A great sea change in the history of capitalism occurred during the last 2 decades of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th. Hitherto industry had consisted of numerous small family enterprises. But with the sudden emergence of the giant multidivisional corporation near the turn of the century, the entire world economy underwent a massive transformation. It has been estimated that between a quarter and a third of all U.S. capital stock in manufacturing was directly affected by mergers taking place between 1898 and 1902 alone. The formation of U.S. Steel in 1901 fused 165 separate companies to create a monopolistic corporation controlling approximately 60% of the total steel industry. 46. The horizontal integration that occurred in the mergers of this period was to be followed, in successive waves of mergers extending up to the present day, by vertical integration, conglomeration, and multinational corporate development. 47. Needless to say, the new order of business meant that powerful corporate enterprises were now capable of evading, to a considerable extent, the competitive discipline of the market. In short, the transition from freely competitive to monopoly capitalism had taken place. 48. Although Marx and Engels had noted the appearance of the joint stock company as a byproduct of the concentration and centralization of capital, they had generally viewed this as a harbinger of socialism rather than as the beginnings of a new stage of capitalism. Nevertheless, during the last few months before his death in 1895, Engels was working on a two-part supplement to Marx's Capital. The first part was completed, but the second, which concerns us here, remained in outline form. This outline, entitled The Stock Exchange, starts with observations on the emergence of the industrial securities market, connects this to the fact that in no industrial country, least of all England, could the expansion of production keep up with accumulation, or the accumulation of the individual capitalist be completely utilized in the enlargement of his business, and views this as the basis for the founding of giant capital and the speeding up of the outward impulse toward world colonization. 49. Although the first major theorist of monopoly capitalism was Thorstein Veblen, a rebel economist of the left who had been influenced by Marx but was not himself a Marxist, it was in the Marxist paradigm that a continuing tradition of monopoly capital theory was to emerge. Thus Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital, a study of the latest phase of capitalist development, was published in 1910, and was soon followed by Nikolai Bukharin's Imperialism and World Economy, written in 1915, and Lenin's Imperialism, the newest stage of capitalism, written in 1916.50. However, despite all of his emphasis on monopoly, Baron and Sweezy wrote, Hilferding did not treat it as a qualitatively new element in the capitalist economy, rather he saw it as affecting essentially quantitative modifications in the basic Marxian laws of capitalism. 51. And while Bukharin and Lenin had extended Hilferding's analysis to construct a theory of imperialism as the monopoly stage of capitalism, the matter was not pursued into the fundamentals of Marxian economic theory. There, paradoxically enough, in what might have been thought the area most immediately involved, the growth of monopoly made the least impression. 52. Hence Baron and Sweezy declared in the opening pages of their study that we believe that the time has come to remedy the situation and to do so in an explicit and indeed radical fashion. If we are to follow the example set by Marx and make full use of his powerful analytical method, we cannot be content with patching up and amending the competitive model which underlies his economic theory. 53. Paul Sweezy had already made a major attempt to analyze the laws of motion of monopoly capitalism in his early work, The Theory of Capitalist Development. His argument there had focused on inter-industry capital flows. Under monopoly capitalism, the equal profit rates of competitive capitalism are turned into a hierarchy of profit rates, highest in the most completely monopolized industries, lowest in the most competitive. 54. In concentrated industries with high profits and high barriers to entry, investment decisions for the monopolist are guided by the marginal profit rate in his own industry, inhibiting the actual level of investment. Capital therefore tends, somewhat paradoxically, to flow in reverse, from high to low profit sectors. But as capital flows into the remaining competitive sectors, and what amounts to the same thing as competition between giant firms in these areas increases, the average rate of profit, which determines investment in these areas, is driven down. In a nutshell, investment in monopolized industries is choked off, capital crowds into the more competitive areas. The rate of profit which is relevant to investment decisions is therefore lowered. This is a factor causing depressions independent of both the general falling tendency of the rate of profit and the tendency to underconsumption. 55. Strangely, this argument, which appears to be an indispensable part of any general theory of the laws of motion of monopoly capitalism and which recurs in Sweezy's later writings, does not explicitly appear in Monopoly Capital itself. 56. In their joint work, Baron and Sweezy did not gear their core argument to an industry-level analysis at all, although the broad phenomenon of barriers to entry and hierarchies of profit rates between industries was always assumed, either explicitly or implicitly. Instead, their analysis was primarily concerned with the Kaleckian observation that the degree of monopoly would tend to widen in the economy as a whole. Or, in other words, that surplus value would tend to rise at the expense of wages, and would become increasingly concentrated within the realm of large-scale capital. 57 Thus monopoly capital itself was mainly concerned with the utilization of the potential social accumulation fund, the problem of surplus absorption. From the start Barron and Sweezy had made it clear that their analysis was far from being complete, if only because they had neglected the critical issue of the labor process under modern capitalism. The better part of a decade later, Harry Braverman was to fill the gap with his important work, Labor and Monopoly Capital, the Degradation of Work in the 20th Century. Braverman described the critical impact of Taylorism, or scientific management, on the cost side of advanced industry. This proved to be the real basis for the prodigious profitability of monopoly capital. 58 He verified the fact that Marx's general law of accumulation retained all of its validity within the labor process itself. Thus it became apparent that the qualitative changes brought about by the rise of monopoly capitalism were chiefly confined to the secondary, but nonetheless fundamental, area of the realization of potential surplus product. 59. Braverman saw his analysis of the contemporary labor process as belonging to the same internally consistent theoretical framework as the political economy of growth and monopoly capital, and with the addition of his contribution, the neo-Marxian analysis of monopoly capitalism became, in a sense, a complete sketch of the advanced accumulation process. 60 Nevertheless, it became fairly common practice in more traditionalist Marxist circles to suggest that Braverman had been wrong in thinking that his approach was consistent with that of Barron and Sweezy, since the latter, it was frequently alleged, had abandoned Marxian value theory. 61. Recently the whole idea of a monopoly stage theory, particularly in the form advanced by Barron and Sweezy, has come under attack within the left. John Weeks has argued that Barron and Sweezy's giant corporations, with considerable control over price, output, innovation, and investment, were simply idealistic resurrections of feudal monopolies before competition, that the authors of Monopoly Capital had asserted that the contemporary economy was non-competitive, that they had, in effect, adopted the views of Proudhon that Marx had rejected, and that their perspective was derived from the perfect/imperfect competition theory of liberal economics. 62 Willy Semler has written that recent discussion about the classical and Marxian theories has raised doubt with regard to both the correctness of this description of the two stages in the development of capitalism and the underlying theory of competition in theory of monopoly capitalism. 63 According to Semler, there were two separate strands of thought on this question in the work of the early post-Marxian theorists. One, represented by Hilferding, had considered Marx's theory of competition as obsolete, replaced by the organized system of finance capital, while, the other, represented by Lenin, posited that competition is not abolished by concentration but renewed on a higher level. 64 Thus Lenin speaks not only of increased monopoly, but also of monopolistic competition. 65 In Semler's view, later economists, such as Dobb, Kalecki, Lang, Sweezy, Steindl, and Sherman pick up only one tradition in Marxian literature by concluding that concentration leads to the emergence of a persistent hierarchy of profit rates. 66 Following Clifton and Weeks, Semler adds that the neo-Marxian perspective is largely derived from neoclassical theory, which can be characterized as a quantity theory of competition. With its emphasis on the issue of market concentration. 67 And he goes on to argue at length that the empirical evidence purporting to show a significant hierarchy of profit rates based on monopoly power is highly ambiguous. 68 Anthony Brewer, adopting a similar perspective, has indicated that Barron and Sweezy had advanced a static argument for an essentially dynamic problem by claiming that monopolistic firms would restrain output, and had thus abandoned the approach to competition. Characteristic of classical Marxists like Bukharin and Lenin, who supposedly rejected the idea that corporations might adopt a live and let live policy in their overall rejection of ultra-imperialism. 69 Steve Zellick, in like-minded fashion, tells us that Marx never advanced a monopoly stage theory, that monopoly capital theory is incompatible with Marxian value theory, that empirical proof of this stage cannot be found in contemporary capitalism, and that it is hard to resist the temptation to liberal politics if one starts with monopoly theory 70. Nor are the arguments of Weeks, Semler, Brewer, and Zellick simply isolated criticisms, rather, they reflect what has become an article of faith among many fundamentalist Marxists. Hence, similar perspectives on monopoly capital theory have been advanced of late by James Becker, Paul Maddock, Paul Walton, Andrew Gamble, and others. 71. More recent defenses of monopoly capital theory by Sweezy, Howard Sherman, Michael Lebowitz, and myself have made it clear that most of the foregoing criticisms are based on fundamental misunderstandings of the theoretical framework in question. It is true that Marx had no monopoly stage theory, but this is scarcely surprising if one considers the historical facts. There was no monopoly capitalism in Marx's day, and Marx was, as it turns out, overly optimistic about the immediate prospects for socialism. 72 Matters were somewhat different for Lenin, who actually popularized the idea that capitalism had evolved from its freely competitive to its monopoly stage. 73 Tracing its ancestry to both Hilferding and Lenin, Neo-Marxian monopoly capital theory, as Sherman and I have argued, does not assume that the present economy is non-competitive, but merely that the nature of competition is radically transformed, with price competition, in particular, playing a much smaller role. Under conditions of oligopolistic rivalry, competition is, to use Schumpeter's term, co-respective, each firm carefully taking into account the price, output, and investment strategies of its major oligopolistic competitors. This leads to a situation, in highly concentrated markets, which is roughly analogous to that of a single firm monopoly. At the most fundamental level, it means that monopolistic firms are not simply compelled to invest by the force of competition alone. 74 Whereas there is nothing wrong with the designation monopolistic competition, from the standpoint of neo-Marxian theory it is seldom actually used, for the simple reason that it has a very special, technical meaning in the quite different conceptual framework of neoclassical imperfect competition theory. 75. In fact, none of the modern monopoly capital theorists depart from Marx's analysis of competition per se, instead they interpret it quite differently than Clifton, Eatwell, Williams, Weeks, and Semler, believing, like Hilferding and perhaps even Lenin, that market concentration and the number and size of firms were important aspects of Marx's theory of competition. As Michael Lebowitz has convincingly demonstrated through close textual examination, the logical tendency of capital to become one takes the form, in Marx's writings, of three distinct processes, which can be described in contemporary terminology as horizontal integration, vertical integration, and conglomerate integration. 76 In this sense it can be said that the classical Marxian approach was equal in scope to that of present-day neoclassical theory, and somewhat wider than that of classical theorists like Smith and Ricardo. Hence it would seem to be self-defeating for radicals to argue that Marx did not go beyond the views of the other classical theorists. Still, one should be careful, at the same time, not to confuse Marxian theory in this respect with the rigid, static models of competition characteristic of neoclassical thought. Indeed, Sweezy himself has clearly warned against the danger of straitjacketing neo-Marxian monopoly capital theory, after the fashion of more orthodox models. One should be careful not to freeze monopoly capitalist theory into the kind of rigid static models that are the hallmark of neoclassical economics. When we say that the average rate of profit is superseded by a hierarchy of profit rates, there is no implication that the industries at various levels of the hierarchy must always be the same. There is constant movement within the hierarchy in response to both internal and external factors. 77. But it is precisely this general tendency to freeze monopoly capitalist theory into rigid static models that is most evident in the various attempts by radical theorists to disprove the reality of monopoly power and monopoly profits. Semler's argument that the existence of substantial monopoly profits is presently in question is based on an insufficiently critical approach to the current liberal antitrust debate and the orthodox foundations on which it is erected. For a long time it has been recognized by the more discerning theorists that market concentration, or the percentage of sales accounted for by the four largest firms in a single industry, is a poorer and poorer basis on which to measure monopoly power. The reasons for this, as Barron and Sweezy noted, somewhat in advance of the general literature, is that horizontal integration has been succeeded by vertical integration, and especially conglomeration, as the main forms in which merger activity takes place. 78 Few if any of the giant firms are now confined to a single industry, and the entire system of industrial classification has lost much of its former meaning. Conservative, pro-trust theorists, like Harold Domsetz, Yale Brosen, and Stanley Ornstein, have taken advantage of this situation to argue, against the more progressive antitrust theorists, that monopoly power is either stable or weakening. But to make such arguments stick, they have also had to supplement their basic findings by suggesting that the considerable differentials in profits that remain reflect temporary monopoly positions, greater efficiency, economies of scale, etc., and not entrenched market power in and of itself. Having once assumed, incorrectly, that the neo-Marxian position on monopoly profit rates is the same as that of the liberal theorists, traditionalist Marxists like Semler and Zellick are able to use the arguments of the so-called conservative realists to attack the conclusions of Barron, Sweezy, Dobb, Sherman, Steindl, etc. 79. In the meantime, neo-Marxian theorists, who are not particularly endeared to either side of the liberal antitrust debate, have been working out wider historical conceptions of monopoly power. Thus economists like Richard Edwards, Joseph Bowring, and Howard Sherman have been shifting from an industry-based to a firm-based analysis, in which a distinction is made between core and periphery firms, defined in terms of both size and market share, in order to capture the larger phenomenon of monopoly power on an inter-industry level. Utilizing this approach, it has been possible for Edwards to show that core firms in U.S. manufacturing, those holding at least $100 million in assets and located in industries with a four-firm concentration level of 40% or more, had profit rates that exceeded those of all other U.S. manufacturing firms by approximately 30% in the 1958-71 period. In 1963, such core firms accounted for about half of all income in U.S. manufacturing. This in itself explains why the share of total U.S. manufacturing assets owned by the largest 100 manufacturing firms rose from 35.1% in 1925 to 48.5% in 1970.80, using the core/periphery framework, which, as Sherman pointed out in his criticism of Semler's argument, is merely a broad conception of monopolistic versus competitive firms. Bowring has provided a systematic critique of the question-begging techniques of Domsetz, Brosen, and other conservative theorists in the antitrust debate, the very theorists that Semler had relied on in the empirical part of his argument. 81 Thus it can still be said that there is an important body of literature pointing to a hierarchy of profit rates related to degrees of monopoly power. 82. These various disputes within the left about the validity of monopoly stage theory as a general mode of analysis can be traced, in the end, to two basic issues. First, the law of value operates in its fullest sense, establishing an orderly relationship between production and exchange only as long as competition between capital serves to enforce the innermost relations of the system in a straightforward way. Recognizing this, Hilferding had written that the realization of Marx's theory of concentration, of monopolistic merger, seems to result in the invalidation of Marx's value theory. 83 There can be little doubt, in light of the foregoing analysis, that Hilferding overstated the case. What is actually undermined to some extent is not value theory per se, but the Marxian theory of relative prices, i.e., a determinant model of long-run equilibrium prices at the level of exchange. 84 For many radical economists, this seems to threaten the very possibility of a scientific approach to capitalist production, and, what is worse, to challenge the direct relevance of Marx's Capital. Hence, the more traditionally minded theorists are strongly motivated to search for ways of downplaying the role of monopoly. In fact, this is the case for economists in general, applying to the neoclassical and neo-Ricardian schools as well, and for reasons that are not altogether dissimilar. For neo-Marxian economists, in contrast, the principle of historical materialism always has priority over the law of value. 85 Since capitalism is becoming increasingly irrational from the standpoint of its own logic, it is necessary to recognize that the theory of a purely capitalist economy, where the law of value operates virtually unhindered, is no longer an adequate guide to the present as history, which means that it is necessary to find ways of adapting the theory to take account of modifications in the laws of motion of the system. 86 It is at this point that Marxian value theory, given the link made between the quantitative and qualitative aspects of value relations, proves itself to be far superior to all other economic paradigms, enabling it to incorporate the monopoly factor into the core of its analysis. 87 It should be remembered that in Marxian theory, as Samir Emin has emphasized, the concept of relative price is the central problem of most orthodox economic theory is a relatively minor issue, overshadowed by more fundamental relations of production and distribution. 88 Second, many of the more fundamentalist Marxists believe that the criticism of monopolies serves, as is definitely the case for the liberal antitrust tradition, as a means of avoiding root and branch criticisms of capitalism itself. Thus Zellick has argued that Barron and Sweezy lean toward reformism, namely, the notion that by eliminating monopolies and their effects it is possible to create a better, more rational capitalist system. 89 In fact, the neo-Marxist view has nothing in common with liberal theory in this respect. The problem of the monopoly stage, as generally perceived by neo-Marxian theorists, was succinctly expressed by Joseph Gilman. To curb monopoly would mean to curb capitalism as it has developed into the 20th century. It is naive to think otherwise. The fight against monopoly cannot be to reform it to transform its private power into public power. That is, the fight has meaning only as a means of transforming capitalism into socialism. 90. Be that as it may, the existence or non-existence of the monopoly stage of capitalism must be judged in historical terms, not in terms of whether or not it promotes reformist politics. Historical analysis has to precede revolutionary praxis, their order cannot be reversed. 4. Accumulation and crisis. The problem of capital accumulation. The modern, neo-Marxian theory of accumulation, of which Barron and Sweezy's monopoly capital is the best known example, arose out of the fusion of two distinct strands in Marx's thought, the underconsumptionist approach to the crisis phenomenon, and the analysis of concentration and centralization. Since it is only under monopoly capitalism that underconsumptionist tendencies come to the fore, the second strand, with its emphasis on the stagnation of investment, came to characterize the theoretical synthesis as a whole in the eyes of its main proponents. 1. Most critics of monopoly capital, however, have continued to single out the underconsumptionist element alone, failing to comprehend the central role of monopolistic accumulation as envisioned in the larger, more complex, synthesis. This seems partly to account for Eric Olin Wright's declaration, made less than a decade ago, that the most serious weakness in the underconsumptionist position is that it lacks any theory of the determinants of the actual rate of accumulation. I have not yet seen an elaborated theory of investment and the rate of accumulation by a Marxist underconsumptionist theorist, and thus for the time being the theory remains incomplete. 2. Although somewhat misguided, particularly when viewed from the standpoint of the works of Kalecki, Steindl, Barron, Sweezy, and Magdoff as a whole, Wright's statement was not entirely devoid of truth and raised important theoretical issues which we will consider in detail at the end of this chapter. 3 For the moment, it should suffice to point out that the theory of accumulation, at all times the major focus of neo-Marxian political economy, was only presented in skeletal form in monopoly capital itself. Hence it would seem that a certain amount of elaboration is needed. In order to accomplish this, it is useful to begin with the earlier analysis of underconsumption presented by Sweezy in the theory of capitalist development. Against this backdrop, it should be possible to develop a clearer understanding of the subsequent theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism provided in such works as Steindl's Maturity and Stagnation in American Capitalism, Barron's The Political Economy of Growth, and Barron and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital. Underconsumption. Criticisms of the underconsumptionist strand in Marxian crisis theory, while quite common, have generally remained at a fairly low level of sophistication, seldom taking the form of an imminent critique. One of the most widespread procedures adopted by such major fundamentalist theorists as David Yaffe is to quote various passages from Marx, Engels, and Lenin criticizing what is variously referred to as crude, naive, or vulgar underconsumptionism, as seemingly incontestable proof that this general approach to crisis theory is beyond the pale. Point 4. The problem with this is that not only did Marx, Engels, and Lenin present what can be considered underconsumptionist arguments, i.e., arguments emphasizing the social disproportionality between investment and consumption, the contradiction between the appropriation of surplus product and its ultimate realization in their own writings, but it is also true that all of the leading realization crisis theorists have criticized exactly the same crude, naive, and vulgar approaches to the general problem of underconsumption in what appears to be an identical fashion. And on frequent occasions. 5. It is true that a classic underconsumptionist fallacy existed in Marx's day in the works of Sismondi and Rodbertus, based on the idea that workers cannot buy back the full value of their product. And there have also been crude variants of underconsumptionism, which claim that a domestic market is inherently insufficient, or other versions, like those of Malthus and Hobson, which assume that oversavings automatically lead to overinvestment and overproduction. However, none of these errors have any place whatsoever in the works of those writers whose names have become synonymous with modern Marxian underconsumptionism, which belong to what Joseph Schumpeter called the non-spending type of underconsumptionist analysis. Point 6. In his 1942 study The Theory of Capitalist Development, Paul Sweezy provided extensive evidence that the contradiction associated with the underconsumption of the masses was an important, though not fully developed, stream of Marx's thinking on the subject of crisis. In order to make a comprehensive theory out of this approach to crisis, Sweezy believed that it was necessary to elucidate it in a more systematic way, demonstrating that it was an obstacle that inhered in the very nature of capital accumulation. The real task of underconsumption theory, he explained, is to demonstrate that capitalism has an inherent tendency to expand the capacity to produce consumption goods more rapidly than the demand for consumption goods. To put the point another way, it must be shown that there is a tendency to utilize resources in such a way as to distort the relation between the potential supply and potential demand for consumption goods. Point 7. To be sure, as Sweezy had noted previously, one could object to this line of thinking by arguing, in the manner of the early Russian Marxist Tikhon Baranovsky, that capitalism was an antagonistic system, and hence there was no a priori reason to assume that the expansion of means of production was tied to actual consumption. After all, Marx himself had warned that it is never to be forgotten that in the case of capitalist production it is not directly a question of use value, but of exchange value, and more particularly of the expansion of surplus value. 8. Tikhon Baranovsky went so far as to insist that capitalism could expand smoothly over the long run with a steady reduction in the share of consumption, provided that investment picked up the slack. 9. In a not altogether dissimilar fashion, the orthodox economist J.B. Clark asserted, in his criticism of Rodbertus, that there was no clear reason why capitalists could not simply build more mills that should make more mills forever. 10. In countering this kind of argument, Sweezy provided what was to be the pivotal notion in his early attempt to elucidate the logical foundations of Marxian underconsumptionism. It is important to recognize, he insisted, that a contradiction between the ends of production regarded as a natural technical process of creating use values, and the ends of capitalism as a historical system of expanding exchange value does exist. Not only does it exist, it constitutes the fundamental contradiction of capitalist society from which all other contradictions are ultimately derived. Traditional political economy tries to slur over or deny this contradiction by the device of assuming that the subjective aim of capitalist production is identical with the objective aim of production in general, namely, the augmentation of utility. Tikhon, on the other hand, adopted the opposite method of assuming that the indefinite expansion of exchange value is compatible with the ends of production in general. Marxian political economy, in contrast to both, not only recognizes the contradiction but proclaims it to the skies and rests on this foundation its proof that capitalism is no more permanent than the various social systems which have preceded it. Point 11. What served to distinguish Sweezy's early approach to the question of the realization crisis was the idea that this natural technical limitation on capitalist accumulation, imposed by the use-value structure of the system, could be specified in a concrete way. The procedure that he adopted in his attempt to construct a logical proof of a basic underconsumptionist tendency was to begin by assuming full capacity utilization, and then to show that, in the absence of countervailing factors, this would lead to a logical contradiction, one that could be resolved only through a violation of the original assumption. On the one hand, the characteristic behavior of capitalists ensured that surplus value would rise as a proportion of national income, that accumulation would rise as a proportion of surplus value, and that investment would rise as a proportion of accumulation. 12. This meant that the ratio of the rate of growth of consumption to the rate of growth of means of production would experience a steady decline. And yet, on the other hand, according to Sweezy, it could be shown that there was a natural technical limitation governing the ratio of the rate of growth in output of consumption goods to the rate of growth of means of production, such that a constant ratio was maintained. As empirical support for this last hypothesis, Sweezy cited a statistical study by Carl Snyder in the American Economic Review that had indicated that there was a fairly stable relationship, over the long run, between increases in investment and growth in the value of the product. Taken together, these conditions pointed to the fact that, if national income was increasing at a constant rate, potential supply would, in the absence of countervailing variables, exceed potential demand for consumption goods. But since this contradicted the original assumption of full capacity utilization, Sweezy's proof was now complete. In brief, by viewing supply partly as a natural technical process of creating use values, it was possible to demonstrate that there was a strong tendency toward overproduction in the consumption goods sector, and, by extension, in industry as a whole. Point 13. For Sweezy, this tendency toward underconsumption could manifest itself in one of two ways: actual overproduction of commodities, or a failure to utilize productive capacity fully, and the subsequent atrophy of investment once it was realized that the additional capacity would be redundant relative to the demand for the commodities it could produce. 14. The first case involved a definite economic decline, or crisis; the second case pointed to a longer period of slow growth and rising unemployment, or stagnation. In his proof of underconsumption as a contradictory tendency intrinsic to the very nature of capital accumulation, Sweezy did not immediately explore these historical outcomes, but left that problem until 2 chapters later, to be considered along with forces counteracting the tendency to underconsumption. Since, according to Sweezy, a powerful tendency toward underconsumption lay at the very heart of the capitalist system, why had this not generated a state of almost continual crisis, instead of the prodigious upward advance that characterized much of the first 4 centuries of capitalist history? The answer, he suggested, lay in the larger history of the system where certain counteracting forces could be located. The underlying tendency toward underconsumption did not in itself constitute a bar to indefinite capitalist expansion, but if it could be demonstrated that the countervailing influences were weakening in extent or intensity, there would be reason to suppose that crises and stagnations were becoming the norm rather than the exception. 15. 5 counteracting factors of this type were considered in his analysis: new industries, faulty investment, population growth, unproductive consumption, and state expenditures. Of these 5 factors, the first, fourth, and fifth were most crucial to Sweezy's argument. New industries, based on major innovations, might easily spur investment without an equivalent effect, in the short run, on the output of the finished product. As an example, Sweezy pointed to the railroads, which had been characterized by a period of initial construction, before the final demand for the actual transportation service began to assert itself as the overriding influence in the sphere of production. Generalizing on this process with an eye to the economy as a whole, it was possible to argue that all economies went through a period of industrialization in which the basic means of production were built up virtually from scratch. After this maturing process had run its course, however, that is, after the means of rapidly increasing final output in nearly all spheres of production had been created, the effect of any further new industries, and new innovations, could be expected to diminish relative to total production, reducing the impact of the kind of relatively self-sustaining investment that had characterized the 18th and 19th centuries. In this way, Sweezy was able to contend that the effect of such spontaneous or non-income-induced investment outlets had diminished in importance as a means of countering the tendency to underconsumption during the 20th century. 16. Unproductive consumption could be seen as still another means whereby the system compensated for the tendency to underconsumption. The growing magnitude of this phenomenon, Sweezy noted, was closely connected to the growth of monopoly and the rise of a so-called new middle class. Economic waste of this kind had the effect of increasing total consumption while absorbing a large part of the social accumulation fund potentially available for investment. It could therefore play a major role in staving off any tendency towards stagnation caused by underconsumption. 17. State expenditure, most of which actually fell under the category of unproductive consumption, was nevertheless treated by Sweezy as a special case. In terms of social reproduction, he argued, there were three basic types of state spending: state capital outlays, state transfers, and state consumption. State capital outlays, as the first and quantitatively least important of the three, involved the state assuming the role of a capitalist, and thus would probably not modify the basic tendency toward underconsumption in any material way. State transfer payments could only play a counteracting role if the tax system, taken as a whole, became progressive in structure and if transfer payments substantially increased consumption by shifting income from the rich to the poor. While transfer payments had been evolving in the direction to offset the tendency to underconsumption, this was unlikely to go far enough to play much of a counteracting role. Matters were somewhat different in the case of state consumption. To the extent that this was financed from surplus value itself, it could become a major prop for the imperiled economic system. 18. Yet in the end, Sweezy decided that the tendency to underconsumption outweighed these various countervailing influences in a modern capitalist environment, since the single most important element, the creation of new industries as additional outlets for investment, had been waning in relative importance. In general agreement with the position adopted by Karl Koski in 1902 during the Great Breakdown controversy, Sweezy argued that objective conditions seemed to foreshadow a persistent tendency toward chronic depression or a trend line of stagnation around which cyclical ups and downs would still occur rather than any ultimate economic breakdown. 19. If there was a controversial point in Sweezy's overall argument on underconsumption, thus understood, it was to be found in the hypothesis that there was a fixed technical relation between the rate of growth in the output of consumption goods, on the one hand, and the rate of growth of the means of production on the other. Indeed, some critics pointed out that Snyder's data, which had related capital spending to total output rather than to the output of consumption goods directly, provided no definite empirical support for Sweezy's argument. 20 Still, assuming that the sum of investment in means of production and the output of consumption goods are roughly equal to total output, it would appear that any data indicating that the rate of growth in investment over the long run is proportionate to the rate of increase in total output, would, since the rate of growth in investment is clearly proportionate to itself, suggest that the ratio of the rate of growth of the means of production to the rate of growth in output of consumption goods is fairly constant as well. 21 In fact, many economists, including a majority of economists on the left, would probably agree that there are natural technical forces that ensure, by means of periodic crises of overproduction or overcapacity, that the investment and consumption sectors of the economy expand roughly in tandem over the long run, and this in spite of the fact that investment demand constantly threatens to outpace the demand for consumption goods. 22 Within established economics itself, this basic connection between consumption and investment finds its formal expression in the well-known accelerator principle. 23. But it would be entirely unacceptable to leave the matter here. Generalizing on the empirical evidence, Sweezy had formulated a theoretical law that there was a fairly stable relationship between the growth in capital stock and increases in the output of consumption goods. Yet this, as one of his Japanese critics, Y. Yoshida, pointed out, appeared to contradict a more fundamental Marxian axiom, the rising organic composition of capital. In response to Yoshida's criticism, Sweezy acknowledged that he had overstated the case theoretically. Professor Yoshida is correct that the constant ratio between stock of means of production and output of consumption goods cannot be theoretically defended. Given a rising organic composition of capital, this ratio must also rise. But I do not think this is very important from the point of view of the problem of underconsumption. The growth of constant relative to variable capital is a gradual, long-term, technically conditioned trend which certainly cannot be expected to accommodate itself to the manner in which fresh surplus value is capitalized. As a first approximation, therefore, it may be quite legitimate to postulate a constant ratio between capital and output. 24. The significance of this statement is best understood if we recognize that Sweezy, although he may not have been fully cognizant of it yet, was in effect denying any major historical role for Marx's tendential law of the falling rate of profit under modern capitalist conditions, while still recognizing its validity at a purely theoretical level. 25 The tendency to underconsumption, as elaborated by Sweezy, relied on the proposition that the growth of constant relative to variable capital was a gradual, long-term, technically conditioned trend, which had little immediate bearing on the actual course of events, allowing the adoption of the postulate of a constant ratio between capital and output as a first approximation. Since it was also assumed, in Sweezy's model, that the rate of surplus value was rising at a rapid pace, it was clear, as Sidney Kuntz was to point out, that the tendency to underconsumption was actually equivalent to the notion that the theoretical rate of profit was rising. 26 In brief, the tendency to underconsumption constituted almost a complete inversion of the classical Marxian law of the falling rate of profit. It is not altogether surprising, then, that when the tendential law of the falling rate of profit gained in popularity, during the fashionable Back to Marx movement of the 1960s and 1970s, underconsumptionist theory was often treated as the main enemy. Nor is there much occasion for surprise in the fact that the resulting polemics often did more to obscure the real issues than otherwise. Thus, in his very influential review of crisis theories, Anwar Sheikh wrote, "The fundamental error in Sweezy's analysis is the traditional underconsumptionist one of reducing Department I to the role of an input into Department II. Once this assumption is made, it necessarily follows that an increase in production of producer goods must expand the capacity of consumer goods. But this is false. Producer goods may be used to make producer goods also, and as we noted in the critique of Luxemburg, expanded reproduction requires that they so be used." Contrary to Sweezy's reasoning, it is perfectly possible to have a rising ratio of machines and materials per worker and proportional growth of both departments, while still having expanded reproduction. 27. The trouble with this interpretation is that not only did Sweezy not advance the fundamental error alluded to here, but Sheikh's method was simply to set up a straw-man version of the general underconsumptionist approach, to be knocked down with the arguments of Tagan-Baranovsky. Given the fact, noted above, that Sweezy constructed his entire theory of underconsumption with an eye to Tagan's views, it is not difficult to provide an answer to this type of criticism. Thus, while it is quite true that Department I cannot be entirely reduced to an input into Department II, producer goods may be used to make producer goods, and it is perfectly possible to have a rising ratio of machines and materials per worker and a proportional growth of both departments, while still having expanded reproduction. All of this merely indicates that the smooth expansion of capitalism is always possible on paper. It is quite another matter, as Luxemburg, Lenin, Bukharin, Sweezy, Kalecki, Kuntz, and others have argued, to presume that this formal possibility becomes a material reality. 28 Although mills can be built to produce more mills, it would be wrong to conclude from this, as Tagan did, that there are no natural, technical, or social limitations to this process. Sooner or later investment is brought up short by the fact that it must satisfy final demand, and hence it cannot be expected to expand for long periods of time independently from consumption. In Sweezy's theory, the specific goal of capitalist production, namely, the expansion of exchange value for its own sake, and the closely connected tendency for the investment-seeking surplus to grow at the expense of consumption, eventually comes up against the barrier imposed by production in general, requiring the creation of definite use values. Herein lies the fundamental contradiction of capitalist production, from which all others are ultimately derived. Overaccumulation. Nevertheless, it need hardly be mentioned that what requires further elaboration in the foregoing analysis of the accumulation process is the specific pattern of investment demand. Unless it can be shown to encompass the reality of both underconsumption and underinvestment, the general underconsumptionist, or realization crisis, perspective necessarily falls short of theoretical closure. Some of the larger implications of Sweezy's analysis, with respect to the theory of investment, were taken up by F.Z. Domar in an article entitled The Problem of Capital Accumulation, which appeared in the American Economic Review in December 1948. 29 Domar, one of the originators, along with Roy Harrod, of Keynesian growth theory, introduced his discussion of Sweezy's model by stating, "The problem of capital accumulation has been fairly popular among economists, particularly among those with underconsumptionist leanings, such as Marxists and Keynesians. In recent literature, the most interesting and explicit formulation belongs to Paul M. Sweezy, to whom the main part of the present section will be devoted. A good theoretical exposition belongs to R. F. Harrod, in a paper published in 1939. Similar views can be found also, in one form or another, in the writings of Hansen, Calder, Kalecki, and others. 30. The crucial assumption in all of these theories, Domar argued, whether it was explicit, as in Sweezy, or merely implicit, as in Hansen, was the notion that the capital-output ratio was fairly stable. Thus a rising proportion of savings in total output could not be easily absorbed by a simple process of capital deepening. Adopting Sweezy's premises, although substituting the more general capital output ratio for Sweezy's capital consumption goods output ratio, Domar argued that Sweezy had in certain respects understated the contradiction intrinsic to the capital accumulation process. According to Domar, Sweezy had made a logical error in contending that if an increasing fraction of an expanding national income is to be invested without a crisis ensuing, national income itself would have to grow at an increasing absolute rate. On the contrary, Domar argued, if the percentage ratio of investment to income is increasing, it is necessary for national income to grow at an increasing relative rate in order for full employment to be maintained. But according to Sweezy's overall analysis, it was highly unlikely that even an increasing absolute rate of growth could be maintained for any length of time in a mature capitalist economy. Thus the tendency toward a widening underemployment gap seemed all the more probable. By actually implying that an increasing absolute rate of growth might provide a possible way out of the dilemma, Sweezy had weakened his own theory unnecessarily. 31. Commenting on Domar's article 2 years later in his reply to critics, Sweezy stated, "From the point of view of aggregative analysis, Professor Domar's criticism seemed to me to be on the whole well taken. If one looks at aggregates, there is no justification for postulating a special relation between stock of capital and output of consumption goods, and Professor Domar is right to substitute the relation between stock of capital and total output. Moreover, by making this change, and by a few further emendations, he shows that it is possible to obtain stronger results than I obtained in the book. There is, however, this important difference: since consumption has been merged into total output, the results obtained by Professor Domar's method can no longer be said to have any relation to the problem of underconsumption. That problem simply disappears, and what emerges from his reasoning, or it might be more accurate to say, what could be derived from his reasoning, can perhaps be called a theory of a tendency to overaccumulation. 32. Yet, as we shall see, it was Domar's explanation of the difficulties inherent in maintaining a rate of investment that was an increasing proportion of national income, rather than Sweezy's earlier purely underconsumptionist approach, that was to be utilized to demonstrate the absurdity of a Tigan-Baranovsky path of self-sustaining investment within monopoly capital itself. A far more important elaboration of Sweezy's underconsumptionist argument was to be provided by Joseph Steindl in Maturity and Stagnation in American Capitalism. In a discussion of underconsumption theory at the end of his book, Steindl agreed entirely with the substance of Sweezy's proof. 33 But he went on to state that, as the theory stands, there is, however, a snag in it. It presupposes a secular increase in the ratio of investment to consumption. 34 It will be recalled that Sweezy's attempt to construct a logical proof of a tendency to underconsumption had initially assumed full utilization of capacity and thus the automatic investment of the social accumulation fund. The proof had then consisted in showing that given Sweezy's theoretical premises, a logical contradiction emerged, pointing to the reality of excess capacity and the wasting away of a considerable part of the investment-seeking surplus. Rather than emphasizing crises of overproduction, his analysis had suggested that the most likely result was slow growth and rising unemployment, or secular stagnation, rooted in the stagnation of investment itself. Yet Sweezy did not actually extend his analysis to the point that he systematically examined the concrete aspects of the contradiction in the context of a real-world economy in which the rate of investment, the rate of growth, and final realized profit rates were all stagnant. 35 For Steindl it was not enough to demonstrate that a tendency to underconsumption was deeply rooted in the mode of capitalist development, it was also necessary to provide a theory of the specific determinants of the actual rate of accumulation. Steindl then proceeded to explain that the theory of maturity and stagnation that he had developed in his book, on the basis of Kalecki's earlier analysis of accumulation under monopoly capitalism, contained all of the elements necessary to complete the Marxian underconsumptionist framework. Describing the main contours of his theory with the utmost brevity, he wrote, "To take account of the realities of the situation, the underconsumption theory needs a different reinterpretation. If we think of it, the tendency for the capitalist's share of the product to increase does, after all, exist potentially. It is a consequence of the growth of oligopoly. The expression of this tendency can only be an increase in the gross profit margins. That means that the actual share of net incomes of capitalists need not increase at all. The increased gross profit margins may be compensated by a reduced degree of utilization, so that there is not a shift of actual income from wages to profits, but a shift of potential income of workers to wastage in excess capacity. This could be very easily represented in Marxian terms. We should have to say that as a consequence of the rise of oligopoly, the rate of surplus value produced tends to increase, the rate of exploitation rises. But as Marx explained, producing surplus value does not necessarily mean realizing it, and the realization depends on the existence of a sufficient market. We should now say that surplus value can be realized only to the extent to which there is a corresponding amount of investment and capitalists' consumption. If this amount does not increase, then the rise in the rate of surplus value produced will not lead to any increase in surplus value realized but only to excess capacity. 36. By indicating the need for a different reinterpretation, Steindl seemed to be saying that Sweezy's own attempt to extend Marx's underconsumptionist argument, while logically consistent, could be largely supplanted by the wider-ranging, and more historically applicable, reinterpretation made possible by Kalecki's theory of the modern accumulation process. The latter approach arose out of a synthesis of the notion of the class composition of social output implicit in Marx's reproduction schemes, on the one hand, and the theory of concentration and centralization of capital, on the other. 37 And by placing its emphasis squarely on the second of these two strands in Marx's argument, i.e., the analysis of concentration and centralization, and the theory of monopoly capital to which it naturally led, the Kalecki-Steindl theory was able to solve not only the problem of the specific determinants of investment demand, which must form an integral part of any fully elaborated underconsumptionist argument, but was also able to provide a precise explanation as to why this contradiction suddenly came to the fore in the 20th century and not before. As Steindl went on to remark, the gross profit margin, or the markup on cost price in Kaleckian theory, might be tentatively identified with surplus value produced. 38 The theory then states that although the rate of surplus value, and the value rate of profit at the level of production, are increasing, net realized profit rates may actually be stagnant, as reflected in rising amount of excess capacity. Moreover, the logic of the argument is such that it is precisely because monopoly capital seeks to maintain its high gross margins, in the face of downturns in demand, by reducing its utilization rate, that a chronic condition of secular stagnation emerges, since the degree of capacity utilization is itself the main determinant of investment demand. At one and the same time, monopoly capital promotes excess capacity in order to maintain its gross profit margins, and demonstrates an enormous fear of additional excess capacity, causing it to cut back on the level of investment whenever the operating rate falls beyond a certain point. 39 According to Steindl, this theory can be organically developed out of the underconsumptionist approach of Marx. It requires a few additional concepts and hypotheses, especially the effect of excess capacity on accumulation, but basically it rests on the idea of a production of surplus value which is not realized, and this happens to be the way in which Marx literally formulated the underconsumptionist approach. 40. With the general stagnation of investment and the emergence of an endemic realization problem, the degree to which the effective demand gap actually materializes comes to depend, as Kalecki metaphorically expressed it after the fashion of Rosa Luxemburg, on the existence of so-called external markets, such as government spending on armaments. 41 Thus, the Kalecki-Steindl theory brought the issue of economic waste into the very center of economic analysis. Steindl had attempted to formulate a purely endogenous theory of long-run investment going beyond Kalecki to some extent in this regard based on the laws of motion of monopoly capital. It was possible to offer an explanation of the entire problem of maturity and stagnation, he believed, without being forced to take the explanation back to certain events like technological change which remain unexplained. 42 However, Sweezy openly dissented from this part of Steindl's argument. Reviewing Steindl's book, Sweezy wrote that there were many factors that escaped his analytical net as a consequence of his endeavor to exclude many of the so-called exogenous factors. The most significant of these missing elements, in Sweezy's opinion, was the relative impact of new industries as outlets for accumulation, as the system moved from one phase to another. For Sweezy, the object was to view the logic of the economic system in a way that would include all of the vital historical forces shaping the trend of accumulation. 43. In The Political Economy of Growth, Paul Baran advanced a theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism along the lines worked out by Kalecki and Steindl. But while Baran relied heavily on Steindl's conception of the part played by excess capacity in limiting investment, he stopped somewhat short of a systematic discussion of the problem. 44 And although Baran came out strongly in favor of Steindl's attempt to construct an endogenous theory of long-run investment, in which technological progress and innovation were a function of investment rather than vice versa, he was later to acknowledge that he had devoted insufficient space to the undeniable dialectical interaction of the two processes. 45. Monopoly capital, in contrast, provided a fairly complete, if somewhat skeletal, theory of investment. Basing their argument on their central law of the tendency of the surplus to rise derived from the Kaleckian notion of widening profit margins, Baran and Sweezy went on to focus their analysis on the problem of surplus absorption, or the demand side of the accumulation process. 46. Yet since this involved a definite change in emphasis from the more traditional underconsumptionist argument, placing its stress not on the tendency for the share of consumption in total product to decline but on the other end of the disproportionality between the underlying consumption base and the social accumulation fund, i.e., on the problem of realizing the entire surplus product potentially available for productive investment, Sweezy was eventually to relabel this more advanced approach as overaccumulation theory. 47 Although the root contradiction was still one of underconsumption, the neo-Marxian theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism was directed at solving the much more difficult problem of the various modes of utilization of potential surplus product. In general, Baran and Sweezy wrote, surplus can be absorbed in the following ways: it can be consumed, it can be invested, and it can be wasted. 48 Since capitalist consumption as such tended to decrease in relative importance with the growth of surplus, the question of realizing a rising share of surplus in total income came to rest increasingly on the availability of investment outlets and the spread of economic waste. The bulk of monopoly capital itself was thus devoted to a consideration of the problem of economic waste. But it was preceded by a very tightly constructed argument on the absence of sufficient investment outlets, which took the form of the following logical steps: the economic absurdity of a Tygan-Baranovsky path of accelerating investment, the interdependence between investment and operating rate, and the subordination of normal innovations to the capital accumulation process. 49. In criticizing the extreme case put forward by Tygan-Baranovsky in his well-known attempt to refute all underconsumption theories of economic crisis, 50 Baron and Sweezy did not rely directly on Sweezy's original underconsumptionist argument, constructed with an eye to Tygan, but on Domar's reformulation of Sweezy's argument. The logic of the situation is as follows: if total income grows at an accelerating rate, then a larger and larger share has to be devoted to investment, and, conversely, if a larger and larger share is devoted to investment, total income must grow at an accelerating rate. What this implies, however, is nonsensical from an economic standpoint. It means that a larger and larger volume of producer goods would have to be turned out for the sole purpose of producing a still larger and larger volume of producer goods in the future. Consumption would be a diminishing proportion of output, and the growth of the capital stock would have no relation to the actual or potential expansion of production. 51. But if the snowballing growth pattern suggested by Tygan's analysis is thus ruled out as totally unrealistic, Baron and Sweezy go on to argue. One is left with the inescapable conclusion that the actual investment of an amount of surplus which rises relatively to income must mean that the economy's capacity to produce grows more rapidly than its output. Such an investment pattern is not impossible, indeed, it has frequently been observed in the history of capitalism. But what is impossible is that it should persist indefinitely. Sooner or later, excess capacity grows so large that it discourages further investment. When investment declines, so do income and employment, and hence also surplus itself. 52. It will be noticed that the argument at this point resembles Steindel's, in the sense that it is the growth of excess capacity that eventually shuts off investment. But in Steindel's analysis, the fear of unplanned excess capacity conditions investment directly through its influence on the profit expectations of capitalists. 53. Baron and Sweezy, in contrast, generally argue more along the lines of a theorist like Hansen in couching even the short-run problem in terms of investment outlets. 54. Thus in their version of the nonlinear investment function, Baron and Sweezy introduce the notion of the profitability schedule, or the relationship between profit rates and capacity utilization, showing that since the share of overhead in total costs falls steadily as the utilization rate continues to rise above a certain point, and since, moreover, variable costs per unit of output can be assumed to be fairly stable over the relevant range of output, it follows that aggregate profits will rise rapidly as higher capacity utilization rates are obtained, and fall rapidly as the level of utilization falls. 55. The entire relationship between profit rates and capacity utilization was illustrated empirically, in the form of a positively sloped linear function, using the case of U.S. Steel. 56. Treating surplus at this point in their argument as basically equal to aggregate profits, Baron and Sweezy could then write: as surplus shrinks, the investment-seeking part of it shrinks more than in proportion. On the downswing, in other words, the ratio of consumption to both surplus and total output rises, and this sooner or later puts a stop to the contraction. The lower turning point is reached when the amount of surplus-seeking investment is exactly absorbed by the available investment outlets. At this point a temporary equilibrium is reached, which is characterized by the existence of excess productive capacity and unemployed workers. The reverse side of the coin is that an upswing, however initiated, generates a similar rapid absolute and relative increase of surplus. As soon as the investment-seeking part of the surplus exceeds available investment outlets, the expansion comes to an end. and it should be remembered that this upper turning point may be reached long before full utilization of capacity or full employment of labor is achieved. 57. This description of the normal investment cycle actually reflects Barron and Sweezy's view that secular stagnation, or a widening underemployment gap, is endemic to the monopoly capitalist economy. Although there is a temporary equilibrium at the bottom of the downswing, which will be followed sooner or later by another upswing, it is suggested that the expansion may abort well before full capacity utilization is reached. Here it must be remembered that not only does the surplus rise rapidly in an expansion and its investment-seeking portion even more so, but the motor force of any expansion is the creation of new productive capacity. Eventually the investment-seeking surplus exceeds available investment outlets as a condition of overcapacity in relation to the underlying consumption base emerges, making any further expansion of productive capacity through new investment unprofitable in the near term for the individual firm. 58. Moreover, the problem is likely unless certain countervailing factors intervene to get worse over time. The reason for this is the law of the rising surplus itself, which Barron and Sweezy illustrate by an upward shift in the entire profitability schedule, and which can be translated as lower levels of capacity utilization at every given profit rate, and higher profit rates at every given level of utilization, creating a constantly compounded problem of realization. 59. The essence of the stagnation dilemma, then, lies in the fact that as the rate of exploitation rises in the economy as a whole, it is more and more difficult to maintain an upswing, since the economy is constantly faced by a condition of overcapacity in relation to final demand. 60. The tragedy of investment, Kalecki wrote, is that it causes crisis because it is useful. 61. All of this, however, related only to the endogenous theory of investment, as Schumpeter and others had framed the problem. 62. In confronting the issue of exogenous investment associated with the introduction of new technological innovations, Barron and Sweezy argued that where normal innovations were concerned, the kit of new methods and new products, which have been forthcoming in a steady stream throughout the capitalist period, the narrow profit maximization strategies of monopolistic firms were paramount. 63. Thus the large corporations tended to slow down the actual implementation of the more capital-absorbing innovations so as to preserve existing capital values. As Barron and Sweezy themselves put it, whereas in the competitive case no one, not even the innovating firms themselves, can control the rate at which new technologies are generally adopted, this ceases to be true in the monopolistic case. It is clear that the giant corporations will be guided not by the net effect of the new method considered in isolation, but by the net effect of the new method on the overall profitability of the firm. And this means in general that there will be a slower rate of introduction of innovations than under competitive criteria. 64. Hence Barron and Sweezy came out strongly in support of Steindel's basic conclusion that under monopoly there is no necessary correlation, as there is in the competitive system, between the rate of technological progress and the volume of investment outlets. 65. Still, this did not mean that monopoly capitalism would not be characterized by rapid increases in productivity. Here they reinforced their argument with two additional points. There was no indication that monopoly capital would actually suppress new techniques altogether, and the implementation of those innovations which required little investment in plant and equipment would continue to occur at a steady pace. In this category, they pointed out, belonged those innovations which mainly had the effect of speeding up the rate of production with existing plant and equipment. Indeed, in Kalecki's argument, from which Barron and Sweezy's was partially derived, this had been tied to the fact that the growing emphasis on scientific management of the labor process had reduced the role of heavy investment, thus intensifying the problem of surplus absorption, an observation that was to find its natural complement years later in Harry Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capital, which, as noted earlier, demonstrated the importance of Taylorism, or scientific management, as the real basis on which the whole monopoly capitalist order was erected. 66. According to Barron and Sweezy, then, the tendency of the investment-seeking surplus to rise as a proportion of total income under monopoly capitalism ran up against those contradictions that formed its natural counterpart. The kind of accelerating investment and income path that would be required to absorb the surplus, through the creation of ever greater shares of capital stock in total output, could scarcely be maintained for any length of time, given the limitations imposed by final consumption. But the failure to absorb all of this investment-seeking surplus or the inability to realize potential profits meant the growth of massive quantities of excess capacity, which would depress the rate of investment still further. The economy would touch bottom when the actual surplus had fallen to the point that it was entirely absorbed, due to the rising share of consumption in total output during the downswing, and this in itself would help create the conditions for a further rise in output. But faced with a chronic condition of overcapacity, the upswings would generally fall short of full capacity utilization and investment would stagnate over the long run, fluctuating around and close to the level of zero net investment. 67 In Kalecki's simplest model, actual, realized surplus is equal to investment plus capitalists' consumption. 68 But neither of these was sufficient, given existing profit margins, to absorb the potential surplus product. Hence, short of any countervailing influences, the analysis pointed, much as Sweezy's original underconsumptionist position had, to the likelihood of secular stagnation, surplus absorption and economic waste. In the theory of capitalist development, Sweezy had listed unproductive consumption as a major countervailing influence to the general tendency towards stagnation. In the work of Kalecki, the later analysis provided by Barron, Sweezy, and Madgoff, and the recent contributions of Zlachfer, this factor has been incorporated increasingly within the very core of economic analysis. 69 As usual, Kalecki summed up the essence of the problem with the utmost economy of style, pointing out that the so-called external markets allowed profits to increase above the level determined by private investment and capitalists' consumption. 70 Simplifying this slightly, we can say that a comprehensive theory of accumulation under monopoly capitalism would have to account for the growing significance of unproductive labor by explicitly recognizing that the social accumulation fund potentially available for development is equal to the sum of capitalists' consumption, investment, and economic waste. 71. The issue of economic waste thus formed the pivotal element around which Barron and Sweezy's monopoly capital was organized. They began their famous chapter on the sales effort by noting that although economic theory has traditionally centered its attention on capitalists' consumption and private investment in treating the various ways in which aggregate profits are employed, other modes of utilization have not been entirely neglected, particularly in the work of Marx and a long line of heretical underconsumptionists. 72 These earlier insights into the problem pointed to the state and church as consumers of surplus product, as well as to the role of unproductive workers, and what Marx had called expenses of circulation. Yet even though Marx, in particular, had devoted considerable attention to the issue of unproductive expenditures, this had been treated as a subject of secondary interest within the overall analysis of capital accumulation. 73. The reasons for this, according to Barron and Sweezy, were not difficult to discern. In the early 19th century, when industrial capitalism was being consolidated, having displaced the earlier mercantilist phase, the role of unproductive expenditures, broadly perceived, seemed to be diminishing in force, with capitalism evolving toward its pure form. It was, in any case, clear that the new age of machinofacture or modern industry, to use Marx's terminology, had reduced the relative role of state and church, of merchant and landlord capital. Moreover, Victorian capitalism was characterized by a dearth of capital, resulting from conditions of early industrialization and atomistic competition, with the falling rate of profit of classical and Marxian economics constituting the proximate cause of secular crisis in the economic system. Under these circumstances, it was reasonable to assume that waste would be kept to a minimum. However, with the advent of the law of the rising surplus, and the problem of surplus absorption, in the monopoly stage, the phenomenon of economic waste began to reassert itself. And as waste rose in relation to capitalists' consumption and investment, it increasingly dominated the composition of social output, the rate of economic growth, and the quality of society itself. 74. Having established the theoretical basis for their approach in this way, Barron and Sweezy proceeded to analyze the following forms of waste in the actual utilization of potential surplus product: the sales effort, consisting of waste in the business process, and penetration of the production process by the sales effort, military spending, and diversion of potential surplus into the financial sector. 75. In the context of a serious realization problem, these expenditures have played an important role in keeping the effective demand gap narrower than it otherwise would have been, and in bolstering the level of employment and realized profits. At a very general level, the way in which this relates to the accumulation process is not difficult to understand. In Marxian theory, the social accumulation fund potentially available for net investment is equal to S, or total surplus value potentially produced. On the demand side, in the simplest Kaleckian model, this finds its counterpart in I plus L, where I equals net investment, and L equals capitalists' consumption. 76. But an increasing rate of surplus value in the economy as a whole means that the share of L in total product tends to decline, while I is restrained in relation to the investment-seeking surplus, by the tendency to generate an overcapacity to produce in relation to final demand. Hence I plus L, or the portion of surplus value realized through normal channels, tends to be less than S, holding down the actual rate of profit, in relation to its potential, in the economy as a whole. Here the other main element of demand for potential surplus product in a closed economy enters in. The absorption of economic surplus, according to Barron and Sweezy, is equal to I plus L plus U, where U equals the demand for unproductive expenditures. The actual rate of profit can therefore live up to its potential, to some degree, despite a decline in the sum of capitalists' consumption and investment, as a ratio of their capital, depending on the extent to which U rises as a proportion of capital stock. 77. Yet the continual existence of idle productive capacity, notwithstanding the vast outpouring of waste, means that an effective demand gap nonetheless remains, so that S is greater than I plus L plus US is also greater than senior, and, where K is the value of total capital stock, is greater than, or the rate of profit as determined by demand. 78. Zlachfer has expressed much the same thing, using a modified version of the Sraffian formula for the rate of profit. Sraffa had written down the rate of profit as a linear function R equals R, in which R is equal to the average rate of profit in the economy, R equals the maximum theoretical rate of profit with wages equal to 0, and W equals the share of wages in the social product. This meant, in accordance with the dictates of classical economics, that profit was essentially a residual of wages. The strict determinacy of this formula, however, arises out of the fact that it implicitly assumes the full utilization of productive capacity. Thus unproductive labor cannot be anything but a deduction from profits, since it diminishes the capacity to employ productive labor to the same extent. 79. Zlachfer therefore reformulated the Sraffian equation for the rate of profit, to account for accumulation under monopoly capitalism, as P equals lambda, with lambda representing the output capital ratio. To quote Zlachfer himself, this equation indicates that the level of the actual rate of profit depends cert aris paribus on the rate of surplus value and the degree of utilization of capital stock. However, the factors that affect lambda and allow its maximization are usually at variance with the tendency to increase. This variance appears as an absence of effective demand. Within monopoly capitalism, a growth of non-productive labor as the method to maximize lambda becomes the solution. 80. In other words, as the relative share of surplus in total product increases, the ratio of output to capacity output is held down by the emergence of a gap in effective demand. Under these circumstances, the negative correlation between the profit rate and unproductive labor disappears, since the latter allows additional profits to be realized up to the point in which full utilization is achieved. These formulations, including the earlier discussion of investment, would seem to give us a fairly clear conception of the main determinants of the actual rate of accumulation, in a closed economy, under monopoly capitalism. Still, the incorporation of the waste factor within the theory of accumulation in this way, in conformity with Baron and Sweezy's model, runs into the problem of the actual criteria adopted to determine the structure of waste itself. Kalecki seems to have generally dealt with this in terms of Department 3 in the Marxian reproduction schemes based on capitalists' consumption, and commonly extended to encompass luxury goods financed out of surplus value. 81 It should be noted that this kind of extension to Department 3, particularly in the now classic case of military spending of Marx's concept of unproductive labor, has been fairly controversial in Marxian economics. The dispute was touched off in the late 1950s when Jacob Morris presented an argument along these lines, based on Joseph Gilman's recently published work, The Falling Rate of Profit. Morris was criticized by certain theorists for failing to conform strictly to Marx's definition of productive labor, which was designated simply as labor which was exchanged against capital rather than revenue, and which served to enhance surplus value. 82. A more radical extension of the notion of unproductive labor, however, was presented in The Political Economy of Growth by Baron and Monopoly Capital by Baron and Sweezy. Baron and Sweezy went considerably beyond a Department 3 approach to the problem of waste, actually applying the concept to the composition of wage goods themselves, thereby raising a thoroughgoing challenge to the traditional Marxian perspective, though on the grounds of orthodox Marxian methodology. 83. In a major critical reappraisal of Marxian political economy that originated in an examination of Baron and Sweezy's work, Zlachfer introduced two theoretical refinements in the analysis of productive and unproductive labor. 84 First, Marx's historical methodology, Zlachfer pointed out, involved the use of the three critical perspectives associated with individual capital, global capital, and society as a whole. Given these three different perspectives, it was possible for Marx to treat the question of unproductive labor in a number of quite distinct but logically compatible ways, depending on the particular critical standpoint adopted at any given moment. The most common definition of unproductive labor which is exchanged against revenue rather than capital, represents the viewpoint of individual capital, and originated historically with the nascent industrial bourgeoisie's attacks on the usages of merchant and landlord capital, and on the role of state and church as consumers of social product, during the mercantilist era. 85 This can be thought of as unproductive labor proper. Other forms of unproductive labor, such as capitalists' consumption, expenditures on war and preparation for war, and advertising, are easily recognizable as forms of waste from the standpoint of global capital, since they do not enter into the socially necessary costs of either capital goods or wage goods. 86 Hence, the purely formal conflict that arose with respect to certain of Marx's definitions of unproductive labor can be avoided by simply substituting the term unreproductive, indicating that the criterion adopted is what is socially reproductive, as visible to global capital. This distinction was already present in Marx's writings, and has been extended by Ian Goff, myself, and Jacob Morris. 87. Moreover, it is worthwhile to note in passing that the unproductive character of luxury goods production is one of the major conclusions associated with the most prominent set of solutions to the transformation problem, growing out of the work of Bortkiewicz. 88 Indeed, it was in this tradition that Sraffa was to write, with the competitive model in mind, that the class of luxury products which are not used, whether as instruments of production or as articles of subsistence, in the production of others, have no part in the determination of the system. Their role is purely passive. If an invention were to reduce by half the quantity of a luxury commodity of this type, the commodity itself would be halved in price, but there would be no further consequences, the price relations of the other products and the rate of profits would remain unaffected. But if such a change occurred in the production of a commodity of the opposite type, which does enter the means of production, all prices would be affected and the rate of profits would be changed. 89. Matters become more complicated when the notion of unproductive labor is viewed from the standpoint of society as a whole. This implied, according to Zlachfer, an external criterion, going beyond capitalist society. 90 It also meant that the key point of reference was no longer surplus value directly, but the wider historical concept of surplus product. It was this large historical perspective that informed Baron and Sweezy's Monopoly Capital, and which accounts in large part for their use of the economic surplus concept instead of surplus value. Thus in their treatment of the penetration of the productive process by the sales effort, Barron and Sweezy were essentially arguing from the external perspective of socialist rationality, rather than in terms of the internal logic of capitalism itself. We can encompass this form of waste by referring to socially useless expenditures, implying that the criterion adopted is that of production in general. 91. Sweezy later acknowledged that the viewpoints of potential and planned surplus had been mixed somewhat indiscriminately in the chapter on the sales effort. 92 But the authors of Monopoly Capital were only slightly confused in their formulations. Their whole approach indicated an intuitive grasp of the fact that the role of use value in modern capitalism had been transformed to the point that an imminent critique of the system was no longer sufficient and had to be supplemented by a critique from the standpoint of socialist rationality. Here we arrive at the second theoretical refinement introduced by Zlachfer. Zlachfer demonstrated that Marx had, in principle, recognized the existence of the category of formal or specifically capitalist use values in the particular case of gold. Taking this as a methodological clue, Zlachfer suggested that monopoly capitalism has in certain cases reversed the relationship between use value and exchange value. Thus it is no longer true, in all cases, that a product only has exchange value if it has use value in general. On the contrary, in the context of an endemic realization problem, a product may have the specific use value for capital alone of generating exchange value, while remaining completely useless in terms of production in general. This means that it can no longer be assumed except perhaps as a first approximation for the sake of analysis that wage goods, in particular, embody only those costs that are socially necessary. Moreover, this calls into question the supremacy of the concept of surplus value itself, which Zlachfer correctly designated as merely an antagonistic form of the surplus labor time. 93 Unable to confront the problem of accumulation under monopoly capitalism simply in terms of an imminent critique of the system itself, Barron and Sweezy resorted to certain neglected aspects of the Marxian cognitive perspective, turning to the external criterion of society as a whole. 94. Yet it must be admitted that the quantitative, as opposed to qualitative, aspects of the accumulation process become somewhat blurred once specifically capitalist use values and what amounts to the same thing forms of waste that are visible only from the external perspective of socialist rationality enter into the theory. Does this mean that the approach adopted by Barron, Sweezy, and Zlachfer is inferior to other theoretical models which simply ignore the problem of specifically capitalist use values? The answer to this question may well depend on whether the judgment is primarily grounded in high theory or historical analysis. In her famous 1971 lecture to the American Economics Association, entitled The Second Crisis of Economic Theory, Joan Robinson pointed out that while the first crisis of the 1930s was due to the failure to account for the level of employment, what might be termed the second crisis arises from a theory that cannot account for the content of employment. 95 To this it should be added that the inability to account for the composition of social output, which Robinson pointed to, is a general crisis of economic theory not limited only to the works of those authors who have actually attempted to confront the problem. In fact, aside from the work of Luxemburg, Kalecki, Steindl, Barron, Sweezy, Gilman, Morris, Kuntz, and Zlachfer, no serious probes in this direction have been made at all. 96 Radical theorists can no more afford to ignore the structure than the level of output. Non-radicals can, of course, afford to ignore both. The long run. Even with the intervention of waste as a countervailing factor, Barron and Sweezy suggested, the realization problem would not go away, not even in the sense of the temporary achievement of full capacity utilization. One reason for this is that the gap is widened even as it is presumably being closed. If unproductive expenditures cause demand to rise to a certain point a few points above the 80% level of capacity utilization as measured by the Federal Reserve, this sets in motion a sharp increase in productive capacity as business hurriedly builds ahead of demand, but the expectations are soon disappointed and a condition of chronic overcapacity reappears, with further injections of unproductive expenditures becoming necessary in consequence. 97 Overall, monopoly capitalism suffers from what Keynes called the fate of Midas, with capital formation fluctuating around and close to the level of zero net investment, while the level of underemployment continues to widen. 98 But the model that Barron and Sweezy presented, like that of Kalecki, remains somewhat open at the long term. And 99 Steindl, it will be recalled, had tried to construct a closed model of the economic process based on the theory of monopolistic accumulation. Turning the Schumpeterian argument upside down, Steindl had suggested that technological innovations accompany the process of investment like a shadow, they do not act on it as a propelling force. 100 Although Barron had argued strongly in favor of Steindl's point of view in the original edition of The Political Economy of Growth, he was to qualify his position in the preface to the second printing of the book. In Monopoly Capital, Barron and Sweezy divided the issue into two parts. With respect to normal innovations, as we have seen, they argued that monopoly capital's tendency to place restrictions on the implementation of new methods and new products so as to protect existing capital values was the predominant factor. Those innovations that were introduced at a steady pace tended to be of the type relating primarily to the scientific organization of the labor process that required relatively little in the way of additional capital inputs. This was obviously not the case, however, with what Barron and Sweezy referred to as epoch-making innovations, or those innovations which shake up the entire pattern of the economy and hence create vast investment outlets in addition to the capital which they directly absorb. 101 In this class they listed the steam engine, the railroad, and the automobile. The Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, they pointed out, would have been inconceivable without the steam engine. The railroad had directly accounted for between 40 and 50% of all capital formation in the United States during the last 2 decades of the 19th century. The growth of the automobile industry also led to vast upsurges in the steel, glass, and rubber industries, and provided the basis for the construction of roads and highways across the nation. Like the railroad, it radically altered the economic geography of the entire system, thus creating enormous new outlets for surplus absorption. 102 Even a major innovation like electricity was dwarfed in comparison to epoch-making innovations of this sort. 103 The general implication was that although the emergence of new epoch-making innovations was always conceivable in the abstract, there was nothing in the logic of the economic system itself, or in the wider historical process, that guaranteed their appearance at the right time. Barron and Sweezy did not pursue this line of thought any further in Monopoly Capital. Yet Sweezy was to extend the analysis in his later writings, elaborating on themes that he had developed decades earlier, both in his discussion of new industries as a countervailing factor to underconsumption in the theory of capitalist development, and in a subsequent inquiry into the problem of capitalist maturity in his 1952 essay, A Crucial Difference Between Capitalism and Socialism. 104 Returning once again to these issues in recent years, beginning with the publication of 4 lectures on Marxism, Sweezy, along with Harry Magdoff, situated the theory of monopoly capitalism and the question of epoch-making innovations within the larger historical problematic of industrial maturity, employing the analytical apparatus of Marxian economics to develop deeper insights into the long-run concerns raised by Alvin Hansen, on the basis of hints made by Keynes, during the secular stagnation debate of the late 1930s. 105. The general underconsumptionist argument had stressed the fact that the tendency for Department I to expand faster than Department II was deeply rooted in the conditions of overexploitation intrinsic to the capitalist system, and was a possible cause of economic crises. But whether or not a realization crisis actually surfaced depended on the degree to which Department I, in any given period, was relatively autonomous from Department II. In other words, this particular crisis tendency had a definite historical dimension where its concrete materialization was concerned, which could not be derived from the logic of capital in and of itself. 106 It is in this context that Sweezy and Magdoff have advanced a general argument on the maturation process in a capitalist economy. Although the initial stages of industrialization, they argue, were characterized by the building up of basic productive capacity in both departments. There eventually came a time, in the early decades of the 20th century, when a state of maturity began to manifest itself, in the sense that Department I was sufficiently built up to supply all the needs of replacing worn-out means of production, and, in addition, to provide the inputs for an ample expansion of Department 2107 under these circumstances. A Tugan-Baranovsky path of investment that was in some sense self-sustaining became increasingly unlikely, and any substantial expansion of Department I, the mainspring of the capitalist economy, became more and more difficult to achieve, producing a condition of enduring stagnation. As Sweezy has explained, in the absence of new stimuli, this stagnant condition will persist. There is nothing in the logic of the reproduction process to push the economy off dead center and initiate a new period of expansion. 108. In fact, wars have been perhaps more important than major technological innovations as external stimuli to the system in its present stage, helping produce the long wave upturns that belong to the larger history of the system. 109. Nevertheless, while the concept of maturity and the related notion of long waves give us some clues to the deeper historical contradictions behind stagnation, which form the setting in which the pattern of monopolistic accumulation takes place, none of this of course closes the theory of accumulation, nor, according to Magdoff and Sweezy, is there any hope in doing so as far as pure economic logic is concerned. At bottom the problem is historical rather than economic. This was the dilemma that Kalecki faced from a purely economic standpoint when he wrote in 1968. Why cannot a capitalist system, once it has deviated downwards from the path of expanded reproduction, find itself in a position of long-term simple reproduction? In fact, we are absolutely in the dark concerning what will happen in such a situation so long as we have not solved the problems of the determinants of investment decisions. Marx did not develop such a theory, nor has this been accomplished in modern economics. Some attempts have been made in the development of the theory of cyclical fluctuations. However, the problems of the determination of investment decisions involving the long-run trend are much more difficult than in the case of the pure business silly. One thing is clear to me, the long-run growth of national income involving satisfactory utilization of equipment is far from obvious. 110. However, if we view the problem as one that is ultimately unresolvable in terms of strict economic logic, we have at least this answer to turn to: in its widest possible definition, monopoly capitalism is the imperialist stage of the world economy. The problem of capital accumulation revisited. In the opening pages of this chapter it was acknowledged that there was a limited degree of truth to Eric Olin Wright's statement that the most serious weakness in the underconsumptionist position is that it lacks any theory of the determinants of the actual rate of accumulation. In Wright's favor, there were at least three senses in which the statement was not entirely unfounded. First, the neo-Marxian theory of investment was only presented in skeletal form in Monopoly Capital, allowing for the interpretation that the theory itself was incomplete. 111. Second, the role of unproductive expenditures in a monopoly capitalist economy, where formal use values have come to play a central part, has posed enormous difficulties with respect to the determination of the magnitude and modes of utilization of potential surplus product. Third, the theory of monopoly capital has suffered from the weakness that the determination of the secular trend ultimately depends on certain historical imponderables, extending far beyond the strict logic of economics as normally understood. Nevertheless, if we place our emphasis on the word actual in Wright's statement, quoted above, it can be convincingly argued that the great strength of the current underconsumptionist position, in comparison to other economic models, is that it does in fact have a theory of the determinants of the actual rate of accumulation. Here it is important to note that Wright's critical comments were based on the additional observation that falling rate of profit theorists have a specific theory of the determinants of the rate of accumulation, which ultimately rests on the notion that the rate of profit and the rate of accumulation are equivalent. Yet in the underconsumptionist theory, he goes on to state, the rate of profit and the rate of accumulation cannot be equated. If they were, there would not be a tendency for underconsumption. 112. There is a sense in which Wright is not quite correct even here. It would be more accurate to say that in neo-Marxian theory the potential rate of profit, as determined solely at the point of production, generally exceeds the realized rate of profit, as determined by the level of spending on capitalists' consumption, investment, and waste. In any case, it would appear to be wrong to classify the theory of accumulation associated with the classical falling rate of profit model as a theory of the determinants of the actual rate of accumulation in a contemporary historical context, and this for the simple reason that it presupposes the existence of conditions roughly analogous to those stipulated in Say's purported law of markets. 113 Thus, once it is assumed in line with Say's law that the entire social accumulation fund potentially available for investment is automatically invested, it is absolutely correct to associate the rate of accumulation with the theoretical rate of profit at the point of production. Under these circumstances, the rate of accumulation is determined by supply-side factors alone, and the entire discussion in the present chapter becomes irrelevant. But to argue in this way is to lose sight of the distinctive contradictions of the 20th century. Although it was a perfectly reasonable operating assumption in the 19th century, when conditions of capital scarcity were the general rule, to suppose that the level of investment was a direct result of the level of savings, this is hardly the case in the contemporary economy, where vast amounts of excess capacity are continually present. Here the appropriate assumption is the Keynesian and Keylekian one that investment determines savings rather than the other way around. 114 This means that the actual rate of accumulation has to be understood in terms of both the rate of exploitation at the level of production, and the effective demand gap at the level of realization. And a special theory of the demand side of the investment process becomes necessary. 115 It is a sad fact but true that what divides Marxian as well as liberal economics, almost half a century after the publication of Keynes' general theory, is the Keynesian revolution itself. 5. The issue of excess capacity. Idle capacity. According to our model, Barron and Sweezy wrote, the growth of monopoly generates a strong tendency for surplus to rise without at the same time providing adequate mechanisms of surplus absorption. But surplus that is not absorbed is also surplus that is not produced. It is merely potential surplus, and it leaves its statistical trace not in the figures of profits and investment but rather in the figures of unemployment and unutilized productive capacity. If, as most economists and historians seem to agree, we can date the growth of monopoly capital in the United States from approximately the end of the Civil War, we ought to be able to demonstrate our model's effectiveness in explaining the economic history of the past century. 1. One of the virtues of the theory of Barron and Sweezy is that it can be backed up by considerable empirical evidence. This despite the fact, as they point out, that in the analysis of society even a very good theory is not likely to find direct and obvious confirmation in the historical record. 2. In this section, therefore, we will try to examine the theory against the backdrop of historical reality to see exactly how it stacks up, particularly with reference to the capacity utilization factor. Thorstein Veblen, writing in 1919, was almost certainly the first major economist to highlight underutilization of productive capacity. In his usual sardonic manner he indicated that production during wartime might actually be as low as 10% of capacity, but to avoid any appearance of an ungenerous bias he estimated it at 50%. This estimate was formed, he emphasized, on the basis of what should ordinarily be accomplished by use of an equally costly equipment having the disposal of an equally large and efficient labor force and equally good natural resources, in case the organization were designed and managed with an eye single to turning out a serviceable product, instead of, as usual, being managed with an eye single to private gain in terms of price. 3. Veblen's estimate, it should be noted, was intended to indicate what would be possible from a technical standpoint if society were transformed and production decisions, including the structure of output, were no longer controlled by business interests. According to this argument, even in wartime incapacity by advisement is the general condition. 4. During times of peace and normal business, however, the contradiction is even more obvious. It may be conceded that production in the essential industries, under pressure of the war needs, rises to something like 50% efficiency. At the same time, it is presumably well within the mark to say that this current output in these essential industries will amount to something like twice their ordinary output in time of peace and business as usual. 1/2 of 50% is 25%, and so one comes inside of the provisional conclusion that under ordinary conditions of business-like management the habitual net production is fairly to be rated at something like 1/4 of the industrial community's productive capacity, presumably under that figure rather than over it. 5. As usual, it is difficult to determine to what extent Veblen should be taken seriously. There can be little doubt, however, that his comments in this respect are very much in line with his critique of the vested interests of the business community, and with his preoccupation with the problem of waste. He was clearly a very important influence on Barron and Sweezy. 6 Furthermore, his figures, while obviously not based on any real statistical analysis, are far less improbable than they may appear at first glance. Industrial capacity and its utilization must be defined as an economic concept if it is to have any real value as an analytical category. Veblen's engineering approach, however, demonstrates the extent to which physical possibilities under capitalism can be restricted by the need to obtain a reasonable rate of return on capital. Technological possibilities constantly overshoot economic possibilities. It is important to remember, for example, that the fact that much of existing plant and equipment is worked only 1 out of 3 possible shifts per day is in large part the result of social and economic conventions. 7 Obviously, there is a limit to the intensity with which machinery can be practically utilized, but there are reasons to suppose that actual use very seldom approaches physical capacity. Moreover, Veblen clearly implies that irrationalities are built into the very structure of production. Veblen's speculations on capacity utilization, due to the seeming improbability of his estimates, obviously raise the issue of how one is to determine capacity and its degree of utilization. This immediately presents us with 2 general alternatives. Capacity can be defined in either engineering or economic terms. As Ron Stanfield pointed out in The Economic Surplus and Neo-Marxism, capacity, and therefore excess capacity, is difficult to define meaningfully. This ambiguity stems from the juxtaposition and interrelation of the social and technical factors involved. 8 Stanfield illustrates this by reference to a 1935 study of national productive capacity directed by Harold Loeb. 9 Loeb's report claimed that there were 3 general ways in which capacity could be defined. The capacity of the existing plant with operation governed by existing customs and traditions. The capacity of the existing plant if production were limited solely by physical factors and knowledge. The capacity of the nation to produce goods and services if full advantage were taken of existing resources, manpower, and knowledge. 10. The first definition is a historically determinate one. It is relatively conservative in the sense that it makes existing practice the basis of the determination of capacity. The latter 2 definitions, however, are technical ones. The first of these explains capacity as what is technically possible with existing resources, knowledge, plant, and equipment. The third Loeb definition, in contrast, refers directly to the output of goods and services that is technically possible if resources and knowledge were the only limitations. It thus operates with a much wider conception of potential output than that which is determined by available fixed capital alone. 11. These general definitions, while not indicating by any means all of the ways in which capacity may be derived, do cover virtually the full range of the concept. As Stanfield tells us, stated extremely, the technical definitions strip the capacity concept of its social content and render it of dubious value to the analysis of production, which is after all a social process. Stated likewise, the custom-oriented definition casts an aura of inscrutability around tradition, myth, customary practice. This veil of there being the natural order of things robs the capacity concept of utility in the analysis of social change. 12. In what follows we will frequently refer back to the Loeb definitions in order to place particular approaches to the capacity concept in relation to the range of possible definitions. These definitions can be seen in terms of a value-laden continuum, from the first, which is the most conservative, to the last, which is the most radical. While the first definition presupposes that capacity can be viewed only according to the laws of the present social order, the third clearly, in the words of the Loeb report, would be a running inventory of our approach to perfection. 13 Indeed, both of the technical definitions of capacity would probably require significant socio-political transformation, even social revolution, to become in any way a reality. In this sense they recall Barron's notion of planned surplus, i.e., the amount of surplus that could be achieved given the creation of a more rational social order and the full utilization of labor and productive capacity. Within the existing order, use of productive resources is clearly limited by the profit-maximizing needs of capital, and thus the economic definition, with its bias toward existing practice, will engage most of our attention. 14. The Loeb report itself adopted the second definition of capacity, according to which capacity is limited solely by existing plant, resources, and technical knowledge and therefore is not determined by traditional practices associated with the current socio-economic organization of production. Yet the Loeb study, as one might expect, stands out as an exception within the literature on productive capacity. Almost all other studies proceed along the lines pioneered by the well-known Brookings Institution study, America's Capacity to Produce. This study, which deeply influenced Steindl, adopted a conception of capacity similar to the first Loeb definition, i.e., it emphasized restraints imposed by long-standing economic conventions and necessities. Thus it conceived of potential output in terms of practical capacity, which it defined as what would be practicably attainable under conditions of sustained simultaneous operation. 15 It is significant that the Brookings calculation of practically attainable capacity adopting a procedure that was to become standard practice excludes all plants that have been shut down, which therefore do not enter into any estimation of excess capacity. The difference between the Loeb and Brookings methods of estimating capacity output is best revealed by the fact that the Loeb calculation of potential output for 1929 was over $50 billion higher than the corresponding estimate by the Brookings Institution. Most economic notions of capacity conceive it, in line with the Brookings concept, as that level which is practically attainable. Thus the Census Bureau in its new Index of Capacity Utilization describes practical capacity as the greatest level of output that a plant can achieve within the framework of a realistic work pattern, assuming a normal product mix and an expansion of operations that can be reasonably attained in the particular locality and considering only equipment in place. 16 The McGraw-Hill Business Survey of Capacity and Capacity Utilization, upon which the Federal Reserve Board's Index of Capacity Utilization has been partially based, avoids the obvious difficulties, and at the same time creates even greater ones, by not defining the concept and thus leaving it up to firms to respond according to their own individual definitions. 17 The Wharton Index defines the concept as follows. The capacity of an industry at a particular time is the maximum sustainable output the industry can attain within a very short time if the demand for the product were not a constraining factor, when the industry is operating its existing stock of capital at its customary level of intensity. 18. Economists have also traditionally seen capacity output as a cost-related concept, they have therefore defined it as the optimum level of production or as the point at which average total costs are minimized. This also corresponds to the long-run equilibrium point for perfect competition. Yet, as Steindl argued, in practice the determination of this point is not unambiguous. The optimum capacity is not constant for a given physical equipment because it depends also on organizational factors. 19. Hence the point of optimum production depends on the normal organization of production within the firm. Yet the level of production that is practical for a given firm is also dependent on the larger socio-economic organization of the market, and in this sense too it goes far beyond a simple cost concept. As John Kremians, of the Bureau of Economic Analysis, recently indicated. To the economist, capacity is a cost-related concept and should be determined independent of the price of the output. To the factory operator, the optimum level of production is both price and cost-related. How much can I profitably produce given both the prices I pay and those I receive? Thus, to the factory operator, capacity is not fixed. If the price goes up, it will pay to produce more even if unit costs are rising. 20. More relevant from our point of view, and quite understandably overlooked by Crimeans, is the fact that oligopolistic or monopolistic firms may find it possible under existing demand conditions to raise prices by restricting output, and will do so even if unit costs are rising. Those who are primarily concerned with the measurement of capacity and its utilization are forced, like Crimeans, to disregard any simple cost approach and rely on some fairly arbitrary notion of practical capacity, though they may, it is true, continue to have faith in the economic ideal of optimum production under perfect competition. How do we measure capacity? Steindl asked. His answer, as usual, was penetrating. Ultimately, this is a matter of convention. The type of question to be answered is, how much more can the industry produce in this year as compared with an earlier year? If we have any convention for measuring capacity which can be applied consistently so as to make possible comparison over time and comparison between firms and perhaps, assuming certain price relations, between industries, then we should be on firm ground. 21. The search for the elusive firm ground in this area is the problem, however. Existing methods allow for some comparison over time but little in the way of comparison between firms. It is perhaps possible to develop some comparison between industries based on existing capacity statistics, but only through an extended inquiry in which the capacity statistics only play a part. To this day, the most comprehensive study of productive capacity and its utilization remains the Brookings Institution study, and this is true in spite of the fact that the actual statistics on capacity were extremely limited in comparison to the quantity of indicators available today. Yet it is only in the Brookings study that a comprehensive industry-by-industry analysis is made readily available. It is only in that study, in fact, that there is some attempt to relate labor and productive capacity statistics in order to determine the total capacity of the nation. One of the earlier and cruder attempts to analyze capacity utilization in the 1950s was provided by Daniel Creamer, working for the National Industrial Conference Board. Creamer devised his estimates by comparing the capital output ratio from a given year to that of a benchmark year taken to represent full capacity output. Fixed capital was defined as the value placed on these assets by manufacturing enterprises in their balance sheets. 22. There are a number of very serious objections to such a technique. First, there exists no set relationship between a given stock of capital measured in value terms on the one hand and output on the other. Quite to the contrary, as Barron and Sweezy argued, increases in the efficiency of a dollar's worth of capital have probably been the main source of capacity expansion in the post-World War II era. 23. Thus the Creamer approach underestimated capacity by overlooking productivity advances which were not directly reflected in the value of capital stock. Second, the designation of any benchmark year as full capacity output tends to inflate the actual levels of utilization. Thus Creamer established the year 1953 as the benchmark year of full capacity output, while the Federal Reserve Board calculations for the same year indicate that more than 10% of capacity was idle. Third, one would logically expect that a particular benchmark year would become increasingly inaccurate as an indicator of full capacity output over time. An approach to determining productive capacity that has proven to be a good deal more accurate, and certainly more useful, was developed by Donald Strever in his Capacity Utilization and Business Investment. Ron Stanfield summed up Strever's technique as follows. Donald Strever's study for manufacturing and mining covers the period 1920 to 1955. He takes the Brookings 83% utilization rate as his benchmark. By assuming equal degrees of utilization in 1923 and 1948, he computes a scaling factor which is then applied to annual changes in the capital stock to arrive at the change in capacity. By adding the change in capacity to the benchmark figure he arrives at an estimate of total capacity. 24. While this method is also subject to certain objections, though not to the same extent as Creamer's technique, it nevertheless provides us with the very best estimates that are available with respect to the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, when there were virtually no survey data available. Strever's data, which were verified and refined in the work of V. Louis Bassi, are especially important in that they provide a bridge of sorts between the Brookings study in the 1920s and post-World War II estimates. 25 Streever had placed the Federal Reserve Board's Index of Industrial Production next to his Index of Capacity for 1920-55. Barron and Sweezy, in Monopoly Capital, were among the first to deduce utilization rates by dividing the FRB index by Streever's capacity index. In this way they derived their estimates for the 1920s and 1930s. 26 Stanfield later used the Streever figures to determine utilization rates for 1943 and the early 1950s. The average utilization rate of 85.8% obtained by this method for the years 1950 to 55 is remarkably close to the average of 84.6% provided by the Federal Reserve Board Index for the same years. 27 These two facts certainly give a great deal of credence to Streever's calculations. There currently exist a number of prominent establishment indexes of capacity utilization, those of the Wharton School, the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, McGraw-Hill, and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, but some of the difficulties that one can run into through the indiscriminate use of any one of them are aptly revealed by the following anecdote related by Cremians. Speaking in the first debate of the campaign between Ford and Carter, before an audience estimated to be in the neighborhood of 90 million persons, Carter referred to the low utilization of productive resources, at that time about 73% by the Federal Reserve Board measure, and the high unemployment rate. Had candidate Carter chosen to pursue the capacity issue further, he would have had to tell his audience that at the same time the McGraw-Hill capacity figure was 77%, the Bureau of Economic Analysis figure was 82%, and the Wharton School was using an 85% figure. Considering the mouthful that would have been and the audience listening, Mr. Carter could hardly have been expected to go further. 28. To list some of the higher estimates as well would not only have been a mouthful, but would certainly have weakened Carter's argument. Thus the plethora of indexes adds a great deal of confusion to the study of capacity utilization. As George Perry reported to the Brookings Institution, the answer to the crucial question of how much unused capacity exists in American industry depends to an altogether unacceptable degree on which of the widely used measures one looks at. 29 Further, Perry argued, the discrepancy between the utilization estimates sometimes corresponds to the difference to be expected in manufacturing operating rates between the trough and peak of a mild business cycle. 30 As we shall see, much of this discrepancy can be eliminated by discarding the Wharton utilization series. Nonetheless, the other indexes also have significant weaknesses, the most important of these being the fact that they all seriously inflate the level of operating rates. It is not possible here to deal completely with the very complicated problem of how these measures are constructed and their relative worth. 31 Instead, we will simply mention a few of the more important points. The McGraw-Hill and Bureau of Economic Analysis indexes are based entirely on survey data. The virtue of such an approach is that it lets business people decide what their capacity output is for the current period, and thus it implicitly integrates into the concept all price and productivity changes. It is, after all, business people who make the decisions about investment, and there is a certain rough logic to relying on them for estimates of the relationship of actual to potential production. Barron and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, in fact, came out strongly in support of the McGraw-Hill measures. 32 These estimates show little tendency to drift over time and are not subject to revision. 33 In addition, these indexes, especially the McGraw-Hill index, generally show lower utilization rates than the others and thus, from our standpoint, seem to lie a bit closer to reality. There are, however, a number of major stumbling blocks to these survey techniques. First, it may be argued, as Stanfield seems to have done, that the custom element is introduced to a disproportionate degree through the back door of market perceptions, with respect to the survey method. Business people tend to create individual and somewhat arbitrary notions of capacity based on very narrow and traditional conceptions of what is possible. 34 Furthermore, these estimates tend to level out the cyclical swings in utilization because of the well-known tendency of firms to forget about marginal capacity in the trough of the cycle and to rediscover it under boom conditions. 35 Nevertheless, these indexes seem to give us a reasonably accurate, though understated, Indication of the shortfall in utilization and its alterations over time. The odd man out among the capacity measures is certainly the index of utilization provided by the Wharton School. While the FRB and BEA provided figures of 86.2 and 85%, respectively, for 1969, the Wharton estimate was 95%. The Wharton figures have always exceeded those of McGraw-Hill, often by as much as 8 percentage points. 36 While the other leading measures are closely correlated, the Wharton index has shown an increasing tendency to deviate upward. All of this is due to the peculiar nature of the Wharton method. The Wharton index of capacity is based on the trend through peaks method. Output, as measured by the Federal Reserve Board series on industrial production, is plotted for each of the major manufacturing industries, example primary metals, electrical machinery, and chemicals. Successive cyclical peaks are then joined together with straight line segments. The resulting series of connected linear segments is the industry's capacity measure. To obtain the industry's utilization rate, output is simply divided by capacity. The utilization rate for manufacturing is derived by summing the industry utilization rates, each weighted by the fraction of total national income contributed by the industry at full employment. 37. The difficulties associated with the index so derived are well known. Even more than the other prominent capacity measures, the Wharton index tends to inflate the level of utilization. Since each cyclical peak in an industry's production is defined as capacity output, there is no way to determine variations in the intensity of production between different peaks. 38 Thus the Wharton method tends to hide the surplus capacity that is usually present even at the top of the cycle, by simply defining it out of existence. Hence, while the BEA estimated utilization to be 87% in the primary metals industry in 1969, the Wharton School, in contrast, showed an operating rate of 97% in the same industry. The different rates of utilization which do appear in the aggregate index published by Wharton, and the fact that the aggregate figure always falls short of 100%, is less a reflection of variations in the intensity of production and much more an indication of the fact that different industries do not reach the top of the cycle in the same quarter. 39 Furthermore, current estimates of the Wharton index are always likely to be revised. Since in the case of current production the future cyclical peak is unknown, it is impossible to properly utilize the normal trend through a peaks method, i.e., it is impossible to draw a straight line segment from the last peak to a cyclical peak that has not yet presented itself. The usual Wharton method for current estimates, therefore, is to extrapolate a level of capacity from the most recent peak. If actual output, however, exceeds the line drawn in this way, it is necessary to redefine capacity and revise the figures downward. These weaknesses are so serious that for the most part the Wharton index should be set aside. There are, however, a number of traits peculiar to this index that make its retention in qualified manner for limited purposes advisable. First, utilization figures are not only useful as a means of determining the actual, absolute level of utilization in relation to capacity but also the trend in this regard over time. From the standpoint of cyclical fluctuations in the rate of utilization, irrespective of the actual level of utilization involved, the Wharton index corresponds very closely to the other three prominent indexes. 40 This is of course partly because all four indexes have industrial production as a common numerator. Nevertheless, the Wharton measure can serve to verify trends that appear in the other indexes as simply one more piece of proof. Second, the simplicity of the Wharton method allows comparison between different countries, which is certainly not true of any of the other indexes. Third, the fact that the Wharton School provides statistics on both an aggregate and an individual industry basis, combined with the fact that its method of measurement leads it to inflate operating rate levels to an even greater extent than is true for the other indexes, can in certain cases be extremely useful. For example, while the BEA statistics show a 65% level of utilization in the aircraft industry in 1971, it is certainly possible to argue that this estimate is too conservative. Any such argument is virtually silenced, however, by the fact that the notoriously inflated Wharton Index shows a lower estimate for the same industry in that year. In the words of Perry, the Federal Reserve Board Index of Manufacturing Capacity is the most eclectic of the indexes in construction, relying on three distinct sources of information. 41 These sources include the McGraw-Hill Capacity Survey, which the FRB uses for its long-run benchmark yearly changes in a separate McGraw-Hill Utilization Survey, together with estimates of the size of capital stock, as short-term indicators of changes in capacity. The Federal Reserve's Index of Industrial Production for a given year is divided by the capacity data so derived in order to determine the level of utilization for that year. 42 Thus the FRB index reflects both the judgments of business people and investment patterns. The FRB Index of Materials Capacity is constructed in a similar way, although the initial information is provided by trade associations instead of surveys. The FRB Index of Manufacturing is almost certainly the most quoted of all the indexes and hence derives a certain amount of credibility by fame. Barron and Sweezy considered the FRB Index to be generally free of any systematic distortions other than its implicit reliance on what is normal for business rather than on what is possible. Sweezy has, in fact, relied solely on the FRB Index in his later articles on the subject in Monthly Review. The Federal Reserve Index, however, like that of Wharton, although to a lesser extent, is open to the rather singular objection that it is subject to fairly frequent revision. As James Reagan indicated, based on the statistical relationship which the board has estimated in 1971, capacity utilization in 1976-3 was originally placed at 73.6%, which was low by historical standards. But when the statistical relationships for capacity were re-estimated this year, substantially different results emerged. The board now estimates capacity utilization for 1976-3 to be 80.9%, which is about midway between the historical high and historical low of the new series. Thus, the board has revised considerably its assessment of current capacity utilization. 43. The reasons for these rather substantial modifications in the figures relate back to our discussion of Kramer's approach. The FRB index relies to a certain extent on data on fixed capital investment without taking full account of the fact that there is no direct relationship between capital spending and capacity expansion. Thus the FRB technique at times distorts utilization figures by a heavy reliance on value changes that do not take into consideration historical alterations in productivity relationships. Nonetheless, it can be assumed that the FRB index is a relatively good indicator of capacity utilization, with the important reservation that capacity is understated due to the traditional reliance on definitions and to a general methodology that highlights what is normal under existing conditions of production. A number of theorists such as Leon Keyserling, James Knowles, Ron Stanfield, and Thomas Weisskopf try to skate around the obvious difficulties by using a potential output approach. Using various techniques, they derive estimates of potential output over a given period and divide this into actual output in order to determine utilization rates. While such a method may seem elegant at first glance, its validity in relation to direct estimates of capacity utilization is highly questionable. In order to generate any trend line of potential output, an estimation of capacity output must be made at some point. Stanfield, in a critique of the Keyserling and Knowles methods, shows the inadequacy of their estimates. 44 Keyserling assumes full capacity output in 1929 and generates estimates of full employment output over time by calculating the rate of capacity growth, given changing productivity relationships. These results are somewhat misleading, however, since 1929, far from being a year of full capacity output, was a year in which at least 17% of total productive capacity was idle. 45 Knowles, in contrast, does not even pretend to be measuring capacity output in his estimation of so-called potential output. Thus he posits from the start a minimum unemployment rate of 4%. 46. Stanfield's own technique is more interesting but also of dubious value. 47 He also takes the year 1929 for his base but adopts the estimate for that year provided by the Brookings study. He then generates growth rates and adds them to 1929 in order to construct a trend line of potential output from 1929 to 1970. It can hardly be expected, however, that capacity output can be accurately determined over 4 decades largely on the basis of one estimate made in 1929. To do so is to understate the effects of a large number of economic factors which are not necessarily fully accounted for in growth estimates. Hence his figures represent only a very crude estimation of potential output over the period. From these estimates, which seem fairly in accord with the FRB estimates for the 1950s and 1960s but not with Strever's for the 1930s and 1940s, Stanfield determined that Barron and Sweezy's argument on utilization was neither confirmed nor contradicted. Yet while Stanfield's figures often correspond to what might be expected, they cannot be considered as definitive as the more credible indexes of capacity derived on a yearly, and even quarterly, basis. This imperfection of existing capacity measures is a problem that is shared, although perhaps not to the same degree, by most statistics on aggregate economic activity. It is noteworthy in this regard that the importance of capacity utilization statistics, coupled with many of the unavoidable problems in compiling such statistics, has led in recent years to the proliferation of such indexes. Over the last decade or so, for example, 4 new indexes have appeared: the Industrial Materials Series published by the Federal Reserve, and indexes of manufacturing capacity utilization provided by the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Bureau of the Census, and Rinfret Boston Associates. Though one must always be careful about the limitations with respect to the valid comparison of such indexes, since the concepts that they measure are not entirely the same, it is nevertheless obvious that the social analyst can, at the very least, strengthen a particular argument concerning capacity utilization by verification through 2 or more of these indexes. Thus the very proliferation of such indexes, in addition to the negative effect it has of generating confusion, can also have the more positive consequence of providing, in certain cases, a high degree of certainty. 48. The usual way of examining the issue of shortfalls in production and unused productive resources is to observe the current level of unemployment. Such an approach is convenient, fits in with political considerations, and corresponds closely to the full employment orientation passed on by Keynes. Unemployment figures are clearly very important and are essential to the industrial reserve army concept in Marxian analysis. Yet in many respects the examination of excess industrial capacity can be an even more useful way of understanding what is going on in the economy. There are 3 overwhelming reasons why this is so. First, there can be little doubt that the 2 most important factors affecting business investment are profit expectations and the current level of surplus capacity, and the latter factor increasingly affects the former. In the modern period, during which insufficient aggregate demand has been a continual constraint on capital expansion, the fear of excess capacity, it may be safely assumed, is much greater. This is reinforced by the fact that prices are inelastic in a downward direction, so that there is relatively little possibility of the safety valve of competitors' competitive creative destruction asserting itself. 49 Thus business is constantly aware of the relationship between its capacity to produce and its capacity to sell. George Perry of the Brookings Institution was, therefore, able to write that high operating rates have generally produced high levels of business outlays, and the extent of such an investment boom is one of the important determinants of the length and strength of any economic expansion. 50 This statement is equally true in reverse. Low rates of utilization can help to explain why business does not see fit to invest in additional capital stock. According to Business Week, capital spending plans accelerate when operating rates move significantly above the 80% level and decelerate when they dip below it. 51 Thus utilization statistics are especially significant in that they reflect what is a determinant for investment and hence can be used to explain the reasons behind the existence or non-existence of unemployment. Second, it can be argued that capacity utilization statistics, imperfect as they are, give a better indication of the actual shortfall from full utilization of resources than do currently available unemployment statistics. Thus it is much more enlightening to know that, according to FRB and BEA calculations, excess capacity stood at approximately 25% in 1975. Then it is to know that the official rate of unemployment in the same year was 8.5%. 52 While except over a very short time span it is virtually impossible, for obvious reasons, to ascertain the amount of unemployment in any given industry, it is, on the other hand, quite possible to determine the amount of unused capacity on an industrial sector basis. Thus it is feasible on this basis, and business is well aware of this, to see where the weak links in the economy are and to find this information in black and white terms. 53. After this long and rather technical discussion of the various capacity utilization measures, it is only natural to wonder what they indicate about the modern economy. According to the utilization data computed by dividing the Industrial Production Index by Strever's capacity estimates, the average level of utilization of industrial capacity in the United States in the decade of the 1930s was 63.4%, while unemployment, conservatively estimated, averaged around 18%. 54 A former Commissioner of Labor Statistics for the U.S. Department of Labor, Isidore Lubin, declared in 1938 that roughly 43,435,000 human hours were lost in the years between 1930 and 1938. 55 War, as is commonly known, pulled the United States out of the Great Depression. The Federal Reserve's Industrial Production Index indicates that production of machinery, for example, more than quadrupled between 1939 and 1943. We therefore find that capacity utilization at the high point of World War II, according to Strever's estimates, was no less than 136%. 57 In the post-World War II era the phenomenon of surplus capacity continued to be typical. Not even in the Korean War peak of 1953, when capacity utilization reached 89.2%, nor in the Vietnam peak of 1966 when it reached 91.1%, did monopoly capitalism achieve anything like full capacity output. 58 In fact, the inability of capitalism to generate anything like full employment in these years led to a redefinition of full employment as unemployment that, according to official statistics, was not higher than the 4% level that had become the usual case. The first 2.5 decades of the post-World War II era, despite the massive economic stimulus generated by 2 hot wars and a Cold War, were clearly characterized by a tendency for productive capacity to remain far ahead of profitable outlets for surplus absorption. As Stanfield concluded, whether or not one can precisely distinguish equilibrium and disequilibrium excess capacity, it is apparent that something on the order of 10 to 15% of capacity, conservatively defined, remains idle in peacetime conditions. 59 In fact, according to official statistics the amount of idle capacity has been much closer to 20% through much of this period. If we exclude the Korean War years and the main Vietnam War years from our calculations, we find that the average utilization of productive capacity between 1948 and 1977, as indicated by Federal Reserve Board statistics, was approximately 81%. 60 There can be little doubt that much of the post-World War II era has been a high tide of prosperity for capitalism, but there is also no denying the fact that the prevalence of surplus capacity in relation to effective demand has put severe constraint on accumulation throughout this period. Periods of decisive expansion have occurred largely through the stimulus of government expenditures on the military, the great automobile push of the 1950s, and a formidable extension of the debt structure. In the mid-1970s, as the post-World War II economic hegemony of the United States began to fade, the tendency toward economic stagnation began to reassert itself. The landmark in these hard times was the business trough of 1975, during which approximately 25% of productive capacity was idle. At the same time, unemployment rose to between 8.5 and 11%. 61 Not since 1939 had the level of unused productive capacity been as high. Even then, the depressionary condition of the mid-1970s hit foreign states harder than it did the United States itself. 62 Operating rates and production levels recovered rather quickly in the United States after the 1973-75 slump. Sweezy explains this as the result of a veritable explosion of public and private debt. The federal government carried a deficit of nearly $50 billion in 1978 alone. Such contrived solutions to the crisis of accumulation will not, however, hold back the flood for long. As Sweezy commented, it may turn out that the cure creates problems no less serious than the disease. 63 The decade of the 1970s was a clear demonstration of capitalism at work without war, and over this period approximately 20% of total U.S. fixed capital was left inactive. Hence the conspicuous fact that excess capacity is not simply a cyclical factor but has been a continual specter haunting capital in its monopoly stage. More can be learned by looking at the data with respect to individual industries. A case in point is the aircraft industry, where capacity utilization from 1965 to 79 was only 72% on the average. Many other industries, such as electrical and electronic equipment, show large amounts of surplus capacity throughout these years. Indeed, the petroleum industry, which was the only major industrial sector to show anything like full utilization throughout the 1960s, demonstrated a very marked tendency towards surplus productive capacity at increasing levels in the 1970s. 64. It should be evident by now that the Barron and Sweezy argument, which claims that an overextension of productive capacity in relation to demand is a chronic problem of capitalism, is clearly borne out by the facts themselves. But the facts we have referred to so far are the official statistics, with their conservative bias. It would therefore be useful to examine briefly what a more realistic view of capacity output would tell us about monopoly capitalism. To do so requires the use of wartime production as a reference point. Veblen's seemingly outrageous statement that 75% of industrial capacity remains unused in times of peace was, it will be recalled, based on the extremely unorthodox hypothesis that in times of war the operating rate in industry as a whole seldom rises above 50% of its potential. For Veblen, then, potential or capacity output goes far beyond what is likely to be the case even in times of war. Thus his notion of capacity is probably similar to the third lobe definition, which implies changes in the structure of output. Veblen's conception of capacity as physical capacity and serviceable use values represents one extreme in the range of possible definitions. Most of the established measures, however, understate potential output, in line with the first lobe definition, tying it to normal conditions of monopoly capitalist production, i.e., to what can be produced with normal costs and normal profits. To define capacity in this way is to seriously understate what is possible, not only what is possible in terms of a more rational social order, but also what is sometimes possible within the context of monopoly capitalism itself. A conception of capacity output based on levels actually achieved during war makes a certain amount of sense, and we should not be deterred by cries that a comparison between capitalism at peace and capitalism at war is unfair. Capitalism works more efficiently during wartime because profitability is enhanced. Capitalism during peacetime, at least during the monopoly stage, works comparatively poorly because accumulation is dampened by a lack of profitable investment outlets. Lewis Robb, in Industrial Capacity and Its Utilization, was one of the first to use the example of war production in order to demonstrate the tendency of existing statistics to inflate utilization estimates through correspondingly low estimates of capacity output. Robb, who influenced Barron and Sweezy, argued that if the actual level of output in 1943 were taken to be capacity output, equal to 100% utilization, then the level of utilization in 1952 could be interpreted as being roughly 55%. 65. In fact, if we take Robb's assumption that 1943 was a year of 100% utilization, apply it to Strever's figures, and adjust accordingly, the year 1932 would have its utilization figure reduced from an estimated 42% to 31%. 66. In this way, Veblen's wild assumption of a 25% utilization rate no longer seems entirely absurd. As Barron and Sweezy, referring to the figures on capacity utilization for the 1930s derived from Strever's capacity estimates, eloquently argued, The figures tell us that in 1939, as the decade came to an end, nearly a fifth of the country's labor force and over a quarter of its productive capacity were idle. From this, one would tend to conclude that output could not have been increased much more than, say, a third, even if additional workers were drawn into the labor force and capital equipment worked with more than normal intensity. And yet during the next few years, under the impact of war and with the inherent restraints of the capitalist market temporarily removed, industrial production more than doubled and real gross national product went up by more than 2/3. Moreover, these increases occurred during a period when virtually no net investment was taking place and more than 11 million men in the most productive age groups were being mobilized into the armed forces. While of course neither manpower nor equipment could continue indefinitely to be operated at the wartime pitch of intensity, still we think the tremendous expansion of output achieved between 1939 and 1944 conclusively proves that the official unemployment estimates and the figures on capacity utilization derived by widely accepted statistical methods understate the extent to which human and material resources are underutilized in a monopoly capitalist economy. 67. It is to be expected, Barron and Sweezy point out, that while bourgeois social science cannot afford to ignore totally the shortfalls of the system, it will tend to minimize the degree of unemployment and unused capacity in its statistics. There are a number of criticisms commonly leveled at any attempt to judge the current economic system by reference to wartime production standards which should be briefly addressed. The most important of these is the contention that the higher levels of production and efficiency are the result of a forced draft of resources. Robb, however, discounted this argument by highlighting the fact that in 1943 nearly 10 million men, the most productive segment of the labor force, were in the armed forces, unavailable for the production of goods and services. 68. Furthermore, he added, the labor force between 1945 and 1952 had increased by about 1 million workers per year and was accompanied by steadily growing productivity. Therefore, the failure of U.S. capitalism to reach its wartime level of production by 1952 was not due to a reassertion of the normal scarcity of resources but had to be the result of inefficiency in peacetime. 69. Some economists try to argue that defining productive capacity in terms of wartime output measures physical capacity, not economic capacity. Hence, Cremians of the BEA wrote, in wartime, the nation may want the maximum physical output of some goods regardless of cost. The thing that makes our wartime case different is that one more tank or airplane is priceless, i.e., the price is so high that only the physical limitation applies. 70. Arguing essentially the same point but from the peacetime angle, Cremians asks the rhetorical question, what does it mean to say that the physical capacity of U.S. steel mills is X tons if the owners of those mills are predicting mill closings because of foreign competition? 71. What does it mean, we might ask, to claim that war production is not cost-related, i.e., that an additional airplane is priceless? Clearly it does not mean that corporations during war produce irrespective of cost. This would diminish profits, and it is well known that profits are not lowered but generally enhanced through wartime production. It can only mean that altered conditions of supply and demand make capital expansion and a more efficient level of output profitable where it was not before. Rising prices associated with a given quantity of production raises the marginal revenue associated with a marginal unit of output. Effective demand is enlarged, and increased production encouraged, by massive government expenditures, and this allows capitalism to transcend normal market conditions. As to the second question posed by Cremians, it is surely enough to answer it directly. It signifies that there is world overproduction of the capacity to produce steel in relation to demand. This is the current dilemma of capitalism. One aspect of the capacity utilization issue that certainly needs to be studied further is the relationship of utilization to measured productivity. Obviously, any system of monopoly capitalism in which profits are maximized through monopoly rents at the expense of cost efficiency will result in relatively low rates of measured productivity, which are partly, but only partly, compensated by the administrative rationalization of production within the oligopolistic firm. Thus one can tentatively expect low rates of measured productivity to be a consequence of excess capacity. This seems also to be borne out by existing facts. In most sectors of the economy, if one compares the 1948 to 67 period with 1967 to 78, the rate of measured productivity growth has sagged considerably in the last decade. Several studies by Edward Dennison and George Perry of the Brookings Institution attribute anywhere from 36 to 65% of the productivity slowdown to low rates of utilization of productive capacity. 72 While such relationships demand a great deal more study, it is sufficiently clear at this point that monopoly capital's attempt to prevent profit rates from being squeezed from without in the face of insufficient demand has resulted in an overabundance of productive capacity which, through lowered efficiency, increased costs, and reduced productivity growth, causes profits to be squeezed from within. Yet this condition, aggravated by the tendency of the surplus to rise, is unlikely to generate any ultimate, catastrophic economic breakdown in the immediate future, since monopoly capital is also provisioned and fortified in a way that competitive capitalism never was to outlast virtually any siege. What it does imply is a tendency towards stagnation in which the prosperity of the few is clearly at the expense of the social totality. It is to be expected that under such a situation capitalism will become more transparently flawed and irrational. Corporations such as Chrysler and U.S. Steel will become increasingly dependent on government support as it becomes ever more difficult to maintain the corporate status quo. The new bourgeois ideology of corporatism is designed to preserve the control exercised by the ruling class through the development of a more political capitalism. Whether it will succeed depends largely on the strength of the counter-ideology and radical politics from below. 6. The state economy. Financing the state. The widely heralded fiscal revolution in America, supposedly unleashed by the Keynesian Revolution, was neither as complete nor as lasting as the economic pundits once imagined. Rising deficits, demands to balance the budget, cutbacks in federal programs for the poor, coupled with low growth and rising unemployment and excess capacity, have brought the crisis of the tax state back to the center of economic discussion. And yet there is a tendency to focus on what is merely symptomatic of the larger illness of monopoly capitalist society. By far the most influential study in this area by a radical economist is James O'Connor's widely read book, The Fiscal Crisis of the State. Adapting Marx's reproduction schemes to the problem of the state, this model divided government expenditures into two categories, social capital and social expenses. Social capital consists of those state expenditures that promote accumulation by subsidizing either capital formation or the reproduction of labor power. In contrast, social expenses do not increase productive capacity or reproduce labor power, and are required mainly for purposes of legitimation. Out of this type of analysis, O'Connor then derives his central thesis. The socialization of costs and the private accumulation of profits creates a fiscal crisis, or structural gap, between state expenditures and state revenues. The result is a tendency for state expenditures to increase more rapidly than the means of financing them. While the accumulation of social capital indirectly increases total production and society's surplus and thus in principle appears to underwrite the expansion of social expenses, large monopoly sector corporations and unions strongly resist the appropriation of this surplus for new social capital or social expense outlays. 1. Some of the weaknesses in O'Connor's argument were brought to light by Hugh Moseley in an article entitled Is There a Fiscal Crisis of the State? O'Connor's almost exclusive attention to the structural gap in the state budget, Moseley argued, was a significant shift of emphasis from the recent Keynesian and American Marxist emphasis on the problem of surplus absorption and state maintenance of aggregate demand to moreover, for O'Connor, Moseley wrote, the fiscal crisis is essentially a deficit in transactions between the state and the other sectors of his model of the economy. It is a structural gap which he attributes to the fact that the state socializes more and more costs of production while profits continue to be appropriated privately. But the capitalist state can and does appropriate profits or surplus value in the form of tax revenues. O'Connor would have to argue that there is a crisis in the basic form in which the capitalist state raises revenues to meet its expenditures. This he does not do. He merely argued that there are political limitations on restructuring or increasing state revenues. Point 3. Mosley was undoubtedly correct in his observation that O'Connor's analysis was far less convincing with respect to the limitations on state revenue than with regard to the tendency of state expenditures to rise dramatically as monopoly capitalism progressed. O'Connor's argument on the revenue constraints of the state centered on a dialectic of tax exploitation and tax revolt, in which the burden of taxes on those without any access to economic surplus continued to expand, generating ever more frequent tax revolts. As far as the taxation of capital itself is concerned, O'Connor made his point of view quite clear in his comments on the incidence of the corporation income tax. Although the problem is highly complex and hotly debated, it is generally agreed that when measured from changes in the rate of return, shifting is close to 100%. In both the monopoly and competitive sectors, the corporate income tax is similar to a general sales tax levied at a rate in proportion to the corporation's profit margin. Point 4. In other words, the ability of the state to increase tax revenue by levying higher taxes on capital is circumvented at least where the corporate income tax is concerned, but O'Connor's argument would also seem to give the proposition a much wider significance as a result of monopoly capital's power to pass on the tax increases to the consumer in the form of higher prices. Although this may appear to be irrefutable at first glance, the issue requires much closer attention that O'Connor himself gave it if the thesis of a structural gap in government finance under monopoly capitalism is to be understood in its fullest sense. Furthermore, the problem is inseparable from the larger question of the generation and absorption of economic surplus. Surplus and taxation. The classical and early neoclassical view of taxation was succinctly expressed by Schumpeter in his 1918 essay on the crisis of the tax state. Here we have arrived at the fact which can become the leading principle for the theoretical understanding of the economic capacity of the tax state. In the bourgeois society, everyone works and saves for himself and his family, and perhaps for some ends he has chosen for himself. What is produced for the purposes of the private economic subjects. The driving force is individual interest understood in a very wide sense and by no means synonymous with hedonistic individual egotism. In this world the state lives as an economic parasite. It can withdraw from the private economy only as much as is consistent with the continued existence of this individual interest in every particular socio-psychological situation. In other words, the tax state must not demand from the people so much that they lose financial interest in production or at any rate cease to use their best energies for it. Point 5. What Schumpeter had in mind here was brought out even more clearly in the subsequent discussion. Here he explained that only one thing is important for us, that there is a limit to the taxation of entrepreneurial profit beyond which tax pressure cannot go without first damaging and then destroying the tax object, and in the case of interest and wages the tax cannot penetrate too deeply into the tax object. 6. As Ricardo had written much earlier, it should be the policy of governments, never to lay such taxes as will inevitably fall on capital, since by so doing, they impair the funds for the maintenance of labor, and thereby diminish the future production of the country. Point 7. The entire argument was couched in terms of what can be broadly defined as the supply-side perspective that has dominated liberal economics during most of its history, pointing to a general shortage of profits, savings, and capital as the fundamental constraint on accumulation. Since virtually all profits were thought to be automatically plowed back into investment, whatever the government took from this was bound to reduce the rate of economic growth. Moreover, as Schumpeter had suggested, it would also have a long-term effect of inhibiting technological progress by dampening the incentive for entrepreneurs to innovate. Although logically unsound to the extent that it was based on Say's law, this argument was not simply childish babbling in the 19th century environment of industrial revolution and competitive enterprise. But with the coming of the 20th century, conditions had changed. That this was so was widely appreciated during the Keynesian interlude. Keynes argued, in the general theory of employment, interest, and money, that a leakage in the expenditure stream in the form of savings would have a negative effect on aggregate demand and the level of output unless it was also injected back into the expenditure stream in the form of investment in new productive capacity. However, there was no automatic mechanism that ensured that all intended savings would necessarily be invested, particularly when accumulation, under modern conditions of rapid productivity growth, expanded savings out of profits faster than primarily wage-based consumption. A drop in the level of income due to oversavings would inevitably bring total savings back into conformity with actual investment, but under conditions of unemployment equilibrium deemed impossible in orthodox thought at the time. It was under these circumstances that Keynes suggested that the state could, by injecting its own spending, make up for any shortfalls in effective demand resulting from the oversaving proclivities of capital. In fact, Keynes' entire general theory, as Paulo Silos Labani has indicated, can be thought of as an endeavor to refute the idea, resurrected in our time, that public spending can crowd out private investment. To quote Silos Labani, before completing his general theory, Keynes made several attempts to discredit the traditional position that every increase in public spending, and the more so if it was deficit spending, produced an equal reduction in private spending without effect on either income or employment, because borrowing by the government for public works implied a reduction in the fund of private savings available for investment. These attempts had met with little success, and he eventually became convinced that he could only prevail by going to the roots of traditional theory. It is probable that this is the immediate origin of the general theory. One of the most important ideas to emerge from the book is that in conditions of widespread unemployment, neither additional investment nor additional private sector deficit spending take away from available savings, rather they generate savings. Only in conditions of near full employment would increased savings be necessary to avoid inflation and what is called crowding out aid. It was with these discoveries of Keynes before their eyes that Barron and Sweezy opened their chapter on civilian government spending in Monopoly Capital. Thus they began their analysis of the state's economic role by noting that, although it was reasonable to assume under conditions of competitive capitalism when full capacity utilization could generally be taken for granted that the state was essentially a drag on the private economy, consuming surplus that would otherwise be used for private accumulation, this was not equally true in modern times. Under monopoly capitalism, Barron and Sweezy wrote, the normal condition is less than capacity production. The system simply does not generate enough effective demand to ensure full utilization of either labor or productive facilities. If these idle resources can be put to work, they can produce not only necessary means of subsistence for the producers but also additional amounts of surplus. Hence, if government creates more effective demand, it can increase its command over goods and services without encroaching on the income of its citizens. 9. This, as we have seen, was the real, practical lesson of the Keynesian revolution. At this point, Barron and Sweezy merely attempted to clarify the fact that the crucial element in generating demand was not the level of deficit spending, but rather government expenditure itself, since the stimulative effect of state spending as a component of aggregate demand was also evident, although not to an equal extent, in the case of a balanced budget. In other words, whether the increased state spending was actually financed through deficits or taxation was a secondary matter as far as the problem of surplus absorption was concerned. Since taxation cut into consumption, the taxation multiplier was smaller than the multiplier of equivalent spending financed through deficits. Yet government spending promoted national income irregardless of the mode of financing adopted. The whole approach adopted by Barron and Sweezy de-emphasized the differences between the various forms of public finance in order to clear the way for an examination of the composition of government spending. But in downplaying the former issue, they ended up obscuring certain logical and historical implications of their analysis. Indeed, while searching for an explanation for the fact that business had finally learned to accept the need for enhanced government spending, Barron and Sweezy went so far as to suggest that the modern big businessman, though he sometimes speaks the traditional language, no longer takes it so seriously as his ancestors. To him, government spending means more effective demand, and he senses that he can shift most of the associated taxes forward onto consumers or backward onto workers. 10. But if monopolistic firms could shift their tax burdens, wasn't it true that the growth in government was squeezed out of the underlying population? The answer provided in Monopoly Capital was no, if what government takes would otherwise not have been produced at all, it cannot be said to have been squeezed out of anybody. 11 From the standpoint of Baron and Sweezy's own theoretical framework, this answer, while correct, was somewhat unsatisfactory. For if workers normally consumed almost their entire incomes, it could hardly be said, with respect to the great proportion of taxes deducted from wages, that what the government takes would otherwise not have been produced at all, so that the main proviso of their argument in this respect did not hold. The problem that this posed for their theory in general is more easily understood if we recognize that in arguing in the aforementioned way in Monopoly Capital, Baron and Sweezy were adopting a Keynesian rather than a Kaleckian emphasis. Point 12 Kalecki's clearest discussion of the problem of taxation is to be found in his 1937 essay, A Theory of Commodity Income and Capital Taxation 13, starting with the familiar formula that profits equal capitalists' consumption plus investment, or P equals CC plus I. Kalecki suggests that any attempt to finance an expansion of state expenditure by taxation of wage goods will only serve in the short run to redistribute income from one portion of the underlying population to another and will not increase the level of profits in the economy. In other words, the sales tax on wage goods simply constitutes a new kind of prime cost and is likely to intensify struggles for higher wages. And besides not having any immediate, short-run effect on capitalist income, this type of taxation is unlikely to produce any systematic long-run effect either. The case was quite different, Kalecki contended, where an income tax directed at capitalists was concerned. It is obvious, he wrote, that these taxes are not prime costs, but form a part of gross profits. The entrepreneurs continue to maximize the difference between sales and prime costs, example wages, cost of raw materials, commodity prices, etc., for the greater this differential, the greater the income from the enterprise remaining after the payment of income tax. Point 14. Under these circumstances, total profits will equal capitalists' consumption plus investment plus income tax revenue from capitalists, or P equals CC plus I plus TI. If TI is financed initially through the potential savings of capitalists and CC and I remain the same, the immediate effect will be to increase profits in the economy by an amount equal to TI. In the longer run, however, the rate of interest could be expected to rise in order to protect the net return for lending, thereby reducing the inducement to invest. Because of this negative long-run effect, Kalecki argued that the most efficient way to finance an expansion in state spending would be to impose a tax not on capitalist income, but on capital itself. The formula then becomes P equals CC plus I plus TC. Point 15 again, the first effect is to raise total profits by the amount of increase in taxes. Here, however, Kalecki wrote, the course of events does not follow the same path as in the case of income taxation. It is not difficult to see that the increase of the rate of capital taxation does not tend to lower the net profitability of investment or to raise the rate of interest. Indeed, if somebody borrows money and builds a factory, he does not pay a greater capital tax. And if he ventures his own means, he also pays the same tax as he would if he abstained from investment. Thus the net profitability of investment is unaffected by capital taxation. Unlike income tax, the capital tax is not a cost of production in the long run either. In the same way, everybody is ready to lend at the current rate of interest, for whether he lends money or not does not affect the capital tax he pays. Point 16. Moreover, the inducement to invest is only strengthened, Kalecki pointed out, under a regime of capital taxation. Hence it follows that taxation of capital has all the advantages, in terms of its income and employment effect, of deficit financing, while not having the disadvantage of the state becoming indebted. Why then has the taxation of capital never been introduced? As O'Connor noted in 1973, monopoly capitalists pay no general business tax and their unrealized capital gains go tax-free. Point 17 Kalecki's answer to this question, in which he introduces a quote from Joan Robinson, goes a long way toward explaining his own political perspective. It is difficult to believe, however, that capital taxation will ever be applied for this purpose on a large scale, for it may seem to undermine the principle of private property, and therefore in this case, as in general, any government which had both the power and the will to remedy the major defects of the capitalist system would have the will and the power to abolish it altogether. 18. Kalecki was to carry his general approach to public expenditure and finance to the empirical level in his important essay, The Economic Situation in the United States as Compared with the Pre-War Period, first published in 1956. By carefully sorting through the U.S. national income accounts in order to separate real private accumulation from the consumption of the underlying population for the years 1937 and 1956, Kalecki was able to show that the increase in the relative share of gross private accumulation in the national product was more than accounted for by the increase of the relative share in national product of two items, export surplus and taxes on corporate profits. In addition, he noted that both of these elements of private accumulation were associated with the growth of the armament imperialist complex. 19. As Steindl was to write 20 years later, in the introduction to the second edition of Maturity and Stagnation in American Capitalism. How did it come about that American capitalism, seemingly very sick before 1939, had become vigorous again, providing high levels of effective demand and employment? The answer is, vastly increased public expenditures provided additional effective demand, although these outlays were not deficit financed, but in large part financed by taxation of profits. Kalecki distinguishes wage earners and profit receivers, and in this way makes it obvious that the expansion occurs only to the extent to which the tax hits the profits and not mass consumption. 20. In writing Monopoly Capital, Barron and Sweezy, as we have seen, did not take account of the effects of state financing on the generation and absorption of economic surplus, in line with the Kaleckian theory recounted above. And other leading radical economists like O'Connor clearly relied on a view opposite to that of Kalecki, insisting that the expansion of government during the post-World War II period was financed almost entirely by direct and indirect taxes on wages, and by budget deficits with corporate taxation amounting to little more than a general sales tax because of the ability of the larger corporations to pass on their taxes in the form of higher prices. An indication of the confusion that all of this caused can be found in Michael Bleney's contention that he had discovered a major flaw in Barron and Sweezy's argument in this respect. In an important critique of Luxemburg, Kalecki had pointed out she consistently makes the mistake of treating the whole of government expenditure, for instance on armaments, without paying due consideration to its financing, as absorbing the economic surplus. But this, Kalecki argued, was misleading, since expenditures financed through taxation of workers would have no effect on the absorption of national product because the new armaments markets are offset by an equal curtailment of workers' consumption. 21. Noting Kalecki's criticism, Bleney went on to argue in his book, Under Consumption Theories, that Barron and Sweezy had made the same mistake as Luxemburg. As Bleney put it, Barron and Sweezy do not believe that deficit financing has been of great significance in the post-war world, and since the great bulk of taxes are paid by workers, they are effectively arguing that it can help absorb the surplus. 22. Now it might be reasonable to suppose from this that Bleney's criticism was directed at demonstrating, as Kalecki had in the case of Luxemburg, that Barron and Sweezy's theory was, in certain respects, weaker than it needed to be, since taxation of workers could make the problem of surplus absorption all the more difficult. But Bleney arrived at an altogether different conclusion. On the above grounds alone, he argued that Barron and Sweezy's easy addition of the whole of the state budget into the process of surplus absorption seems unjustified. And without it, their attempt to demonstrate with statistics the rise of the surplus as a proportion of GNP from 1929 to 1963 is jeopardized. 23. The argument is logically fallacious. Barron and Sweezy had noted that the multiplier of government spending financed by taxes is smaller than that of government spending financed by deficits. Assuming that the composition of taxation and its incidence is such that it falls entirely on the working population, and thereby reduces consumption by an equal amount, there is no immediate increase in profits or income in the economy as a whole. 24 But it would be a mistake to take this to mean that the government's expenditure of its tax revenues does not absorb surplus or constitute an element of effective demand. Rather, it simply means that on balance the reduction in consumption cancels out the increase in government demand. Indeed, far from ignoring the whole problem, Barron and Sweezy, in writings published prior to Monopoly Capital, had both dealt with the issue of state finance and its relation to the generation and absorption of surplus in terms that were much more consistent with and, in Barron's case, actually went beyond Kalecki's approach. Thus Barron went to great lengths to examine the question of government finance in the political economy of growth. After examining the various contradictions of deficit financing, Barron wrote, "Therefore, as a matter of longer-run policy, the government expenditures required for the maintenance of a decided-on level of income and employment have to be at least approximately matched up by tax revenues. This means, however, that government spending has to remain within more or less circumscribed limits. For it is in the nature of the tax mechanism normally employed under capitalism that while it siphons off some of the employed surplus, it necessarily also cuts into consumption. Hence, the paradox that the larger the amount of surplus the government must spend in order to maintain the desired level of income and employment, the larger it tends to make the surplus itself by seizing income that would have been spent on consumption. 25. The thrust of Barron's analysis seems clear. Whatever the state can extract from wages can be viewed as an addition to economic surplus. Nor is the basic argument only relevant to tax increases. As tax rates are raised, some economic surplus part of profits and saving is seized by the government. At the same time, however, additional income is transferred to the economic surplus part of what would have otherwise have been spent on consumption. Indeed, it has always been the essence of taxation policy under capitalism to minimize the share of tax revenue which confiscates privately appropriated economic surplus and to increase simultaneously the proportion constituting additional economic surplus. This basic principle underlies all reductions of taxes under capitalism. They are so calculated as to maximize the amounts returned to privately appropriated economic surplus and to minimize the sums that are released, as it were, from the economic surplus and made available for consumption. 26. Thus, because of their regressive character, tax reductions also have the effect of enlarging the economic surplus at the expense of workers' income. It would seem to follow from Barron's analysis that any tax system, once established, will become gradually more dysfunctional in terms of the problem of surplus absorption, as time progresses, since any shifts in taxes from that point on will be directed at maximizing the amount of additional surplus appropriated through the phenomenon of tax exploitation. Furthermore, by making it clear that whatever was appropriated from workers in the form of taxes belonged to the economic surplus, and thus incorporating the marginal factor of workers' savings, Barron went somewhat beyond Kalecki's own explanation. 27. Only a year after Barron's death in 1964, and before the publication of Monopoly Capital, Sweezy had clearly begun to rethink the whole problem of state finance in the context of changing historical circumstances. In a 1965 article on the Kennedy-Johnson boom, written with Leo Huberman, the authors rejected the idea that the type of rapid growth then observed could be attributed to deficit financing in and of itself. 28. Instead, one had to focus on the underlying meaning of the form of deficit financing adopted, by examining the tax cuts that had been put into place. On this, Huberman and Sweezy quoted then Treasury Secretary C. Douglas Dillon, who had written, "It was necessary to get the major increases in defense and space spending behind us before we could safely implement our full program of tax reduction. But rather than wait, we promptly undertook two major moves to improve the climate for business investment, moves that could be instituted without any excessive loss of revenue. They were the Revenue Act of 1962, with its central provision of a 7% investment tax credit, and the administrative liberalization of depreciation, both landmarks in our drive to spur the modernization of our capital equipment. Together they increased the profitability of investment in new equipment by more than 20%. This was equivalent in terms of incentives to invest to a reduction in the corporate profits tax from 52% to 40%. 29. Following the actual tax reductions of 1964, the total effect on the after-tax returns to corporations, as calculated by ultra-conservative economist George Terbuff and related by Huberman and Sweezy, was equivalent either to a cut in corporate income tax rates from 52% to 34 or 29%, or to a reduction in the cost of new capital equipment of 16%. 30. The result was a rapid growth in profits and a drop in the share of wages in national product. And despite the sharp upturn, real unemployment and excess capacity remained serious problems. Although Huberman and Sweezy did not go any further into the theoretical implications of all of this with respect to the realization problem, it was clear from the argument that the reduction in effective levels of corporate taxation, combined with increasing deficits, was swelling corporate coffers. It would therefore be reasonable to assume that the ability of capital to pass on all of its taxes had been considerably overestimated. 31. In the years that followed, deficits grew ever larger, while the rate of effective taxation of corporations and the wealthy steadily declined. Some of the more serious contradictions of this process were first evident in Britain. As Dudley Jackson, H. A. Turner, and Frank Wilkinson indicated in Do Trade Unions Cause Inflation, the percentage of British corporate profits taken in taxes dropped from 45.6% in 1949 to 52 to 30.9% in 1965 to 68, while the percentage of all wage and salary income taken rose from 9.8% to 15.5% in the same years. Thus it is not at all surprising that total corporate profits as a percentage of aggregate wages and salaries after taxes rose from 25% in 1949 to 52 to 30.2% in 1965 to 68. Moreover, the shift in taxes and tax incidence hit the poor the hardest. For those single men earning real gross income of £600 or less at 1960 prices, the increase in the average tax rate was 40% during 1960 to 70, while for those earning £20,000 or more the rate of increase was 4%. Most of the attacks on trade unions for allegedly squeezing profits during the 1960s and 1970s could be discounted on precisely these grounds. 32. Steindel's maturity and stagnation in American capitalism, which had developed much of the basic theory that Barron and Sweezy were to take as their own point of departure, had been written at the outset of the post-World War II era to explain the decline in the rate of private accumulation and stagnation of production that had gradually emerged along with monopoly capitalism, becoming a full-blown contradiction in the Depression decade. Faced with the re-emergence of stagnation in the 1970s, Steindl returned to the problem in 1979 in an essay entitled Stagnation Theory and Stagnation Policy, which was designed to deal with the entire post-World War II era and its relation to stagnation theory by accounting for both the period of relatively high growth that existed up to 1969 and the period of stunted growth that has followed. 33. In doing so, Steindl once again placed emphasis, along with a number of other historical factors already emphasized by Barron and Sweezy, on the changes in state policy with regard to the taxation of profits. Following Kalecki, he contended that accumulation would be promoted by government spending financed through the taxation of corporate profits, to the extent that the budget deficit was not correspondingly reduced. Indeed, in relation to the United States, Steindl called attention to this fact. Profit taxes as a percentage of national product were much higher after the war, especially in the 1950s, than before. Budget deficits were lower than before the war, but not so much as to compensate for the increased taxation of profits. On balance, therefore, the budget was expansionist and increased utilization in industry. This, I maintain, has contributed to the high post-war investment activity. 34. Yet from the early 1960s on there was a steady decline in the taxation of income from capital, which was a contributing factor in the shift from a period of high growth to one of stunted growth. Thus Steindl argued, along the lines of Jackson, Turner, and Wilkinson, that the rise in the tax burden on the working class had been the main cause of the so-called wage explosion in the final years of the long boom, and that the real net wages of the underlying population had declined, intensifying the tendency towards stagnation. 35. Within the U.S. left, the relationship between stagnation theory and the taxation of capital was brought to the fore in the fall of 1984 when Craig Medlin's influential article, Corporate Taxes and the Federal Deficit, appeared in Monthly Review. Medlin's contribution was intended to be an explanation of why the federal deficit had been expanding so rapidly in recent years, but the theoretical basis for his argument was the monopoly stagnation viewpoint as presented by Barron and Sweezy. As Medlin forcefully explained, viewed through the lens of stagnation theory, the earlier Keynesian understanding that high taxes on the upper classes promote growth corresponds not just to the requirements of depression economics but to the requirements of a corporate system that tends to sink by reason of its very foundations. By raising revenue through taxation of corporations, the state diverts a stream of purchasing power that would otherwise have gone into non-productive spending rather than new investment. By spending these funds directly, or redistributing them to the lower and middle classes, the state can prop up the final demand markets that entice new investment. 36. Having laid the theoretical foundations for his argument in this way, Medlin proceeded to examine the record on the U.S. corporate income tax. As a consequence of accelerated depreciation allowances and investment tax credits, the corporate income tax had fallen from 52% of corporate cash flow in 1957 to 9% in 1983, and from 26% of total federal revenues in 1957 to 6% in 1983. Moreover, Medlin calculated that if corporate taxes had remained at their 1957 level, the additional taxes collected in the years 1980 to 83 would have been $302 billion, as compared with a total deficit in the same years of $424 billion. And since some of the deficit was passive, or the result of the decline in the level of production, this would have been more than enough to take care of that section of the deficit which the Council of Economic Advisers had designated as structural. 37. This did not mean, of course, that a sudden reversal of the trend in taxation that has existed over the last 2 decades would provide a magic solution to most of the problems besetting the U.S. economy, even in the short run. Complicating the whole matter was the fact that in the meantime and partly as a consequence of speculation in Treasury securities the corporations had accumulated a massive debt of their own. Total outstanding debt in the U.S. economy grew from $3.3 trillion at the end of 1977 to $7.1 trillion at the end of 1984, with the federal debt rising only about a third as fast as private debt during this period. In 1984 alone, total debt in the economy rose at a rate of 14%, the largest annual increase in post-World War II history. 38. Obviously, as Medlin pointed out, these circumstances complicate matters. But it is equally clear that the present state policy of shifting taxes more and more on the backs of the poor is likely to have the effect of intensifying stagnation, as well as class struggle within the U.S. system. Still, this entire argument might be considered vulnerable to the criticism, consistent with O'Connor's argument and even supported by Barron and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, that the corporations can pass any additional taxes on in the form of higher prices. The classical response to this, in the words of Brookings Institution expert on federal taxation Joseph A. Peckman, is that, in the short run, a tax on economic profit should make no difference in this decision. The output and price that maximized the firm's profits before the tax will continue to maximize the firm's profits after the tax is imposed. 39. In line with this type of argument, Medlin added, in a 1985 reply to criticisms that had been directed at his original article, a more concrete one of his own, refuting the notion that the incidence of the corporate income tax fell almost entirely on the backs of the poor. In the case of present-day capitalism, the appropriate model is oligopoly. The oligopolistic corporation seeks to set prices at the point where profits are maximized, i.e., where the total revenue from sales exceeds total production costs by the maximum possible amount. Hence, any tax that directly affects costs can induce a change in prices designed to pass on as much of the tax as possible. But the corporate income tax is of a different kind. It doesn't directly affect either revenue or costs. It is calculated as a percentage of profits, and this is the key to understanding why the corporate income tax falls mainly on the rich. In levying a corporate income tax, the government is in effect saying to corporations, go ahead and price at whatever level you wish, make as much money as you can, and after you've done your best, pay X% of your profits in taxes. If X% were raised to Y% or Z%, corporations might try to hike prices to retrieve some of the lost profit. But such a move would be self-defeating if the assumption that we have made is correct, i.e., that the corporation has already set the price at the profit maximizing level. 40. It will be noticed that Medlin's analysis here is akin to Kalecki's earlier point that these taxes are not prime costs, but form a part of gross profits. If we assume that the giant corporations, with their co-respective behavior, normally set a price that approximates that of a single firm monopoly, it follows that it would be irrational for them to raise their prices in response to a tax levied as a flat percentage of profits, since this would reduce their receipts without altering the percentage of taxes taken. 41 In this respect, a tax levied on profits falls into a different category from one that directly affects production costs, such as payroll taxes. What is argued here in relation to the corporate income tax would obviously hold as well for a general tax on capital assets, as proposed by Kalecki. Why, Medlin asks, is there such widespread sentiment that corporations have the ability to pass on their income tax? In the case of business executives, the answer may seem obvious. The argument that raising corporate taxes would simply raise prices is the self-serving corporate argument that taxing them is at best fruitless and at worst harmful to the underlying population. 42 Where the left is concerned, things become a bit more complicated. The idea that corporations simply pass on their taxes by increasing the price to the final consumer has a certain seductive appeal, since it once again reaffirms the subservience of politics to economics. But again, Medlin asks, what is the mechanism of escape? Even our best theorists on the left have neglected to specify the shift dynamics. James O'Connor informs us that from the outset, business leaders have favored taxing their corporate rather than personal income because monopoly sector corporations control prices and thus can shift the corporate income tax to consumers. But O'Connor does not tell us how a percentage tax can be passed on. Instead, he presents evidence that despite a huge increase in the corporate tax from 1920 to 1955, the after-tax return on assets remained relatively constant. Seen from the vantage point of stagnation theory, the continued ability to extract profits might, in good part, be because of the high rates of post-Korean taxation. 43. Indeed, monopoly stagnation theorists like Magdoff and Sweezy were quick to build on the foundations that Medlin had raised, suggesting in an article entitled "The Need for Tax Reform" that it provided a partial explanation for the cumulative rise in the federal deficit. Under circumstances of deepening stagnation and larger tax breaks to the rich, they contended, the only practical way for the government to pump up demand is to spend more than it takes in, i.e., by running deficits. The stimulating effect of a given deficit, however, is reduced by the dampening effect of a regressive tax structure, i.e., one that transfers income from lower income people to higher income people. And when, as in recent years, there is a trend toward an increasingly regressive tax structure, it follows that deficits have to grow just to maintain a given level of stimulation. Pumping up demand through deficits is thus like pumping up pressure in a leaky tire. And if the leak is getting bigger, you have to pump harder to stay even and still harder to get ahead. 44. Needless to say, there is a cumulative aspect to deficits, quite apart from the question of tax structure, since what is borrowed has to be returned with interest and thus the deficit must constantly grow if it is to have the same effect in stimulating demand. But the leaky tire metaphor serves to point out that the tax structure itself contributes to the massive growth of federal deficits. In the terms earlier employed by Barron, it serves to increase the additional surplus appropriated from the underlying population, and thus to cancel out much of the positive effect of government spending in closing the realization gap. The facts, in any case, are startling. As Gabriel Calco has indicated, real wages of workers in the entire private, non-farm sector began a sharp long-term decline after 1972, dropping 15% by 1983-45, and it is in this context that the tax burden on those at the bottom has increased. In the words of Robert Kuttner, between 1953 and 1974, direct taxes paid by the average income family doubled, from 11.8% of income to 23.4% of income, while the tax burden of a family with 4 times the average income went from 20.2% to 29.5%, an increase of less than half. Between 1969 and 1980, Social Security taxes increased by 92%. And since Social Security taxes apply to only the first $37,700 of wages, the major portion of this increase was on the non-wealthy. During the same period, corporate income tax collections fell 14%, and capital gains rates were cut by 20%. Some of the larger implications of this become apparent when comparison is made with Japan. While corporate income taxes correspond to about 6% of federal revenues in the United States, and only 3% in Britain, they add up to 28% of central government revenues in Japan, where the corporations pay the highest rate of effective taxation of profits in the world. Given this very high rate of corporate taxation, the Japanese central government is able to balance its budget while allowing the bottom third of the population to escape paying income taxes altogether. 47 One should, of course, be careful not to draw too many inferences from partial comparisons of this kind, since taxation is just one of the factors affecting the economic growth pattern of a country. But the case of Japan gives some plausibility to the argument that a high level of corporate taxation, under conditions of monopoly capitalism, is more likely to promote than obstruct the process of economic growth. Comparison with Japan may be relevant in another way as well, since it suggests that the crisis of the tax state is also tied to the composition of its spending. This was recently emphasized by Silos Labani, who wrote, "In the long period this is a very important point. The gap between the growth in spending and the growth in revenues depends, at least in part, on the composition of spending itself. If the share of expenditures destined to productive uses is high, income will tend to increase at a higher rate than it would have had there been a lower share of productive spending." Remember that Japan alone among the industrialized countries avoided the fiscal crisis of the state, not so much because public expenditures grew at a lower rate than in other countries, or at a lower rate than income, as from the fact that the share of expenditure directed to productive ends was higher than that observed in other countries. 48. State expenditures in a class society. Unlike O'Connor's fiscal crisis of the state, which divided state spending into social capital and social expenses in order to demonstrate the fundamental thesis of a structural gap between the growth of spending and the growth of revenues, Barron and Sweezy's monopoly capital, with its focus on surplus absorption, approached the composition of state spending primarily in terms of the systematic bias away from those areas that could be considered reproductive, from the standpoint of society as a whole, and toward those areas, like military spending, that belong to the non-reproductive utilization of social surplus. 49 Hence the issue of state expenditures in U.S. class society was introduced in the following way. During the interval 1929 to 1957, total government spending increased from roughly 1/10 to 1/4 of GNP, most of the difference representing the absorption of surplus which would not otherwise have been produced. Of this proportionate increase in the ratio of government spending to GNP, almost 9/10 was transfer payments and defense purchases, little more than 1/10 non-defense purchases. How are we to interpret these figures? 50. The most important thing to recognize here was that government's direct contribution to the functioning and welfare of society is almost entirely subsumed under non-defense purchases. 51. This includes not only education and highways, but also commerce, housing, health, sanitation, police and fire protection, the justice system, prisons, administration, and so on. What is noteworthy is that in spite of a vast expansion in the highway system in particular, associated with the doubling of the number of automobiles over the period, non-defense purchases made almost no contribution to the solution of the surplus absorption problem. 52. Transfer payments, which had grown from 2% to 6% of GNP over the period, had, Barron and Sweezy contended, probably made a significant contribution to staving off stagnation. Nevertheless, the regressive nature of the payroll taxes on which Social Security was based, and the fact that some 12% of transfer payments were actually interest payments to banks, corporations, and wealthy individuals, diminished the extent to which such payments were part of the solution rather than the problem. 53. It was in the area of military spending, however, that the real expansion had taken place, rising from less than 1% of GNP to more than 10%, accounting for about two-thirds of the total expansion of government spending relative to GNP since the 1920s. Moreover, without the prop of military spending, they contended, unemployment would be back up to levels of 15% or more, such as prevailed in the 1930s. 54. But was this an intrinsic feature of U.S. capitalism, or could military spending simply be replaced by civilian spending if the voters so decided? The answer lay in the modalities of political power in a monopoly capitalist society, and more specifically in its particular American version. 55. For Barron and Sweezy this had two aspects, the theory of the state as such, and the social limitations on civilian spending. Barron and Sweezy's analysis of the state is closest to the instrumentalist approach of theorists like Lenin, Luxemburg, and Ralph Miliband in that it places its emphasis on the fact that the state in capitalist society is, first and foremost, the state of the capitalist class. Its primary function is to guarantee conditions of private appropriation. 56. Yet their approach was probably best characterized in the typology of Marxian state theories presented by David Gold, Clarence Lowe, and Eric Olin Wright, as a form of economic structuralism in which the state is viewed largely in terms of the imperatives of accumulation, rather than as a byproduct of unmediated ruling class initiatives. 57. Thus the role of the capitalist state in the economic growth process is limited by the determinant character of accumulation itself. This is best understood by looking first at the argument on the prospects of liberal capitalist reform developed by Sweezy in the theory of capitalist development and at the critical analysis of laborism provided by Barron in his 1952 essay on national economic planning. Only then will we be in a position to appreciate the political argument in Barron and Sweezy's essay sketch. Generally speaking, Sweezy wrote in the theory of capitalist development, genuine programs for social control over consumption and investment based on the work of Keynes could not be faulted in terms of economic logic, either on their own ground or on the basis of the Marxian analysis of the reproduction process. 58. What mainly distinguished the left Keynesian and neo-Marxian approaches to the issue of reform, then, was the former's emphasis on economic growth and popular sovereignty, and the latter's stress on accumulation and class. Thus while economic theory after Keynes was generally couched in terms of the broad concept of growth, abstracting from most institutional characteristics of the system and implying little more, from a developmental standpoint, than increases in output of goods and services per unit of time, Marxian analysis suggested that growth under capitalism was synonymous with capital's own self-expansion, and thus had a determinate historical character associated with class-based accumulation. 59. This meant that high-minded, left Keynesian proposals for massive increases in social consumption and for redistribution of income from the rich to the poor were utopian fantasies as long as capital retained its hegemony over the state. The Keynesians, Sweezy wrote, tear the economic system out of its social context and treat it as though it were a machine to be sent to the repair shop there to be overhauled by an engineer. State 60. But the role of the state could never be reduced merely to the immediate interests of the capitalist class, or even to the imperatives of capital accumulation. And this was doubly true since the normal political structure under capitalism, bourgeois democracy, carried a latent contradiction associated with the electoral process. 61. As Marx had written of the 1848 French Constitution in the class struggles in France. The classes whose social slavery the Constitution is to perpetuate, proletariat, peasants, petty bourgeois, it puts in possession of political power through universal suffrage. And from the class whose old social power it sanctions, the bourgeoisie, it withdraws the political guarantees of this power. It forces its rule into democratic conditions, which at every point help the hostile classes to victory and jeopardize the very foundations of capitalist society. 62. What possibility, then, was there of a genuine labor party arising that would act in the interests of society as a whole rather than in the interests of capital and accumulation? While not ruling out the possibility altogether, Sweezy argued that three conditions were necessary: the reform movement must stay entirely free of capitalist influence, it must manage to obtain control over the state and remove capitalists and their retainers from all positions of power, by non-revolutionary means, and it must somehow secure so strong a hold over the political economy as to make economic sabotage by vested interests futile. If these requirements were not overdrawn, Sweezy argued, and he pointed to the Chartist movement of 19th-century Britain and to the various social democratic and labor governments, popular fronts and New Deals of recent history, as evidence that they probably were not, then a rather surprising conclusion follows, namely that the elimination of the contradictions of capitalism via the road of liberal reform is, viewed from a political standpoint, no less than the gradual achievement of socialism. 63. Needless to say, any genuine political threat to the system would tend to generate an authoritarian response, and thus a revolution stopping short of socialist consummation might suddenly find itself facing a fascist counter-revolution. 64. Reforms, Sweezy wrote, may modify the functioning of capitalism but never threaten its foundation. 65. And yet the very reforms necessary to overcome the deep-seated contradictions of the accumulation process, if carried out in sufficient magnitude, would have to attack the class basis of accumulation itself. Although sharing the same general view as Sweezy, Barron was to give the argument greater focus in his 1952 essay on national economic planning. Following Schumpeter in adopting the term laborism for the type of social democracy that was evident in Britain and Northern Europe in the years following World War II, Barron sought to explain, in a systematic manner, why such political movements would run into fundamental contradictions. 66. In his own words, a trade union administration determined to abolish bargaining over the distribution of the social product by eliminating one of the two decisive claimants would have to be a much stronger government than a regime sponsored and supported by the business class, since its task would be considerably more complex. Indeed, the claimant whom it would wish to abolish would be the economically and socially ruling class in society, entrenched in traditional positions of property and power, resting upon an elaborate structure of custom, habit, and prevailing social values. Compared with the magnitude of this undertaking, the task of fascism was easy. Did not disturb the basic socio-economic structure of the capitalist order. It was, in other words, a political revolution neither accompanied nor followed by what could be termed a social transformation. What is envisaged in laborism's advent to power is, however, precisely the opposite, with the continuity of political institutions maintained, with the structure of social values and ideologies unaffected, the prevailing economic and social system is expected to be radically altered. To make matters still less realistic, this drastic overturn in the basic economic order of a capitalist society is expected to be carried out by an organization that by its very nature constitutes an integral part of that society. 67. Were a laborist government to rise to political preeminence, Barron argued, its practical dissolution would be almost certain, since it would generally be unable to adapt the state to its original plans and purposes. On the other hand, if a laborist administration were to succeed in squaring the circle, in suppressing the capitalist class in a capitalist society, the contradictory nature of the resulting situation is easily visualized. By promoting aggregate demand in the form of state consumption and tax relief to the poor, it would generate inflationary pressures which could only be countered by freezing wages on some level agreed upon with the trade unions and by the enactment of suitable measures to enforce stable prices. 68. Private investment, under these circumstances, would plummet due to lack of confidence. And confronted with an investment strike on the part of the capitalist class, Barron explained, The Labourist administration would find itself compelled either to retreat and to grant such concessions to the business community as may be needed to restore the confidence of the investor, or else to undertake on an ever-expanding scale investment and operation in the field of productive enterprise. 69. In either case, the Labourist experiment, in itself, would have come to an end, in the former case, by simply yielding to economic necessity, in the latter instance, by a bold attempt to follow the path of all-out socialization. 70. In Monopoly Capital, Baron and Sweezy set the terms for their discussion of the state by arguing that bourgeois democracy was democratic in form and plutocratic in content. In any first approximation to the truth, then, it had to be recognized that while the people exercise sovereign power, in actual fact a relatively small moneyed oligarchy rules supreme. 71. Again, this did not mean that the rule of the capitalist class was an unmediated one. Instead, Baron and Sweezy suggested that political institutions in the United States constituted a highly structured class environment. Here they pointed to the fact that the nation's founding fathers were acutely aware of the latent contradiction in the democratic form of government, as indeed were most political thinkers in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. They recognized the possibility that the propertyless majority might, once it had the vote, attempt to turn its nominal sovereignty into real power and thereby jeopardize the security of property, which they regarded as the very foundation of civilized society. They therefore devised the famous system of checks and balances, the purpose of which was to make it as difficult as possible for the existing system of property relations to be subverted. 72. For these and other reasons, Baron and Sweezy wrote, governmental institutions which have taken shape in the United States have been heavily weighted on the side of protecting the rights and privileges of minorities, the property-owning minority as a whole against the people, and various groups of property owners against each other. 73. On top of this there was the evolution of political parties as vote-gathering and patronage dispensing machines without program or discipline. Given the resulting power structure, even the New Deal administration, with its vast popular support, had failed dismally to come up with the kind of civilian spending needed to lift the United States out of the Great Depression, providing a concrete indication of the enormous power of vested interests. The reason that the United States did manage to increase its GNP by more than two-thirds in the half-dozen years beginning in 1939 and ending in 1945 was of course World War II. 74. What the New Deal could not achieve, the war proved to be within easy reach. 75. For Baron and Sweezy, civilian spending had reached its outer limits as a proportion of GNP, given the power structure of United States monopoly capitalism, by around 1939. After that its share of GNP remained fairly constant, while further increases in government spending were generally attributable to enhanced transfer payments and the growth of military expenditures. What specific barriers to civilian spending were involved here? In the case of those programs that generally competed with the private market, such as river valley development, public housing, public hospitals, and public transportation, no answer was necessary. 76. Statization of the private sector in advanced capitalist societies is steadily resisted by the powers that be, except in those cases where the market has already collapsed. In the more difficult case of education, Baron and Sweezy explained, there is an analogous conflict between the private educational system serving the offspring of the wealthy and the public educational system serving the larger population. Moreover, the system of public education is divided along class and racial lines, reflecting the stratification of education with respect to suburbs, inner cities, and ghettos. Nor is this hierarchical system an accident. Instead, Baron and Sweezy argued, such inequality in educational opportunities is vitally necessary to buttress the general inequality that is the heart and core of the whole system. 77. And given the fact the private schools and colleges are already well endowed financially, all that the privileged elements have to do, in order to maintain this crucial degree of inequality, is to make sure that the federal government does not step in to create real equality of educational opportunities through its immense spending power. All of this was heavily documented and detailed in Monopoly Capital, in the context of an extended critique of the educational system in the United States as a concrete, Cultural manifestation of an antagonistic class society. 78. There is just one major exception, Barron and Sweezy claimed, to the generalization that all major forms of civilian spending conflict with powerful vested interests, and it is very much the type of exception which proves the rule. Government spending on highways. 79. This was tied to the frightful havoc wreaked on American society by the cancerous growth of the automobile complex. 80. And for Barron and Sweezy this was, in large part, a form of economic waste, when judged from the standpoint of society as a whole. On paper, Magdoff and Sweezy wrote in 1975, it is a relatively simple matter to draw up plans that will solve many of the more glaring irrationalities of monopoly capitalism within the framework of capitalism itself. But those who fall for such paper dreams overlook the fact that each of these irrationalities is the fortress or hiding place of vested interests which wield enormous political power and have absolutely no intention of making the least sacrifice for the common good, even if that somewhat elusive concept is defined wholly in capitalist terms. 81. Thus the added problems that distinguished monopoly capitalism, although not a part of the abstract concept of capitalism, had become part of the historical logic of the system. But if the obstacles to substantive social change, within the framework of the system, could be traced to history and politics and not to economics in any conventional sense, then a much more general theory of social crisis was needed. Recognizing the enormous difficulty of this task, Barron, Sweezy, and Magdoff carefully refrained from any attempt to provide an explanation of the political history of American capitalism that would complement their largely economic thrust. Instead, they confined their analysis of political phenomena to what was absolutely necessary to close their basic model. Although institutional obstacles, erected by both the capitalist class in general and by various segments of that class, were emphasized, their origins were not discussed. Nor was the crucial issue of recurrent opportunities for political rebellion at certain critical conjunctures ever addressed in any detail, although Barron, Sweezy, Huberman, and Magdoff always kept their eyes firmly fixed on the New Deal as a historical landmark. Hence, while their analysis suggested that the dilemma of maturity and stagnation could not be surmounted short of revolution, it left many of the more immediate political questions unanswered. The most sophisticated approach to this problem is to be found in Gabriel Kalko's analysis of the course of modern U.S. history in terms of what he designates as political capitalism, or the utilization of political outlets to attain conditions of stability, predictability, and security to attain rationality in the economy. 82. He demonstrates that the great merger movement of the last decade of the 19th century and the first 2 decades of the 20th resulted in an economic order that, at least at the outset, was anything but stable or rational. Hence the giant corporations had no choice but to resort to extra economic means to protect their profits, their investments, and sometimes their very lives. The misnamed progressive movement that resulted led to the formation of a new Hamiltonianism in the form of a regulatory system controlled by the firms that were ostensibly being regulated. 83. And along with this went the penetration of a new business ethos into the very heart of American government. Kalko's conception of the turn-of-the-century period as a state of crisis for capital and its profitability, despite the relatively rapid rate of economic growth, corresponds to the position taken by Sweezy, who has repeatedly emphasized the nearly universal complaints of economic crisis and unrelieved depression by business firms in the period of cutthroat competition, when the wholesale price index plunged from 139 in 1873 to 74 in 1898. 84. In Sweezy's analysis, the dominant change that occurred in this period, allowing for the consolidation of monopoly capitalism, was the banning of price competition. In Kalko's more complex case, stress is placed on the political solutions devised with the rise of a regulatory system controlled by the corporations that it ostensibly regulated. The dilemma of political capitalism is that it is essentially a static, ad hoc solution to an extremely dynamic problem. The political solutions to monopoly capitalism's first period of political crisis were undermined by the destabilizing features of the business cycle itself. The 1920s saw a gradual rise in excess capacity, along with a long-run decline in liquidity, the combined effect of which led to the disastrous downturn of the 1930s. It was in the midst of World War II, according to Kalko, that a new institutional order of politico-military capitalism was devised, one that was to become the basis for the post-World War II expansion. But in the end these political arrangements proved all too finite, with the re-emergence of chronic overcapacity in the 1970s. 85 Thus the recurrent crisis of political capitalism in Kalko's terms has presented itself again, manifesting itself this time in an attempt to reconstruct U.S. hegemony in the world economy, while developing various political strategies to overhaul the supply side of the economy. 86. What should be clear from the foregoing analysis is that the theory of monopoly capitalism requires a dynamic conception of political change and its relation to the accumulation process, such as that provided by Kalko, if it is to be anything like a complete theory of social crisis. Unless the connections between the theory of the capitalist economy and the political situation in the advanced capitalist countries, however mediated, are established, and their implications explored, theorizing on economic crisis is a vain endeavor. 87. In any case, Kalko's analysis, like that of Barron and Sweezy, points to the fact that, the military budget became, the sponge which absorbed much, if not always all, excess industrial capacity, thereby putting a floor under the capitalist economy. 88. Barron and Sweezy's own argument on state expenditures in the United States led them to the conclusion that military spending would remain the dominant form of government-promoted surplus absorption. It is by no means insignificant that this view continues to stand up to the test of time. Although the share of military expenditure dropped somewhat in the early 1970s, these were also years of deepening economic stagnation in the United States, and war preparations have now regained what small ground they lost. In 1983 the federal government spent $274.8 billion on purchases of goods and services. Of this, $74.5 billion went to education, highways, hospitals, commerce, health, sanitation, police and fire protection, the courts, prisons, administration, etc. The remaining $200.3 billion was spent on direct military expenditures. 89. A further indication of the social priorities embedded in government spending is indicated by the fact that the United States spent some $600 billion on direct military spending in 1967-75 and only $6 billion on public housing in the same period. 90. Direct military spending, as calculated by James Cipher, formed an average of 13.2% of GNP in the 1947-71 period. Adopting the still conservative assumption of an actual multiplier of 2, direct and indirect military-induced expenditures accounted for something like 26.4% of GNP during the years of undisputed U.S. hegemony. 91. For U.S. monopoly capitalism, the advantages of such vast state-financed military outlays are multiple. The demand for war expenditures is primarily a product of the need to maintain a worldwide system of imperial domination, the more warlike aspects of which are justified as a fight against communism. Such expenditures also have the benefit, as Veblen sardonically remarked, of helping to direct the popular interest to other nobler, institutionally less hazardous matters than the unequal distribution of wealth or creature comforts. 92. Finally, there is the economic effect on surplus absorption. As stated, with what Barron and Sweezy called brutal candor, in a U.S. News and World Report article in 1949. Government planners figure they have found the magic formula for almost endless good times. Cold War is the catalyst. Cold War is an automatic pump primer. Turn a spigot, the public clamors for more arms spending. Turn another, the clamor ceases. Truman confidence, cockiness, is based on this Truman formula. Truman era of good times, President is told, can run much beyond 1952. Cold War demands, if fully exploited, are almost endless. 93. After pointing out the role that military expenditures played in promoting economic growth under the current regime of U.S. capitalism, using evidence of this kind, Barron and Sweezy went on to devote a whole section of their chapter on militarism and imperialism to the idea that the effectiveness of arms spending, in this sense, was likely to diminish over time. The reasons for this were twofold: economic and military. The economic limitation had to do with the fact that the shift in arms production from mass-produced military hardware to high-technology weapons tended to reduce the favorable impact on investment and employment. The military limitation, noted by Barron and Sweezy, was that the piling up of endless amounts of weapons of immense destructive power was irrational in the sense that it might lead to the kind of full-scale nuclear war that the country would not be able to survive, so that sooner or later concrete steps toward arms control would have to be taken. 94 Unfortunately, with the benefit of historical hindsight, it is possible to say that Barron and Sweezy seriously underestimated the degree of irrationality that the system could sustain in this respect. 20 years after the publication of Monopoly Capital, there is no sign at all that the armament process is likely to slow down due to the overaccumulation of means of destruction. The Star Wars initiative is but the latest demonstration of just how far the US government is prepared to go in this respect. There is, however, a third possible argument on the effectiveness/ineffectiveness of military spending as a means of staving off stagnation, one that Barron and Sweezy did not discuss in Monopoly Capital but which has received some attention from Sweezy in more recent writings. It is only to be expected that state spending devoted to non-reproductive forms of output like military purchases is bound to have its long-run costs. This issue was raised most fully by Veblen, who remarked, "A disproportionate growth of parasitic industries, such as advertising and much of the other efforts that go into competitive selling, as well as warlike expenditure and other industries directed to turning out goods for conspicuously wasteful consumption, would lower the effective vitality of the community to such an extent as to jeopardize its chances of advance or even its life. The limits which the circumstances of life impose in this respect are of a selective character, in the last resort. A persistent excess of parasitic and wasteful efforts over productive industry must bring on a decline. But owing to the very high productive efficiency of modern mechanical industry, the margin available for wasteful occupations and wasteful expenditures is very great. The requirements of the aggregate livelihood are so far short of the possible output of goods by modern methods as to leave a very wide margin for waste and parasitic income. So that instances of such a decline, due to industrial exhaustion, drawn from the history of any earlier phase of economic life, carry no well-defined lesson as to what a modern industrial community may allow itself in this respect. 95. Commenting on the above quote, Sweezy has interjected that, one may legitimately wonder, as we enter the last 2 decades of the 20th century, whether the safety margin is not now at long last in grave danger of being used up. This is the question which lies at the heart of the crisis of our time. 96. It will be recalled that for Silos Labani this growth of the non-productive component in state expenditures could have the effect, over the long run, of slowing down the rate of economic growth in certain countries, as compared with the growth rate in those industrialized countries that were able to devote a larger share of expenditure to productive ends. Thus the gap between the growth in spending and the growth in revenues associated with the fiscal crisis of the state could, insofar as this was the result of a slowing down in the rate of economic expansion itself, be attributed in part to the augmentation of economic waste. In this sense, Barron and Sweezy's treatment of the composition of state spending in terms of civilian versus military outlays overlapped with O'Connor's model, since the latter clearly believed that the expansion of non-productive social expenses was one of the key factors sending the national government into the red. State contradictions and political strategy. In 1982, in an article entitled The Responsibility of the Left, Magdoff and Sweezy introduced a general theoretical principle that could be used to govern socialist political practice in the present historical conjuncture. Pointing to the example of the Works Progress Administration during the Great Depression, in which jobs had been created to fit individuals where they were and as they were, Magdoff and Sweezy argued that the left should advocate reforms that go against the grain of the present system, rather than allow a sense of what is immediately feasible to force it into positions, like the phony promises of politicians, of short-run impotence and long-run irrelevance. 97 An elaboration of this approach was later provided by Prudence Posner Pace, who distinguished the anti-capitalist strategy of Magdoff and Sweezy from the anti-corporatist strategy of certain radical theorists Samuel Bowles, Thomas Weisskopf, and David Gordon, constituting the outstanding spokespeople. 98. According to Pace, the anti-capitalist strategy requires that the measure of a program should be whether it is consistent with a theoretical framework in opposition to capitalist relations. It is accompanied by an educational process which ties it to broader social questions, and the process of struggle consciously attempts to separate the participants from the value and ideas of the capitalist class. 99. In terms of the specific contradictions of the state economy discussed above, two programs that fit the foregoing criteria suggest themselves. The fiscal crisis of the state can be dealt with most consistently from a revenue standpoint by advocating higher taxes on the wealthy. But instead of simply pushing for a resumption of effective taxation of corporate incomes, the left should also raise the issue of a general tax on capital assets, even at the considerable risk of questioning the legitimacy of private property itself, backing this up with the kinds of arguments, in relation to efficiency, introduced by Kalecki. The class-conditioned composition of state spending can be attacked, first and foremost, through insistent demands for arms limitation. But this should not be done on the grounds of the economic costs which, in any case, are still outweighed, in the short run, by the economic benefits to capital, but as part of a much larger opposition to U.S. imperialism. Programs of this sort, it should be understood, clearly belong to what Sheldon Volin has called a long revolution aimed at deconstituting the present structure of power, and are not merely designed to patch up an unworkable and exploitative social order. 100. 7. Imperialism and the political economy of growth. Dependency theory, the plaintiff. According to the traditionalist Marxist economist John Weeks, capitalist accumulation in dependency theory is primarily the result of the redistribution of surplus product between developed and underdeveloped areas. This presupposes both the production of surplus product and accumulation itself. Accumulation is not related to the social relations under which a surplus product is produced or appropriated, with the implicit view that a surplus product is a sufficient condition for accumulation. 1. This statement clearly expresses the view, fairly widespread among the more traditionalist Marxists, that radical dependency theory is fundamentally opposed to the theoretical framework of historical materialism. Indeed, we are told that the surplus extraction argument has two theses, that exploitation can be seen as a relationship between countries, and that the capitalist mode of production is an incomplete mode of production, i.e., it cannot generate its own reproduction too. Like Proudhon, Weeks, and Elizabeth Dorey contend, the advocates of the surplus extraction thesis are arguing that inequality lies not in commodity production, but in the unfairness of the plundering relationship, i.e., in commodity circulation. 3. Weeks and Dorey are quite right, of course, in suggesting that any theory which considers accumulation in dependent societies to be primarily the result of the redistribution of surplus product between developed and underdeveloped areas, presupposes both production of surplus product and accumulation itself, divorces accumulation from the social relations under which a surplus product is produced or appropriated, assumes that surplus product is a sufficient condition of accumulation, argues that the capitalist mode of production cannot generate its own reproduction, and contends that inequality lies not in commodity production, but in commodity circulation, has very little in the way of any direct connection with Marxian political economy. But it is quite a different matter to argue that theorists like Baron and Ammon, at whom Weeks and Dorey and numerous others have directed many of their criticisms, have actually made these mistakes. For it is no doubt true, as Richard Fagan has usefully observed, that in the process of dealing with such previously neglected issues as the international context of underdevelopment and the phenomenon of superexploitation, much of the clarity with which classical Marxism located the question of class struggle at the center of the development and decay of capitalism has been lost. 5. At the same time, neither exploitation, nor class struggle, nor development, nor revolution can be dealt with in abstraction from accumulation on a world scale, where third world social formations are concerned. In this shift, Amin has written, lies the entire subversive power of Marxism in our time. 6. Arrested development. There can be little question about the fact that Baran's main object in writing his now classic study, The Political Economy of Growth, was to emphasize the very real possibility of substantial development in underdeveloped countries once they had freed themselves from the shackles of imperialism. As Baran explained in a letter to Sweezy, in addition to what imperialism does, one should consider and indeed emphasize what its role is in the prevention of what needs to be done. 7. Thus in introducing the concepts of actual, potential, and planned surplus, Baran was attempting to throw light on the full range of productive resources currently available in a dependent economy, as well as emphasizing the need to radically transform the society if these resources were to be put to use. The economic basis of his analysis was succinctly expressed in the following précis by Rudolfo Stavenhagen, which relies on much of Baran's own language. Economic growth is usually said to be related to the level of investment. This, in turn, depends on the available capital and the level of savings in a given society, and may be called the society's actual economic surplus, that is, the difference between society's actual current output and its actual current consumption. The rate of development will then be the result of the size of the actual economic surplus and the way in which it is used. If a good part of the surplus is transferred abroad, as is the case in the underdeveloped countries, then of course the rate of development will be low. But societies also dispose of a potential economic surplus, which is the difference between the output that could be produced in a given natural and technological environment with the help of employable productive resources, and what might be regarded as essential consumption. The potential economic surplus is to be found in society's excess consumption, the loss of output due to the existence of unproductive workers, the loss of output due to the irrational and wasteful organization of the existing productive apparatus, and the loss of output due to open and disguised unemployment. Consequently, the chances for economic development in the countries of the Third World depend upon the ways in which they employ their actual economic surplus and successfully tap their potential economic surplus, which at present goes to waste. These are problems directly related to social and political organization. 8. It will be readily perceived from Stavenhagen's summary above that the distinction between actual and potential surplus, insofar as it relates to the underdeveloped countries, is relatively simple when it comes to treating the issue of consumption. For where the mass of the population in the poorer countries is concerned, there cannot be much difference between the actual current consumption associated with actual surplus and the essential consumption associated with potential surplus. Indeed, in many cases actual consumption will be lower than essential consumption. Since the great majority of the population lives at a near physical subsistence level, the potential economic surplus, most of which shows up in the form of the capitalist's consumption, the take of foreign firms, and the wasteful organization of industry, and only a relatively small part in recorded savings, is quite large, despite the low level of national income. To quote Baran, the economic surplus, while by comparison with the advanced countries small in absolute terms, has accounted for a large share of total output, as large as, if not larger than, in advanced capitalist countries. 9. Under these conditions, then, growth becomes dependent on tapping the sizable amount of wasted surplus. The immediate usefulness of this approach was demonstrated by the facility with which Baran was able to counter the four central postulates of mainstream development theory. The underdeveloped economies had always been underdeveloped, and were simply in the early stages of economic growth. The main obstacle to development was a vicious circle of poverty, requiring a diffusion of capital to the Third World. Less developed countries suffered from a shortage of entrepreneurial talent, requiring the importation of Western know-how and initiative, and most of the economic difficulties experienced in poor nations can be traced to overpopulation, making educational programs designed to promote birth control a primary need. Instead of simply assuming that the poorer economies in the capitalist world had always been relatively backward, Baran approached the issue historically. The question that immediately arises, Baran wrote, is why is it that in the backward countries there has been no advance along the lines of capitalist development that are familiar from the history of other capitalist countries, and why is it that forward movement there has been either slow or altogether absent? The answer is to be found in the way in which capitalism was brought to these regions, during the period of what Marx called primitive accumulation, characterized by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder, and in the way in which this very process served to smother fledgling industries. 10. In opposition to the presuppositions of liberal development theory, Baron argued that the peoples who came into the orbit of Western capitalist expansion, beginning in the 16th and 17th centuries, had not always existed in a state of abysmal poverty. Rather, it was the very intrusion of Western capitalism that served to destroy whatever existed in the way of primary accumulation in these societies, and to slow down the rate of economic growth. The outstanding case was India. As Marx had pointed out, British penetration into India involved the destruction of the original economic and social fabric of the society, including the forcible destruction of the Indian textile industry, which was at the time nearly as advanced as Britain's own. 11. As Irving Zeitlin, whose work follows Baron in this respect, has written, development of a native industrial capitalism in India was not conducive to the interests of British imperialism. British rulers, therefore, actively sought to prevent its development and, in fact, succeeded in doing so. As a result, British industry, particularly textiles, was able to employ an increasing number of British workers in spite of the growing mechanization of production. The destruction of a large part of the Indian weaving industry and the forestalled development of a large industrial working class provided an extended market for British goods and enabled British industry to employ more workers than otherwise would have been possible. 12. Thus, in the words of Baron, the violent, destructive, and predatory opening up of the weaker countries by Western capitalism immeasurably distorted their development. If the despoliation of India had not occurred, and its economic surplus had been instead invested in India, the development record of that country would certainly have been quite different. 13. The detrimental effects that Western expansion had produced in the Third World, Baron argued, could also be seen in the contrary example of Japan, the only Asian country that succeeded in escaping its neighbor's fate and in attaining a relatively high degree of economic advancement. 14. What was most striking about Japan, in this respect, was that it had largely managed to escape penetration by capitalism during the more vulnerable stages of its development. It was thus able to initiate its own form of bourgeois revolution in the late 19th century. Baron listed 3 factors that may have enabled Japan to escape imperialist penetration. The first was the early backwardness and poverty of the Japanese people and the paucity of their natural resources. 15. Second, during the period of most rapid colonial conquest in Asia, Britain, the leading capitalist power, was involved in conflicts over so many regions, China, the Middle East, and Europe itself, that it had no opportunity for imperialist adventures in a relatively uninviting state such as Japan. Like China, and more effectively than China, Japan was able to maintain a certain degree of independence as a result of the struggle between capitalist powers for colonies and spheres of influence. Indeed, as Baron went on to indicate, what decisively affected the position of Japan was another characteristic of modern imperialism, the growing rivalry among the established imperial whales, and the arrival on the world stage of a new industrial power, the United States. Although in the case of Japan it was the United States that carried out the initial opening up and that imposed upon it its first unequal treaty, neither the stage in the development of American capitalism nor its international status allowed the United States as yet to try to establish exclusive control over Japan. 16. In the meantime, the threat of military and economic penetration was enough to spur Japan to extraordinary state-directed efforts at economic development in the years following the Meiji Revolution. Less than half a century, Baron stated, had to pass before the concentrated, monopolistically controlled industry had provided a firm basis for an impressive military potential which, combined with the purposefully nurtured chauvinism of the samurai and their descendants, turned Japan from an object of imperialist intrigues into one of Western imperialism's more successful junior partners. 17. Hence, the case of Japan, like that of India, served to illustrate the fact that backwardness was not to be thought of as an original condition, as bourgeois economic development theory would have it, but as a manifestation of capitalist penetration. Capitalism destroyed native industries, removed a large part of the economic surplus, and created massive social disharmony and disorder, the form and content of which had little to do with the historical requirements of internal development in and of itself. All of this pointed to the fact that the vicious circle of poverty explanation of underdevelopment was really a means of explaining away a long history of exploitation. Contradicting this second major postulate of modern development theory, Barron argued that the main obstacle to economic growth was not a lack of capital. Even though the amount of actual surplus in such societies was typically small, the potential economic surplus was such a large proportion of national income as to enable them to attain high, and indeed very high, rates of growth. 18 As partial evidence, Barron cited estimates on potential economic surplus and property income in various countries, comparing these to the much lower rates of actual investment. For example, he cited Harry Oshima's careful calculations indicating that potential economic surplus was 33% of national income in Malaya as of 1974, while gross investment amounted to only 10% of the national product. The same ratios for Ceylon were 30% and 10% respectively, for the Philippines, 25% and 9%, for India, 15% and 5%, for Thailand, 32% and 6%. Much of this available economic surplus had its statistical trace in excess consumption of the upper class, increments to hoards at home and abroad, and the expenses of enormous military establishments. And a very large share was withdrawn by foreign capital. 19. Obviously, such estimates are difficult to derive and are open to question on a number of scores. Nevertheless, what evidence is available consistently supports the view that the surplus accounts for a much larger proportion of total income in the periphery of the capitalist world than in the core. Moreover, the huge discrepancy between this high rate of surplus generation and the comparatively low level of investment in these countries is patently obvious. This can be seen in a 1981 study, entitled An International Comparison of the Rate of Surplus Value in Manufacturing Industry, by Alice H. Amsden. After a detailed country-by-country comparison, Amsden concludes, by comparison with the average for the advanced capitalist countries, S/V is almost 3 times greater in Latin America, twice as great in Asia, and approximately 1.5 times more in Africa and the Middle East. These differences between developed and underdeveloped countries are so sharp that even if the biases enumerated were removed, the overall picture would probably remain unchanged. 20. It might be logical to assume that countries enjoying such a high rate of exploitation would be free from any serious supply-side constraints with respect to accumulation within manufacturing itself. And since basic industry remains underdeveloped, there is ample room for classical-type expansion on the demand side, in the sense that investment can increase for relatively long periods of time independently from consumption, as contrasted with the more mature capitalist economies. Consequently, for some theorists, the main barrier to development in the peripheral states is not to be found in a dearth of capital itself, but in the absence of creative entrepreneurs capable of launching a sustained pattern of rapid growth. Thus Barron pointed to the all too common lamentation bewailing the lack of entrepreneurial talent in the underdeveloped countries, the ample supply of which purportedly must be credited with the economic development of the Western countries. Inspired by the work of Weber and Schumpeter, both of whom, incidentally, stand miles above such platitudes, economists identified with this view stress the crucial role played by the creative entrepreneur in promoting economic progress. 21. If this thesis of a missing entrepreneur was not to be reduced to a simple truism, there is no industrial capitalism because there is no industrial bourgeoisie, and vice versa, it had to be based, according to Barron, on one of two propositions: either it was purely pathological, or it was due to the formation of class and corporation monopolies. The very idea that the presumed economic failures of a given underdeveloped country could be traced to a supposed lack of entrepreneurial talent, or to the wasting away of such talent as existed through a psychosomatic preference for unproductive consumption, contained, in Barron's view, strong voluntaristic, nationalistic, and even racist overtones. Point 22. But to attribute entrepreneurial backwardness to the formation of monopolistic positions was to undercut the whole missing entrepreneur thesis, and to raise in its stead the problem of accumulation and class. It is in the existence of these monopolistic positions, as well as of all the other relations previously discussed, that one has to look for an explanation of the slowness or absence of industrial growth in underdeveloped countries, rather than in sterile speculations of inherent lethargy, preference for the maintenance of family concerns, and lack of enterprise supposedly characteristic in backward countries. Point 23. Nor did Barron accept the most deeply held Western belief on the causes of underdevelopment, that it could be attributed to overpopulation. This supreme effort of bourgeois social science at blaming the victim simply presented the paralytic view that nothing could be done for the teeming millions in the so-called basket case countries. The truth of the matter, as Barron demonstrated with detailed statistics, was that it was not population density but the degree of industrialization that was the most important factor conditioning per capita income. Thus he replied with the words of Engels, "The pressure of population is not upon the means of subsistence but upon the means of employment." 24. And this in itself could be traced to the modes of utilization of economic surplus. All that the problem of overpopulation signified, in the end, was that there was a crying need for revolution in the imperialized countries of the world. The problem of underdevelopment, of overpopulation, of want and disease, Barron argued, could now be solved by a concerted, planned effort of the world as a whole within the lifespan of one generation. 25. That millions continued to die of hunger and want was a sufficient condemnation of the capitalist system as a whole. If none of these standard liberal explanations stood up under serious scrutiny, the question remained, how could the backwardness of development in the poorer part of the capitalist world be explained? The root answer could not be found in vague generalities about dependency, as Barron well knew, but had to be traced to the class structure of underdeveloped societies. In order to understand Barron's approach to this problem, it is useful to digress briefly to consider the impressive account of Marx's own conception of class provided in Geoffrey de Ste. Croix's important new work, winner of the Isaac Deutscher Memorial Prize, entitled The Class Struggle in the Ancient Greek World. According to Ste. Croix, elaborating on Marx, class is the collective expression of the fact of exploitation, the way in which exploitation is embodied in a social structure. By exploitation I mean the appropriation of part of the product of the labor of others. In a commodity-producing society this is the appropriation of what Marx called surplus value. 26. The significance of this understanding of Marx's conception of class is the primacy that it gives to exploitation, or the mode of appropriation of the surplus product. As Marx wrote, only the form in which the surplus labor is extracted from the immediate producer, the worker, distinguishes the economic forms of society, for example the society of slavery from that of wage labor. 27. Hence at its most general level divorced from historically specific conditions, such as the high capitalism of 19th century Britain, Marx's conception of class requires an approach that focuses on the process of exploitation, or the expropriation of surplus labor from the direct producer, in order to get at the reality of the class divisions through which this relation of exploitation is socially expressed. To quote Ste. Croix again, the most significant distinguishing feature of each social formation, is not so much how the bulk of the labor of production is done, as how the dominant propertied classes, controlling the conditions of production, ensure the extraction of the surplus which makes their own leisured existence possible. 28. Moreover, as he elsewhere points out, imperialism, involving some kind of economic and/or political subjection to a power outside the community, is a special case in which the exploitation effected by the imperial power, or by its individual members, need not necessarily involve direct control of the conditions of production. In such a situation, however, the class struggle within the subject country is very likely to be affected, for example through support given by the imperial power or its agents to the exploiting class or classes within that community, if not by the acquisition by the imperial power or its individual members of control over the conditions of production in the subject community. 29. In other words, imperialism, as understood by Ste. Croix, enormously complicates class phenomena by making possible an extraction of surplus by interests that have no necessary, direct connection with exploitation at the level of production, and by altering the class struggle in the subject community as well. In circumstances such as these, the issue of the expropriation of surplus labor, i.e., the issue of exploitation and class, is less than ever divorced from the issue of the utilization of the surplus product, which stands between the level of production and the reproduction of society as a whole. Given these aspects of the class problematic, it becomes clear how Barron's attention to the difference between the high rate of exploitation in underdeveloped countries and the low level of actual accumulation is tied to the question of the reproduction of these societies as definite class formations. In the general analysis of underdeveloped countries, as outlined by Barron, the economic surplus fell into the hands of 5 fundamental social entities: a semi-feudal landlord class, a merchant bourgeoisie, an industrial bourgeoisie, foreign capital, and the state. It was a typical, although not necessarily defining, feature of underdevelopment that agriculture, much of which was devoted to cash crops destined for export, accounted for a large share of total output. This was partly carried out through subsistence-level production by peasant farmers, whose tiny holdings had to support not merely the peasants' families, but also the payments of rent or taxes. 30 In another part of the typical agricultural economy, production was carried out on large estates with the help of hired labor. One way or another, a significant proportion of the economic surplus of society was appropriated by a land-owning class, which used up much of the potential accumulation fund that passed through its hands to support excess consumption. What aroused the ire of Adam Smith, Ricardo, and other classical economists, Barron wrote, is still the rule in backward countries. Maintenance of sumptuous residences, lavish living, acquisition of conspicuous luxuries serving as symbols of wealth and status, large numbers of servants, entertainment, and travel all account for much of what is received and spent by the landowning aristocracy. 31. Nevertheless, agrarian revolution, if it meant the parcelization of land among the peasants, was unlikely to solve the problem of underemployment, low productivity, and wasted surplus in the agricultural sector. Under capitalist conditions, Barron argued, agrarian revolution can only promote economic growth indirectly, by generating an agrarian counter-revolution, resulting in a new concentration of agricultural production in the hands of capitalist farmers. But for this to happen, the position of the feudal landlord class must be weakened decisively and the bourgeoisie must obtain control of the state apparatus. 32. Within the non-agricultural part of the economy, a very large share of the economic surplus was appropriated by merchants, moneylenders, and intermediaries of all kinds, some of them living in rural areas, but by the nature of their activities not belonging to the agricultural population. 33. What was most significant about this lumpen bourgeois element of third world social formations was that while it obtained a significant share of the proceeds of exploitation, very little of the surplus it appropriated actually made its way into the industrial branches of the economy. Instead, it remained within circulation, or was used up in buying up land yielding rent revenue, in various undertakings auxiliary to the operation of Western business, in importing, exporting, money lending, and speculation. 34. Although part of the surplus was accumulated in the industrial sector itself, and thus constituted a significant contribution to the growth process, it was the backwardness of this sector in particular that lay close to the center of the problem of underdevelopment. Much of this could be traced to the early penetration of capitalism into the regions of the Third World. At a time when protection of infant industry might have provided the basis for a smooth transition to steady growth, the countries most in need of such protection were forced to go through a regime of what might be called industrial infanticide. 35. More significantly, whatever market for manufactured goods emerged in the colonial and dependent countries did not become the internal market of these countries. Thrown open by colonization and by unequal treaties, it became an appendage of the internal market of Western capitalism. 36. Since most of the industrialization that took place was carried out by, or in conjunction with, international capital, the effect was to disrupt the economy still further. For most large ventures, the part actually spent within the dependent country was small, with most of the outlays occurring abroad, on the purchase of machinery, patents, etc. Closely connected to this was the point, to be developed more fully by such later theorists as Samir Emin, that the multiplier effect of investment spending on factories and equipment in an underdeveloped country was not usually felt in the underdeveloped country itself but in the economies of the capitalist center, where the actual purchases were normally made. 37 To make matters more complicated, those indigenous firms that did arise, in close connection with international capital, usually took the form of monopolies, dominating the very narrow markets and reducing the competitive stimulus to rapid growth. Thus in most underdeveloped countries, Barron wrote, capitalism had a peculiarly twisted career. To the dead weight of stagnation characteristic of pre-industrial society was added the entire restrictive impact of monopoly capitalism. 38 monopolistic firms of this sort did not invest most of the surplus at their disposal, instead, they sent it abroad or utilized it in wasteful ways, much like the landed aristocracy. All of this contributed to the weakness of the relatively small, indigenous industrial bourgeoisie. In discussing the fourth claimant to the economic surplus of the Third World states, Barron noted that the increase in Western assets in the periphery was largely due to the reinvestment of part of the surplus obtained in the periphery itself. The worst of it is, however, that it is very hard to say what has been the greater evil as far as the economic development of underdeveloped countries is concerned, the removal of their economic surplus by foreign capital or its reinvestment by foreign enterprise. 39 The harmful effect of the so-called repatriation of profits could scarcely be doubted. But, Barron argued, reinvestment of the profits of foreign firms in the domestic economy could also be very damaging. The reasons for this were manifold. While local capital, under the sway of foreign firms, tended to make most of its investment purchases abroad, this was even more the case for multinational capital with its international production and marketing system. Promotion of cash crops for export in the agricultural sector placed these economies in a position of almost perpetual dependency. Quoting H. W. Singer, Barron pointed out that the railways, bridges, ports, and power stations had been constructed primarily for the benefit of raw material exporters and in no way constituted part of the internal structure of the dependent countries themselves, except in the purely geographical and physical sense. 40 The subsistence wages provided by foreign firms were frequently so low, between 5 and 25% of the value of output, as to have very little effect on domestic demand. However, the most important consequence of foreign enterprise, for Barron, was the way it affected the class struggle in the subject country. Thus there emerges a group of merchants expanding and thriving within the orbit of foreign capital. Then there are the local industrial monopolists, in most cases interlocked and interwoven with domestic merchant capital and with foreign enterprise, whose position in society would be very much lessened with the rise of autonomous industrial capitalism. Concerned with preventing the emergence of competitors in their markets, they look with favor upon the absorption of capital in the sphere of circulation, and have nothing to fear from foreign export-oriented enterprise. 41 Finally, there are the feudal landlords, whose interests run entirely parallel with those of the other propertied classes. Thus, the penetration of foreign capital into the subject country takes the form of a class alliance devoted to the common exploitation of a large peasantry and a small working class, and is integrated, via foreign capital itself, with the class struggle on a world scale. In Barron's words, what results is a political and social coalition of wealthy compradors, powerful monopolists, and large landowners dedicated to the defense of the existing feudal mercantile order. Ruling the realm by no matter what political means, as a monarchy, as a military fascist dictatorship, or as a republic of the Kuomintang variety, this coalition has nothing to hope for from the rise of industrial capitalism, which would dislodge it from its positions of privilege and power. Blocking all economic and social progress in its country, this regime has no real political basis in city or village, lives in continual fear of the starving and restive masses, and relies for its stability on Praetorian guards of relatively well-kept mercenaries. 42. Behind all of this is foreign capital itself, which engages in both direct and indirect exploitation in the underdeveloped countries. The resulting distortions in third world social formations become even more apparent when the subject of the final claimant to the economic surplus, the state, arises. Barron considers three general forms of state structure: colonial regimes ruled directly from the center of the capitalist world, comprador regimes, and regimes of a New Deal type. Since the nature of colonial social formations is well known and presents no unusual theoretical problems, it is useful to focus on the second and third types. The older type of comprador state, Barron argues, is represented by certain of the oil-producing states of the Middle East, such as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, where an overclass of feudal sheiks cooperates with foreign capital in the extraction of the riches of their own country. This is ultimately less important, however, than the kind of imperial client state that frequently emerges as an afterword to anti-colonial struggles. The general anti-colonial struggle was based on united fronts of the progressive bourgeoisie, intellectuals, active elements of the urban and rural proletariat, and, in some cases, segments of the feudal aristocracy. 43 Once national independence has been achieved, however, the anti-imperialist alliance breaks down and the newly sovereign state follows one of several paths, depending on the constellation of class forces. Where the peasantry's struggle for an agrarian revolution continues to gain momentum and is supplemented by the action of the much smaller urban proletariat, the bourgeoisie, the landed aristocracy, the comprador groups, and their foreign principals unite, usually with a powerful segment of the military, to suppress any tendencies toward popular revolt and end up re-establishing the ancien regime not de jure but de facto. 44 In this respect, Barron cited China under the Kuomintang, the Philippines, Pakistan, South Korea, and South Vietnam. Needless to say, this is not the end of the story. Such imperial client states soon become dependent on large infusions of armaments and economic aid from the centers of international capital, in a desperate attempt to strengthen their precarious social position. 45 In the case of China and Vietnam, however, these and other more extreme means proved inadequate in the face of a revolutionary upsurge. The other main path is represented by the strategy of import substitution, the most radical variants of which were introduced in Egypt and India. Here the ground was prepared by the existence of a strong national bourgeoisie and the relative weakness or passivity of the proletariat and peasantry. Writing of Nasser's Egypt, Barron indicated that it may well be that conditions are at the present time most propitious in the case of Egypt for the countries entering upon the road of Japanese development. That the officers' corps and the army are apparently backing Egypt's national bourgeoisie, that its leaders seem to be determined to overcome the opposition of the feudal and comprador interests, and that the international situation is such as to enable them to conduct an independent policy. All this greatly enhances the chances of success of their current campaign to move the country in the direction of industrial capitalism. 46. Barron thus conceded that it might still be conceivable for an underdeveloped state with a relatively strong national bourgeoisie and a favorable international environment to proceed along a path of Japanese development, perhaps under the auspices of an officers' corps. 47. A far more important case was represented by India, which Barron characterized as a New Deal type Third World regime. In India, he noted, the class forces impeding the rise of a developed social formation in the rural and urban environments were as strong as in other underdeveloped countries, so that the only entity capable of mobilizing the economic surplus and using it for productive purposes was the state. What was needed for rapid development, Barron argued, was an investment rate of something like 15%, which could conceivably be accomplished by seizing some of the approximately 25% of India's national income which that poverty-stricken society places at the disposal of its unproductive strata. 48 But such a mobilization of the potential surplus was bound to generate determined resistance from the propertied classes, and Barron doubted that the present Indian government had the strength or will to accomplish what needed to be done. Thus Barron concluded that while capitalist India might continue along a tortuous growth path, facilitated by its 5-year plans, it was unlikely to realize its great historical chance, the peaceful transformation of a great country from a state of squalor and oppression to that of a rapidly advancing socialist democracy. 49. Hence Baron qualified his general assessment of stagnation, or slow growth, in the Third World in a number of ways. Where industrial development was taking place, as he noted in his discussions of the indigenous industrial bourgeoisie and foreign capital, this usually took the form of a presumed partnership, in the sense of a rider and his horse, between indigenous capital and international enterprise, creating a strong demand for Western imports. 50. In other words, his analysis pointed to the growing importance of a relationship similar to what more recent theorists like Peter Evans have called dependent development, or a special instance of dependency, characterized by the association or alliance of international and local capital, with the state also joining in and converting the connection into a triple alliance. 51. In addition, Baron's discussion of the development strategies in such states as the Philippines, Egypt, and India raised the issue of what has since come to be known, with some degree of confusion, as the neocolonial state. Whatever might be the prospects open to states like Egypt and India, however, it was clear that Baron believed that the chances for rapid development in the majority of Third World nations was not very good. Like all other historically changing phenomena, he wrote, the contemporary form of imperialism contains and preserves all its earlier modalities, but raises them to a new level. Its central feature is that it is now directed not solely toward the rapid extraction of large sporadic gains from the objects of its domination. It is no longer content with merely assuming a more or less steady flow of those gains over a somewhat extended period. Propelled by well-organized, rationally conducted monopolistic enterprise, it seeks today to rationalize the flow of these receipts so as to be able to count on it in perpetuity. And this points to the main task of imperialism in our time, to prevent, or, if that is impossible, to slow down and control the economic development of underdeveloped countries. 52. The flexibility of Baron's assessment here can be seen in the fact that contemporary forms of imperialism, in his conception, only required that the economic development of Third World nations be slowed down and controlled, not that it be prevented altogether. In other words, his analysis allowed for the possibility of dependent development in the wider sense of growth within the parameters of dependency. Baron's extremely influential work produced a whole school of followers. Of these the most important was certainly André Gunder Frank. Frank was the first to coin the term development of underdevelopment and was largely responsible for the almost universal acceptance of the underdevelopment approach within radical circles in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Although Frank's work on dependency was primarily concerned with Latin America, other theorists proceeded to apply his framework to Africa and Asia. 53. Frank's theory had its basis in a number of clearly expressed propositions about certain contradictions that he believed to be inherent in the capitalist world system. First, there was the capitalist contradiction associated with the expropriation of economic surplus by a few to the detriment of the many, particularly evident in the exploitation of the periphery by the center. Frank relied here on Baron's distinction between actual and potential surplus. According to Frank, the non-realization and unavailability for investment of potential economic surplus is due essentially to the monopoly structure of capitalism. 54. This was not, however, dependent on the existence of a monopoly stage of capitalism. It was fundamental to Frank's view that regardless of how competitive capitalism in the major capitalist states has been, it has nonetheless always been monopolistic in relation to the periphery. Thus it was clear that although the leading capitalist powers had found it necessary to maintain direct colonial monopolies during the competitive phase, with the later emergence of monopoly capitalism more subtle forms of monopolistic control had become feasible and even necessary. Second, the centralization of capital has its counterpart in uneven development. This could be conceived, Frank argued, in terms of the polarization into metropolitan center and peripheral satellites. 55. The dialectic of development and underdevelopment was a single structurally interrelated process. Extraction of economic surplus from the periphery generated accelerating development in the center and reinforced underdevelopment in the periphery. This global dialectic was mirrored within each society. Yet while the world metropolis managed to develop in the true sense, the metropoles of the underdeveloped states remained dependent and were unable to generate snowballing growth, due to the fact that they were simultaneously satellites of the world metropolis. The implication was that underdeveloped states were trapped in a vicious system of stagnation enforced by the imperialist capitalism of the center. Any weakening of ties between the center and periphery of the capitalist system, as in the 1930s and 1940s, increased developmental opportunities in underdeveloped regions. 56. Third, this dialectic of development and underdevelopment remained central in spite of the changing nature of the capitalist system as a whole, since it was basic to capitalism's very nature and survival. From a class standpoint, it was virtually impossible, Frank argued, for underdeveloped states to develop an autonomous national bourgeoisie. In fact, for Frank, the bourgeoisie in these countries was little more than a lumpen bourgeoisie, a class whose interests were directly or indirectly, actively or passively, identified with the interests of foreign capital. 57. All of this should indicate that in Frank's analysis the concept of class was generally less central to the overall analysis of underdevelopment than was the case for Baron. Deriving his conceptual framework from Marxian notions of necessary and surplus labor, Baron had emphasized the dialectical relationship between the production, appropriation, and utilization of the economic surplus in underdeveloped countries, on the one hand, and bonds of dependency externally imposed on these countries on the other. And out of this complex interaction between overexploitation and late imperialism arose the historical imperative of socialist transformation in these countries. However, Frank and certain subsequent dependency theorists, who gave concrete meaning to Baron's analysis by placing it in specific historical settings, concentrated almost exclusively on the second and third aspects of his dialectic, strangely de-emphasizing the first. Dependency theory itself became associated with a one-sided, outward-looking perspective that ignored most of the root conditions of accumulation and class. Related to this was the well-known static character of certain early versions of dependency theory. Having detached Baron's analysis of class fractions from its logical roots in the underlying accumulation process, there remained only a Schumpeterian-like view of suppressed industrial entrepreneurship as the unchanging economic context in the periphery. Worse still, the all-too frequent failure to appreciate the conceptual basis of Baron's theory of accumulation meant that the main point of the political economy of growth, the very real possibility of substantial economic progress in post-revolutionary society, was often lost. 58. Thus, in trying to extend radical analysis to such important problems as international exploitation and internal colonialism, certain dependency theorists after Baron tended to construct theories of development/underdevelopment that were insufficiently rooted in the analysis of class-based accumulation. The fact that this was more a problem of inadequate theoretical synthesis than a retreat from Marxian categories, however, could be seen in the subsequent rise of theories of dependent development, which in the work of Samir Emin and others returned to Baron's more dynamic notion of accumulation under conditions of imperialism as essentially a class phenomenon. Dependent accumulation. Two of the most essential features of dependent development, as characterized by Sweezy, are to be found in the failure to carry out an agricultural revolution in the periphery, and the much higher rate of exploitation that exists in periphery nations. The first point, according to Sweezy, was best expressed in the words of Amin, who had written that, unlike the countries of the center, where the agricultural revolution preceded the industrial revolution, the countries of the periphery have imported the latter without having started the former. Stage 59. It is the seeming inability to carry out an agricultural revolution, as Baron had earlier emphasized, which lies at the heart of the external orientation and lack of self-sufficiency in these countries. The second aspect of the difference between independent development in the center and dependent development in the periphery, Sweezy explained in his 4 lectures on Marxism, is that the rate of exploitation is and always has been vastly higher in the periphery than in the center. In the center, the rate of exploitation is for all practical purposes the same as the rate of surplus value. This is not so in the periphery, where only a small part of the workforce is employed as wage laborers in capitalist industry, with a much larger proportion being exploited directly and indirectly by landlords, traders, and usurers, primarily in the countryside, but also in the cities and towns. Here all or most of the surplus extorted from the workers not employed in capitalist industry is commercialized and becomes indistinguishably mingled with capitalistically produced surplus value. In these circumstances we can speak of a social rate of exploitation but should not confuse the concept with a rate of surplus value in the usual sense. 60. These circumstances, which lay at the heart of Barron's analysis, provide the basis for what Sweezy, in conformity with the theoretical distinctions made above, calls a massive flow of monetized surplus product from periphery to center. 61. Moreover, the impoverishment of the masses in dependent countries is very much worsened by what might be called the vicious circle of super-exploitation characteristic of underdevelopment. Thus it is the excessively high rate of exploitation that prevents the development of a mass market for consumer goods, in a local version of Marx's Department 262, and the lack of such a market means that capital has no stake in ensuring, not of course out of its own goodwill, but in response to class struggle, that the rate of exploitation does not drastically undermine the propensity to consume. But to even consider the possibility of a pattern of growth in third world societies in which Department I and Department II are in some way uncoupled is to suggest a radical departure from the conditions of accumulation described by Marx. In fact, it is this insight that provides the basic structure of a means theory of accumulation on a world scale. As he introduced the problem in an elegant explanation of his theory, written for Monthly Review. The determining interrelation in a self-reliant capitalist system is that which links the sector producing mass consumption goods with the sector producing capital goods. This determining interrelation has been the characteristic feature of the historical development of capitalism in the center of the system. Thus it provides an abstract definition of the pure capitalist mode of production and was analyzed as such in Marx's Capital. Marx, in fact, showed that in the capitalist mode of production, there is an objective relation between the rate of surplus value and the level of development of the productive forces. The rate of surplus value is the main determinant of the pattern of social distribution of national income, and hence that of demand. The level of development of the productive forces is expressed through the social division of labor, the allocation of the labor force, in suitable proportions, to each of its two sectors. 63. Among the corollaries that Ammon logically derived from this understanding of Marx's schema of reproduction was the thesis, discussed above, that the industrial revolution of the late 18th century was dependent upon a prior agricultural revolution that released surplus labor in sufficient quantities for a rapid expansion of Department I, and gave rise, at the same time, to a surplus of marketed foodstuffs necessary for the reproduction of this proletariat. 64. The fact that the main class alliances between propertied interests were internal to the center's social formations, and the observation that external economic relations were subordinated to the needs of internal accumulation. Along with the agricultural revolution was a commercial revolution, dating back to the 16th century, during which the mercantilist states penetrated into parts of what was to become the periphery of the world system. But the way in which these regions were gradually incorporated into the world economy, under the domination of the leading capitalist states, blocked any progress along the path of independent, self-reliant development. In a means analysis, the basis for the systematic economic exploitation of the Third World only really emerged with the appearance of imperialism in the last quarter of the 19th century. The immediate source of the qualitative change in the nature of worldwide exploitation was the rise of monopolies, the export of capital, and the creation of a relatively advanced peripheral export sector, all of which could be summed up as the development of capital mobility on a world scale. This had its roots, Ammon suggested, in the search for higher profits, as a result of a falling rate of profit in the center. 65. But its main manifestation, and the central contradiction of world accumulation during the imperialist stage, was the rationalization of a system of unequal exchange, which exists when the differences between the returns to labor is greater than the difference between the productivities. 66. Thus, as Ammon wrote elsewhere, this point of view allows one to define the peripheral capitalist mode as opposed to its central form. Essentially, the peripheral form has the dual feature of a modern technology and low wages within the framework of the capitalist social organization. From this specific characteristic, dependency is derived. Integration implies that the balance between the development level of the productive forces and the value of labor power is not to be found at the level of the peripheral social formation but only of the world system into which the latter is integrated. This lack of internal correspondence between the two elements in question results in the vicious circle of peripheral development. In order to reproduce its own conditions of existence, the peripheral formation must still contain pre-capitalist modes of production or produce non-capitalist modes which, being dominated, provide the capitalist mode with its cheap labor. 67. In other words, the peripheral social formation is distorted by a constant transfer of value toward the center of the capitalist system due to a greater productivity per unit wage cost and hence a greater rate of exploitation which is not reflected in, and actually precludes, the growth of an internal market. Although the expansion of the export sector eventually results in the emergence of a significant luxury goods market, reflecting the sizable amounts of economic surplus appropriated by local capital, by the feudal landlord element, and by various auxiliary classes or strata, the internal market nevertheless remains quite limited. Thus even in the contemporary case of Brazil, which some radicals have characterized as a successful third world country, the dynamic at work, to quote Sweezy, has produced a most startling result. In the 15 years since the military coup of 1964, a period frequently referred to as the Brazilian economic miracle, when the gross national product rose at rates as high as 10%, the level of real wages declined by a third or more. No wonder the president of Brazil on a visit to Washington several years ago was quoted in the press as saying, "In my country the economy is doing fine, but the people aren't 68. It is the very disarticulation of the country, split between an advanced, export sector, and a backward sector of a pre-capitalist or non-capitalist type which keeps the system going, since the super-exploitation of the periphery by the center is mirrored in the super-exploitation of the hinterland by the metropolis within the periphery itself. The ability of the periphery's center to draw surplus labor from the more backward parts of the social formation allows the peripheral formation as a whole, as Amin stated in the passage quoted above, to reproduce its own conditions of existence, despite the absolute impoverishment of the working population. At the same time, the smallness of the internal market explains the fact that the periphery attracts only a limited amount of capital from the center although it offers a better return. 69. The first phase of the imperialist stage of capitalism had its golden age between 1880 and 1914, but started much earlier in Latin America and lasted up to the 1950s in some areas of the world, such as sub-Saharan Africa. During this period, three factors served to distinguish peripheral social formations from the self-reliant model appropriate to the center. First, capitalism was imported from outside and hence was introduced without a prior agricultural revolution. Second, the class alliances were not principally internal but involved an international alliance between the capital of the dominant monopolies and its allies, the feudal lords and the comprador bourgeoisie. 73rd, external relations became the main source of development, conditioning both its direction and its pace. The second phase of imperialism, in Amin's view, began with the victory of the anti-imperialist liberation movements, based on an alliance between the super-exploited proletariat, the mass of the peasantry, and the potential class of the national bourgeoisie. 71 Once the victory was ensured, the national bourgeoisie in most cases took over and introduced the development strategy known as import substitution. Beginning with the already existing structure of consumption, this strategy mainly attempted to manufacture consumer durables, in emulation of the consumption patterns of the wealthiest elements in the capitalist center. Thus this strategy generally served to reinforce the distorted emphasis of the consumption goods market on luxury products. All of this was intensified by the rise to dominance, in the same period, of multinational capital, with its emphasis on production of consumption goods only within the reach of the wealthy propertied classes in a third world setting. In the form of industrialization that took place, therefore, wages had significance for the accumulation process only as a cost and not also as a source of demand. Thus the marginalization of the third world masses, characteristic of unequal exchange, was simply reproduced in a higher form. The fact that this second phase of imperialism did not constitute a stage in the development of self-reliant, third world social formations could be seen in terms of the three variables that Amin had previously stressed. First, no agricultural revolution had taken place. Second, the ruling class alliances had remained international in character, with the national bourgeoisie shedding its national character and becoming compradorized the moment that it replaced the former feudal lords at the top of the social pyramid. Third, domination of the accumulation process by external rather than internal conditions continued essentially as before. 72 The examples of Nehru's India and Nasser's Egypt, which had so fascinated Barron in the mid-1950s, were, Amin argued, nothing more than the most radical attempts in the capitalist Third World to implement the general line of development associated with the period of import substitution. 73. Indeed, in what might be considered an interesting footnote to Barron, Amin commented that the Japanese road was forever closed with the consolidation of the stage of imperialism at the end of the 19th century. Thus, he argues, the difference between core and periphery is qualitative, and has been insurmountable since the end of the 19th century. 74 In this sense, imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. Imperialism as history. Theorists like Barron, Frank, Sweezy, Magdoff, and Amin have consistently argued that there is a strong tendency under modern capitalist conditions for the net flow of capital to be unfavorable to the periphery and favorable to the center, in clear contravention of the standard assumptions of liberal development theory. But this implies that there is no simple, functional relationship between the problem of surplus absorption in the core states and the system of super-exploitation worldwide. 75 Far from alleviating conditions of crisis in the advanced capitalist states, the net inflow of capital from the periphery that has resulted from the imperial system has tended to make the realization problem much worse. Examining data on foreign investment by U.S. firms between 1950 and 1963, Barron and Sweezy showed that U.S. multinational corporations had exported approximately $17 billion in equity capital over the period, repatriated around $29 billion, while simultaneously expanding their foreign holdings. They then wrote, "One can only conclude that foreign investment, far from being an outlet for domestically generated surplus, is a most efficient device for transferring surplus generated abroad to the investing country. Under these circumstances, it is of course obvious that foreign investment aggravates rather than helps to solve the surplus absorption problem." 76. There was, of course, always the possibility that, for short periods, abnormally high capital exports from the advanced countries might serve as a safety valve for the overabundant surplus in the imperialist states, but in the normal course of events, Barron and Sweezy argued, foreign investment had to be viewed as a method of pumping surplus out of underdeveloped areas, not as a channel through which surplus is directed into them. 77. This position was called into question on both empirical and theoretical grounds by Albert Szymanski in his book, The Logic of Imperialism, despite the fact that Szymanski shared Barron and Sweezy's general assessment of the pattern of accumulation in the advanced capitalist economies themselves. 78 The statistical data that Szymanski gathered from UN and US Department of Commerce sources indicated that in 1977 the developed capitalist countries as a whole transferred to the less developed $8.6 billion in direct investments, $26.0 billion in new private loans, and $43.4 billion in indirect investments, for a total input to the less developed countries from the transnational corporations and banks of $78 billion. On the other hand, the less developed countries' balance of payments transfers of repatriated profits on direct investment to the developed countries was $14.6 billion, on interest and principal payments for loans $40.3 billion, and for repatriated profits on indirect investments, royalties, fees, and so forth $59.9 billion, for a total of $114.8 billion transferred from the less developed to the developed countries. This represented a net transfer of $36.8 billion from the less developed to the developed countries. 79. This hardly proved the point that Szymanski wanted to make, that there was a net transfer of wealth from the developed to the underdeveloped world. Not only had the advanced capitalist countries extracted $36.8 billion more than was diffused to the Third World, but they had increased their foreign holdings in the periphery at the same time. But by deducting repatriated profits of raw materials transnational corporations, and by adding in foreign assistance by center governments, Szymanski was able to come up with a reduced figure for the net transfer of wealth from the periphery to the center of $13.6 billion. Since this figure was still significant, Szymanski then proceeded to argue that much of the transfer undoubtedly reflected the huge OPEC reserves deposited in U.S. banks, so that, if this was recognized, it could be concluded that the basic effect of the interaction of all of the advanced capitalist countries with the less developed is now a net transfer of wealth from the advanced to the less developed. 80. Given the tortuous, and highly questionable path, through which Szymanski arrived at this conclusion, we are perhaps entitled to a certain degree of skepticism. This is doubly the case when we consider the fact that what some interpreted as a more equitable balance in the flow of capital between North and South in the 1970s was to a large extent the product of a vast outpouring of loans to Third World countries. 81. The full ramifications of this only become apparent when viewed in the context of the reverse flow process inherent in the continuous reliance on foreign debt, as discussed by Harry Magdoff in The Age of Imperialism in 1969. If a country borrows, say, $1,000 a year, Magdoff wrote in The Age of Imperialism, before long the service payments on the debt will be larger than the inflow of money each year. Assuming the simple case of an annual loan of $1,000 at 5% interest to be repaid in equal installments over 20 years, it follows that in the fifth year almost 50% of the annual loan will go to servicing the debt, in the 10th year approximately 90% of the money will be devoted to debt service, in the 15th year, the outflow for interest and amortization on the debt will be greater than the loan itself, and in the 20th year the borrower is paying out more than $1.50 on past debt for every $1 of new money he borrows. 82. But why, Magdoff asks, should a country have to continue borrowing year after year? Won't the borrowed money be used to develop the country so that there will be enough money to pay off the debt? Part of the answer to these questions lies in the fact pointed out by Evsey Domar as early as 1950 that, in the words of John Poole and Stephen Stamos, the economic growth rate of the borrowing nation must exceed the rate of interest in order to avoid a reverse capital flow. 83. Another part of the answer is to be found in the reality, emphasized by Magdoff, that since the repayment has to occur in the currency of the foreign nations, the debt can be repaid only if there are enough exports to provide the foreign exchange. If the exports prove insufficient, the banks in the center states are under pressure to make further loans, to prevent an out-and-out default. And, Magdoff noted in 1969, the fact is that during the post-war period the growth in service payments on the debt of the underdeveloped world has increased much more rapidly than has the growth of exports. Hence the burden of debt has become more oppressive and the financial dependency on the leading industrial nations and their international organizations such as the World Bank and the IMF has increased accordingly. 84. In fact, the long-run problem is much worse than was implied by Magdoff's 1969 example given above, since interest rates have risen to double-digit figures. After only 8 years with an annual borrowing of $1,000 at 10% interest, scheduled for repayment in equal installments over a 20-year period, the borrower will already be in default, unless payments can be rescheduled or larger loans secured. Thus, as Magdoff and Sweezy recently pointed out, if a country's development strategy were to call for a net annual inflow of foreign money, an increase in the rate of borrowing would be needed. In other words, a growing volume of external debt would become a way of life. 85. Although these observations were based on a simplified model, they were reflected in the actual pattern of Third World borrowing, with debt as a percentage of borrowing rising from 56.3% in Third World accounts in 1972 to 75.3% in 1981. Behind this was a general decline in the balance of payments of underdeveloped countries, with the payments deficits for Latin American states rising from -$11.1 billion in 1976 to -$38.8 billion in 1981.86. Of course, the uneasy calm of third world debt cannot be explained merely in terms of the simple mechanics of the lending process. 87 This can be seen in the case of Mexico, which in the late 1970s attracted massive amounts of loan capital on the basis of its vast oil reserves. The deepening of worldwide economic crisis, together with the failure of oil prices to keep on rising as expected, brought on a severe structural crisis with lightning speed. Thus, net proceeds as a percentage of new borrowing in Mexico were 53% in 1973 and -213% in 1980. This was followed by a massive devaluation of the peso, the imposition of harsh terms of conditionality by the International Monetary Fund, and a rescheduling of the debt. 88. All of this, of course, implies that what may appear to be part of a simple transfer of value, in the form of stepped-up loans to the Third World, may actually be a sign, as in the case of Mexico in the 1970s, of deepening financial dependency and of the general phenomenon of unequal exchange. Thus, Szymanski's attempt to demonstrate empirically that the actual data on the international flow of capital contradicted the analysis of such theorists as Barron, Frank, Sweezy, Magdoff, and Ammon was not very convincing when judged in terms of the statistical evidence that he presented. His theoretical objection was perhaps more relevant. Taking note of Barron and Sweezy's argument that the export of capital could not be considered an effective means of surplus absorption in the long run, since the net flow of capital was toward the center, Szymanski contended that Barron and Sweezy had failed to demonstrate, at a theoretical level, the actual necessity of imperialism. As he himself formulated the issue, the traditional link between the theory of capital accumulation on a world scale and the argument for the necessity of imperialism has been severed in the arguments of those affiliated with the journal Monthly Review. In its place is put the argument that the process of capital accumulation in the rich countries is facilitated by the exploitation of the poor regions whose capital accumulation process is consequently inhibited. While maintaining that imperialism is an inherent aspect of advanced capitalism, rather than merely a state policy, the Monthly Review tradition does not argue that the accumulation process could not proceed without it, i.e., it is not maintained that imperialism is a necessary condition for the survival of capitalism. This tradition maintains, rather, that imperialism is a natural product or outgrowth of capitalism, a position considerably weaker than that of Lenin. 89. What are we to make of this argument? It would seem that the real issue is not whether imperialism is necessary or not, but revolves instead around two different interpretations of necessity and its place in Marxian theory. Szymanski believed that he was operating within the classical tradition of historical materialism in contending that capitalism had no logical existence outside of imperialism, i.e., it was incapable of reproducing itself. 90 For theorists like Barron, Sweezy, Magdoff, and Ammon, who also claim to be operating in the orthodox Marxist tradition, there is no internal contradiction within the accumulation process itself from which the necessity of imperialism can be mechanically derived, or, which is merely another way of saying the same thing, there is no logical contradiction to an economic argument that postulates the existence of capitalism in one country. But this does not negate the fact that colonialism/imperialism grew up with capitalism, belongs to the historical necessity of the system, and is just as much a part of the day-to-day workings of the capitalist mode of production as the drive for profits itself. 91 Indeed, to pose the question, is imperialism necessary, on economic grounds, is, according to Magdoff, analogous to asking whether the United States could afford to give Texas and New Mexico back to Mexico and Manhattan back to the Native Americans. 92. Instead of an abstract and derivative notion of imperialism based on some version of economic crisis theory, the dependency tradition has erected its argument on the wider historical imperatives of the system. Is this a weaker approach, as Szymanski seems to believe? The answer is to be found in the fact that while many Western radicals seek to understand imperialism as simply the result of some specific, historically contingent contradiction in the capitalist reproduction process, Baron, Sweezy, Magdoff, Ammon, and most Third World Marxists have concluded that imperialism is the way of life of capitalism. The former will be eliminated only when the latter is overthrown. 93. Dependency theory, the defense. The fundamental error of the surplus extraction thesis, John Weeks and Elizabeth Dorey have written, is that its proponents lack any concept of the mode of production. While they may refer to classes in backward countries, they never find it necessary to consider that whatever the social form of production, laborers and means of production always remain factors of it, but the specific manner in which this union is accomplished distinguishes the different economic epochs of the structure of society from one another. The specific manner in which this union is accomplished determines, within certain limits affected by historical circumstances, the class structure, the nature of the state, the system of laws, and other superstructural forms. 94. A better idea of what Marx himself had in mind in the statement that Weeks and Dorey have cited can be seen in the following passage from another part of Capital: the specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers determines the relationship between those who dominate and those who are in subjection. 95. Thus, if Weeks and Dorey actually meant to stay true to Marx, they were in effect saying that theorists like Baron and Ammon never considered the specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers. Obviously, in relation to Baron and Ammon, this is absurd. Not only did Baron consider the issue of the generation and absorption of surplus labor, but he actually put it at the very center of his analysis. Moreover, and this is very important, he was the first major Marxist theorist to do so in terms of Third World social formations. Nor can it be said that Ammon has ignored the specific economic form of appropriation of surplus labor, since his entire approach to the question of unequal exchange is an attempt to provide an objective explanation for the phenomenon of superexploitation and thus of the specific economic form that distinguishes both Third World societies and accumulation on a world scale. This, of course, does not mean that these theorists are necessarily right in their understanding of the way in which exploitation takes place, but merely that they cannot be faulted on the methodological grounds that Weeks and Dorey have raised in the foregoing passage. Indeed, the entire set of criticisms, discussed in the opening pages of this chapter, that Weeks and Dorey, as representatives of fundamentalist Marxism, have directed at Baron and Ammon, has nothing in common with the understanding of the work of these theorists presented in the main parts of this chapter. To take these criticisms in turn, it cannot be said that Baron, Ammon, Magdoff, and Sweezy, or even Frank, consider accumulation in dependent societies to be primarily the result of the redistribution of surplus product between developed and underdeveloped areas. What determines accumulation, first and foremost, is exploitation at the level of production. Although there is an international dimension to the exploitation of underdeveloped areas, Baron in particular was careful to explain the various kinds of class relationships associated with the generation and absorption of economic surplus. In his analysis, the direct international connection was clearly only secondary, though it was the reality of imperialism that produced the distinguishing feature of underdevelopment, i.e., superexploitation. Nor can one reasonably suggest that the approach adopted by theorists like Baron, Frank, Ammon, and Sweezy presupposes both production of surplus product, and accumulation itself. The main thrust of their analysis, in fact, was to determine why accumulation was not taking place despite a very high rate of exploitation at the level of production itself. As we have already seen, there is no reason to think that sophisticated dependency theorists like Baron and Ammon divorce accumulation from the social relations under which a surplus product is produced or appropriated. To be sure, they were guilty of advancing an understanding of accumulation in a class society that did not stop at what went on within the labor process itself, but also considered the matter in terms of the larger multifaceted context of social reproduction as a whole. And this demanded the scrutiny of various parasitic elements like merchant capital, a deformed peripheral state, foreign capital, etc. Even though the direct connection of these particular interests with production itself was tenuous at best. It is pure fantasy to assert that Baron and Ammon ever made the error of assuming that surplus product is a sufficient condition for accumulation. While mainstream development theorists argued that the lack of development proved that there was a dearth of capital, Baron designed his theoretical framework to show that potential economic surplus existed, but that it was not a sufficient condition for growth, as the reality of underdevelopment itself demonstrated. What prevented such development from taking place, of course, was the class basis of peripheral social formations, which blocked the productive mobilization of economic surplus. There is no suggestion in the work of Baron, Sweezy, Ammon, Magdoff, or Frank that the capitalist mode of production cannot generate its own reproduction. Baron and Sweezy, of course, have often been criticized for developing a theory that shows how capitalism in the advanced states can reproduce itself under modern conditions. On this Ammon has written, and yet some commentators have reacted vigorously against this contribution of Baron and Sweezy. Why? Because it is awkward for them, since it shows the system can function. 96 peripheral social formations have not been very successful at reproducing themselves on an expanding scale, and when, as in the case of Brazil, a high rate of growth is temporarily achieved, it is not the kind of development that will propel them into the top echelon of the capitalist world. 97 To recognize this is not to deny the reality of at least simple reproduction in these societies. It simply is not the case that theorists like Baron, Frank, Sweezy, Ammon, and Magdoff contend that inequality lies not in commodity production, but in commodity circulation. The truth of the matter is that inequality can arise within both production and exchange. To recognize that commodity circulation is also important in this sense is not to deny the underlying significance of production. On the contrary, to reject the significance of exchange as a factor in class-based accumulation is to preclude any theory of social reproduction as a whole. It is the radical disjuncture between an extremely high rate of exploitation and an extremely low rate of actual investment that is, perhaps, the most characteristic feature of underdevelopment. And there can be little doubt that exchange or circulation plays an important part in the wasting away of the potential surplus. Failure to understand this means a failure to understand why revolution remains an immediate imperative for those at the bottom of the underdeveloped social formations. 8. Some notes on socialist construction and post-revolutionary societies. The steep ascent. Near the beginning of the previous chapter it was noted that there can be little question about the fact that Paul Baron's main object in writing his now classic study, The Political Economy of Growth, was to emphasize the very real possibility of substantial development in underdeveloped countries, once they had freed themselves from the shackles of imperialism. As he explained in a letter to Paul Sweezy, in addition to what imperialism does, one should consider and indeed emphasize what its role is in the prevention of what needs to be done. What needs to be done was discussed by Baron in the final chapter of his book, which dealt with the problem of socialist construction in post-revolutionary societies. 1 His very compressed treatment of this exceedingly complex problem involved combining insights into the size of the economic surplus potentially available for economic growth with observations on its proper allocation, based on a critical assessment of the Soviet experience. Hence the crucial issue around which his analysis was structured was the concept of primitive socialist accumulation, which lay at the heart of the Soviet model of development. As Sweezy wrote much later, in a somewhat different context, the very foundation of this model was primitive socialist accumulation at the expense of the peasantry, and its dominant thrust was the building up of heavy industry while concomitantly downgrading the development of light industry and the production of consumer goods too. Baron approached this issue from two directions, mobilization and utilization of economic surplus. With respect to the mobilization of economic surplus, he argued, it was impractical in the context of economic backwardness for the post-revolutionary society to try to reduce the level of consumption of the peasants below the level that had existed in pre-revolutionary times. In fact, development would probably require an immediate increase in the income of the peasantry over that which had existed prior to the revolution. Therefore, Economic development at the outset could not rest entirely on the generation of new surplus, through higher rates of expropriation directed at the peasantry. Instead, it would have to rely on the mobilization of what had constituted the difference between actual and potential surplus in the period of capitalist underdevelopment, or, in other words, on mobilization of that part of the surplus that had previously remained dormant. 3 But a very sizable portion of this surplus, Baron indicated, had been in the hands of rural non-producers and had been appropriated by the peasantry during the initial stages of the revolutionary transition. It was therefore necessary that this surplus be retrieved, since it constituted an important fund for development, and when divided among the peasants as a whole only had a marginal, non-qualitative effect on their living standards. But this could not be done effectively through an income tax, or through the opening of the scissors, i.e., a shift of relative prices in favor of industry and against agriculture, but had to be accomplished through the abolition of subsistence farming and the collectivization of agriculture. 4 This would allow the state to apply principles of planning to the rural sector. Once economic planning predominated in all aspects of the economy, however, it was important to keep in mind, Baron emphasized once again, that the appropriation of a sufficiently high surplus to allow for very high rates of growth did not mean holding down consumption among peasants and workers to its bare minimum. On the contrary, an increase in the level of consumption over pre-revolutionary levels was undoubtedly necessary. Thus the planned economic surplus, or the amount of surplus available for investment when the population obtained some optimal level of income for consumption, would be much smaller than the potential economic surplus, or the amount of surplus available for investment when the income of the populace remained at the level of bare-bones subsistence. The Soviet experience, Baron argued, had shown that it was not necessary to invest at the maximum rate in order to obtain much higher rates of growth. Baron's argument from the other direction, that is, with respect to the utilization of surplus, was broken into 3 parts, involving 3 different kinds of choices in the allocation of surplus to production: agriculture or industry, investment goods or consumption goods, and capital-intensive or labor-intensive production. In discussing the first of these issues, on the allocation of surplus to agriculture or industry, Baron reinforced the idea that the consumption of the populace, and the well-being of the peasantry, should not be sacrificed in the irrational hope that growth could be based on the disproportionate expansion of industry at the continuing expense of agriculture. Thus it was necessary to promote both industry and agriculture simultaneously, in order to obtain the highest rates of development over the medium and long term. This was because investment provided technology and material means of production for agriculture, while agriculture provided food for an increasing industrial labor force. One could hardly expect to have a substantial rate of economic progress without a steady increase in the level of subsistence of the population. What was needed was a stretching out of the material means of production in both agriculture and industry, to the limits of their serviceability. In other words, the kind of utilization of productive capacity relevant to the needs of underdeveloped economies would have to be in line with engineering capacity, rather than the extremely low levels of utilization characteristic of capitalist market economies. To provide an example of what Baron had in mind here, the degree of capacity utilization in the chemicals industry in India in 1967 was 53.8%, while the degree of capital utilization in 1967, i.e., the operating rate as calculated in terms of optimal, desired shift patterns, has been estimated in International Labour Organization studies as between 26.7 and 28.7% of full capital capacity. 5. The problem of the allocation of the surplus between heavy industry and light industry was somewhat more complex. It is clear, as Baron notes, that rapid economic growth under conditions of underdevelopment requires large investment in producers' goods industry, and since the social accumulation fund is a residual of consumption, whatever is devoted to the expansion of consumer goods industry cannot be channeled into investment. Hence, consumption, beyond some optimal level, cuts into the optimal rate of growth. Nevertheless, it is important that the 2 departments grow proportionately over the medium and long run. Although it is possible, in the context of a planned economy, to ensure that funds allocated to investment always increase in step with the output of newly created investment goods. Any drastic attempt to promote investment independently of consumption on a consistent basis results in critical, social dislocations, as the Soviet experience had demonstrated. Point 6. On the face of it, Baran's argument here would seem to be somewhat convoluted and even contradictory. But, as Maurice Daub explained in an article written in Baran's honor, it had its roots in the analysis of G. A. Feldman of Gosplan. Long neglected but now comparatively well known, who really formalized the notion that investment priority for the capital goods sector was a precondition for attaining a high rate of growth. His analysis was based on Marx's famous two-departmental schema of expanded reproduction, but in order to suit them to the purposes in hand, he appropriately adapted these so as to include in the capital goods sector only the production of what catered for the needs of growth, leaving in the consumer's goods sector all stages of production necessary to produce the consumer goods necessary for satisfying an existing level of needs. On the size of the former sector, measured in terms of productive capacity, the size of total investment, and hence growth in productive capacity, at any date depended. It is to be noted, inter alia, that his method of presentation was not in terms of the customary antithesis between growth and consumption, but in terms of the necessary condition for achieving a given and desired growth rate of consumption in future years. To every desired growth rate of consumption in the future as a planning objective there corresponded a certain relative size of the capital goods sector at all intervening dates. The higher the desired future growth rate, the larger, ceteris paribus, the proportionate allocation devoted to expanding the capital goods sector must be. In the course of propounding this, he used an equation formally identical with the Harrod growth equation, the difference being that it was expressed in terms of productive capacity and supply, namely, the growth rate was equal to the productive capacity of the capital goods sector as a proportion of total productive capacity multiplied by the effectiveness of capital. The rate of increase in the growth rate depended on the rate of increase in the proportionate size of the capital goods sector, and hence on the proportionate allocation of current investment between the two sectors. Point 7. This model of development in a backward post-revolutionary economy, first formulated by the Soviet economist G. A. Feldman and later employed by Daub and Baran, did not see investment and consumption as alternatives. Rather, to achieve a desired expansion of consumption it was necessary to increase productive capacity by a certain proportionate amount. On the one hand, this set aside the arguments of certain liberal economists who suggested that balanced growth or an equiproportional expansion of productive capacity in all sectors maximized the rate of economic progress. Point 8. On the other hand, it was consistent with Baran's observation that severe strains in the socio-economy would arise if the level of investment exceeded that which was appropriate to a given level of desired consumption. In other words, growth of heavy industry always had to be geared to a planned rate of increase in light industry. 9. In dealing, in the next stage of his argument, with the choice between capital-intensive and labor-intensive methods of production, Baran was not responding as much to issues that had arisen out of the Soviet growth model as to certain liberal development economists, like Ragnar Nurks, who contended that the use of labor-intensive forms of production was desirable in underdeveloped economies because of the very large surplus labor force which existed primarily in the form of disguised unemployment in the rural areas. The liberal argument suggested that greater use should be made of this relatively abundant factor of production. But Baran, following Daub, argued that the real issue was one of investment, geared to a higher rate of consumption in the future, or an immediate increase in levels of consumption. Thus the choice between capital-intensive and labor-intensive techniques in a planned economy had, in Daub's words, nothing to do with existing factor proportions. 10. Moreover, Baran suggested that the use of labor-intensive methods in production could also become a form of disguised unemployment, insofar as the workers did not have enough means of production at their disposal to at least reproduce their own means of subsistence, therefore constituting a drain on the resources of the state. In the end, Barron argued that the kind of strategy developed under an international regime that stressed the importance of each country pursuing its own comparative advantage was wholly inappropriate for an underdeveloped post-revolutionary economy trying to break the chains of imperial dependency. Barron went on to indicate that total self-sufficiency or economic autarky was impractical, even for large states like the USSR and China. And in small states, in particular, a unilateral attempt to achieve the degree of diversification or production necessary to industrialize in an autarkic fashion would impose prohibitively high costs, while the ultimate object would remain forever out of reach. Moreover, the shortage of resources in small countries demanded considerable involvement in the world economy. But even though trade and foreign loans therefore became an important part of the development strategy of these states, their strength to withstand competitive pressures from the leading capitalist states was limited, putting them in a precarious position. Barron's answer was that the main hope lay in mutually beneficial trade and economic collaboration among socialist states. All of this should make it evident that, in outlining the main points to be considered in planning economic construction in post-revolutionary societies, Barron had consciously backed off from the strict laws of economic development under socialism that had become articles of faith in the Soviet model of development. The two most important of these purported laws, as explained by Magdoff, were, agriculture in the service of industry, and priority to heavy industry. In stressing the primacy of industry over agriculture, according to Magdoff, the Soviet Union adopted the extreme strategy of choosing at each stage in the decision-making process to ask what agriculture could do for industry, and not the other way around. 11. A rational approach would have focused on the simultaneous expansion of both sectors, as Barron had emphasized. Thus, to quote Magdoff again, even if priority is placed on industry, two possibilities remain, either to stress industrial products that serve agriculture or to emphasize development of an independent industrial base. 12. The Soviet Union's unequivocal choice of industrial development over agricultural development was complemented by its unequivocal emphasis on heavy industry over light industry. Barron's approach to this issue was certainly more cautious than that of the Soviet model. In adhering, along with Feldman and Dobb, to the notion that a given expansion of investment must always be geared to a given desired increase in consumption, Barron avoided the error that had induced the Soviet Union to become what Magdoff, following Oscar Lange, has called a sui generis war economy. 13. During the 1970s, when Barron's path-breaking work, The Political Economy of Growth, was becoming a major target of traditionalist Marxists in the West, a number of radical theorists with a more practical bent were busy applying the type of methodology that he had introduced in order to deepen their understanding of the problem of socialist construction in post-revolutionary societies. One of the chief efforts along this line was to be found in Victor Lippitt's Land Reform and Economic Development in China. Lippitt began his study by noting that net investment as a share of net domestic expenditure had risen from the purely nominal rates existing before the Chinese Revolution 1.7% in 1933 to 15.4% by 1952 and 20.23% in 1953.14 by the standards of any previous historical experience. The figures were staggering. The obvious question was, where did the savings for this vast upsurge in net investment come from? Lippitt proposed to examine the role that land reform had played in this process. But in order to do so it was necessary to utilize the concept of economic surplus. As he wrote in the preface to his book, the question of development finance in underdeveloped countries is ultimately one of the uses of surplus. How can a significant part of that share of national income above a nation's culturally determined subsistence requirements be channeled into investment? In every society an elaborate system of claims on the surplus exists, whether as a material expression of the fealty owed to elders and chiefs in tribal society or the rent, interest, and profits due the owners of capital in capitalist society. These systems of claims are ordinarily so deeply embedded in the social structure that any effort to redirect the income flows associated with them into socially useful investment channels will be severely constrained. Only when the existing claims are eliminated through revolutionary transformation of society does an opportunity arise for massive redirection of the income flows that compose the surplus into development finance. Point 15. In specifying the concept of surplus to be used in his study, Lippitt used a variant of Barron's notion of potential economic surplus. Thus, in using the term surplus, Lippitt wrote, "I refer to the difference between national output, modified to include the potential output of property owners who do not work, and essential or subsistence expenditures." 16. The most important difference between this formulation and the one introduced by Barron, discussed in chapters 2 and 7 above, was that Lippitt did not include what Barron had called the essential consumption of the landowners themselves in the calculation of subsistence needs. This does not imply, Lippitt observed, that property owners were deprived of such consumption by the land reform, simply that they had to finance it, like everyone else, by working. This assumption makes it possible to treat the entire property income in the rural sector as surplus. The property share and the surplus are, then, two sides of the same coin. 17. There can be little doubt about the fact that this constituted a slight improvement over Barron's earlier category of potential economic surplus, and one that brought it more in line with the traditional Marxian concept of surplus product. Point 18. Utilizing this methodology, Lippitt concentrated his analysis on the crucial period of land reform, when this enormous mobilization of economic surplus had taken place. Land reform had been instituted in the liberated areas prior to 1949, and in 1950–52 swept most of the rural part of the country, with 44% of the arable land changing hands in favor of the poorer peasantry. Point 19. But the land reform in itself did not have the effect of increasing the surplus extracted from agriculture. Here we run into the problem raised at a theoretical level by Barron in his discussion of socialist economic construction, that most of the previously existing rural surplus would simply have disappeared into the peasantry's own consumption, with no noticeable effect on growth, if the state had not intervened. Hence Lippitt laid considerable stress on the all-important fact that, prior to 1955, when the collectivization of agriculture took place, the increase in the national savings investment ratio which may be ascribed to the land reform depended on the extent to which peasant efforts to increase consumption were restricted through agricultural taxation or manipulation of the terms of trade between agriculture and industry. Viewed from this standpoint, any increase in peasant consumption may be regarded as a leakage. The task of the government was to extract as much of the windfall income which land reform brought to the peasants as possible, under the constraints of assuring the basic consumption requirements of the peasantry and not harming production incentives or alienating the class whose interests it represented. Point 20. In practice, as Lippitt pointed out, this meant that the consumption of the peasantry had to increase somewhat, out of the surplus previously used up in luxury consumption and various forms of disobeying by the landlord class. Thus, while government policy was successful in withdrawing some of the benefits of institutional change from their recipients, the high marginal income elasticity of demand for food and other necessities on the part of the poor peasants, as well as the government's desire to retain their support and improve their living standards, put limits on the portion of the gain which could be extracted. As a consequence, the land reform brought both higher real incomes to most of China's peasantry and an increase in the national savings ratio. Point 21. All of this is, of course, consistent with Barron's argument that much of the windfall surplus gained by the peasantry as a result of land reform could be extracted by the state for purposes of investment, while leaving the peasantry better off than before. Thus some of the more harsh effects of a strategy of primitive socialist accumulation were avoided. In this way, land reform in China was successful at mobilizing a large part of the surplus that had been dormant in the pre-revolutionary society. Taxation of the rural sectors alone contributed 10.3% of net capital formation in 1952, while manipulation of the terms of trade between agriculture and industry led to the appropriation of another 34.5% of net investment expenditures. And, as noted above, the consumption levels of the peasantry rose at the same time. Point 22. Nevertheless, If the institutional changes in the agricultural economy that were brought on by the revolution allowed the available surplus to be utilized in a more rational manner, it did not solve the problems associated with the low levels of surplus generation, i.e., the backwardness of productivity, in the agricultural sector. In Lippett's words, small, fragmented, undercapitalized forms dominated the countryside, and there was no path to facilitate the introduction of new practices and technology. 23 Thus further progress required the collectivization of agriculture. It was only under such circumstances that China was able to direct some of its newly emerging industrial capacity to the service of agriculture itself. Here too the famous Chinese policy of walking on two legs was to differ significantly from the earlier Soviet model. 24. Partly as a result of the mobilization of previously dormant surplus from the agricultural sector, as Lippett's analysis demonstrated, China was able to begin to pull itself up by its own bootstraps in the 1950s. 25 Much of China's demonstrated ability to industrialize, however, was attributed, by observers representing all political standpoints, to its sheer size and the wealth of resources at its disposal. Thus, like the Soviet Union, it was thought to have benefited from a degree of economic autarky that was beyond the reach of most underdeveloped countries. Huberman and Sweezy were probably summing up the view of most socialist economists on the prospects for development in the smaller post-revolutionary societies when they wrote, "In Socialism in Cuba." It became increasingly obvious that Cuba's demand for industrial products was not, and under no conceivable circumstances could become, large enough to justify the establishment of a wide variety of modern, technically efficient industries. By committing herself to a program of industrial diversification, Cuba would in effect be condemning itself to industrial backwardness. 26. This view was challenged in a formidable way by Clive Thomas in his Dependence and Transformation, The Economics of the Transition to Socialism. Working within the same general tradition as Barron, Thomas nevertheless went several steps further. The most coherent strategies for post-revolutionary economic construction thus far, he argued, had been based on the insights provided by Barron's concept of economic surplus, on the one hand, and an understanding of the parameters imposed by Marx's two-department reproduction schemes, on the other. The first concept was especially attuned to the problems of underdevelopment. The latter concept, if not deepened to include an intensive study of the interrelationships between resource use, demand, technology, and collective needs, was likely to result in false antinomies between agriculture and industry, or heavy and light industry as in the cruder versions of the primitive socialist accumulation strategy. 27 The great danger was that countries like Cuba or Tanzania would end up trapped within a modified form of the essentially bourgeois strategy of import substitution, which provided little hope that the real chains of dependency would be broken. 28. Thomas's alternative was to propose a convergence strategy based on two iron laws of transformation, the convergence of resource use and demand, and the convergence of demand with needs. The convergence of use and demand had to start with the recognition of the size of the potential economic surplus that had actually existed in the pre-evolutionary social formation. Thus, following Barron, Thomas noted 5 areas in which the bulk of the surplus available for development left its statistical trace: excess overseas repatriation of profits, conspicuous consumption and disavowing by the landlord class, the economic burdens associated with supporting a wasteful state bureaucracy, luxury consumption by the newly emerging bourgeoisie, and unemployment and underemployment. It was this surplus, hidden in so many ways, that provided the necessary social accumulation fund for the early stages of development. 29. Like Barron and Lippett, Thomas argued that it was possible to transform agriculture and to extract some of the surplus previously dormant in the rural society without adopting harsh or forcible means that would alienate the peasantry. Substantial economic progress meant that the relative balance of production would shift decisively in favor of industry and against agriculture. But the adoption of methods of brutal consolidation and coercion were to be avoided. 30. Moreover, in line with the general strategy of convergence of resource use and demand, the composition of output should be determined not with the intention of promoting exports as a primary object, but in terms of serving domestic needs. Thus Thomas argued for centering the planning of agriculture around the internal need for its produce to be consumed directly, either as processed or unprocessed foods, the domestic needs for that part of its output which is used as an input into other agricultural activity, the domestic needs for new raw materials as inputs in domestic manufacturing activity, and the overseas demand for those industrial outputs using substantially domestic agricultural inputs. 31. Not only did the production of high-protein foods have the advantage of high-income elasticity of demand, he noted, but they would also reduce imports of necessary foods into agricultural economies, previously directed toward producing cash crops for export under the aegis of international capital. This, then, would constitute a very different, and more effective, form of import substitution. Difficult as these problems were, it was in the area of industrialization that the real issue of development in a small, underdeveloped, post-revolutionary society arose. While agreeing with the argument of Feldman, Dobb, and Barron that the rate of growth of Department I must generally exceed that of Department II in the early stages of development, Thomas objected to the notion, advanced by such theorists as Huberman and Sweezy and Robert Sutcliffe, that the promotion of heavy industry and all-around industrial diversification was impractical in small countries despite, as he pointed out, the existence of countries like Sweden, Bulgaria, North Korea, Belgium, etc. Errors of this kind, Thomas contended, not only betray the uncritical acceptance of the market notion of demand as a constraint on output, without reference to the needs of the community as distinct from purchases, but also represent common and unsupported prejudices about the real variety of modern industry and the impact of size in determining the social costs of establishing it. 32. There were, as can be seen from the foregoing statement, three issues here. First, Thomas argued that even in a very small country, a self-reinforcing demand structure could be established internally, that would allow for a steady process of industrialization. For example, the development of agriculture itself constituted an important source of demand for industry. Second, examination of the input/output matrices of industrialized countries indicated that there were a few basic materials that constituted the strategic inputs into nearly all commodities. As Thomas himself put it, two of these, iron and steel, and textiles, form the backbone of modern industrial consumption. If paper, plastics, rubber, glass, leather, cement, wood, fuel, aluminum, and industrial chemicals are added, then we can account for the overwhelming bulk of the basic materials used in industry. Most of the value added in industry is derived from these industries, and as a result they constitute the empirically verifiable range of strategic linkages and should form the cornerstone of an industrialization program. 33. In fact, these basic materials, as Thomas noted, corresponded to Sraffa's concept of basic goods. 34. As an initial strategy, then, these goods, which in Sraffian language enter into the reproduction of all other goods, should be promoted, while the production of non-reproducible luxury goods should not assume primary importance. Such factors as substitutability, renewability, new technology for exploiting resources, etc., provided more flexibility in obtaining access to these strategic resources, Thomas argued, than was previously thought. Still, such basic materials are so important that a development strategy might well require selective purchase of these materials from abroad if they could not be produced locally, even when short-run cost calculations suggest that such a strategy is economically unsound. Third, much of the argument against the ability of small countries to industrialize was, Thomas suggested, based on confused notions of economies of scale. This point is dealt with most convincingly by Magdoff, who argues that much of the overemphasis on economies of scale in the planning literature derived from the extremes to which the Soviet Union had gone, in this respect, in its own development. Thus, while 62% of industrial employment in the USSR in 1963 was in plants with 1,000 or more employees, the equivalent figure for the United States in 1958 was 29.7%. In fact, U.S. monopoly capital has demonstrated a tendency in recent years to decentralize its manufacturing operations. 35 It follows from this that there is a lot more room than traditional economic theory envisioned for efficient production at relatively low levels of employment and output. It should be evident at this point that Thomas's convergence strategy was directed at overcoming what Ammon and others have called the disarticulation of the social formations in the underdeveloped world. This manifests itself not only in the notorious external orientation of these countries, but also in the closely related fact that the forms of production have little to do with domestic demand. The heart of the unequal exchange problem, as Sweezy has explained, lies in the fact that in the Third World both foreign and domestic capital view the working population merely as costs, not as consumers. The lower their real incomes, the higher the profits from selling to the local upper class and the international market. 36 For Thomas, the problem of economic transformation in the transition period is the overcoming of this systematic distortion. If the material manifestations of underdevelopment have been expressed as the dynamic divergence in the pattern of domestic resource use, domestic demand, and needs, in the absence of an indigenous technology to provide the basis for an organic link between them, then the principal material goal must be to seek a dynamic convergence of these relationships. When put in this way, two basic problems of an economic strategy tailored to achieving this goal become clear. The first is to find out how to effect a convergence of the pattern and rate of domestic resource use and domestic demand as it has developed and is likely to develop. The second issue centers on finding out how the community's demand can be structured so that it conforms more closely than at present to domestic resource availability and domestic use. The latter problem essentially means determining how the needs of the community can be made to converge with its demand pattern. 37. The basic framework for overcoming the divergence between resource use and demand while establishing an indigenous industrial capability and technology has been discussed above. The far more radical agenda of Thomas's second iron law of transformation, the convergence of demand with needs, might seem even more intractable. However, it is here that the insights associated with analysis of accumulation under monopoly capitalism become most relevant. Thus Thomas extracts the following quotation from The Political Economy of Growth. Just as it makes no sense to deplore war casualties without attacking their cause, war, so it is meaningless to sound the alarm about advertising without clearly identifying the locus from which the pestilence emanates. The monopolistic and oligopolistic corporation and the non-price competitive business practices which constitute an integral component of its modus operandi. The issue is rather the kind of social and economic order that does the molding. 38. The importance of the critical insight that Barron provides here, and the significance that it has for Thomas's argument, can be seen if we recognize that it is a radical version of the Galbraithian dependence effect, or the way in which wants come to depend upon the way in which production itself is conducted. 39. In a radical social order, demand can come to depend on needs, allowing for a deliberate narrowing of the range of choice among unnecessary and ultimately unsatisfying luxury goods in order to promote collective goods and collective needs. And the means adopted can be a linking of social needs with the process of production, in a dialectical inversion of the practices of monopolistic corporations. Thus Thomas argues that Barron's point was made even more explicit by Joan Robinson, who wrote, "The true moral to be drawn from the capitalist experience is that production will never be responsive to consumer needs as long as the initiative lies with the producer. Even within capitalism, consumers are beginning to organize to defend themselves. In a planned economy, the best hope seems to be to develop a class of functionaries, playing the role of wholesale dealers, whose career and self-respect depend upon satisfying the consumer. They could keep in touch with demand through the shops. Market research, which in the capitalist world is directed to finding out how to bamboozle the housewife, could be directed to discovering what she really needs. No one who has lived in the capitalist world is deceived by the pretense that the market system ensures consumer sovereignty. It is up to the socialist countries to find some way of giving it reality. 40. In this way Thomas is able to argue consistently that the ability of collective consumption to increase the general welfare of the community depends on public participation and democracy in framing society's consumption patterns. 41 The molding of consumption patterns, as Barron's statement had suggested, could, in another type of social system, serve the realization of actual human needs. The most difficult problem for the convergence strategy, as Thomas recognized, lay in the need for exports to obtain the foreign exchange with which strategic basic materials and technological knowledge could be purchased. Although this problem was not easily solved, as the history of all Third World societies has demonstrated, a number of guidelines could be established. First, the structure of exports should be derived as much as possible as a byproduct of the satisfaction of domestic needs, in line with the self-reliant structure of the advanced industrial economies. This means rejecting import substitution strategies focusing on the production of the type of luxury goods promoted by multinational corporations. Second, any effective import substitution would involve the production of essential social commodities such as high-protein foodstuffs that are generally imported by the disarticulated agricultural economies of the Third World. Third, foreign assistance should not be summarily dismissed, but considered on a case-by-case basis. 42 Fourth, increasing reliance on trade and economic cooperation with other socialist economies should be encouraged. Fifth, tourism should be seen primarily as a means of earning foreign exchange. It follows from the logic of Thomas's argument that the more that imports could be restricted to basic goods, the better chance there was that certain critical thresholds in the direction of self-reliant development could be crossed. Historical experience has made it abundantly clear that a formal break with the capitalist system through social revolution only makes self-reliant development possible. It does not in itself eliminate the problems of dependent development. And for an economy in the transition to socialism, Thomas pointed out, the dangers posed by the world market and multinational corporations are even greater than they are for post-colonial states in general. This fundamental principle was most forcefully expressed by Preobrazhensky, who wrote, "If there is sometimes a protective tariff policy in countries with a weakly developed industry, aimed at protecting a particular industry from the competition of a capitalistically more developed country, this has nothing in common, beyond external forms, with socialist protectionism. In the one case it is a matter of protecting one industry from another belonging to the same economic system. In the other we have the protection of one mode of production, in a state of infantile weakness, from another economic system mortally hostile to it, which even in the period of its senile decrepitude will inevitably be stronger, economically and technically for a time, than the new economy." 43. In the neocolonial state, Thomas observed, the local tariff systems are basically instruments of the expansion and development of the multinational firm. 44. In a newly industrializing post-revolutionary society, a tariff system must be designed not to promote the development of underdevelopment but to allow for its transcendence. In The Rise of the Authoritarian State in Peripheral Societies, Thomas has recently provided us with a strong reminder that the issue of socialist construction is not simply a question of economics but of politics as well. In the periphery, Thomas notes, dictatorial, despotic, and other anti-popular measures are the norm of political behavior whether the regimes describe themselves as capitalist or claim to be socialist. 45. To understand this phenomenon in terms of the methodology of historical materialism, it is necessary to reject all approaches based on ahistorical notions of authoritarianism and to posit the problem in a concrete way. Thus the authoritarian state has the following essential characteristics: it develops in underdeveloped countries undergoing a post-colonial transformation. The underlying conditions of dependency have their origins in the colonial manner in which these economies were structurally inserted into the world capitalist system. The major classes of the capitalist era are underdeveloped, the dominant classes and strata are allied with international capital, the petty bourgeoisie retains the favored role within the state apparatus that it had within the local state of the colonial system, the practice of bourgeois ideas of legality and equality is restricted, the focus on economic development under conditions of dependency has resulted in a rapid growth of state property, the augmentation of state property has enhanced the role of the state as an employer. And the entire social formation is characterized by periodic crises of an acute kind that arise out of its continuing economic backwardness within the world system. 46. Nevertheless, while the authoritarian state is the most likely development in the present conjuncture, according to Thomas, there is nothing automatic about its rise. 47. Naturally, where national liberation struggles have evolved into a full-scale, democratically based people's war, there are strong, popular socialist forces preventing the emergence of the more repressive forms of rule. 48. Moreover, oppression and liberation are dialectically related. The rule of the petty bourgeoisie is a fragile one, undermined by its own inability to become a cohesive ruling class, by the visibility of its political domination, and by the economic contradictions associated with prolonged dependency. The revolutionary process that will continue to unfold, and that will eventually bring all such societies to an end, will be socialist in thrust, according to Thomas, only insofar as it is democratic in all of its aspects. Soviet-type societies. In analyzing really existing socialist societies, according to Sweezy, it is necessary for Marxists to pose a very specific question: are these societies showing signs of moving in the direction of communism, which for present purposes may be thought of as characterized by the elimination of classes and of certain very fundamental socio-economic differences among groups of individuals? If they do show signs of moving in the direction of communism, they can be judged to be socialist in the sense of Marxist theory. Otherwise they cannot be considered socialist in the Marxist meaning of the term. 49. There are four ways in which this question is generally answered, according to Sweezy. First, there are those who believe that Soviet-type societies are essentially socialist, in the sense of representing a transitional phase from capitalism to communism. 52. There are those who continue to assert, following Trotsky's initial assessment, that these societies are degenerate workers' states, characterized by the rule of a parasitic bureaucratic elite, and will only become fully socialist when revolution has occurred in the advanced capitalist states. 51. Third, there are those who have become convinced that capitalism was resurrected in the Soviet Union during the 1920s and 1930s. 52. Finally, there are those, like Sweezy himself, who have concluded that the Soviet-type societies represent a new type of social formation, neither capitalist nor socialist. 53. Sweezy's conclusion that post-revolutionary societies of the Soviet type constitute a new kind of social formation appears to be based on a gradual recognition of the fact that the first and second answers were inadequate in light of historical experience, and on a subsequent period of sustained critical reflection on the third answer. At a theoretical level, it is clear that the most important work influencing his views was Class Struggles in the USSR by Charles Bettelheim. In Bettelheim's analysis, the Soviet Union, since the supposed restoration of capitalism in the 1920s and 1930s, has constituted a specific form of capitalism, or party capitalism, that conforms to the general concept of the capitalist mode of production. For some time it has been clear to those Marxists who do not agree with the official Soviet interpretation of its own social formation that the material form of the labor process in actually existing socialism of the Soviet type is quite similar in most respects to that which exists under capitalism. As Braverman noted, one of the more unfortunate legacies of Bolshevik practice after the revolution was to promote the uncritical acceptance of the techniques of scientific management that had emerged along with monopoly capitalism. 54 Furthermore, once it is recognized that the state systematically appropriates the surplus created within the labor process in this way, the idea of a social capital/wage labor relationship, replacing the private capital/wage labor relationship of the original capitalist system, becomes conceivable. From here it is only a small step to the issue of whether or not class exploitative social relations have been resurrected. And for both Bettelheim and Sweezy the answer is yes. Through their unmediated control of the state, the Nakolstvo are able to control the surplus appropriation and surplus utilization process, while through its privileged access to material rewards, educational institutions, etc., This same tightly knit body of state administrators and state managers of enterprises is able to ensure the necessary conditions for its own reproduction as a ruling class. 55. But having basically agreed to this extent, Bettelheim and Sweezy then part company. In Bettelheim's argument, the above conditions are sufficient for seeing the USSR as a specific form of capitalism, since all other characteristics, like the role of competition, can be derived from the social capital/wage-labor relationship. 56. For Sweezy, matters are more complicated. In his conception, capitalism cannot be defined entirely in terms of the capital/wage-labor relationship, but must also incorporate the relation of capital to itself as other capital, i.e., the role of competition. He doubts that the existence of many capitals can be derived from the social capital/wage-labor relationship. Nor can one convincingly argue, as Bettelheim has attempted to do, that the rivalry among state enterprises in the Soviet Union is the counterpart of competition between capitals under capitalism. If one wants a valid comparison, Sweezy has stated, it would be between the Soviet managers and the managers of subordinate units of large capitalist corporations like Exxon or General Motors. 57. Writing on the historical locus of competition between capitals under capitalism and its absence in Soviet-type societies, he explains, "In my opinion, it is impossible to exaggerate the importance of this feature of capitalism for an understanding of the subject with which we are here concerned, i.e., the nature of the societies that have emerged from the revolutions of the 20th century. All the laws of capitalism which have been the central preoccupation of political economy, classical, Marxian, and neoclassical alike, have depended in a crucial way on the existence of the social capital in the form of many private capitals. It is the pressure of these capitals on each other, given formal expression in the concept of competition, that accounts for the momentous fact, which has never ceased to amaze social philosophers, that what society needs in order to exist is produced, reproduced, and distributed without anyone anywhere having to take responsibility for seeing the job gets done. 58. In other words, it is impossible to explain the reproduction of capital as a byproduct of independent economic laws, where competition between capitals is no longer a basic datum of the system. The very drive to accumulate for its own sake required the mediation of competition. For Sweezy, the elimination of competition between capitals, which should not be confused with the kind of rivalry that exists among state enterprises in the Soviet Union, is sufficient to suggest that Soviet-type societies constitute an entirely new, class-exploitative social formation that is neither capitalist nor socialist in character. Indeed, in contrast to capitalism, where the state as the ultimate political sphere, is basically programmed by the autonomous functioning of the economy, the state in a post-revolutionary society takes the initiative in securing the conditions of social reproduction. 59. And this has important implications for the nature and functioning of post-revolutionary societies of the Soviet type. To quote Sweezy again, "If I am right that in the Soviet system there are no objective economic laws of motion comparable to those of capitalism, it follows that the ruling class lacks a structural framework within which to carry out its self-imposed responsibility to manage the total social capital. It must generate its own goals, since it cannot simply internalize and be guided by those of an underlying autonomously functioning economy." 60. This means that the new ruling class could opt for a policy of accumulation for accumulation's sake, with respect to the total social capital, but the drive to do so would certainly be much weaker than under the system of inequality and family fortune. Minimally, of course, the nakolniki could be expected to reproduce its own hegemonic class position. But in doing so it faces a severe constraint, one that, while existing under capitalism as well, here manifests itself in a qualitatively new way. The very fact that the nakolniki derives its power and privileges from the unmediated control of the state results in a politicization of the surplus utilization process. Indeed, it is this very fact that accounts for the relatively advanced accomplishments of post-revolutionary societies when compared to capitalist societies at similar levels of economic development, in such areas as employment, education, health, social welfare, and land reform. 61. Even more significantly, according to Sweezy, it is from this very politicization of the surplus utilization process and the partial way in which this has actually been accomplished in class exploitative societies of this type that the leading economic contradictions of actually existing socialism arise. Thus the guarantee of full employment that prevails in these societies serves to undermine the normal capitalist incentive system within the labor process by eliminating the sword of Damocles represented by unemployment. The inner structure of these economies is therefore extremely contradictory. Without the power to treat labor power as a commodity like any other commodity, as under capitalism, the Soviet ruling class has nonetheless had sufficient political power thus far to prevent the growth of substantive workers' control over production. 62 Consequently, when judged solely in terms of labor productivity, Soviet society has come to represent the worst of all possible worlds. If it continues to perform relatively well when compared to the advanced capitalist states, this is because it operates at a full employment level. 63. The obvious solution to this dilemma for Sweezy, if class relations did not stand in the way, would be for the working class to assume control of the organization of the labor process and the society as a whole. But class relations do stand in the way. And the response of the Nakolniki thus far has been to attempt, in every way conceivable, to depoliticize the working class. To what extent, and for how long, this strategy can succeed remains unknown. In Sweezy's view, however, this train of reasoning leads to at least one fairly hopeful conclusion. Since there is no imperative to accumulate within Soviet-type society comparable to the Moses and the prophets under capitalism, it follows that the Soviet Union is not driven toward expansion to anything like the same extent as under capitalism. Hence, it is clear from logic alone, setting aside the vast amount of historical evidence pointing to the same conclusion, that the real destabilizing force in the Second Cold War is the United States and Company. 64 Moreover, there is at least the hope that if the suffocating pressure imposed by the arms race were eliminated, the Soviet Union might be able to move in the direction of socialism in the fullest sense of the term. 65. It must be acknowledged that Sweezy's argument, as laid out above, may not appear to conform to Marx's own method of distinguishing social formations. Thus Marx wrote, the essential difference between the various economic forms of society, between, for instance, a society based on slave labor, and one based on wage labor, lies only in the mode in which the surplus labor is in each case extracted from the actual producer, the laborer. 66 Since Marx always emphasized the mode of appropriation of surplus product as the element distinguishing one type of social formation from another, Sweezy's emphasis on the absence of competition between capitals would seem to be an insufficient basis for departing from Bettelheim's notion that Soviet society represents a specific form of capitalism. The problem here, however, is mainly one of presentation. Thus, drawing out the implications of Sweezy's analysis, we could say that the mode in which surplus labor is extracted from the actual producer, the laborer, is through the unmediated control that the Nakolniki exercise over the state apparatus, making it possible for them to appropriate the surplus labor of relatively uncooked wage workers, with the added features that each stage of appropriation is understood as a separate political act, and not the result of invisible economic laws. And there is no inner dynamic to the process that inherently induces accumulation on an expanding scale. 67. Under these circumstances, it becomes necessary for the ruling class to control the level of politicization within society, a task which is partly accomplished at the ideological level by positing false economic laws. This is the problem that Harry Magdoff took up in his recent article, Are There Economic Laws of Socialism? In all stages of capitalist development, Magdoff argues, competition is the decisive factor in making the laws work. 68 Since competition between individual capitals cannot be said to operate under socialism, it follows that the notion of economic laws loses most of its former meaning. Although this was well recognized in the early years of Soviet development, a 180-degree turn in perceptions occurred with the publication of Stalin's Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Since then it has been part of the official ideology of the system that there are a number of objective economic laws governing society. One of these is the basic economic law of socialism, which says that the direct object of production under socialism is to satisfy the constantly increasing material and cultural needs of the people through the promotion of the highest levels of production possible, and the use of the most advanced technology available. Another is the economic law of distribution according to work. A third is the operation of the law of value under socialist commodity production, which supposedly demands that commodities exchange in accordance with the relative amounts of socially necessary labor time embodied in them. Obviously, none of these purported laws are objective forces in the sense of the inner laws of motion, the laws of value, reproduction, centralization and concentration of capital, the creation of relative surplus population, and the general tendencies of accumulation characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. Instead, they represent conscious political/planning choices that may or may not be carried out. The first is merely an open declaration of the fact that the highest priority in planning will be given to material expansion. The second law is simply a justification for a certain pattern of income distribution. 69 The third law can only be true where market relations are dominant, and thus has to do with the line drawn between market and plan, which is itself a political decision. Essentially the same kind of criticism, as Magdoff demonstrated, can be directed against the fourth law commonly presented in the Soviet literature, the law of planned, proportional development. Insofar as this injunction is theoretically meaningful, it relates to the Feldman principle, advocated by such theorists as Dobb, Baran, and Thomas in the context of an underdeveloped post-revolutionary society seeking rapid industrialization. At one level it has a certain validity, since it recognizes the need to determine the growth of both producers' goods and consumers' goods industries in accordance with an interdependent relationship of inputs and outputs. But there is no magic rule that determines the proportionality of input-output flows associated with the two departments under socialism, given such changing historical conditions as the cumulative overdevelopment of productive capacity in heavy industry relative to light industry, and the developing needs of a high-consumption society. Indeed, if this law suggests anything, it is the inadvisability of expanding investment goods independently of consumption. But the serviceability of this supposed law, in terms of the requirements of the Soviet power structure, lies precisely in the fact that it seems to provide a permanent justification for the exact opposite, the relative growth of plant and equipment at the expense of consumption and agriculture, i.e., the perpetuation into the indefinite future of a developmental strategy akin to primitive socialist accumulation. In actuality, the initiative for development in post-revolutionary societies of the Soviet type resides, as Sweezy has pointed out, in the political sphere. The idea of economic laws governing these societies, in a manner analogous to economic laws under capitalism, is an ideological ploy that only serves to obscure what needs to be done. Revolution and reason. The trouble with economics, Paul Baran once wrote, is not that it does not yet know enough, as many of its practitioners love to repeat. Its fatal shortcoming is that it does not incorporate in its knowledge the understanding of what is necessary for the attainment of a better, more rational economic order. Hemingway's old man was a virtuoso fisherman. If he had a fault, it was his incapacity to realize the overwhelming destructive power of the sharks. 70. As Baran and Sweezy saw it, the main obstacles to the development of a more rational social system were to be traced, on the one hand, to the existence of a socio-economic order, monopoly capitalism, that actively promoted social imbalance and irrationality, and, on the other hand, to the existence in the post-revolutionary states of a kind of political exploitation for which there was no longer any real economic necessity. 71. These views arose out of an outlook that Baran characterized as the confrontation of reality with reason, that is, out of the kind of historically informed utopian thinking that has always been consistent with and even integral to the philosophy of praxis. 72. Indeed, many of the objections to Baran and Sweezy's general approach to political economy that have been raised by Marxists have centered on this very point. Thus, voicing some common criticisms of Baran and Sweezy's approach to political economy, Michael Bellamy once referred to their analysis as third-worldism with a strong tinge of Marcuse about it. 73. The reference to Marcuse, of course, had to do with Baron and Sweezy's emphasis on the irrationality of the monopoly capitalist system. However, this concept of irrationality did not generally refer to a socio-psychological phenomenon, the main emphasis of the critical theorists, but was a historical analogy suggesting the extent to which capitalism had actually departed from the quid pro quo of equivalent exchange and from the production of useful goods. 74. Moreover, Baron and Sweezy's argument with respect to advanced capitalism was directed at showing the historical limitations of Keynesian thinking. The main failing of the new economics, in Baron's view, was that it ignored that very waste and destruction that underlay its entire strategy of trying to solve the problem of effective demand within an antagonistic class society. To quote Baron himself, confronted with persistent overaccumulation and insufficient outlets for the economic surplus, and having grasped the theory of income determination in the short run, Keynesians proclaim as economics' ultimate wisdom that any spending promotes prosperity, any utilization of the surplus enhances the general welfare, and they rest content with this profound insight. There is probably no better example of the absurdity of practical intelligence. For what is there to be said for a reasoning that justifies waste of enormous quantities of human and material resources by pointing to the byproduct of that waste a certain increase of consumption and an increase of investment? 75. As Ricardo had written in reply to Malthus, a body of unproductive laborers are just as necessary and as useful with a view to future production as a fire which would consume in the manufacturer's warehouse the goods which those unproductive laborers would otherwise consume. 76. The logic of Keynesian theory, and the actions to which it led, were of a similar kind. Hence Baron and Sweezy used a historical perspective to demonstrate the growing irrationality of monopoly capitalism as a determinate social formation. In doing so they employed two critical standpoints, those of global capital and society as a whole. Moreover, they went beyond all other radical theorists in scrutinizing the degree to which waste had penetrated into the productive process in late capitalism. Other theorists, notably Kalecki, hinted at the same thing, but remained within the traditional calculus of surplus product by confining their attention, with regard to waste, to Department 3 and excess capacity. Only Baron and Sweezy extended the concept of waste into the consumption basket of wage goods. 77. And it seems probable that this is the missing link in understanding the evolution of class relationships under monopoly capitalism. Marx himself provided us with perhaps the single most important clue as to how capitalism's rise and fall should be understood, while discussing the problem of unproductive labor. Bourgeois society reproduces in its own form everything against which it fought in feudal and absolutist form. 78. Thus the distortion of capitalism's own inner rationality, through the promotion of economic waste, is a concrete manifestation of the objective necessity for social transformation, of the growing conflict between capitalism and production in general. In its day, Sweezy once wrote, capitalism was a progressive system. 79. The main purpose of monopoly capital was to provide a concrete explanation as to why capitalism's day, in this sense, had long since passed, and thus to help prepare the ground for a long revolution. The idea of a long revolution is meant to suggest that the revolutionary potential in the advanced capitalist countries in the foreseeable future, if left to their own devices, is extremely weak. As Baron and Sweezy wrote in Monopoly Capital, if we confine our attention to the inner dynamics of advanced monopoly capitalism, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that the prospect of effective revolutionary action to overthrow the system is slim. 80. But advanced monopoly capitalism, they quickly added, does not exist in isolation, and on the periphery one volcanic eruption after another was occurring, a fact which was already beginning to have some reflection within the capitalist core, in the form of the linking of the struggles of U.S. blacks with Third World movements. And given the irrational nature of the system in the center, this was bound to create new inducements to rebellion. In later years, Sweezy has continued to argue along these lines, retaining his commitment to revolution, but writing in Marxism and Revolution 100 years after Marx that today, 100 years after Marx's death, it is impossible to make out a reasonable case for the view that the proletariat in the advanced countries is destined to be the agent of revolutionary change. 81. This does not, he adds in a note, preclude the possibility that at some time in the future the working class will again assume a revolutionary role, but Marxism deals with historical realities, not with futurology. 82 And this means that radicals must be concerned first and foremost with the struggles of the wretched of the earth. It is this position that has evoked the criticism of third-worldism from Western Marxists. As both Sweezy and Amin have pointed out, this type of criticism is actually an indirect reflection of the racism and imperialism that are deeply embedded in the theory and practice of certain forms of Western Marxism itself, as an unfortunate legacy of the mainstream European tradition during its entire history. 83 Writing of the crisis of Western Marxism from a third-worldist standpoint, Amin has stated, the left version of the social imperialist position of necessity takes on the appearance of the ultra-leftist position which, in fact, here as everywhere, links up with the right. It resorts to the most erudite formulations to deny the fact of imperialist exploitation. The debate concerning unequal exchange has shown how words are used to mask realities. There are those who explain, without sensing how ridiculous and odious their arguments are, that the proletarian in the periphery is less exploited than the worker in the center, although his wage for operating the same machine and producing the same product is 10 or 20 times lower. They pretend not to be aware of the mechanisms of formal domination that make it possible to extract absolute surplus value from peasants transformed into quasi-proletarians in their homes. They can then no longer understand that these peoples, by revolting against imperialism, have done more to advance the cause of socialism than anyone else until now. 84. Commenting on the same problem, Sweezy has remarked, I think that one thing at any rate is clear, that Western-centered Marxism, like Western-centered thought in general, is rapidly becoming more of a hindrance than a help in getting on with what needs to be done. 85. All of the existing post-revolutionary societies, including the Soviet Union, emerged from the periphery of the capitalist world system. In the case of Soviet-type societies, considerable economic advances have been made, and the partial politicization of the surplus utilization process has resulted in certain notable advances in the realm of social welfare. Nonetheless, there is reason to believe that these societies have become class-exploitative social formations of a new kind. A historical materialism worthy of the name must apply the same critical methods to the analysis of all three worlds of contemporary history. And only in this way is it possible to develop what L.S. Stavroyanos has called a common vision relevant to the unprecedented peril and unprecedented promise now confronting all humanity. 86. Appendix. The Early Introduction. By Paul A. Barron and Paul M. Sweezy. The articles which form the contents of this issue are two chapters from a forthcoming work tentatively entitled Monopoly Capital, an essay on the American economic and social order. The first comes from near the beginning of the book, the second from near the end. All the basic ideas of Marx's great work Das Kapital were formulated in the quarter century from 1840 to 1865. This was the heyday of competitive capitalism in Britain, then by far the world's leading economic power, and it was natural and inevitable that Marx should focus his attention on this system. In Marx's work, monopoly appears only occasionally, as a remnant of the mercantilist past or as a shadow cast by a future which he did not expect capitalism to live to see. As it turned out, capitalism had more staying power than the early socialists attributed to it. In the 2 decades after Marx's death in 1883, monopoly, in the form of giant corporations linked together by a concentrated network of financial institutions, moved to the center of the economic stage. This momentous fact was recognized by Hilferding, and it was Lenin's genius to make it the foundation stone of his theory of imperialism which, in turn, became the core of the Marxian interpretation of 20th century politics, international relations, and social and cultural development. Yet paradoxically enough, the impact of this profound economic transformation was felt least of all in what might have been thought to be the area most immediately affected, Marxian economic theory. Here, despite the pioneering work of Hilferding and Lenin, Marx's capital continued to reign supreme. Or, to put the point differently, the model of a competitive capitalist economy continued to serve as the basis of Marxian economic theorizing. This introduction was originally published, along with the drafts of chapters 2 and 10 of Monopoly Capital, in Monthly Review 14, NOS 3-4, 131-34. Copyright 1962 by Monthly Review. It is, we believe, time to break with this tradition. To follow Marx's own example, and to make the most fruitful use of his powerful analytical method, it has become necessary to shift the focus of attention. For the present stage of world capitalism, and most especially capitalism in the United States, differs in many essential respects from the competitive capitalism of old. The prevalent capitalist enterprise today is no longer the small firm producing a negligible fraction of a large mass of homogeneous products for an anonymous market. The business unit characteristic of the capitalist economy in our time is the large-scale enterprise responsible for a significant share of its industry's output, manufacturing and selling a product frequently clearly identified by name, and for all these reasons able to exercise a decisive influence on the volume of its output, the level of its prices, and the magnitude and timing of its investments. The fact that this monopolistic concern has become the dominant entity in the modern capitalist economy has an overriding significance for an understanding of the system's modus operandi. To put the point in a nutshell, in an attempt to understand monopoly capitalism, monopoly cannot be abstracted from, it has to be put in the very center of the analytic effort. The purpose of the work from which the 2 chapters published here are taken is to effect this necessary shift in the focus of attention from competition to monopoly. We are under no illusion that we will have succeeded in exhausting the subject. We have no such ambitious goal. What we do hope to do is help people to see things differently and more realistically, to highlight some of the central problems which need to be solved, and to indicate the direction which further study and thought should take. The plan of the work as a whole, and the place which the 2 chapters occupy in it, can perhaps best be conveyed to the reader by a listing of the chapter headings. It should be understood that this is a tentative table of contents, subject to modification as the work nears completion. But neither the overall plan which it reflects nor the location of these 2 chapters will be significantly altered. The table is as follows. Introduction. The giant corporation. The tendency of surplus to rise. The problem of surplus absorption, consumption and investment. The problem of surplus absorption, the sales effort. The problem of surplus absorption, government spending. The problem of surplus absorption, militarism and imperialism. On the recent history of monopoly capitalism. Some implications for economic theory. On the quality of monopoly capitalist society I. On the quality of monopoly capitalist society II. The irrational system. The chapters which constitute this issue are those numbered and. The first deals with the basic institution of monopoly capitalism, the giant corporation, the second describes some of the social and cultural consequences of this system. Each can be read by itself. But their full significance can be appreciated only when they are seen as an introduction to and corollary of the theoretical chapters which lie between them. For this reason, we supply the following desperately brief summary of the theme of the intervening chapters, hoping that it will aid the reader now and stimulate his interest in the fuller treatment to come. Giant corporations typically act like textbook monopolists, having learned to coordinate their policies so as to maximize attainable profits. Concentration on lowering costs then leads to a steadily widening gap, at any given level of production, between output and socially necessary costs of production. This gap we call surplus. The central problem of the book is to analyze the various ways in which surplus is absorbed. It is shown that the consumption and investment of corporations and their beneficiaries cannot possibly absorb an indefinitely increasing surplus at capacity levels of output, and that failure to discover or provide other channels can lead only to depression and stagnation. In part, business does provide additional channels through an increasingly gigantic sales effort. Government is also called to the rescue, and much space is devoted to showing how the structure of interests which characterizes monopoly capitalism diverts governmental effort from socially useful channels into the destructive and ultimately disastrous activities of militarism and imperialism. The development of the theory of surplus generation and absorption along lines just indicated occupies chapters 3 through 7. We next apply this theory to the interpretation of the history of American capitalism from the late 19th century to the present time, showing that it explains and places in proper perspective many phenomena which have baffled bourgeois economic science, most especially the Great Depression of the 1930s and the creeping stagnation of the later 1950s. Some implications for economic theory are indicated in Chapter 9. The final chapters deal with the social and cultural consequences of an economic system which has mastered the techniques of unlimited production, but which, because of the inner structure of private interests which determine its working principles, is unable, and must remain unable, to promote the well-being and happiness of those who live under it.